Welcome to Defense Diaries. I am the host, Bob Motta, and this is our 12-hour Aaron Spencer and family fundraiser. We're going to be spending the entire day and evening with you guys for one purpose, and it's to help raise funds for a family that desperately needs it because they're in the fight of their lives. We're going to get into all of it. If you don't know the backstory, you're going to hear it probably a lot over the next 12 hours. But we're thankful that you're here. We're thankful to our guests. Let's get started. Welcome to Defense Diaries. I am your host, Bob Motta. And as always, I am joined by my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Ali. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, all. And before I let you speak, I'm going to say it right now. If you have not hit that thumbs up, minimize the chat, hit the like. We got to get this out to the masses. The more people to see it, the better it is for the Spencer family. Over to you.
It really is. And the like thing really works. Like, I knew we had like kind of 1,200 waiting, which I was excited to see, happy to see, but we only had like 120 likes. Like, the like thing is what tells YouTube to put it into the algo so that it drops in people's feeds that have never heard of our show.
Or this case.
Or Aaron Spencer, any of it. So
right.
Please do that now. It's very, very helpful to us.
And before you bring on the next person, I just want to say also, if anyone notices that the hype option has become available I think during the live it's not available. So never mind.
Wow.
Sorry. Strike that from the record.
I mean, there's a lot of misinformation about the whole hype thing. I don't know whether or not it's a real thing or not. All right. So without further ado, she's waiting so patiently. Look at her back there. Let's bring her on. Heather Spencer, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for having me on. I just realized that I misspell your name every single time I make a Facebook post.
Well,
wonderful.
Now you know. Now you know. So we are thrilled that you're here. And
tell the people who she is.
This is Heather Spencer. This is Aaron's wife. And I'm a big fan of what you guys have been doing down there in Lonoke. We're going to be obviously getting into all that, but you're going to come back later in the day for a more lengthy chat that we'll have. I think you're in the 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, somewhere later in the afternoon. But at any rate, we wanted everybody to know that this is your fundraiser. That QR code is yours. So all proceeds are going directly to Heather. Nothing is funneling through Defense Diaries. Nothing. It's all going directly to you. You have established that. We are going to start. Our goal today is lofty. It's a lofty goal. We're setting the goal at $60,000. It's a huge ask. We know we can do it. We know that the true crime community out there is the most amazing. I've seen it over and over and over again. But so just verify that is in fact your QR code for your what is it? Go give send.
Go. Yes, that'll take you straight to our legal Give Send Go, which is the easiest way to donate, and then the money basically funnels straight to all of the lawyers. So
all right, perfect. All right, do you have any words of encouragement for the folks before we let you stream?
And Heather's going to be back with us. She's got her own time slot. We just wanted her to start off to let everyone know.
That.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank you guys specifically for putting this on, and then all of the wonderful guests for coming on and taking time to talk about our story, and for all the people who've already donated and prayed and reached out to us. Like, we really couldn't have done this all without the support of the community. So we're really thankful.
Yeah, and we're thrilled to do it. We're happy to do it. You know, we're passionate about the case. I'm a father. I'm a defense attorney. Everything about this case just really resonated with me from the minute that I saw it, and it became kind of a passion project for us. So we're happy to do it because it's the right thing to do. And that's just the long and the short of it. So we're here for the long haul, and we're going to drag you back in later in the afternoon. So
Yes.
thanks for popping in early and letting
Thank
the
you guys
people
for
know.
having me.
Of course. All right, everybody. There's Heather Spencer. Exciting to have her here. And we'll start bringing on.
Bye, Heather.
Bye, Heather. We'll start bringing on our guests. So our first slot.
And
Now,
after he
again,
brings on these guests and introduce them, you're gonna get our initial background on this. So don't worry, people.
Yeah. We'll give you the initial background on what's going on with the Spencer case. All right. So let's bring them on individually. Well, before I do that, I'm getting ahead of myself. So Tracy, if you're listening, like I need somebody monitoring the what is it called? I always forget. Give, send, go. I think give, send, go to see what the number's at now. It's the only way that we're going to be able to track where we're at and how much we've raised. Because the last time I saw it, actually, I'm gonna pull it up so that I can see where we're at. Okay.
I was just texting Heather about it, but I forgot you can see it online. So
We can see it. We could see it online.
So guys, we turned off supers. Oh, go ahead, babe.
So it's at 2. I'm gonna just start it here. It's at 274,801. All right. And we're trying to raise 60,000. That's what Aaron says that they need. And I'm talking about both Aarons in terms of for experts and for remaining lawyers' fees. All right. So I took a shot of word. So it's starting at 274,801. So we will keep track of that. And we'll keep you posted. And we have some graphics as we move along to kind of see how we're doing in terms of the fundraiser. And the easiest way so we're going to have access to it a couple of ways. Obviously, you can use the QR code right there. If you're listening on your phone or you're watching and the QR code's not working for you, because I'm one of those guys who can't figure out how to use a QR code if I'm on my phone. Like, I'm like, is there a way to, like, the kids know how to work that. I don't know how to do it. But
he means from a QR code.
If I'm looking at it, right. If I'm
I
looking
don't
at a
know
QR code on my phone, I'm like, how am I supposed to use
clue.
this in a way that so I'm sure there's a way that I'm just completely incompetent to figure it out. And so the other way is that we're going to be dropping it in the chat, the link, and we also have the link in the description for the show. So those are the ways that you can get there. Yes, thank you, Scooter. That will be the goal, and we have some. Brit Happens has made us some wonderful graphics that we'll be throwing up.
And yes, Scooter, that's I think what's left of their overall goal, but the goal for our fundraiser is 60.
Yes. So that's what 60,000 more the number would be, honey.
Oh, thanks, Scooter.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they did the mathing for us. All right. So let's bring our guests on before we eat up their whole hour.
Right.
Okay, first, Brandi Churchwell of 13th Juror Podcast. What's up, girl?
Hello, my friends. How are you?
We are excellent. Thank you very much for coming to hang with us. Before we bring on Robin and Tony, tell the people about you and what you do and where they can find your beautiful work.
Yeah, I am the creator and host of 13th Juror Podcast. Basically, I have 0 days of law school, unlike y'all. I look at everything from kind of a juror's perspective. So from looking at everything from a non-legal perspective, looking at both sides, I tell the story from, the prosecution story and the defense's story based on the evidence as it's presented, and then let the people decide, and we debate everything. So
love it. So I know exactly when I became aware of your existence on this planet. It was during Murdoch, and Brandi was known as the chart lady. So like Brandi would make the most amazing charts of things that mattered, timelines, and all the things that you want to see visualized.
I mean, it's
Brandi
important.
just made these amazing. It's hugely important.
Right.
My number one rule is attack the timeline. If as a defensive attorney, it's the biggest thing ever. So that was where I remember like just meeting you, and we became friends over the years. So I'm so thrilled with your success. You so deserve it, and your shows are always so good because you do the work, you do the research. So they're wonderful. They're wonderful to hear, and I'm really happy for you. And newly married, you're like still basically you're still in your honeymoon phase. You're married.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
And she,
How
like,
many times did I say never again? Never, never, never. You know, never say
Just
never.
when you're not looking. That's when
Yeah.
something comes up and says, "This is what you need."
Exactly. All right, so let's bring our next couple of guys in who I absolutely adore as well. So we got Tony Brueski, the host of Hidden Killers and about 500 other podcasts, and his partner on Hidden Killers, the wonderful, just a wonderful human being, former Fed, FBI agent, Robin Dreeke. Hello, guys. Thank you for joining us on this Memorial Day weekend. We so appreciate you. And you guys tell the folks where they can find you guys in all your shows and all your endeavors.
We're on the internet, this World Wide Web thing. It's pretty new. It's pretty exciting. You can get us wherever you get podcasts, or on YouTube, Hidden Killers with Tony Brueski. Just search it. You will find us. And we go live every day, me and Robin, with Hidden Killers live on our YouTube channel and Facebook and X, Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Central. That's my spiel. Now, here's the weather where you are.
But I was going to say, before Robin, you can tell by how crisp and clear Tony sounds that it's going to be a real good listen. And and that's the weather. Just before Robin jumps in, why is it that, you have this superior sound? What's your background, sir?
I've been doing radio since I was 14 years old. I left that about 15 years ago. And from the ages of 2 to 14, I was pretending to do radio in my basement with my cat as my listener, which is really fun because I'm back in my basement now, and I have more than the cat that listens. We have 2 dogs that listen as well. So we've increased, we've tripled the audience, really, if you really look at it.
Amazing. And it started to cut Robin off one more time, but somehow supers are on. We thought they were off. I don't know.
Can we figure out how to turn the
Tracy
supers
just
off?
said she turned all forms of payment off. But we appreciate you, Tanya, Garrett. We just want all monies to go to the Spencers, and we can in trade.
So has it been turned off? No, I'm not dealing with that. Don't send us any money via if you've sent us money via Venmo, we're keeping it. Dude, that's it. I'm not doing that. Do not send us any money. No Venmo.
Right. Tracy
everything is going to the Spencers today. You shouldn't be able to put in the supers. I thought we had them turned off. Please. We want every dime to go to the Spencer family
so
today.
Don't worry.
All right. So no Venmos to me because I'm not forwarding anything to them. Everything, use that QR code right there.
Right there.
Oh, yeah. How do you do that?
Look at this.
All right, Robin, we need more details, and you've been patiently waiting as we all talk. Wait, not Robin yet. No, sorry.
No, I'm good. Yeah, no. So I just work with Tony. There you go.
I met him at the dumpster behind the Lowe's one day, and we've been friends ever since.
I mean, that's amazing.
Dumpster friends.
Yeah, watching creepy people come out with stuff they shouldn't, like body bags and chainsaws and things.
Let's do a podcast about this.
And things that should make you go,
Yeah, the whole Brian Walsh experience.
Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. As soon as you said, it's exactly what popped in my mind when you said Home Depot. I was like, oh my God, I would have totally engaged that guy. I said, what's that shit you're putting in your trunk, man? You're a nutter.
We see you.
All right, so but Robin, tell us truly about your background, because you got a fascinating background, and I do Tuesdays with Tony and Robin every Tuesday at 11. We call it the modern age McCollum group. We have
Tuesdays
great
with Bob.
conversations every week, and I love hanging with you guys every week. It's a blast. But tell people about your background.
Yeah, so in general, I'm the retired head of or chief of the FBI's Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program. I retired in 2018 from the FBI. I did 22 years with them. I was a Marine Corps officer before that. My entire life arc has been human behavior throughout my bureau career. I work in counterintelligence, so my job was recruiting spies, recruiting confidential human sources. And what happened when I retired was, lo and behold, human behavior is human behavior, and I started applying it to true crime like this. And Tony and I met basically on the Koberger case when we were both on News Nation together, kind of linked up there, and we've grown together ever since. But my job basically is assessing what makes people do what they do, figuring out the nooks and crannies, the life arcs. Matter of fact, all the research I was doing on this, I mean, the first question I ask always is, so tell me about the relationships in this person's life, and let's go back to the beginning. And because when you start seeing those life arcs, you can start seeing decision points, and you start seeing wobbles from what normally is and what normally expected. So anyway, that's what I do.
Yeah, and you're amazing at it. And part of what I'm giving to all my friends that have gifted us their time on this Memorial Day weekend is I want you to hawk your shit. So tell people about your book. Tell, because it's out there, it's available.
Sure. There you go. Behind me. It's not all about me. So that's the title of the Milestone. Yes, or is it? And every time I text Tony and Todd, our producer, after hours too, I always got to caveat things like this. I hate centering on me. I have this aversion to self-centeredness because of how we I could go into the whole behavior arc on that. But yeah, so keeping that focus on others, and literally I wrote It's Not All About Me. This is the updated edition. When I still work in the FBI, I was teaching at the Counterintelligence Training Center at Quantico, all the recruitment stuff and interview and interrogation tactics. And one of my coworkers said, Robin, only you could write that manual on how not to be the narcissist you were born to be. So I said, yeah, you're probably right. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. So everybody buy Robin's book. So
thanks.
I am
Give the background.
All right. So you guys obviously know the background, right? And so if you're not familiar with the Aaron Spencer case, this is the thumbnail. Okay. It starts in, I believe, the summer of 2024, when the Spencer's child, who had been going to a mutual friend's house, makes an outcry. Okay. And the outcry was, there's this person being Michael Fossler, who I've developed a friendship with over time, has been assaulting me. So she makes the outcry. Now, Michael Fossler is a guy that happened to know the same family that the Spencers were allowing their daughter to go out and hang out over there. So this is all happening while the Spencers are completely unaware of it. So at that point, the Spencers find out, clearly. And obviously the Spencers are destroyed, as any parent would be. And initially, Aaron's like, I need this guy's name and number. Like, what's his address? Like any father would. I'm going to go handle some shit. The reality is that law enforcement gets brought into it immediately. They talk Aaron off the ledge very quickly. Aaron's like, fine, I'm going to let the system take care of this. Good. They arrest Fossler. He's charged with 40 plus crimes, serious felonies. At the end of the day, if he's convicted on these things, he's done. He's doing life in prison. Like it's that. The other part of this is that Michael Fossler at the time was in his mid 60s. Okay. And we're talking about a 13-year-old girl. And so Fossler goes in front of the judge, who we believe was Judge Elmore.
No, I think we have confirmed.
No, I think that she heard it, but the story is, and I can't confirm this because it's been argued. It's by the attorneys in the case, but I think she was on the bench and she ordered it, but some other judge signed the order is what I'm hearing. So I don't know. Whatever the case may be, for 40 plus felonies, this guy was given a $50,000 bond. Now in Arkansas, much like in Illinois, all you have to do is produce 10% of that. So this guy had to put up only $5,000 to be able to walk out of that jail, which he did in short order. So that happens again in July of 2024. Fast forward 3 months to October 8th. The Spencers are in bed. That's Heather and Aaron. And they hear their little chihuahua barking. And they're like, what's going on? That's unusual for the dog to be barking at that time of night. So they get up. They go to their daughter's room. They open the door. Initially, they see a lump in the bed. They're like, oh, I think they go over to double check. Maybe they say her name. I don't know. We will find out these details, sadly, if this thing goes to trial, if it's not dismissed when trial comes. But they pull back blankets. They find there's a hoodie with some kind of stuffed animal stuffed in there. Aaron's like, call 911. I'm going out to find her.
So let me hop in here, babe,
Yep.
because I pulled right from one of the pleadings because it gave a little description about this. So I'm going to read this because we have no insider knowledge. We know a lot of this has been all, done in public pleadings. So here's one of the, I'm reading directly from one of the pleadings the defense filed about what happens next. So when Heather and Aaron Spencer find their daughter's bed empty, they were worried, given what she had recently been through. The abuse that Bob just described. They decided Heather would call 911 and he would begin searching for her in the area. They learned about that time from a family member that Foster had recently contacted the child. And then they were understandably panicked. They were terrified that Foster would not only SA their child, but he would kill or disappear with her, knowing that she was a critical witness to the crime that would put him in prison for
the only witness.
Right. Two crimes that would put him in prison for the rest of his life. Like any normal father, Spencer left his wife to stay on the 911 call when I need my cheaters. When he went out searching for her. Contrary to the state's suggestion, there is absolutely nothing about him doing this that is unlawful or wrong. In fact, it is exactly what most anyone would do. While Spencer was looking for his daughter, he happened to pass Foster's truck as it turned on Highway 31, several miles from where Spencer's residence is located on the roadway. And Spencer saw his child in Foster's truck. Spencer turned around to follow, and for miles, Spencer honked and flashed his lights. But
6 miles.
But Foster sped up, fleeing with the child towards an intersection that would take them out of the area. Before that could happen, Spencer, having been trained in military tactics and maneuvers for disabling vehicles while avoiding significant injury, pushed Foster's car into a driveway. Foster exited the truck, coming towards Spencer aggressively with something in his hand, and Spencer shot him, unloading his clip. Foster jumped into a ditch and continued to move and curse, and concerned that he may have had a weapon, Spencer hit Foster with the gun to abate any further threat. The state suggests that Spencer had other options that night, including that he could have called 911 when he found Foster with his daughter. This kind of hindsight is inappropriate and irrelevant. First and most importantly, there is no law whatsoever to protect them. Okay, I want to give what happens. I think that actually might be.
That's pretty much the long
yeah, that's pretty
short
good.
of it.
Yeah.
There's a couple of little facts I want to point out because, and then we're going to start a discussion about this with you guys. So they have a gate, like many properties. My uncle lives down in Romance, Arkansas. That's where we'll be staying when we're down covering the trial, boots on the ground. And it's about 35 minutes from Lonoke. But almost all the properties down there have a gate in terms of getting in and out of your property. So you slide this gate. So at the time that Aaron's in his truck, okay, he's waiting for Heather, who's on the phone with 911, okay, to open the gate so that he can pull out. All right. And that's an important fact, because the thought of people that I've heard out there saying, well, why didn't they call 911? Well, they did. Heather was on the phone with 911 from the moment that Aaron pulled out of that driveway looking for his daughter. Now, the other part of this, and when we have Heather back on, we are not talking about the case, just so people understand that. Heather is a witness in the case. It's absolutely not going to happen. When Heather is on, do not ask any questions about the case. Don't ask us to ask her any questions about the case. We will be absolutely looking for all questions that you guys have. We'll mark them in the chat if you have questions for the guests, but like we're not going to be getting into that because it's very, very dangerous territory for a witness in an upcoming trial to be talking about the case at all. So just so you know that. But what I believe, so the road that Aaron left out of means that when he sees Fossler pulling onto that road, that Fossler drove by the Spencer's house. So he could have pulled over, told the child to get out of the truck, and then just hauled ass. Whether or not Aaron would have continued to chase him, we'll never know. The fact is he blew right by the house, and for 6 miles with Aaron panicking, honking his horn, I'm sure screaming at the top of his lungs in his truck, flashing his brights, trying to get this guy to pull over.
And the police expect him, while all that's going on, to be again calling 911.
Even though his wife's on the phone.
Already did it.
Right. That's been done.
And when he gets there, and the cars are stopped, call 911. Don't shoot the guy that might be coming at you with a gun who exits his car aggressively with something in hand.
All right. So guests, I like, when did you guys just take turns, but when did you guys first hear about the case? And also, if you would like to add what about the case made you want to participate in this fundraiser?
Brandi, go ahead.
I can't remember when I first heard about it, but it was one of those things where I first heard and I was like, that's fake news. That's not real. Like, nobody would actually prosecute a father for, saving his daughter. And then I started looking into it. I tell you, the thing for me that I think isn't really talked about enough in this case is the grooming part of it. I think that the grooming component is probably the single most important emotional and legal distinction in the case, because it changes the framing of the revenge killing or vigilante thing. It changes that, because this is not vigilante. This is ongoing threat to a child. The grooming part shows that, and a lot of people don't know a whole lot about grooming. I get really frustrated when I hear people say stuff about like, well, she went out there. Okay, if you pull up with a white van and tell a 10-year-old boy, hey, I got candy, are you going to then blame him for going to the van? No.
That's the exact example
Arkansas will.
Arkansas will. That is the exact example that I use. But go on.
Yeah.
Because we got a lot to say when you're done.
The internet is the modern version of the white creeper van. And I think that can become, like the social media stalking part of it and that type thing, too. I know that there were components of that in there, but the grooming is something that I think a lot of people don't really understand the aspects of that. I mean, this is a deliberate process that predators use to build emotional trust, create a level of secrecy that can, protect them. They isolate the child from the adults that would protect them. This is, they basically are creating an emotional dependency. And then this is all part of how they can be predators against these children. And so I think that with the grooming part of it, it really just changes this to, really an ongoing threat against the child. And he stepped into that moment. He was able, thank God, to get his child, away from him. And I think that that's one of the things that drew me to this case the most, is just seeing the misunderstanding of that component of it.
So it's very interesting, and it pairs well with how you described yourself as that 13th juror, as looking at this as a layman, because Bob and I have had this very same debate, because from a lawyer perspective, I think they should never be able to even mention whether she left on her own or by threat, because all that should matter is what dad thought reasonably possible. So whether he came in, put something over her mouth, incapacitated her and took her out, or whether she went on her own as a result of having been psychologically manipulated and traumatized, should not matter. And they have this expert they want to get in, the grooming expert. And I keep saying, I don't want them to make a big deal over how she left, because it shouldn't matter legally. And Bob keeps telling me the jurors need to hear this. It's important for the jurors. So your opinion on that is why a 13th juror is such a great space to hold, because you have that. I'm thinking of this from an everyday person standpoint, and me over lawyering it is like, I don't think they should even bring it in, because then it makes it part of the jury's thinking. Did she leave on her own, or was it part of the manipulation? And that was a question I never thought the jurors should be even thinking about. So, and it's, go ahead, babe.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's it's one of those things where, like, I asked my father, to your point, Brandi, who's 81, and I said, "Hey, Dad, do you?"
Who's a criminal defense lawyer his entire life.
Long time criminal defense attorney, did it for 50 years, and I said, "Do you know what grooming is?" And he's like, "Oh, you mean like trimming my mustache?" And I'm like, "No, that's not what I mean. I'm like, in terms of, somebody that is abusing a child. Do you, in the context of that, do you know what it is?" My father had no idea what it was. Now, it's something that's been going on forever in terms of predators and how they're able to get their hands on children. It's only probably been, I don't know, when Robin will probably be able to give us a pretty good idea of when grooming became a term that became commonplace in terms of describing what's happening between these predators and these children. And for me, I just, knowing that I didn't know as much about grooming as I should have and how insidious it is, it was a thing where I'm like, oh my God, like I had no idea the depths of it. Now, the expert that they're using, Aaron's expert, Carrie Landau, I've been communicating with her, and we're trying to figure out a way, because I actually want to have her on before the trial, but we're not going to talk specifically. No, it's like I've talked to Aaron's attorney. Like I'm carefully figuring out a way to do it, because generally speaking, I want to educate the public on what it is and exactly how it works and just how nefarious it really is, because people need to know. People don't understand when somebody asks that question, like when Brandi's like, "Oh, well, does she go on her own accord? Did she leave the house?"
No.
That means that you don't understand grooming.
Right.
So we'll see how that goes. So Robin, when did you become aware of the case?
And what prompted you to want to get involved?
Probably, but I can't remember the exact date either. I think we covered it on the show. I can't remember, but I want to reemphasize and double down with Brandi and you all on this grooming thing. I used to be a board member on a group called the Innocent Lives Foundation, where we actually would identify predators online with our researchers and put entire packets over and hand them over to criminal justice systems. And the grooming is extremely prevalent. The term probably became more prevalent probably in the early 2000s, but they use shame, they isolate, all the things Brandi's saying. There is no choice by the child. That a child does not make a choice to do these things. They're manipulated, whether it's physical, grabbing them, or mental. It does not matter. There's no choice. And also, the key here that I think is critical with the Spencer family and everyone from the outside looking in, this happens to really good, healthy, strong families with great relationships with children. We had one of our women, who's now a woman now, who was young at the time that she was groomed and sexually abused, like the Spencer girl was. Just like their family, good, homeschooled, cared hard, good family. I mean, this is what happens. This is what these sick predators do. So passionate about it for those same reasons. Again, I keep my daughter, Brandi, just got married last weekend as well. There she is when she's a little girl. I keep her right here with me. Anyway, so a couple points I want to make on this case that I thought was interesting that kind of popped up. Like I said, just mentioning the Spencer family, good family arc, good, healthy relationships there. So it's not unusual that good things are going on and the support around them. What I found interesting was the Foster family, they've been silent. Anytime you have people silent on your behalf means that there's an undercurrent that they either don't want to get involved or they know other things. And so, we saw this with Lori Daybell Vallow as well. No one stood by her side. When people don't stand by your side when you're under this kind of investigation, that says a lot. And people that do also says a lot about the health and goodness of the people involved. What I also found interesting, I was actually looking at the words team here, that, and I'm not the legal guy, I'm the behavior guy, but part of looking at behavior, I'm always looking at it and examining words. Aaron uses word if he comes around, he used that word if. In other words, he was drawing a mental red line for Fossler. It's like, in other words, there's no premeditation. And I looked it up online too. You guys are legal experts, but if you have an if-then logic statement involved, no conditional if-then statement like Spencer's, if he comes near her again, I'll handle it, hurt him, does not legally equate to premeditation. Because I really focused on that word if, because if makes it a choice on the other person's behalf. And so in my mind, he gave that statement. And then, Ali, when you said she actually did call 911, I'm with you on this one. I don't understand why this doesn't fall under the behavior of what a person does to protect. And I actually did look up the stat while you all were talking. Fear of death of her, of the child, not just from the SA attempt that was most likely happening right then when he groomed her and then took her again. And for the intent of control, for whatever purposes he had, threat of death is actually a little bit lower, but it's enough that he can definitely throw it in there as one of the reasons for the emotional reaction that he had, and justifiable. Oh my God, I do not see this from those words alone as a reason why there's premeditation here. Again, not the legal guy, just the behavior guy.
No, and I agree with you, but I think a great question for you from a behavioral analysis standpoint, a big thing that the state is relying on is the fact that he fired 15 shots or 14 rounds, whatever it was, that he emptied his clip. And I've sort of kind of described it to people like, let's pretend, and actually this can go like twofold. I'll just wrap it into one and make the analogy go to both. And the other thing about, you can want to kill somebody and like, have a desire to kill somebody. So take the example of, and we'll go like horror movie style. You've got like this horrible, predator type that's harassing your family, has killed your family, has like chased you your whole life, but whatever, you narrowly escape. He's murdered someone in your family, and you're like, if I see that fucker again, I'm going to murder him. If he comes near me again, I'm going to murder him. And then he comes back. And there's this whole thing. You're being chased. You're being this. You're being that. Finally, you get a gun and you fire it all 14 times. How does that make it any less
No. And so what's you got to look at the intent. Was the intent to chase him down if his daughter wasn't there, or was the intent to protect the daughter? So to me, it always comes down to, and John Douglas talks about this in his books, The First FBI Profiler, to go with motive is always tricky with that word, but intent, what's his intent? The dad's intent was to protect his daughter. If his dad's intent was to kill this guy, he wouldn't have to wait 3 months. He could have just gone and hunted him down. So the intent is part of it. And then the 15 rounds. So this is easy to me to talk about because he's former law enforcement affiliation and military. You are trained to eliminate the threat as long as the threat is moving. And so you're going to unload every single round in your magazine until the threat's eliminated. So in the mindset of someone that's actually been trained in law enforcement and military, you continue to engage a target until the target is no longer active. So that to me is not just anything but training kicking in, because when you hit fight, flight, or freeze and your non-cognitive brain's engaged because you were actually in that mode, which he obviously was in, you're just going to revert to what your training says. And so again, intent, protect daughter, not hunt him down, and you're going to revert to training, which says you fire until you eliminate the threat. I mean, this happened in New York. I remember many years ago, as I was FBI Manhattan in New York many moons ago, and I remember NYPD, there's a number of cases up there where they tried going after a law enforcement officer because there was 40 rounds fired by a couple of cops, and they emptied rounds and empty clips. And the misnomer that they'll a lot of times use is, well, you should have just shot him in the leg. You should have just done this. That's Hollywood crap, man. That's not what you do. You shoot center mass and you unload until the threat's eliminated. So I'm thinking he was reverting to training that he's been part of his muscle memory. His intent was to protect the daughter. Anyway, that's behaviorally what I say.
And last question, behavior. Let's assume you have just an everyday person who's just been traumatized. Again, like envision this like movie level thing where there's like a chase and you're narrowly escaping and it's like a horrible thing and you get the gun and it's just instinct to be like boom, boom, just like empty. And that doesn't change like that it was still self-defense just because you emptied the entire clip. Like, is that something behaviorally that would be normal for someone under a pressure situation like that?
My guess, you don't know his mind, as Bob's so great at saying on our show all the time. Oh, you don't know what he's thinking. That 15 round, I'm thinking about it. Do this. Do it for yourself. How many times can you pull a trigger? Pull your finger like this. How many seconds is that? Hey, I guarantee you wasn't thinking like I'm going to keep pulling this trigger. It was just done. I mean, he kept pulling because, first of all, I mean, not to get gory and graphic on this, it takes at least if he hit a major artery with one of those rounds, it's going to take anywhere from 6 to 10 to 15 seconds for a bleed out. I guarantee you're going to get all those rounds off before he stops moving.
All right, Tony, tell us your story.
When I first heard about this, the thing that bothers me the most about this case is when people go, "Oh, it's vigilante." It's the furthest thing from vigilante, and it's the big thing that needs to get pounded through people's heads right away. I completely concur with everything everybody has said, but I think it's interesting because when we're talking about the understanding of what's going on here about the grooming and such, it really is amazing to me how disconnected some can be. And I think that that's very important when it comes to the jury, because either there's a lot of people out there with unresolved trauma from their own abuse and possible grooming, and they don't deal with it ever. And then thinking about this on those terms, I think is a little too close to home. So it's hard for people to process, or they've been incredibly lucky and they've never had to deal with that personally or with a loved one or anything of the sort. But there's a lot of misunderstanding, I think, with a lot of people on what that is all about. So I agree. I think that is going to need to be explained and for the jurors to fully understand what that is all about. Because at the end of the day, this is a child we're talking about here, a 13-year-old girl. This is not an adult with a life experience and can make their own decisions this way or that way. And the thing is, anybody can be groomed. It doesn't just have to be children. Adults get groomed all the time too.
Look at all the Epstein stuff.
Yes, exactly. So it's not. So the whole concept is something that I think they really need to get through to the jury if this thing makes it to trial. But that to me has been the biggest thing. The vigilante, what that actually means and what this actually was. As a father too of a girl of the same age, I think it would be shocking if Fossler survived. Quite honestly, I think from most fathers they've been put into that situation.
Yeah. I agree. And Tony, we've talked about it a lot on your show. I mean, we've covered Aaron Spencer too many times to count over there.
Yeah.
We're both pretty passionate about it. And in that thing that you're talking about, that concept of vigilantism, and which starts to slip into this concept of jury nullification. And I'm going to be pulling up the statute for defense of others during this 12-hour period many, many times. And I'm going to have people understand by the end of this 12 hours that this isn't jury nullification. If you guys don't know what jury nullification is, it's basically where jurors say, okay, yes, the state proved that the defendant violated the statute. They're guilty of the crime that the state is alleging that they committed. However, for whatever reason it may be, in this sense, it's a father defending his child. We cannot bring ourselves to apply the law. We're going to put the law aside because we can't bring ourselves to finding this father guilty. That is not what's happening here. What's going to happen here is they're going to prove, and again, the defense has no burden in any case, but the reality is that there's no defense attorney that's ever going to tell you that they don't think walking into that courtroom that they have to prove that their client didn't do it, or that they're not guilty. Like it's just a feeling that you have as defense attorney because of your experience in the system. You know, that's the way that the system just operates. You know, most people don't apply the presumption of innocence. Most people walk into that courtroom, and I'm talking about jurors with the presumption of guilt. They're like, well, you know, they were arrested. They must have done something. Cops wouldn't have, you know, dragged him off to trial if he hadn't have done something. That's just how people think, you know, and I'm not blaming people for that. I mean, that's for all the time that we've been watching true crime content ever since they started putting it out for public consumption. You know, all the cops, all the prosecutors, they're the heroes. They never get anything wrong. Everybody that's arrested is guilty. And that's just not the case. And you know, that presumption of innocence is a mindset that we as a country have to embrace, as hard as it may be, on cases where awful shit has happened to somebody or to multiple people. It's a very there's a cognitive dissonance there for people because they're like, my God, like what this person is alleged to have done is so horrible. It's really hard for me to presume them innocent because I can't look past the horrors of what was committed to these poor victims. But we have to because we have to start from that ground. We have to put the onus on the state, that heavy burden before you're going to take somebody's life or freedom, that they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you start at that spot, then you're putting the state to the test every single time. And that's all we're asking. If they have the evidence, they're going to get the conviction. If they did the investigation properly and by the law, they're going to get the conviction. So, you know, that's just kind of a mindset. So I'm going to be talking about that a lot today because I keep seeing the jury nullification aspect, and it's just not right. And when I pull up the statute, the defense of others, and I made a graphic for it, we're going to go through it so that people start to kind of understand that this isn't even not only is it not vigilantism, but it's also not a jury nullification case.
It's justifiable.
It was a justified homicide. That's what it was.
I agree.
Yeah. So, in terms of, have you guys kind of been following along with this motion to dismiss that's out there right now?
About as much as you've explained it on
Right.
our program.
If you've covered it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
This is kind of the long and the short of it. Essentially, it came to be known very, very late to the defense. Okay, when this thing like became known that it existed in the world to Aaron Spencer and his defense counsel, that Michael Fossler had a dashboard cam in his truck that had two cameras, one front facing, one rear facing, on a swivel.
Which we just learned from the new pleading that the daughter victim, the true victim in this case, told the police after the shooting, when she was interviewed, that he had this camera so that he could watch the back, see if his father was coming or who was coming. So they knew it was working. They knew what it did. They knew it was recording from the back. So go on, babe.
So essentially what happens is that you've got this group of the first responding officers to the scene. They look in the truck. A couple of them do. A couple of them testify, yeah, we saw this thing, and no one collects it, right? So they're dealing with Fossler. They're dealing with the first responders, the emergency first responders coming in, getting Fossler removed from the scene. They've got Aaron, you know, they're questioning him at this point. And, you know, they're starting to process the scene. And this is in the early morning hours, right? So it turns out, as we come to find out, that they do no kind of evidence log. There's no chain of custody of particular.
They turned off their body cams right before what Bob's about to describe.
Red flag.
Right.
Red flag. That's what we call red flags.
100%. Like why are you turning off your body cam?
We're going to need everybody to turn off their body cams, and then I might think about collecting this.
Shut them down, and then I'm going to go get that camera out of the truck. So at that point, this McCain cop, who was really the cop in charge at that point at the scene, takes this thing, brings it back to his office, and sticks it in a drawer in his office. And at some point, so within 2 days of the incident, they send off all of the other digital evidence to the Attorney General's office, who for Lonoke County, they typically have the AG do the extractions and the do all the testing and pull all the information from all the devices, and then they send the results back to Lonoke. All right, so the one thing that didn't get sent for reasons unknown is the most important piece of evidence that exists in the case, which is the dashboard cam. So what this cop gets on the stand and testifies to is that he pulls the SD card, that he puts it into a converter, sticks it into his computer, and watches the videos. And he says, oh, yeah, there were like 3-4 videos. They were all like, 15 minutes long. And all it was a shot of the trees. And all you could see was the red and the blue.
But he makes no police report that he even watched it, that he took it. It exists nowhere. The defense knows nothing about it.
No report, nothing. This thing doesn't exist in the world of evidence in terms of this case for 14 months. Okay. So he claims that he watches it. It's nothing. It's all after the fact. And so he claims that he then sticks the SD card, clicks it back into the camera, hands it off to another cop, who then hand delivers it to the AG. So months and months go by. And he says that he puts an expedite on it, tells the AG's office, we need this. We need you guys to examine this thing.
But it still takes 8 months. Oh, and by the way, it did not go with all the other evidence they sent to the AG earlier. All the other evidence went to the AG.
That's what I said.
Oh,
they sent everything within 2 days. So this thing goes, I think, on the 14th. So they sent the first batch on the 10th, and I think
it was a month later on the 14th. So whatever, go on.
Hold on, it was in the thing.
I'm pretty sure it was a month later.
I don't think it was a month, but I think it was.
But it takes 8 months for the AG's office, who supposedly was told prioritize this, to get back to them and be like, hey, there's no SD card in here. Okay.
right. So somewhere between McCain, the intermediary that hand delivers the thing to the AG's office, and the AG, the SD card vanishes off the face of the earth. Nowhere. So the only record we have of it is McCain saying that he plugged it into his computer. He watched the videos.
But that's still, he didn't write it down anywhere yet.
He doesn't write it down. There's no notes of it had nothing on it. So of course the defense hires their own expert who goes and looks at this exact model. And during the hearing, he testifies that everything that this cop is saying is not true. That particular model can only make a 1, 2, 3, or 5-minute video. And there is no such thing as a 15-minute video. So this cop, for whatever reason, is lying about what he saw, if he saw anything. So we're left with this concept of, all right, why? Why would they be lying about this evidence? Why would they have not collected it immediately? Robin, let me ask you.
Yeah, and when you do ask him, take in conjunction with that.
Because you're here with me.
Okay, but take in conjunction with what Bob just said, when you think about it from the perspective of we're all already asking, why in the hell is this guy being charged? And at first, correct me if I'm wrong, babe, they charged him with first-degree murder. Right. And then they put it down to second, it was under, the heat of the moment. But why they're even charging him, and why they charge so quickly, and why they don't even wait to be because you would think the default would be, well, this guy was clearly protected and the other one's a predator. But go ahead. What were you going to ask, Rob?
So the first thing I look at is, without even getting into the first degree or second degree murder charge yet, you just look at the behaviors in that moment with the cop and that SD card. And anytime you get a wobble from what you expect, and a wobble, what I call from transparency, means there is a hidden agenda. And what that hidden agenda can be is what we're actually exploring. And so then you start collecting all these other data points, but there's clearly a hidden agenda, that there's something that's going on that they don't want to be transparent about. Could be abhorrent behavior by law enforcement, their process and procedures, that they're wrong, or they're seeing something on that SD card. Boy, it makes me really nervous. As soon as you said SD card, my immediate brain starts going, especially when you're dealing with an SA with children. The likelihood that this is a one-off and that is only having to do with the Spencer's daughter is slim to none. There's going to be a lot of other SA material that's going to be surrounding this. And anytime you have a lack of transparency with law enforcement in this area, it raises an eyebrow. I won't go down any kind of conjecture road on it, but it's a wobble of what you would normally expect a group and organization that is supposed to have open, honest communication, transparency on these things should have. But it's very concerning to me that you have digital evidence that is being mishandled in any way having to do with an SA case and law enforcement's involved. Not good.
All right, now let me back up. Now I know that you weren't a crime scene guy,
Right?
but if you're coming on that scene, okay.
Oh, that's all wrong. I've been on them, but yeah, they're all wrong on it.
I mean, what's the first thing that you're pulling? What is the most critical piece of evidence? What could potentially show you what happened where you're not having to rely on people's memories, their biases, nothing?
Well, the first thing you do is you freeze. You freeze everything. Granted, I was not an evidence response tech or had as a collateral duty, but I've been on many, many searches with the FBI because every time you hear everyone saying in law enforcement, all hands on deck, that means they grab a mope like me that's normally recruiting sources and they make us do this. And it's a horrendous, grueling process because it's so exacting. You freeze everything. No one touch anything. And then the lead investigator with the lead evidence response person goes meticulously, piece by piece by piece. You take this, you note it, you log it, goes in a baggie, next. There's no taking something and popping it in something and see if there's anything there. That is massively wrong. That is not done. That is not conducted. And that just shows that whoever was doing that was not trained or lack of transparency, hiding an agenda. That was weird wobble way on the outside of how anything's conducted on site. And this is just a guy who wasn't even trained in these things. I was just part of these investigations and part of these evidence sweeps. That is not what's done at all. I mean, what happens is when you're a guy like me on one of these evidences, you're fearful of touching anything. If anything looks like there might be something there, the first thing I would do is say, hey, come over here. Hey, you. Yeah, you're in charge. Take a look at this. How do you want me to handle this? That's exactly what we do in every single situation.
Yeah. And Tony, what are your thoughts on it? And then I want to get to Brandi's thoughts on it.
It's what the hell is why is Arkansas so keen on protecting predators?
Yeah, Arkansas,
I guess is my
right?
question. I mean, that I just did a piece on this about the Duggars yesterday. I mean, you got all that going on. You have Huckabees, the governor. You have Dad, who was here, very much connected with a lot of these sort of people, and supposedly very anti. Predator. And there's even legislation that's been passed that puts the death penalty on the table for people. So I don't understand when you have these obvious inroads to explore and likely find more birds of a feather with people like this, that they don't hop at the opportunity, jump at it, run at it. Instead, it seems like, well, let's just not look down that way, or let's create a distraction over here, or it's this, or it's what the hell is going on? I mean, what is going on that we're not going down some of these roads?
And Tony, specifically too, I mean, just look at the trend here again. When you have an ARCA behavior, now granted, we have confirmation bias because we keep looking at these horrendous cases in Arkansas. Each one of them is involving children.
Yeah.
What the friggin' hell?
What is going on? Why it seems if you're flying a little, it feels like everybody's flying a little too close to the sun with some people. And it's not that I think, Fossler is being, his reputation is being protected. It's more so, who would Fossler lead to? I think if we can go down that road and figure out the answers to those questions, we'd know a lot. Sort of like Delphi, too. Where does that all lead with these other suspects and things of that nature? It's the same sort of pattern that's going on, and the same gatekeepers that are stopping the information from flowing out.
I'll tell you, the network.
Answers.
I'm sorry, I know you want to get to Brandi. The network that happens when you're dealing with a child SA predator. if there's typically when you have one case, we've seen them multiple times that one predator will lead to sometimes up to 400 others.
Yeah.
So these can be massive networks. Now, granted, I looked at his background, Foster's background. It doesn't look like that, but for being that age and this being a one-off, the likelihood of that is really, really remote.
And there's been a lot of other victims that have come out of the woodwork.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. Surprise.
Leakage. You're going to get a lot of leakage.
Yeah. I think too that, cases like this, like when stuff like this happens, it really, once evidence is lost, you don't just lose that evidence. You literally are losing the ability to ever fully know what happened. And especially in a case like this, where the entire question is what Aaron Spencer believed was happening in that moment with his daughter.
Right.
And the one piece of evidence that could be the most crucial to showing how everything unfolded is just like, oopsie, my bad. We put it somewhere and don't know where
Well,
it's at.
that guy doesn't show up at your house at 1 o'clock in the morning and take your daughter out to tea. I mean,
Right.
isn't that crazy?
And how harmless error, I'm sure, will be
Right.
the,
No, but the new pleading specifically says that one of the other things the daughter told the police after the shooting in her interview was that she was still in pain from being SA'd by him earlier that evening.
And I want to acknowledge her as the bravery she has to go through what she's going through and to share this. It takes an immense amount. I mean, I'm getting kind of misty thinking about it. The immense amount of bravery she has to even disclose these things, and that it's important for everyone listening with your kids. You've done nothing wrong. There's zero shame on your side, because that's what these predators are doing. They're using shame against you, and the people and everyone in your life, everyone in the world is on your side on these things. And so it takes a lot of bravery, but just know you're not alone.
Thanks for saying that, Robin. It's so important. If there's anyone out there, it's a strange conversation people might feel like to have with their kids. I always did it from when they were like super little, because it's just like, at least like even in the 80s, like just growing up, it was like out there, so, to let kids know this is a trick they do to you, make you think that
wrong.
Somehow people are going to look poorly on you. Your family, the community, everyone and anyone will embrace you. Just exactly the word, Rob.
You've done nothing wrong. You've done nothing wrong. Yeah. They have.
Yeah. And the reality of that I don't want anybody to ever forget is that this poor little girl, if this thing makes it to trial, is going to have to get on that stand, and the state of Arkansas is going to re-traumatize her. To have to live through all of it again.
And we're going to be getting into that at the 5 o'clock hour with Judge Carol Erskine.
Yes. Yeah. All right, you guys, we love you. Tell everybody where they can find you guys in this wide world of the internet.
The Google machine.
Brandi, go ahead. You go first.
Well, like Tony said, I'm out here on these internet streets, on these interwebs. But 13th Row Podcast is available anywhere you get your podcast.
All right. Well, thanks, Brandi. We really appreciate you.
We do. I know you have a graduation today, right?
That's yes.
Yay! Congrats. That's awesome.
Congrats on that.
My
and
thanks
have
again.
A wonderful rest of your weekend.
All right. Thanks, y'all.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Brandi. All right, boys. Where can they find you, T?
Hidden Killers. Just search Hidden Killers with Tony Brueski wherever you get podcasts, YouTube. You will find us. That's all you got to do.
Well, we love you guys. Thank you so much for giving us some of your Saturday.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
guys.
All right.
You find me with Tony. I'm his co-host every day for Hidden Killers Live, 12 Eastern, 11 his time. And also RobinDreeke.com, ROBINDREEKE.com for all things. If you want to call it Death by Robin, I got plenty out there.
Show us the book again. Buy the book.
Buy the book. It's not all about me. It's about you.
All right.
Thanks,
and join us on Tuesdays. We're Tuesdays with Bob.
Yes. Tuesdays with Bob. All right. Thanks, guys.
See you Tuesday. Bye. All right. So before we bring on our next guest, we want to again thank Robin, Tony, and the lovely Miss Churchwell. Like I love Brandi so much. She's so sweet. All three of those guests were phenomenal. So I'm really excited about our next guests, who are also a couple of super brilliant attorneys who we love very, very much, and who both are incredible creators. And we're going to bring them on. Before we do, just another reminder, hit that QR code down there in the corner that leads you directly excuse me, to the Spencers, give, send, go. It's going to go right to them. We're not having anything to do with the money. It's going right to the Spencer families. We're staying out of it. So make sure that you're donating. Give till it hurts. We're already putting up great numbers, so we're super excited about that. But without further ado, let's bring on our two beautiful guests, Melanie Little and Michael Bryant of Justice Served. Hey, guys. Thank you for giving us some time on your busy Memorial Day Saturday.
Happy to be here. Hi, Michael. Bye, Brandi. Oh, say hi to Brandi, but she's gone already.
Hey, Bob, the QR code thing. Have you figured that out yet? It's
not really
very simple.
I don't know how to do it.
You know, this is just a phone. You point it like a camera.
No,
but Bob's talking about when you're on your phone.
Sends you their QR code. How do I make it work then? If it's on my phone, I know how to.
You can do a screenshot. I think you can do a screenshot.
But then what do I do with it?
Oh my God, we'll have to have a class.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to teach me after.
He really has no idea. If I'm watching this stream on my phone, how do I can't scan the QR code because I'm watching it on my phone. That I have that problem. I don't
get it. I don't get it. So thank you guys. So first, before we jump off, tell everybody where they can find you guys on the
go ahead.
webs.
I'm attorney Melanie Little on YouTube, and that's where I live now. Very much.
You cannot find Mel on X because it is
a cesspool.
That's what I hear. I hear it's a cesspool.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I dive in the cesspool occasionally, but not all that. You know, it's kind of a necessary evil. I think we've found for some of that. Cross pollination. But we are, of course, slaves to the YouTube overlords at Justice Served TV. We do our thing there, 6 o'clock each night, generally Eastern Standard or now Eastern Daylight Time. And then we pop on when necessary, travel when necessary. We go to. We've been caught up in the the northeast vortex of, as I call it, the triangle of terror, Doden, Dedham, Stoughton, Canton, and so we're just close enough that I'm up there a lot. And so
this is great pairing with Mel, because on attorney Melanie Little, she covers all things that area, because there is like just so much happening in Massachusetts, and you're definitely the go-to person for deep
It's never
dives.
ending, really. It's never. And Michael is absolutely like boots on the ground almost for every case up there. So like your pairing is beautiful, because Michael brings his ass down to the courthouse and always reports live, because Michael, an attorney, but he's also like longtime law analyst. Like I first met Michael doing law and crime. And like my only time where I was in person, where I happened to be in New York City, Michael, my dear friend, was the host that day. So that was the day that I sat in, and Michael and I got to do a live. It was the only time I was ever live on Law and Crime. So that was cool. And that was the first time I got to meet Michael in person.
Bob was always a great guest. You get there and just ask the producers who's on today, and Bob Motta's on Defense Diaries. Cool. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything.
I know, so much talking.
People who may not know Bob, Ali knows this. He can talk. Bob can talk.
Oh God!
So you get him going on one or two questions. You're like, okay, I'll see you at the end of the show. And I say that with love and affection, because it was just great that we had to have you on there so many times and to reconnect you is very nice.
Yes. And, all right. Before we jump into this, Michael, so I'm assuming that you somehow got a hold of Afro Man and said, yo, send me I love the shirt, man.
This may be a felony flag, desecration, but I'm trying to get in the spirit of the weekend. It is a very important Memorial weekend. And so the fact that you're doing this fundraiser in conjunction with that makes some sense.
You know what? Like, I didn't realize, and you and I were having a text thread about it. I'm like, I had no idea that it was Memorial Day weekend, because I've been looking when I could do this. My daughter plays travel softball and rec,
which he coaches.
And I'm a coach for both teams. So it's like, and every weekend typically has games. So like, this was the first weekend. I'm like, holy shit, there's no games. This is when I'm going to do it. So after I put it out there that we're doing it, then I forget who the person was like, it's Memorial Day weekend. I'm like, what? It's not the last weekend of the month. I think it was Mike.
It was.
I'm like,
and I
oh
said,
man.
Here's the rule. It's the last Monday of the month, and every now and then it's weirdly early. So this is the weirdly early year.
It's early. It's the 23rd. So at any rate, Mel, tell the people where they can find you and your beautiful.
She did She
Already
did.
did.
But tell us why you're interested in this case and why you wanted to participate in this fundraiser.
Well, I'm interested in this case because I've done a lot of work. I'm a civil litigator. I've done a lot of work with childhood SA. The most popular cases that I handled were the cases against the Catholic Church here on Long Island when that scandal broke in 2002. It was the Spotlight. They made a movie called Spotlight about it. And so my cases were all here in New York against the Diocese of Rockville Center, and I represented maybe 50 or 60 victims or survivors of clergy SA who were children at the time that they were abused. And so that's just one of the reasons that I find this case interesting. Another one, I mean, there's just so many. It's just a father doing what a father would do, like sometimes the oldest defense in the book is the guy needed killing, and maybe that's the defense that obviously is going to be used here, but
so
this guy's been a predator for decades, and it's abhorrent what happened here.
With your background, because we hadn't, and Bob and I have had this dispute. So as a lawyer, it'd be interesting. So I have always said, because they wanted to put on an expert, the defense wants to put on an expert to go through grooming and to tell the jury what grooming is. And I've been saying, first of all, I think there should have been a motion to say how she left and why she left that house should not even be admissible, because all that matters is what is reasonable for a father to think. So if it's reasonable for him to assume he came in and took her by force or took her by, drugging her, whatever the case may be, I don't even think it should be admissible. But I was concerned that putting on a grooming expert would kind of make an issue for the jury about whether she left on her own or didn't leave on her own. And I'm like, that shouldn't matter to the jury. And Bob's like, yeah, but it does. And you can't change people's minds. And if it does, they need to know why it actually doesn't, because of the grooming. So how important do you think having a grooming expert, taking it from both sides are in this case?
Well, I think it's in the papers that the prosecution is going to argue that this was a consensual relationship between a 67-year-old man and a 13, 14-year-old girl, which is impossible. Okay. I don't know what the age of consent is in Arkansas, but it's certainly not 14. So if they're going to come out swinging with this was a consensual relationship and she wanted to be with him. And I think, they've alluded to some text messages that maybe between Fossler and the Spencer daughter that, indicate that she may have had feelings for him or whatever. All of that is complete and total bullshit. And that is why, because guys like this are predators. There is a very specific person or child that they target. And they brainwash them into believing certain things, that they're in this relationship, and it's impossible for them to be in a relationship. Right? This guy, Fossler, was the chief of police in a town called Hamlet, Indiana, decades before. At least one other victim of his has come forward, who's now in her 50s. You guys probably covered that too, and said he did the same thing to me. So if they're going to come in and say this was a consensual relationship between this old geezer and this young, teenager, they have to have something to counteract that with. And that would be the reason for this expert, and it's like so many other cases that we look at, like Karen Reed. Why are they fighting so hard to keep experts out who really have important information that the jury should know? And the answer is because their case is weak as hell.
So, and just opinion. So you guys know, although the age of consent in Arkansas,
completely.
Yes, I agree completely. Although the age of consent is 16 for the rape, we're going to have to say it here.
Kidnapping.
Grape. I say grape.
Right. For the grape statute, like that bumps it up to a higher felony, it has to be under 14. And otherwise it needs to be by force, which is to me insane. Yeah. But if you're under 14, then, no matter how the course is, it falls under the higher threshold under the grape statute. But if you're 14, and she was 13 when it started, and then other times I think she was 14, including the night that he kidnapped her. And I'm still going to call it kidnapping, even if she went by, technically by her own feet. Okay. But I find that sort of,
because I thought it was kidnapping by force was what it was.
That's 13, I think, or 12. I got to go back and look at that.
Whatever it is, it's insane.
Yeah, that's like another one.
Archaic, caveman-like. It's terrifying that they're not protecting their children in Arkansas. Right. Michael, what drew you to the case? And I have you guys covered it? much on your
we
channel?
haven't covered it as closely, clearly as you guys have. And on the comment that Mel made, I'm thinking that through with, the experts. And I think these days, maybe differently than even 10 years ago, the public is much more aware of this concept of grooming and, the Epstein factor, if you want to call it that. And so I think maybe it's less important, but how important is voir dire going to be in this case for that specific reason, to make sure, you find out what the base level of understanding is of these prospective jurors when it comes to grooming. Do they have a clue, or do you really need, I think depending on what I put in the box, that may determine for me whether I want an expert on that topic or not. Maybe I feel I've got folks that understand it and let common sense reign, let them look at it and say, this is wrong. What happened that night was wrong. For whatever reason, he was out and about to do what he wanted to do, and he did it that night, and Dad did what he had to do to prevent it. I just think
that's a good point, because that would alleviate my concern of a mini trial over whether she left willingly, that night.
Yeah, and like Michael, that's kind of a debate that Allison and I have had, because I'm on, Melanie's position fully, in that I'm concerned. We're talking about rural Arkansas. Okay, Lonoke is down there. You're bound to get some older folks on this jury. And, I just went the practical route, and I went and asked my father about, you know what grooming is, Dad? And he had no idea what it was. And he certainly didn't understand the depths of it, like just how insidious it really is. And I don't think that many people do. I think that people hear the term. I think we're all familiar with the term. But in terms of understanding deeply just how insidious it is, how a situation can arise where this guy had groomed her prior, is then arrested, she feels guilt about the outcry, and then he's able to re-groom her while he's out on bond and sink his claws back into her. I mean, it's unthinkable for like a normal person. You're like, well, how did that happen? Well, that's why they need to be taught how it happens. So for me, I'm concerned. I'm going to err on the side of caution and just assume that there's going to be, we only get so many abilities to be able to get people off that jury with our what are they called?
Peremptories.
Thank you. Peremptories. So, I don't know how many they're going to get in this case, but it's going to be like, people are going to slip through the cracks, and they're going to get on that jury, and you have to be able to present this evidence. In the original Judge Elmore, was not allowing this witness to come on, their expert, this Carrie Landau, who we met when we were down there, and she's excellent. And Erin had kind of laid out in one of her pleadings exactly what she's going to testify to, because she was trying to spell it out for Elmore why this matters. Because Elmore had actually said on the record, she's like, SA has nothing to do with this case. And I'm like, at that point, my head exploded. I'm like, what? I'm like, is this woman insane? And so, yeah, for me, I think it's mandatory. I mean, I hear you. If you can get that much out in terms of voir dire, are you going to be able to find out if they know enough to where maybe you're not kind of pushing that? Because I can see how that could be tricky, because that's where Allison was at with it. Allison was like, well, why do we even want to bring that up? But, as soon as when we started covering the case, like in the beginning, and I'd see people in chat saying, well, why did she leave the house with them? Didn't she leave the house with them on her own accord? I knew immediately that had to be something that was going to be addressed at trial, because all it takes is one, because Aaron Spencer doesn't want a mistrial on this thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like a flipped on its head type case, wherein a lot of times the defendant, or at least their attorneys, will consider a mistrial to be somewhat of a victory, because it's better than a conviction and it gives you another shot to go to trial. In this case, we don't want that happening. We want an NG, and then it's dead and it's done and it's gone. You know what I mean? So for me, I think that it's critical to get her on and have her testify about that. So
we know that there are jurors who don't even understand reasonable doubt. Do we really expect 12 people in a box to understand the dynamics of childhood SA and grooming, and the dynamics of that power imbalance in a relationship when a grown adult is grooming a child? I mean, I don't think that maybe people who watch a lot of true crime understand what it is, or unfortunately people who have been a survivor of SA or childhood SA would understand it, but I don't think the average layperson in Arkansas or anywhere would understand the dynamics of it.
Yeah, I agree completely.
I think it's much more likely now than it has been because there's just so much out there unless you're living in a mud hut. And maybe some people down there are. I don't know.
But we're in the business, right?
Yeah. Well, I get that. But I still think you can't pick up a newspaper or listen to a headline without the Epstein factor being shoved in your face. So I just think I would evaluate it. I think it's, a trial is a living, breathing thing. And I would evaluate it, and if I felt like the way it was going, we got to get the expert in here. Let's do it. And obviously the expert is key. Got to be likable, can't be boring. Got to be somebody that the jury can engage with, which is true of any expert. I like to have some options.
And Mel, we're going to have Judge Carol Erskine on later to talk about the re-traumatizing effect on the family and the children. And I wonder if that's something you have some firsthand experience with in your cases, because I'm assuming in these, I don't know if they settled or went to trial. Did you?
They all settled. They never went to trial. They never had to, thank God. I mean, but it took the law in New York to be changed for them to eventually settle something like 20 years later. Like that's how long it took.
Wow.
Because of the Child Victims Act finally passed because New York statute of limitations was not friendly to the victims in these cases. But the fact, first of all, let's just talk about Aaron Spencer's daughter and Heather Spencer's daughter. The fact that she did disclose at such a young age is, first of all, so unusual. So many people live with this secret forever because there's so much shame and guilt involved that thank God that she did disclose and that it came out. But, another big problem with this case is that Fossler, who was charged with 47 felonies against this particular girl, was let out on what, $5,000 cash?
Yep.
Ridiculous.
What are we doing?
It's crazy. What is Elmore doing?
In another case, there was another case of a kid who was 19 who raped a very young child. Same thing. I can't remember if it was her or not, but it was in that same county of Lonoke. Let him out on $2,500, $5,000. He went to another county, raped another child, and now that county in Arkansas is holding him on $500,000, and he won't see the light of day. But I mean, but for the fact that he was let out on bail, her damages, her injuries would have been minimized because he never would have been able to continue raping her for another however long it was.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, did I say on this
months?
stream?
I forget when he was finally arrested.
Did I say while you two were on that one of the things that the real victim, the child, told police after the shooting was that she was still in physical pain from him abusing her that very evening?
Yeah, and one of the things that bugs me in this case, and I want you guys both to talk about it, is that there's a distinction between the vigilantism and what happened here. And the timing is everything, right? Because this isn't a situation wherein this guy got out on bond and Aaron Spencer went to go find him immediately saying, well, I gave the system a shot and they let my family down. This predator's out on the streets again within 2 days of him being arrested. 3 months goes by, so can you guys kind of address that aspect of it? Because I really want to drive home the point, because I still see it in the cesspool known as X, that there's people out there that are like, wow, this is vigilantism, but we're willing to forgive it because of the circumstances.
Well, let me give you my take on that. And as I've looked at that, I'm not in it as deeply as you guys have been. So maybe I have more of a fresh juror look at it. And I'm breaking down what happened that night, right? And I get to the point of the chase, and I'm okay with that. I get to the point of the pit maneuver, for lack of a better description, and I'm okay with that. Yep. At a certain point, a juror could find that that's where it should have ended, that's it. The guy's been disabled physically, and any danger to my daughter has been eliminated to that degree at that point. That's where it ends. And a juror could find that next step to killing him is too much and hold that against him.
Well, one of the other things that has come out in the pleadings is that at least the defense's position is that he came out of the vehicle aggressively coming towards him with something in his hand. And
that's what I've read. But how believable is that going to be? Is that just convenient? I don't know. That's a big question for me. That's where the decision is made.
It'd be so great. If we had dash cam footage.
Oh,
Right.
Michael, you know
Oh,
about
yeah.
so
that?
great.
That is our next. We're coming out.
Lost
Let me
it.
just say this, and then we're going to pick up right where Melanie's at. Is that one of the other things that the child victim told police right after this event is that as Fossler was getting out of the vehicle, he was looking for his gun, and he was checking the camera because he was scared of her father, the camera that pointed to the back. So picking up on the camera, we had talked about it right before we brought you guys on, the pending motion to dismiss for the disappearance, the magical disappearance of the video from that vehicle. Melanie, what do you think about that, and what do you think about the likelihoods of this motion?
I haven't read the papers. That's the one that just dropped yesterday. I haven't read the papers yet, but I will say that I feel like justifiable homicide is an excellent defense here, because he was in the commission of another felony. He was in the commission of kidnapping Spencer's daughter, and he had also raped her that night and SA'd her that night. So if this guy's in the commission of another felony involving his daughter, aren't his actions in defense of her? And because Fossler's dead, and there's no dash cam footage that mysteriously disappeared, you've got Spencer's testimony and you've got his daughter's testimony. And I'll bet you that there's a lot that we still don't know about what Fossler was doing. And, you know, it seems clear to me that Spencer was protecting his daughter. But again, it's going to depend on how the facts shake out at trial.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of degree. There's no doubt he was protecting her. But at some point, was that protection no longer necessary? And certainly was deadly force no longer necessary? I don't know. I want to see the case play out, but I could certainly see a jury saying, I get it, Dad. You got to stop this guy. You did stop this guy. And then maybe any threat was aimed at you. You're no longer defending your daughter. Now you're defending yourself, which may be kind of a dual defense that he's got. But those moments are going to decide the case in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. And here, I want to pull up, because it's an interesting argument in terms of the defense of others. And I'm going to pull up the statute real quick, just so we can kind of look at it. And because I want to talk about it, we have a lot of lawyers coming on today, but we have a lot of non-lawyers. So I really want to take advantage of the fact that we've got two lawyers on right now. So as far as the statute goes, hold on while I pull it up.
I also feel like she was not going to make it home alive that night, in my opinion. She was the only witness against this guy in his upcoming trial. His trial, I think, was like December 4th. I don't know why that sticks out of my brain. And she was the only witness against him. I don't really think she was going to make it home alive that night.
I don't either.
I
don't
agree.
either.
I agree.
All right, so I've got it here.
And I think that it's what matters. All that matters is what was reasonable in his mind, and that was definitely a reasonable. Poor Michael's covered by
Michael's face is covered by a logo. Let me see. I'm going to pull this down. All right, everybody, screenshot the donate now QR code, because I'm going to pull the banner off, or the graphic, the overlay off for a second, so Michael's not covered.
That's all right. Don't worry.
So this is Arkansas's, this is their code here. All right. So it's 5-2606. So use of physical force in defense of a person is justified in using physical force to defend himself or herself or a third person from what they reasonably believe. Okay. That's the key language here. To be the use of imminent to be the use or imminent use of unlawful physical force. So then you go here.
And wait, before you get to that one, that justifies even the car being forced off of the road. I don't know, like the state's going to be relying on that at all, but that's the first part of this. So, because there's a part with defense of others or defense of yourself, where you can't be the aggressor when you think of it for defense of self. And I think he's not the aggressor because of that statute that you just read, as far as forcing that car off the road from the jump. But go ahead. Sorry, babe.
So then you have to shift over to the use of deadly physical force. So it's justified when a person reasonably believes the other person is, one, committing or about to commit a felony involving force or violence, two, using or about to use unlawful deadly physical force, or three, imminently endangering a person's life. So the threat must be imminent, judged on the danger reasonably perceived. So the question really does turn on those two words, reasonably believes. So in this situation, and you can't forget that Spencer, there was a 6-mile chase that took place. Okay. And Fossler drives by the Spencer's home. Like, so he's got Spencer behind him. He flies by the Spencer's house. Who knows if Aaron Spencer doesn't know how to do a pit maneuver, this guy could have been driving forever. And it's to Melanie's point. She's the only witness in his case with these 40 plus counts. In my mind, is it reasonable for a person to believe that either my child is not alive or that she's not going to be alive if I don't handle this guy right now? And when he gets out of the car aggressively, I mean, to me, you know, and you have to think about the moment, and it only applies to what Aaron Spencer knew leading up to that time, you know, so which is where it gets really interesting in this case, because months had passed since the outcry, you know, and I have to believe that Aaron Spencer did an awful lot of digging into Michael Fossler, you know, and anybody that kind of did any kind of even superficial digging into Michael Fossler saw that he was in Indiana for a bunch of years. And, you know, I know, Mel, you had a person who had made an outcry when he kind of got outed that came onto your show. And I think we had heard from the same gal, but I started hearing from a lot of people that there were multiple people that said that this was obviously not the first time this 60-plus-year-old man had done this to somebody much younger than him. So I'm guessing that Aaron knows all that, on top of the fact that he knows that this guy had done this to his daughter. So that's where his mind's at in that time, you know? So taking into consideration, I mean, how are you making this argument if you're Spencer's attorney?
He's in violation of a restraining order. That's a crime right there.
Yep.
Right? It doesn't say felony. Does it say felony or crime, the statute? I think it just said crime.
Well, I think
in
there
the
was
commission of a crime.
order. Yeah, stay away. So it says committing or about to commit a felony involving force or violence.
And then there was two other portions of
that
the
was just
statute,
the
right?
regular
And I didn't know
force.
if it was an and or an or, because there was no and or in there. I think it could have been a choice of any of the things, right?
So we've gotta
Yeah,
be
I think
looking
it's
at
an
the
or.
use of deadly force one, the second one. Committing
Yeah.
or about to commit a felony involving force or violence,
I mean-
using or about to use unlawful deadly force. And yeah, I think that's an or imminently endangering a person's life.
I think there's a lot of arguments here. One of them being he was committing a felony involving force because Aaron Spencer would never think that his daughter would willingly leave the house alone. So Aaron Spencer must have thought, right, that this guy forced her out of the house. He's kidnapping her. That there's a kidnapping.
And that's, Melanie, where my
Idea.
whole thing is about why have a mini trial of whether she left on her own or not when it doesn't fucking matter.
Because
Only
they're going to say it was
matters
consent.
if it was reasonable for him to think
Yeah.
that she did not go willingly. That's all that matters. So that is where my concern is with making a mini trial about whether she really left or not, because it shouldn't matter.
Well, the counter argument, the prosecution's going to say she did leave on her own. She was willingly, because look at all these text messages. She was in love with him. Let's say, I'm not sure what they say, or she had a relationship with him and he was like, let's go get ice cream. And she snuck out her window.
I know,
So
but
you
again,
Don't you
what-
have to? Because they're going to let that in.
right. But what you just said there is all that matters is it was reasonable for her father to think she did not go willingly.
Mhm.
And that is all that really matters. But again, I wish there was some sort of pretrial motion in Lemonade to say it is not being admitted into evidence how she left that house, because legally it really doesn't matter. But I don't know, maybe the defense is of the mindset that even if the court were to exclude that, I want in the grooming, so I don't want to ask for that. And maybe the lawyers have their own reasoning, but to me, I would have filed that motion already, and I would be happy if it was admitted so that we could just hammer home all that matters is, was it reasonable for him to think his daughter didn't leave willingly?
Mhm.
And I think that's all fine. I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. I really think, and I don't want to come off like I'm the prosecutor here, because I'm a father. I've got a daughter. If I were in those shoes, who knows what the hell I would do. But there is a point at which he's done his job, and that is he's neutralized the immediate threat to his daughter. Now, if they can convince the jury that he had to then transition to preventing physical threat to himself, and therefore he had to shoot, I think that works. But I think if you're going to rely on defending the daughter, defending the daughter, defending the daughter, all the way to the point where the truck's disabled and the driver is coming out of the vehicle. I think it's a bad argument.
Well, just to be clear, they're employing both self-defense and defense of others.
Well, that to me makes sense if you divide the defense there. Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. But I don't think you can rely on just everything he did from the morning the moment he woke up that morning to the moment he fired the gun was all in defense of his daughter. I don't think it works. Yeah,
see, here my counter argument to you would be this is a guy who clearly did not give a shit. Like you're talking about an absolute disregard for the law. He's got 40 plus cases pending. He's got an absolute in-stone stay away order from this family, and he starts regrooming her. I mean, this guy did not care. Like you know that in terms of what is reasonable for you to believe. If you are Aaron Spencer and you think that there's any way that this guy could get the upper hand on you, whether he shoots you, whether he's got some kind of weapon in his hand, when he's getting out of the truck and his daughter's staying in the truck, that's a key factor. Like, why isn't the daughter getting out of the truck at that point when the father has got the truck stopped on this driveway? Why isn't she jumping out? And again, you can't be in the mind of that child at that point. The only mindset that matters when you're evaluating this is Aaron Spencer's. If it's me, I'm wondering, why the hell isn't my kid getting out of the car? I don't know if I can see her. These are all facts that'll come out at trial. I don't know if she's slumped down in the seat. I don't know if she's alive or dead. I don't know those facts yet.
Mm-hmm. Or she's being at gunpoint. Right.
I mean, like, who knows? But when he gets out of the car, that has to be your mindset. Like, I'm driving for 6 miles chasing this guy and he's refusing to pull over. That's part of the evaluation. This is a guy who just doesn't care at all about whatever's going to happen to him after the fact. This seems very much to me to be a guy who's got nothing to lose in his mind. I'm talking about Fossler. So, I mean, to me, I believe with my whole heart that what happened that night was reasonable within the set of circumstances when you look at everything. And I'm only taking into consideration what Aaron Spencer knew leading into that moment in time. And, I mean, but that's where this case is going to lie. I mean, that's why I think it's so important, because my thing is I've always started the clock in terms of when I'm evaluating what happened that night, not when she left the house, whether it was on her own accord or whether he snuck in there or went up to her window or whatever. To me, it starts when Aaron Spencer lays eyes on that truck with his daughter in the front with Fossler. That's when the clock starts to run. And from there forward for the next 6 miles to whenever Fossler gets out of the car, like, that's what I'm arguing to the jury, that's when the clock starts. Forget about how she got out. Because to what Ali's always saying, and you're saying, Michael, like that battle, like, are we going to turn this into she was in love with him, she was in a relationship with him, and then you have to bring in the groomer because the grooming expert, because you need to explain to the jury, all right, whatever that child was feeling, it wasn't on her own accord. She had been like overrun by this guy in terms of his insidious grooming with her. So I just think, I mean, it's where it's really going to end up. The entire trial is going to kind of fall in that narrow issue. And it's scary. It's scary for the Spencer family. It's why I'm doing this live. That's why we've been supporting him, because just from my perspective, and it's like you said, Michael, I don't know what I do. I'd like to think that I would do the exact same thing Aaron did that night, but I don't know if I had the balls to do it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I can never know what I do in a situation unless I'm actually in it.
I feel like in that situation, you would do it. But to Michael's point, I think if we didn't have at least the facts, because look, just the way we all think, I think the jurors are going to be coming in leaning towards this dad protected his daughter and he did what I should have done. Mm-hmm. So as soon as they're even given any evidence that the victim says the guy was looking for a gun to get out, and again, I'm calling the victim the child, and Spencer is saying he came out aggressively, charging towards me, screaming with something in his hand, that gets you to both continuing defense of self, and also if he's going to use that weapon a potential weapon on me or my child, like both of us are going at this point.
Where did that come out that the daughter said that he was looking for a gun? I didn't see
In
that.
the very most recent.
Oh, yesterday's papers that I didn't read.
Yep.
See, that's
Yes.
new information.
But I know that the other spoliation motion has been out there. It's the one that the judge initially, Judge Elmore, denied. So
Denied all
you
the
know,
motions.
we saw a similar motion in Karen Reed. You know, like, well, how come there's all these missing time frames from the Sallyport video?
Mhm.
And, you know, where is this that just disappearing evidence? And we've seen that go absolutely nowhere. Bob's hope is, A, what prompted them to remove Elmore in the first place. 2, all of the community and just all of the general knowledge that the community is like, what the hell's going on here? And I think 3, like, just the common sense of what most of us think is, this doesn't seem like a case that should be getting charged when the father is initially protecting the daughter, you know, to Michael's point, that maybe all of those factors with his, and I wonder, is he being a little too naive, but kind of hoping that maybe they'll actually get some relief from this. The relief requested, dismiss the case, all of the procedural errors, the way it wasn't in a report, it's all shady. They turned off their cameras. They didn't follow procedure. Or B, at least to get an adverse inference instruction where the jury is told this evidence was in the hands of the state, it disappeared, and you are free to assume that it would have been helpful to the defendant. Do you have what's your position on the motion, and what's your thoughts on how it might come out? Knowing you haven't read the newest version, though.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's been, how often is a motion to dismiss ever granted? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think a spoliation charge is a must. But I also am wondering what you think. Do you think this is better suited for a bench trial? Because I think Lonoke County is a very small county, right? I mean, if they've elected Sheriff Staley to be the sheriff there, despite all of the shenanigans, I don't know if you've gotten into the deep dive on him and all of the lawsuits that were filed against him and the female prisoners who were being abused by the corrections officer inside the prison. I mean, this county's got a longstanding history of corruption. So I don't know the answer to that.
I would say that I want a jury trial because just in case, you do need some aspect of nullification for anyone who's confused. Because again, Bob and I think this was justifiable homicide, but you get one person like Michael who's like, well, was it eliminated?
Yeah.
Then you need the possibility of nullification.
Don't pin that on me. I'm not saying.
I think it's a great argument.
I'm just saying. I think jurors will be thinking along those lines.
Some jurors, right?
Yeah.
100%. So, and to that point, Michael, one of our delightful mods, DB, posted this. He says, poor Michael Bryant just wanted to examine the facts of the case.
No.
He wasn't having it, LOL, or Bob wasn't having it. So I do want you to be able to examine the facts of the case. So what, like in terms of what would be a fact that would be helpful to you to kind of land the other way?
Well,
I'm not saying that you're one way or the other.
Don't forget, he's speaking from the possible juror perspective.
I understand.
Right. Somebody that's just taking it all in.
Yep.
You know, what do I need to know that helps get me to the defense? I would have to know what was in his hand when he left that vehicle. Was it a knife? Was it a gun? Was it a map? Was it a,
does it matter at night though?
Was it?
Michael?
Well, again, it does if it goes to the reasonable perception by Mr. Spencer, right? I mean, if it's a box of Tic Tacs, is that going to be mistaken for a gun?
No.
Is it, that's all going to be up to the perception of him. If a reasonable person would think that is a weapon, that's great. Then he is, and I still think then the argument is he's defending himself. I think I kind of analogize some of this, to the degree that I think you guys want to go to the DV situation where the wife kills the husband while he's sleeping because she knows there's no other way she's going to get out of this scenario, and I'm preventing my future harm. I think that's sort of where you have to take your mind if you give Spencer a pass for everything done that night. Everything done, because the goal was to stop the threat, whether it's at this moment or a week from now or tomorrow morning. I'm stopping that threat. I'm ending it.
Yeah.
And I don't know that everybody will buy that. So that's why I like the split defense of the daughter to the point where he's confronting what's the guy's name again?
Michael Foster.
Fossler. When that confrontation takes place, then I think that's the focus. And I'm going to try and pursue self-defense on that level.
Right. And then Mel, tell us a little bit more about the sheriff and the corruption, because I think people would love to hear more about that background.
I can't remember who did. Somebody did like a huge expose into this. I don't remember who it was. You guys in the chat probably know. Was it Nate Eaton or someone similar? Brian Enton maybe did a whole expose into this where he was interviewing women who had been incarcerated in Lonoke County. And there were a number of corrections. There's been civil suits too. I've been over some of the civil suits where the women in the prison were being, SA'd and raped by the corrections officer and still corrections officers, I think, Brian Enton, right? And there were other things. Was it, or now, because I may be confusing it with the Kentucky case, but I did go over some civil cases and there was a lot of corruption going on in Lonoke County, but I may be conflating it right now with the Kentucky judge. So I'm not quite sure. So I don't want to misspeak on it, but there was stuff going on in Lonoke County for sure in the jail.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fact, and the fact of the matter is that Aaron Spencer ran for sheriff for a reason, which is another factor that you kind of can't ignore in this case. I mean, he's sitting there charged and he makes the decision, which if you ask his lawyer, Aaron, she'll tell you, I didn't love it, but I support it, because it makes things a lot more difficult in terms of everything. Because obviously he's becoming a public figure. He's running for a public office. He's going to be out there talking. You're worried about all those things as a defense attorney in terms of your client kind of exposing themselves to the public, and, all the words being said are going to be parsed during that time frame. But, he ends up winning the primary in a landslide. The general election is going to be in November. But, part and parcel with that is that the Spencer family has gone to great lengths to start kind of outing this old boy network that seems to exist in Lonoke in terms of a long-standing corruption that's been going on in that county. Because I'm going to drag you guys, and I know, Mel, you didn't get to read the papers in terms of what was filed recently, but this motion to dismiss thing is legitimate. And like you said, Mel, like 99% of the time, it's the most drastic measure a judge can take. It's not going to be granted. But I think that there's the potential, because of kind of the perfect storm of public sentiment, and you got all the eyes of the nation and especially of Arkansas on this case, including people in higher positions in political office that are looking at it and they're like, wow, this is the case that we're keeping an eye on. But that motion to dismiss, Michael, is based on the fact that the dashboard cam was there on Fossler's dash, and that the thing was never entered into evidence until 14 months later. There's no chain of custody. The cop who ends up seeing it had instructed the other cops on the scene to turn off their body-worn cams. This thing doesn't get sent to the AG's office along with all the other digital evidence. And I pulled it up and I got the exact dates because Allie and I were bickering about it. So when the dash cam was finally logged, so just so you know, the date of the crime was October 8th of 2024. So the dash camera that was on Fossler's dash was finally logged into evidence on October 16th, 2025. So that's over a year after its discovery. The log was made to look as though the dash cam was sent to the AG's office on October 14th, 2024. So days after, consistent with the other digital evidence gathered on October 8th of 2024, which is the date of the crime or the alleged crime, when it was really held by McCain until November 14th of 2024. So I've thrown a few dates at you there.
Why is so much of this stuff becoming common in various places? It's just frightening, Yeah. And so here's my prediction on the motion to dismiss. Denied. You can just argue the weight of the evidence, bring that up at trial, cross-examination, knock yourself out. Maybe I'm just being cynical, but that's the way I think it's going to go. I haven't thought in the guy running for sheriff, isn't that sort of a straw poll of your potential jurors? If this guy can win an overwhelmingly sheriff's race when everybody knows what he did, seems to me that's a pretty good straw poll.
100%.
Yep.
But like I was saying on our last panel,
has the state moved to? Did the state move to change venue?
Your mic's too high.
Oh,
Crank it down a bit. screaming.
I wish I could say that to my wife, just in general.
Yeah, our marital banter is part of the whole shtick over here, brother.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I think it is, but this case is kind of turned on its head, where I think if you were to poll a vast majority of the community, they'd be like, yeah, there's no way Aaron Spencer should be convicted, and there's no way I would find him guilty. But this case is different, where I don't think that the Spencer family or his lawyers are going to consider a mistrial to be a win. You know, like this.
Yeah, nobody wants to do this again. I mean, and look, can we just shout out Aaron Casanelli, because his attorney, Aaron Casanelli, I was so impressed with her. We watched the her Supreme Court arguments when she went to the Supreme Court to argue that the gag order that Elmore placed on this case, like right away, was unconstitutional, and she's fire. So you
She's
can
awesome.
bet. Look, I hope they allow cameras in the courtroom for this, and because there's a new judge, maybe there's a chance they might. Are you guys going down there for the trial?
Yeah, we're going down. It sounds like they're not. I mean, the judge, so Elmore was originally not going to allow anything, like even an overflow room. So, like, from what I've heard thus far is that they're not going to be allowing a pool camera in there to stream it. That could change. I'm hoping that what they'll do is that they'll start putting a lot of heat on them, and that, you know, this judge, who is obviously far more reasonable, which, you know, Elmore was a very, very low bar in terms of reasonable judges. But like, I'm hoping this judge will think better of it, because I think that if the judge is paying attention to kind of the outside world, this is a situation wherein, you know, we need the transparency. It's a case that deserves to be seen by everybody. I mean, Ali and I are going to do our best to be able to, neither of us are Andrea Burkhart, who can somehow like robotically be able to write down every word that's said. It's incredible.
Does she know shorthand? Like, how does she even do that?
I know, it was like
wild
full notes. Like Andrea was sitting right behind me, and I'm like, I'd constantly be turning around. I'm like, Andrea, I'm like 3 questions behind. What was the answer on the last question? And she had it was really incredible, because I'm just not a fast writer. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Michael. You know, that's the reality. Just being, and it's not even a pessimist, or it's just being a realist. You know, I mean, like, it is absolutely the most drastic measure. Again, kind of like taking into consideration that thing that you were talking about, the fact that he won handily in the primary. And he has, you know, he's got congressmen writing letters on his behalf. I mean, like, if you're to take the public sentiment for what it's worth, if you're the judge, if there ever were a case where mysteriously the most important piece of evidence is lost somehow without explanation, and we know how hard it is to show bad faith if they get to that point in the evaluation, if they have to show that it was done purposefully or with ill intent in order to hide exculpatory evidence. You know, I think this would be the case where we might see it happen. But you know, very, very long odds.
This is going to be a great topic to explore with David Yannetti when we have him on in next hour. So not this coming hour, the hour after that.
Oh,
except to Michael's point, the argument is going to be by the state that this would not have been exculpatory. It could have been inculpatory. It could have shown that Michael Fossler was not armed, that he just like came out with his hands up, and Aaron Spencer pumped him full of lead. Like, it could have shown that too, right? Like, we're assuming that it's exculpatory because we feel that it was justified. But from Michael's point of view, maybe it could have shown that Aaron Spencer is 100% guilty. So,
right, which was the exact issue.
That's why I don't think it's going to be dismissed.
The judge trying to pull in Karen Reed. But what Bob and I did talk about is there is some things that are inherently exculpatory. The fact that his daughter was actually in that vehicle at the time. Even just that fact is something that is exculpatory in nature. You know, so because I was saying the same thing you're saying now, Mel, yesterday. And then I was like, well, you've got like that fact. And I'm sure there's some others along those lines, like the fact that he was there honking and flashing his lights, although that depends on whose version of events you believe as well. But and the daughter said he was looking for a gun. So the fact that if she said and he pulled it out or whatever the case may be, that fact as well. So I feel like there's some things that they can get to that no matter what version of events you believe, just that fact alone is exculpatory.
And I think, go ahead, Mel.
Which is why I think the judge is going to say it's a question for the jury.
Yeah.
It's a question for the jury. Like, I'm not here to decide the facts. I'm here to decide the law. And it can go to the weight, go to the weight of the evidence. And the jury's going to have to determine whether, and curative instruction in jury instructions is what I think he's going to land on.
That they at least get. I mean, having an adverse.
Oh, yeah. I think that's
a
given,
deal.
right? I think so.
I mean, they don't
Wasn't
have.
with Elmore.
Well, and plus they don't have model instruction down there or spoliation.
They don't?
No, they don't. Not for criminal.
Because it never happens. They never.
Right.
use
So
it
Aaron,
as evidence. Wow.
Yeah, Casanelli had to draft up two proposed instructions, which we didn't get to see. And I think, Mel, when you get to, and I know that you'll be reading the most recent papers, she puts together, and I think Aaron wrote this particular brief, but she puts together a pretty good argument in terms of if the set of circumstances that existed in this case, in terms of, we know McCain, the cop who pulled the dash cam and put it in his drawer and claims to have watched it, he was lying about what he saw. It's undisputed. The state didn't dispute it at the hearing when the defense put their expert on, where he's saying, I watched 4 15-minute videos. And the fact is that particular model only makes 1, 2, 3, or 5-minute videos. A 15-minute video cannot exist. And to the point where it could have been inculpatory, the question then becomes, well, you have to think that they wouldn't have lost it. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's an interesting legal argument for sure. I mean, pragmatically speaking, I obviously can't argue with either of you in terms of what typically happens in these situations, but I think that there's some wiggle room here.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely a negative inference to be drawn from, whoops, we lost it, couldn't find it in time, forgot to turn it over. You know, I hate to see that kind of malfeasance rewarded. You know, we keep seeing that happen time and time again. I just don't think an motion to dismiss it's going to be the remedy that they're going to receive.
Right.
On the gun issue you mentioned, Ali, and this made me think about the reasonable thought of the shooter. It's not going to matter that she saw him fumbling for a gun, right?
But it does corroborate his
concern. But does that in and of itself give him reasonable belief that it was a gun? No, because you can't impute that knowledge to him.
Right.
But a juror might go, well, since she said he was looking for a gun and Dad thought he might have a gun, it makes sense, even though they're totally disconnected thoughts.
Right.
Yeah.
And I knew it while I was saying it, that one doesn't actually relate to the other, because it goes to the flip side of exactly what I was saying. But I thought, well, it corroborates that he had something in his hand. So
I like the story. I'm not on the jury, but I like that story. It helps me, feel better about what happened.
Well, it'd be interesting to find out if they actually found a weapon in his vehicle.
Right.
At all. Because
or by the scene.
You almost need that to corroborate the daughter's version of events.
You only need something to have been in his hand.
Would know, but Foster would know if he had a gun.
Not TikToks.
You know what I'm saying? Like, in terms of, like, Foster would know if he had a piece somewhere in his car. You're not randomly searching for a weapon. Like, oh, I wonder if I have a gun in here. If he's looking for it, you would think that he understood that he had it, and he was trying to figure out where it was in the vehicle. So I don't know. It's all gonna play out at trial, I suppose. But it's gonna be.
Mel, give us your closing thoughts. Say hello to all your cupcakes.
Hi, cupcakes.
Remind people where they can find you.
You remember, every dollar helps. Every dollar counts. A $5 Starbucks drink, if you can forego that one day and just donate $5. Very good legal representation is very, very expensive. And so every dollar helps. This is a fight for justice, and this is a fight for not only the Spencer family, but like the whole state of Arkansas. What are they doing over there? Massachusetts was like, hey, meet Arkansas, right? I just wanted to correct one thing that you said. The alleged victim of Foster from the 80s was not on my channel. She was on another TikToker's channel, and that TikToker allowed me to play her interview. So just to straighten that out, so people don't I have not wrote a book, but you know who did? Becky Hill, and I have a copy of it.
Is that autographed?
I haven't even read it.
Is that an autograph?
Now it's
copy?
worth like $1,000, and I bought it on Amazon for
No.
$9 because I knew when they said they were pulling that book off of Amazon. I'm
hey,
like,
why did you send me the text, Mel. Buy the book.
You're speculating in book futures. That's very bizarre.
I mean, you got to do it because, liars.
I love that.
Let's just free Aaron Spencer because we've done it before. We can do it again. Public, let everyone know about it because more people need to know about this case. And the more injustice that we can expose and corruption that we can expose, I think the better.
And
Hear,
so
hear.
I know that the Spencer family is very grateful for you. You had crazy weekend things going on, and you found the time to do this. So we appreciate it.
Important.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
it's important.
we love you.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Mel.
All right, Michael, what do you got?
Well, Justice Served TV most evenings at 6. Join us if you get a chance. Linda Kenny Bodden, of course, my co-host. And I didn't know a lot about this case till you mentioned it. I'd heard bits and pieces, but it's a case people should know about, and to understand what has happened up to this point, and the fact that just you guys driving down there once, right? Weren't you driving down there when they pulled the plug on the thing?
Yeah,
having hit the road myself a few times,
was impending.
Oh God, that is A for dedication and an F for luck. But people are lucky to have you guys down there. The Spencer family is lucky for the support you guys bring. So donate, folks, what you can. And if they need that, grooming expert. You want to be in the position where you can afford it, right?
Yeah.
So, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for letting me take part.
We love you. We love you, Michael. And tell everybody where they can find Justice Served. So
YouTube Overlords. 6 o'clock most nights Eastern time.
Yes.
Right.
And
Thanks
it's
again.
a great channel. And Michael, I had heard through the grapevine that I ran afoul of you guys and went live. I would never intentionally go live when you guys are going live.
We don't pay attention to who's doing it.
Dude, I am all over
somebody said something about that, what are they doing over there?
I would never intentionally. I adore you and Linda, and I would never intentionally step on your toes.
It's a large universe, and
there's space for us all.
Yes,
100%.
All right, and we are up to 5,970 by the second hour.
You guys are doing great.
You guys are amazing.
Okay, guys, good luck with everything. Get your Monster or Celsius or whatever you need handy. You're ready to roll.
Thanks,
All right,
brother.
thanks,
Thanks for your time. Have a great weekend.
All right, so introduce our next guests.
All right, I'm super excited about this. I've been waiting to hang out with these two fantastic women for a long time. We keep threatening to be on each other's shows, and now it's all coming together, and the dream has come true. So let me bring them on. We got Rebecca and Mel. What's up, ladies?
Hello. I just have to turn off my body worn camera before we start this.
Before you look at the dashboard cam.
Yes, I have a take on that. It's them. It's what the cops did that they didn't want people to see. Right? That's why they lost the SD card.
We're here for it.
It's what the cops did at the scene. That's why they lost the SD card. It's not because it's inculpatory or exculpatory, but they did something. They did some sort of they said things.
Shit, right?
Unbelievable. Yeah. All right, so tell everybody where they can find Something's Off, and tell everybody about everything that y'all do before we jump in.
Rebecca, you go first. Sure. So Something's Off is a YouTube show. Mel and I started it in November, and it's kind of taking off, actually kind of really taking off now. We did a thing. I've been audio podcasting since 2014. I have a show called Crime Writers on which we review other true crime media. And I made a Patreon series with Mel called the Readathon about the Karen Reed case. She came on with me later. I was doing it with my husband, and then I kicked him off for her because she was so good at it. And after the second verdict, we were like, we want to keep making something. So we make Something's Off, and it is on YouTube. And yes, this commenter is right. I work in public radio by day, and I am freaking awesome at asking for and raising money. And I want to have us to have the highest power of this whole thing.
I love it. We're
going to raise some money.
Let's go.
Rebecca was actually my mentor. So I was a screenwriter and a filmmaker before. And then I had been working on the Pamela Smart case for a really long time and was getting ready to do a long form investigative podcast about it. And I had never done any podcasting. And so Rebecca helped me figure out the whole thing. And so I did a first season through Grab Bag Collab. And then Rebecca, I would text Rebecca and I would be like, what is going on with the Karen Reed case? I had no one to talk to about it. Everyone thought I was crazy in my family. And so I would just text Rebecca and I would be like, did you see what happened in testimony today? And then we would start talking about it. The readathon was a very popular show behind a paywall. And I kind of wish we'd come out from behind the paywall a little bit earlier, because I didn't realize how big the audience was for people who were talking about Karen Read and all the people that we could meet and talk to about it.
Yeah.
So, but we're here now, and we don't just talk about Karen Read on Something's Off. We actually talk about a lot of other cases. We talked about this case. I covered it on the In Between podcast. And then generally what we do is when one of us has a case we want to talk about, we bring it to the other one and we sort of give them the Cliff Notes version of it, and then we discuss. And so I brought the Aaron Spencer case to talk to Rebecca about it. It's probably been a couple of months now, but yeah, we had a great interaction with the audience, and Something's Off is doing pretty well. We're on YouTube, and we're getting hated on Twitter. So I guess
you're doing something right.
I love being hated on
something right.
Twitter. Bring it. Bring
What else
the
we
hate.
got here,
It's
babe?
such a mess.
I
Yeah,
actually had, when Mel first told me about this case, I had mixed feelings about it, and they have changed. I'm much more firmly on the side, especially hearing about the judge misconduct, the police, what I perceive to be misconduct. But, I think that, I just told my husband about it, and he was like, why did he shoot so many times? And like, that was the thing that I had questions about in the beginning. But, he's former military. That's a aspect of training. I understand that. But, there's this case, the on its face corruption, just from there's the judge alone. This judge was removed from the case, which is so rare. Can you talk about how rare that is? Like, that is rare. People always say, how can that judge be allowed to do that? I'm like, because judges run their own courtrooms, and a lot of them can do whatever they want, especially if they're not elected. I don't know if they elect judges in Arkansas or not.
And that's a perfect question, because one of our guests joining us is also a lawyer.
Yeah.
Baker, I know he's not a lawyer. He's a
baker.
baker.
He's a baker.
Baker's a lawyer? I was like,
wow.
oh shit, Baker's a lawyer?
No, he is.
No, I'm 27-year-old virgin out of Denmark, and like we are kind of becoming an item. We are the three lesbians who goes on shows and raises more money than anyone else, because
that's right.
That's what
I love
we
that
do.
I'm turning everybody in my sphere.
That's right. We're so super confused because of Mel, according to certain people on the internet.
Yeah.
So I'm a layman. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a helper judge or whatever. We're the jury system. That's what we do.
Oh, I think maybe that's what got me confused.
Yeah, and so for people that don't know, we've got Broken Baker here. Baker, tell us a little bit about your show.
Well, I started out covering Danish politics. Great market. You become an instant millionaire on YouTube on that one. And then a lawyer invited me on and said, "Hey, you want to talk about being a layman?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." And then he said, "Oh, you speak a kind of English. You should do this." And now I cover cases and I get hit on Twitter, so I made it. Can I make a little? I know we're here to raise money, but that's why we have Rebecca. I am 6 people away from not sleeping outside when I go to Tennessee. I need to be over 24,000 subscribers, and I am at 23,994.
All right, people, we've got 3,600 in chat. Let's go. Like I'm going to check in 5 minutes. If he's not over 24,000, I'm ending the stream.
Do Something's Off too while you're at it, please.
Yes, of course. Do Something's Off while you're at it.
We will be dropping both of the channels of our esteemed guests in chat for the entire time they're on here. Be good people. Go sub to them. They both have amazing content. Baker's hilarious. Mel and Rebecca are hilarious, and all of them are super smart, which for me matters. Yeah, that's
and while they're doing that, can they just do me a little favor again? Hit the like button, everyone, because it's YouTube. YouTube likes when you touch the like button. It likes when you chat a lot. If you just want to put in Bob looks handsome today or something, the more you interact, the higher we get in YouTube's algorithm. So the more eyes we can get on us.
True. You're not a very good lesbian, Baker.
Yeah.
You're not a very good lesbian, Baker.
No.
And the more money we can raise.
Hype the video, and then it will also be popular after the stream.
Yeah.
And then will raise more money, because as long as this link is in the description, like this money from this stream will still go to Aaron Spencer's fund. So
yes.
All right. So why don't you guys tell us what got you interested in this case and why you decided that you wanted to participate in this fundraiser? Rebecca, go for it.
I'm interested in this case because it's amazing to me that these charges happened, that they weren't slow walked, first of all, and that understanding juries, that they would think in any regard this could be a successful prosecution. I cannot imagine. And I was listening to your conversation earlier. I've been listening for a couple of hours. I listened to your conversation earlier about how the state essentially wants to put the daughter on trial for being a willing participant in this relationship, which we all know it was not, and how the previous judge obviously didn't let them have experts in and so forth. But that alone tells you that there's something rotten about this case, period. And whenever something is just like, even if I think somebody's guilty, but I think something's off with the process, I get interested in the case. Here I have a person who I think was justified in his actions, and there's something rotten in the process. And I think that's people really need to understand the rot more. It's why the Karen Reed case was so important, because it made a bunch of people who are completely unaware of these issues see them for the first time, stop trusting the police blindly, and so forth. And so this case is another one of those, and I'm all in. And plus, I wanted to do you guys a solid because I admire you so much.
And we are so appreciative too.
Yes. And Mel, what about you?
So I mean, I love cases like this. This is why I, did the In Between podcast. And that's why we named our channel Something's Off, because we love cases where there's just like something's tweaking at the back of my neck, like something's not right here. And I want to figure out what it is. I'm also really interested in the potential of like, is this vigilantism or is this justified? Because I'm not one of those people that believes we should be going out and just shooting somebody and taking the law into our own hands. But at the same time, if the law's not doing what they're supposed to be doing and you're trying to protect your child, there's a very big fine line there. And so to me, that was always really interesting. I also love that it's Arkansas. And I'm so interested to see what the jury, if it's a jury trial, what the jury's going to do there, because there, I would assume there's a pretty big population of Back of the Blue there, but there's also I can't imagine a parent on the jury not siding with Aaron Spencer. So it's very interesting to me, the dynamics and the duality of the entire situation. And also I'm not upset to see a pedophile dead, so
yeah, me either.
Exactly. All right, Broken.
Well, I got on it when they lifted the gag order, and again, I'm looking in on it. I know your system, but I'm a foreigner, and the gag order was so unconstitutional that, as I read it, the daughter couldn't get therapy because the entire family was put under such a strict gag order that when I read it, I said, "What's going on here?" And then I instantly said, "Oh, Father of the Year." The next 10 years, because I like that, and the jury might not like this, and I like that after making sure he had enough holes in him so he could sink, he just pistol whipped him a little bit, just to make sure that he understood the message. And like Mel, I think anyone who diddles a child should meet Lord Chippy feet first.
Yeah. And I want to talk about kind of that aspect of it, and I'm talking about what some might consider to be the overkill aspect of it, the number of shots fired, and then the pistol whipping, and it's important for me as a lawyer, because Allison was saying in our first panel, and I thought it was a really interesting observation. We tend to look at things through our lens. So it's always really fascinating for me to be able to have the opportunity to speak to, really intelligent people who I respect, to kind of like delve into that aspect. And it was interesting, Rebecca, when you first were talking about it, like how you the pendulum swung for you a bit. And then that fact that disturbed you the most was the number of shots fired. How do you guys kind of foresee that being an issue potentially for any juror that might land up in that box?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say most jurors are not me. Most jurors, I think, are of the mindset of, the data shows a lot of jurors believe that, somebody if they've been charged or guilty, right?
Yeah.
But the jury also, I think, jurors in the United States also very often, people in the United States have kind of like a revenge mindset. It's why the death penalty still exists in some places. It's why folks would say something like, child molesters deserve to be dead. I don't actually believe that everybody deserves to be dead without a fair due process. And I actually don't believe in the death penalty. That being said, this is a state of mind case. And I think it is about that specific thing. And I think the reason why that the jurors will find him not guilty is because they will be asked the question in closing, what would your state of mind be if you were in Aaron Spencer's situation?
Mhm.
And even me, the least violent, most process-oriented civil rights pusher in the world is like, I can't tell you what my state of mind would have been. I honestly can't tell you. And if I can't tell you, that's like a reasonable doubt proposition for me. So that's what's interesting to me about it. That's what kind of pushed me over the edge, sort of understanding that he did all the right things before this happened, pushed me over the edge. And then finding out about the missing SD card. I'm like, the cops did something. And even if, I'm going to tell you something, even if I thought he should be found guilty, which I don't, I think this process is so rotten that it shouldn't go to trial, period. So, I mean, there's like a couple of factors here for me.
I love that.
I'm not even sure he should have been charged. I mean, that's where I stand with it. I don't even think this case should have been brought in the first place. And then as far as the number of shots, I know that's the argument. That's the main argument is, overkill. But I think any parent that's sitting on the jury understands those shots. And I don't know if anyone saw the video that's come out in the past week of a mom. She was walking her 2 children under the age of 6 or 7 in a crosswalk. A cop sort of blows through the crosswalk and hits the 2 kids. And her first instinct, I find this very interesting. Her first instinct was she beat the car. She started pounding her fist on the car and went after him. And so a lot of people are like, why wasn't her first instinct to go take care of the children? And I think in that moment, she had that flash of, without even looking at her kids, you just murdered my kids. The kids were fine, actually, but she went after the driver. And I think it's a similar reaction here. I don't think that you can stop your finger from pulling that trigger when you know that if that guy had been able to cross that state line he was getting close to, that you would have never seen your child again, because she was the only witness against him.
Yep.
He wasn't going to let her live. And he knew that. Aaron Spencer knew that. So yeah.
I have a question about Arkansas. Is there a third-party self-defense law in Arkansas?
There is.
What's the statute say?
So here, I'll pull it up.
I'm sorry, man. It's like the nerdiest.
I love that you asked that question. That goes to your intelligence level that you asked that. It's one of the reasons why I really wanted to have you guys on. And Baker, you talk while I'm
the thing I get annoyed about in most cases is it's always too little or too much. What's enough bullets? That's when are you supposed to fire once, go over and check? No, he's not dead. I'm going to fire again. Oh, he pulls a gun on me. He can fire back. He's military trained. Any police officer, any military trained person will be told, you just go until it's down. I have 2 daughters. I have military training. Trust me, if I could have had a pew-pew in the same situation, I would probably have it go click, click before I stopped. Because imagine the mindset that you go into the room where your daughter, who had been badly abused by an a-hole, isn't there anymore. You call the cops, you go out, and you find them in a car together. His cortisol, adrenaline, everything is just spiking. And haven't been in not situations where I had to pull the trigger, but where I was maybe have to make that decision. You don't sit there and say, well, rationally, should I do this? Should I do that? No, you go. You just have, I need to fix this problem. I'll handle the rest later. So I can clearly put myself in that situation where if it had been one of my daughters, some of my friends would have gotten a phone call about a shovel and some limestone, because it's so dumb. We hear it in so many cases. He shot too much. What's enough? Is it 2 bullets? Is it 5 bullets? Is it a clip?
And, to that point, and I made this analogy, like on hour one. Like I keep comparing it to like, just take like your worst case scenario. All right. Because this goes to Rebecca, like your question initially. Well, but he shot so many times, and pretend that your like family is being tormented by not a supernatural person, but like, you know, a Jason scenario, but without like the supernatural side. So it's like this guy's murdered parts of your family. He's coming after you. You know, finally you get that gun in your hand and you would just boom, boom. Like, how could the number of times you shoot, it's not going to change the fact that you were defending yourself when you shot.
Right.
Yeah. If Aaron Spencer had been in his home and the guy came into his home, Aaron Spencer would have been justified in shooting him because he walked through the door.
Right. Even if he shot
what's
too
the
many
difference?
times.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
What's the difference? You know?
Exactly.
I heard earlier you were talking about something that I care a lot about, which is women being prosecuted for killing their abusers. There's a case in New York, Nikki Adamando, which is a particularly egregious case of this, where she had already been seeking treatment for abuse. The state knew she was being abused. She was in a county program, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then the prosecution against her after she did kill her husband was that she was not being abused. She had just been planning to kill him the whole time. And that was an overkill situation too. And I think that, you know, as much as I have a hard time imagining myself in the situation because I've never been in that situation. And I think that that's something that people tend to forget, is that you can't walk in somebody else's shoes and live their mindset. And it's interesting you talk about the sheriff thing, him running for sheriff. I can't believe he did that.
It's
I think
crazy.
And he won the
surprising.
primary.
He did in the general election, like resoundingly. And Rebecca, look, I drone on and on and on about that concept of people talking about what they would have done in that situation. And I'm like, you have no idea what you would have done in that situation until you are in that situation. You can't speculate. You know what I'm saying? And it's so true, because you cannot know what you would do. And I said it in the last hour. I'm like, I like to think, because I'm pretty protective of my people. Like, if anybody comes at my people with words, I'm at them. If they come at my people in person, I'm at. So I would like to think, and I have 3 daughters, you know, and I've made it a point in my life to raise my daughters to be badass women like their mother. And I think that we've succeeded on all counts. Like, they're not going to take any shit from any man ever. And, you know, and I want them to go out and rule the world. You know, that's my approach to it. And if somebody came at one of them and I knew about it, I have to think that I would have done the exact same thing that Aaron Spencer did. And I'm not a gun guy. You know, like Rebecca, I'm like you. I'm anti-death penalty.
We wouldn't have a gun to pull. You'd have to go like borrow.
Right.
Exactly. Can I please borrow your gun, please? Yeah, no, it's interesting. And I think that another thing that you talked about earlier was the daughters. You're talking about the grooming expert. And the thing that really stuck out to me is that the sort of lack of understanding of, this guy was like a zombie. This family knew he was going to keep coming back.
Yes.
And they knew he was especially dangerous because the daughter was likely to say yes for whatever reason, because she was groomed, because she was being lured, because she felt guilty about having spoken up earlier. He has a toolbox kit that most predators don't have. And he was going to use it, and he proved he was going to use it by pulling her out of the house that night. So how do you stop a zombie? A double tap, right? And so
a judge could have stopped that zombie. A judge should have known better and should never have let him walk out of that courthouse.
Nailed it.
Knowing what he did. And that judge could have stopped the zombie before a man and his wife were forced to stop this person that the justice system should have stopped first. And I just want to say the other hero in the story is the dog. Let's not forget about the dog.
100%.
Because that dog was like, oh shit, they just took my lady, and somebody better come in here and like do something about it. Somebody wake up. If the dog had,
are you saying they heard the dog?
Yes, the dog.
Yes.
Her parents heard the dog barking.
Chihuahua
Sitting next to her bed, a little chihuahua barking until they came in and they were like, what the hell is going on? And then they realized their kid was gone. And it was
Did you start just butt dialing people instead of?
Somebody on Twitter yesterday is like, can we start a fund for the Chihuahua? Because the Chihuahua
seriously,
really one of the heroes.
Let's not forget about the dog.
But to Mel's point, I just want to say, because look, we're defense attorneys. We're big on the, you're innocent until proven guilty and not keeping people too long in pretrial detention. Other things that could have been done, a bracelet. It is done.
Yeah,
a tracker is done for every, like, domestic bond. Anytime there is a
they
stay
put one
away.
on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Fitzsimmons. Perfect
And
example.
And it gets a parameter. And if he gets in that parameter, it dings. It alerts the family. It alerts the court. So, like, even if they wanted to let him out, the bail should have been higher to be commiserate with the offense. And like, A, you don't want to mess around. Offense is. And B, tracking him. Like, there is, like, what in God's name is going on? But I want to ask
house
you guys,
arrest, like house arrest,
even house arrest, right?
Something.
I want to ask you guys. Go ahead, Baker.
Yeah, but that's where we see so many cases where they can't put people behind bars fast enough, and then we see cases like this, or we see Kelsey Fitzsimmons, where it's total opposite. They couldn't put her in prison fast enough for nothing. He was a danger to no one. This guy, and I always mess it up. Is it 42 charges he had against him?
Like 46, I think.
Somewhere
47.
between
I think it's
40 and
47.
47.
Okay.
I think
Going
it's
with Mel.
Yeah,
somewhere in
but
there.
he had 40 charges against him, and they give him a $5,000 bail that he has to pay out of pocket. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, a danger to no one, goes to prison because she can't blow in a tube that has nothing to do with her crime. This guy who groomed, and we know Sandra Birdsmore, he was groomed in exactly the same way. These women don't understand that this person hurts them. You have to go
Girls. Not women, girls, Baker.
Sorry. Girls.
Important distinction.
Very important distinction. And you have to go and mind wipe them again to get them back in. Oh, it's not my fault. I don't have to do this with this guy, because they are mind fucked, to say it bluntly. They think they have to do it. They think, if I don't do it, I hurt my family, or I hurt someone. And you have to mind wipe them again to get them back to be normal. And this guy, $5,000.
Yeah.
$5,000.
Yep.
That's just insane, in my opinion.
It's insane.
Insane.
It's
All
insane.
right, so I want everyone to put on their speculation hat, because I had trouble getting the lawyers to do it.
Oh,
I
we'll
know
do that.
Rebecca's ready.
We'll do it in a second.
We're all ready. All right. So
I'm going to
let's
go
think-
run and get coffee. Do you want me to refill you?
I would love that.
Oh, that's why I love
Can you
this show
refill
so
me?
much.
Can you refill me too?
You
Yeah.
just did my favorite thing about your show, which is when you keep living your life during your show. Like, I watched one of your streams once, and Ali, you were super hungry, so you like ordered a pizza like while you guys were streaming, and then you turned off your camera, and I was like, this is the greatest channel.
You're
'cause they're
fucking
just
keeping it
living-
real over here.
We're lucky like that, because there's two of us. Like, I
Yes.
I was asking Bob today, I'm like, what did Ian Runkle do? Because I didn't watch the live. I think I
Or
put him on at
Melanie
some
Little.
point. Or Melanie Little, but she also do 24 hours? Because he did 24 hours.
No, I don't
So
know.
I'm like, and he's one person. How did he eat? What did he do when he was going to the bathroom? Because Bob's like, we need to figure out food. And of course, we did nothing until this morning.
Get a Stadium Pal just to put it
Right,
on your
right.
leg and just pee right down there. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. So back to speculation hats on.
Mhm.
So first of all, I think we all agree that it seemed unusual that they even charged him. All right. And first of all, initially charged first degree murder, which under any world, it's like, how did you get there? So that the fact that they even charged him, the fact that they charged so quickly, and then this whole missing card. And even if you go to what Rebecca, and I'd love you to expound on it when you're talking, but like that they were trying to hide something they said, then what the fuck is it that they said that they were talking about? Like,
I got it.
why is someone trying to protect a dead man? Because even if you think, well, because it's something you put out, like if they would have looked at him, where else would it go? Then you think, well, then isn't this a favor? Because now he's not being charged and they don't have to look into him. So speculation hat, what in the hell is going on that this is happening the way it's happening?
Yeah, I think that, and I really believe this. I don't, it could be as bad as evidence planting. It could be as bad as manipulating the scene. It's more likely something really freaking stupid where they were making child molester jokes or something, or they were sexualizing the kid in some way, or they were just behaving like the proctor of it all, right? And understanding that, oh, even if my boss sees this, I'm going to be in trouble, even in this like backward ass police department. It's very likely something like that. This happens all the time. I used to work on a podcast called Undisclosed that did solely wrongful convictions. And what police are like teenagers sometimes, where they're completely obsessed with, we have to hide the thing we did, whether it was planting a gun or saying something. And that's why the body cam thing is sometimes so controversial with cops, because they feel like they're being surveyed when they're making jokes while getting their coffee. But imagine if you're behaving poorly when you're at a scene where a girl has been essayed by a guy, you didn't show up on time, and now he's dead. And imagine behaving poorly at that scene. Like, that is a very bad scene to behave poorly at. And not that there's any good one, but I lean toward it was them. They turn off their cameras for a reason, and then they lost the SD card for a reason.
All right, but then why in the hell did they start with murder? Like, why are they pushing to charge what, like, everyone's initial instinct, at least at first, their initial thought should have been, they took his daughter. He had his daughter. This looks like defense. And only if something changes that theory are we going to arrest him. Like, why even, and starting with first degree murder.
Yeah. I think they're just, they're protecting their whole system there. They're protecting that judge. They're protecting they're embarrassed that he did their job for them. They're embarrassed. Like, the whole thing is embarrassment, protection of the thin blue line. And then, who knows if Fossler has any connections in the department. It's not a huge area. It's a small place. I used to live in Texas. Arkansas was right on the border. It's a small area. I don't want to say everybody has the same mindset, but, a good majority has the same mindset. And Rebecca's right. They probably didn't even realize that there was a camera running until they had done some stupid shit. Maybe they didn't
turned off their camera, so they must have done some stupid shit. And then they're like, "Oh,
yeah." And then they realized, "Oh shit, there's a camera that's been running this whole time." I'm interested in the camera because it would solve the whole thing. It would tell us exactly what happened. And so if the police don't want us to know exactly what happened, it's because they're embarrassed about something. It's because they don't.
Because they lied.
Yeah, because they lied. Why did it take them so long to get to the scene? Think about how long it takes to drive on back roads for 6 miles. Think about how long that takes. I know. I live 6 miles from DC. It takes me 45 minutes to get into the city sometimes. Think about on a back road. Sure, there's no traffic, but it's night, back road, 6 miles. Takes a while, to drive that. And the cops could have come out there much quicker than they did. And for it to have escalated into finally a pit maneuver, and then whatever happened outside of the truck, and then the guy got shot, and then the cops show up. What were they doing? What were they doing for that whole time? They should have been out there. So it's all their failures. It's probably some shit they said on camera. It's probably what we probably would have seen would have been the inner workings, like what Rebecca was saying with like the Proctor situation of them, we can speculate and, we all sit here and think, oh, just sprinkle a few taillight pieces. That will really, take the case home. What if they said something like that?
Yeah.
Put your thumb on, it's video of them putting their thumb on the scale. However, it makes them look best. And it might even be something so small.
It still begs the question, why the fuck do they want to put their thumbs on a scale for the predator? But
it is, I've seen all of this reporting about him being a former resource officer, a former sheriff, and I cannot get it confirmed how he worked with law enforcement. But if that story is true, that weird bond level that he got out on, the judge had something to do with the charges against him also, and that judge is a little wishy-washy. I don't know how much were in the stories about the favors given and stuff like that, but there's so many of these small little tidbits. When you put them together, it's kind of like going back to Massachusetts. It's the Thin Blue Line Club, and we cover up. And I just see the FOIA things that came out yesterday in Canton, where, oh, that person already knew about the case. We didn't hear that during the trial, and that person did this. It's constantly these little tidbits that comes out and just builds a picture of, can I say it? There's something rotten in Denmark. And it just seems like there's some. I don't like the Thin Blue Line Club. I really dislike it, and I dislike that, especially because the thing they say about the SD card, we put it in the same envelope and it disappeared. How?
Makes no sense. But
I think with the charge. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was trying to find someone's comment that put on the end that like the thin blue line should end with a predator. Like that's where it's like, oh,
but what? But we're seeing that it's not. We're seeing that it doesn't, though. I mean, we see that in our everyday life. We're seeing it with the Epstein files, like,
and the Birchmore
going on
case.
about. Yeah, we're just going on about our lives. I think it's there's an interesting like sort of juxtaposition between, you know, Karen Read and the Spencer case, because it literally comes down to what they are hiding from the public about how, like for instance, if Karen Read, they upcharged Karen Read and everyone expected her to plead out. They never expected it to go to trial. So it was a punishment. It was a punishment to upcharge her, as far as I see it anyway, in my opinion.
Or more pressure, or more pressure to plea out.
More pressure to plea out. So maybe they were doing the same thing with Aaron Spencer. Like, this guy's not going to go to trial. He doesn't want to do that to his family. He doesn't want to do that to his community, you know, and instead he was like, fuck you guys. I'm going to run for sheriff because you're not doing your job. Right. And so I think that the charges are an example of trying to scare somebody into pleading out.
Yep.
But also combined with the gag order. Have you ever seen a gag order that gross? Because you can the little tidbits, the very low bond, there may be connection to the Thin Blue Line, the low the gag order, and again, as I read it, the daughter couldn't get therapy. And if someone has been groomed, what they need is 1 billion tons of therapy.
Right.
But that judge said, nope, no one. And again, you are Mirandized and you have the right to remain silent. It's not you must remain silent. Why can't the accused could sit on national TV the same night and said, yeah, I just pew, 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 because that'll be shown in court.
Yeah.
How can you put a gag order on a defendant?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Keep going with it. Connect the dots then. What's going on?
Right.
Well, again, as I think all three of us is saying, there are the Thin Blue Line, the brothers in blue, we cover up for each other, and they have the good old boys club. And I think because everyone in Massachusetts said, well, it's because it's a blue state. That's a red state. Cops are cops no matter where you go.
Yes.
And they cover each other's asses.
Yes. Yeah. And institutions protect themselves. And cases like this are so important because it shows it. I mean, every time I see a case like this, I'm like, how many poor people, how many Black people, how many indigent people have been steamrolled by these same people? And now you have somebody who is fighting back, and it's opening the lid to Pandora's box. And now people are seeing it. And that's good for everybody. That's good for poor people. That's good for Black defendants. That's good for indigent people, because people blindly trust sometimes that if someone who isn't like them is arrested, that they are guilty. When they see somebody who reflects them, right or wrong, it's wrong. I mean, it should be like we see everybody's human beings. It's just not how humanity is. There are internal biases. There's tribalism. There's all that stuff. And when we see somebody who looks like us, who sounds like us, who we can relate to, it's very, very important because it opens that box and exposes the rat.
Hold on, babe. Let me jump in because I was gone for a minute. I'm sorry, but I don't want to forget it. That point that you just made, Ali and I were drumming home. I mean, we saw it from the inside, and it goes back to that thing where you're talking about the overcharge, where they have that hanging over somebody's head for a year. Steamrolling, and then what they do is they say, hey, you know what? That felony charge that was going to put your ass in for 3 years, we're going to knock it down to a misdemeanor. We're going to give you time served on the 60 days that you did, but we're going to get the conviction. And I'm talking about people that didn't do it.
Right.
Right.
Take that deal because of the fear of going in.
Yeah.
But to the other point that you made, Rebecca, that is so fucking spot on. It's the Karen Reed case was so important for exactly what you're saying. We saw in real time the amount of money, resources that you have to come up with in order to fight the state or the government in this country in order to win a case. You had to get every bit of Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, Bob Alessi, and Eliza to win that goddamn case. And you had to hire all of those experts. You had to get lucky and have ARCA get hired.
And the FBI.
DOJ, all of it. That's how hard it is to win a trial in this country. And to your point, the people, the underserved, the people of color, the people, all of those folks that don't have those resources, it was a stark reminder for the rest of this country to see that that is the reality of our criminal justice system. So, man, it was like, I wouldn't let people like leave alive without just pounding that over their head.
That's right. Do you think anyone would be paying
and
attention to Scapicchio's cases were it not for the Karen Reed case? No.
Right.
Now everybody wants to see those people, whether or not they likely did it or not, get fair justice, have a fair process, be treated with dignity, be respected, have access to their own lawyers. These are things nobody would have cared about for Sean Johnson before the Karen Reed case. And now we're watching it like every move.
Rebecca and I talk about this all the time because we get a lot of flack sometimes for continuing to talk about Karen Reed or covering Karen Reed, or sometimes we'll get like, oh, great, you guys are covering another white lady. And I'm like, you guys, we're covering these white ladies to show you an example of what they have to go through to defend themselves. Now imagine what your black and brown neighbors are having to do to defend themselves and the resources that they need, and that they I'm comparing the Karen Reed case to the Edric Foss case, and Karen Reed is always going to have way more visibility than Edric Foss is, but Edric Foss absolutely deserves the same amount of visibility that Karen Reed is getting. So we have to use these like privileged white ladies or privileged white men in Aaron Spencer's case to show what you have to go through as a human being to defend yourself in this country. And you need to imagine what it's like for everyone else.
Amen.
And that's why I have a thing with, because you always say, oh, America has the greatest justice system in the world.
No, we don't. Who says that?
I have to slightly disagree, because if you are from the inner city, the worst criminal in Denmark, and you say, I want Bob Motta, and he is allowed to take a case, and you're there in Denmark, they will call him and say, do you have an open spot? We have a client for you.
Oh, amazing.
And it's a fixed amount of money. It's not, you're not going to get all these, oh, I need an Alan Jackson. You can't pay, of course you can pay your way to get a greater lawyer, but every lawyer in Denmark has to take a defense case. If you're a criminal lawyer and someone says, I want this one, if they have an opening, they have to take that client, no matter if it's a Karen Reed or if it's Mohammed, whatever, from a street gang.
And the federal court system has tried to start something similar. Like all of us that are admitted to practice in the federal system as trial lawyers, we have to agree to take a pro bono case. You're on like a list, and I don't know what for what reason.
New Hampshire has that. New Hampshire has that. There was one of the cases, Kevin, my husband and I wrote several true crime books together. And in one of the cases, the best defense attorney in the state, Mark Sisti, who you definitely want if you definitely murdered somebody, he happened to be sitting in the courtroom and there was an indigent defendant. And the judge was like, Mark, can you take this one?
Yeah,
they can implement that same kind of thing in the state system. Might piss off a lot of lawyers, but everybody has to pay taxes. And, we all do that. So all of us lawyers should, I would be happy to do that,
But here you get your rate.
Careers. Now I can't think of one defendant that ever was able to afford to pay us what we're actually worth. Right. We don't give a fuck, and we don't dip out of cases. We went into it for the right reasons. I met my beautiful and incredibly brilliant wife in law school. And we both were like-minded. We knew we were going to be defense attorneys because that's how I'm built. Ali, when she was, in 5th grade, and we were at her house when we were still dating in Pennsylvania. And she pulled out some shit she wrote when she was in 5th grade talking about how she wanted to be a lawyer because she wanted to be like Matlock and she wanted to give a voice.
That's hot. I
That's
see why you
fucking
married
hot,
her.
man.
Yes,
That's
it is.
You know what I mean?
Shiny hair and gorgeous face aside, an internal sense of justice, a compass for good.
It was everything, and I knew that she was my people right away, and so it's like, but we decided, and we knew we were going to be criminal defense attorneys explicitly.
Yes,
I mean, like I do not have it in my DNA to prosecute people not under the system of justice. The only way I'd ever go in would be to try to fix it from the inside. And like I'd be short-lived in there. They'd be like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing, man, but he seems like he's trying to sabotage our shit. So for that thing, I'm like, all right, but we went into it and you just realize so quickly, you come in with these wide eyes and this open heart, and you're going to come in and fight. And then you just start taking the gut punches like over and over and over and over and over. I mean, by the time I was 20 years in, I was like, babe, man, I'm like fucking done. It's like, it's like I can't do it anymore because everybody fucking hates you because you're the defense, because nobody understands what we do. It was the entire purpose of me starting this channel on YouTube, was to educate people to exactly why we need defense attorneys in this country and what we really do, what our job actually is. And I've made headway.
And to exactly what you guys were talking about, because it is very true that people a lot of the masses turned a blind eye to people that don't look like them and think, well, they probably did it. And they don't believe
a grand jury indicted them, so they did it, right?
Right. And they don't believe stories of corruption and, oh, please, the police oh yeah, just another guy the police planted evidence on. So I appreciate your position when you say we need to cover these cases so that people see it. Like I remember it was like I think a white golfer did something, or like, and everybody was up in arms about it. And I was like, why is that? You guys are all talking about this. Do you know how many?
The guy who was late to the tournament? It's Scotty Scheffler, right? He was late and he,
Rebecca knows everything about golf.
Talked back to the police officer. And the police officer was
something like that. Yeah.
This is like the best golfer in the world. And he was like,
and I was like, what about this? How this happens to every, brown and black person. And somebody said back to me like, yeah, but people seeing this actually helps all of them. And I was like, yeah. Because I was like indignant.
It does.
Assholes.
I mean,
the one arms about this guy. What about everybody else? And then someone points out to me that helps everyone else because now they see it. And
we need a case like this, a high-profile case of somebody people can relate to that involves things like prior convictions that were actually just plea deals when the person didn't actually do the thing. This happens all the time to people of color. They make a plea deal because they want to go home, because they're told if they just plea out, they'll be able to go home. They didn't do the thing because there's a cross-racial identification or something involved, and it's total BS. Then they have past crimes on their record. And so then they are more likely to be arrested and prosecuted for a future thing that they maybe didn't do or didn't do, is don't deserve the charges they're getting. And they get penalized for the past thing that they pled out to because they felt like they had to. Like, we need a high profile case like that.
Or like false confessions.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of,
it was
Richard Allen. Whole thing.
Richard Allen.
That's Richard Allen.
Yeah.
But that's also the thing. We don't have plea deals. You cannot make a plea deal in Denmark.
Really?
If you go in and say, I'm guilty, you will have to go in court and tell the judge, yes, I did this, I did this. You can't just say, well, we made a deal and we're going to sign it off. No, you will be interrogated in court in front of a judge. That if you say, well, I stole those sneakers, you will be called in and have to explain it, because it has to go into your judgment that you explained, and the judge have to believe you. You cannot just go in and say, yeah, sure, they want me for 5 shopliftings. I plead to 2 of them and I can go home today. No, you will have to go in and you have to testify on all of them. And again, that's why I'm saying the system is...
I love that.
I like that too.
I love that.
Because it's so easy, because you have all the money, you have all the power. And I actually had a daughter who wanted to be a divorce lawyer because I got divorced from their mom, and she wanted to help kids. I said, you should never become a divorce lawyer, because I've been doing jury duty for 16 years. I've seen a lot of souls die in those courtrooms. When you come in, all the new young lawyers go in and be prosecutors, and they just turn cold.
Right.
And because they have to sit in and and it's never fun being there. Of course, sometimes you laugh a bit. I had a guy who said he was Jesus. That was a bit weird. But the problem is the state has all the power, but in Denmark the state has to prove their case. They cannot just go in and say, it's manslaughter, but we're going to get you for murder too.
Yeah.
You should plead out.
Yep.
Because that's the problem I see in America.
Wins. It's about the wins, the W, the adversarial nature of our justice system, the win rate, the loss rate, the election of district attorneys who have to say, I put them all away. I mean, the Karen Read case was completely political. Like, that is a political case. It's a case where a politician who'd been reelected 12 times knew he was being investigated by the feds and had to prove he was good at his job, which he ultimately was not able to do, thanks to people like us. And so, it's wild.
And that's what happened in Richard Allen too, because there was an election and they needed to get somebody. They needed to prosecute someone. They needed to, if I close this case, I'm getting reelected. Go ahead, Mel.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, everybody, please go donate. I think that we've been talking long enough here, and you guys have watched enough of our shows.
We got this cupcake lovely comment that said, "Let Rebecca stay on to say hi." Please. So we are. We're done. You guys all stay on if you want. And
my dream come true.
You can.
Okay, so everybody, go donate, because I think we've established how much it costs to defend yourself in this country, and these lawyers work their asses off to defend their clients, and Aaron Spencer needs all the help he can get. So please go donate. And then second, I had a question for you, Bob and Ali. Do you guys know Aaron Spencer's attorneys, or do you have any insight as to the job that they're doing? Like, I don't know anything about his attorneys. How's it going so far?
We do. I'm friendly with Aaron Casanelli. I haven't met Michael, but we've met Aaron, who's lead counsel. She's a fucking pit bull. I love her.
We don't ask and we don't get insider information.
Yeah, I never asked her.
The filings, how aggressive she's being.
Right. Well, that's what I'm asking. Your opinion about how they're doing so far.
I think she's doing a phenomenal job. And it's like she's had to balance this thing where Aaron decided to run for sheriff, which, it's like on its face, if from the outside looking in, you're like, oh, that's fucking cool. Like that, he's bristling up and he's saying, but from a defense attorney's perspective, your client's exposing himself to a lot of public scrutiny in terms of he's going to be out in these streets talking a lot.
He could impeach himself.
Things.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We all saw how that went for Karen, with all her interviews, which I'm like, God, what were you guys doing letting her do all that fucking talking?
No, isn't that so? I'm so glad that you said that, because
insane.
It really speaks to, I think Alan Jackson is a little bit of a risk taker, a little bit. Yeah. I think he gets that from being a prosecutor and prosecuting high profile cases. I think he's just also like a giant ham and likes to be in the center of the stage, but his whole assertion of he's letting her do it because he's 100% sure of her factual innocence is like, yeah, but you should still not let her, because if she says one word differently, that's going to be proof of her culpability.
Exactly.
I think that's how much they believed that she was innocent and that she could handle herself, because I feel like even if, I know what all the attorneys in the room are thinking when they see that and when that's happening, I get it. But I think that showed, and I actually think that showed strength on their part, because they knew that Karen knew the case inside and out. She knew that she's not guilty. They knew she's not guilty. Whatever she says, they can be like, they can combat it. Even like whatever Hank Brennan used in court against her with her interviews and the way that they were clipped, like the jury's not dumb. They saw what was going on. They understood that a woman who is drunk and upset with her boyfriend and thinks that he's cheating on her is going to call him a pervert and scream at him on a voicemail. It doesn't mean that she left a voicemail 2 minutes after killing him, which would be the stupidest thing she could have done. So it's like I think in that case, the jury was smarter than people thought they were. Yeah. And I don't personally think it was a bad thing for her to get in front of cameras or to talk when they came out of the courtroom. I think it built the Free Karen Read movement on top of what Turtle Boy had already done. And I think it humanized her, because often when a woman is sitting in that chair, they are subjected to demeanor.
Yep.
Evidence. When they don't take the stand and Karen Read makes a shitty face because she's pissed off, because she knows she's angry, people on the jury judge women for that.
100%.
And that's so fucked up. That's what's been happening for 20, 30 years in this country. You look at somebody, they make a face, and you go, oh, they're guilty. They have no remorse.
That shit's been going on since the fucking beginning of time.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You know,
and I want to say
I was thinking about Pamela Smart and how the faces that she used to make and how everybody judged her. And, you know, it's
we
just
saw
like
it with
35 years.
all those videos, audios, because people were like, oh my God, she's crazed. She's a lunatic. And
I'm like, she sounds like my family members.
Right. Every woman knows damn well they sound some version of that. If their other half just disappeared, was non-responsive, and you're like, are you effing kidding me?
That's right.
Yeah.
I have actual voicemails of Alice.
You do not.
Back in my drinking days. Oh my God.
Allie's like, you pervert. You're such a pervert.
You mother.
That's the only thing.
I fucking hate you.
That's the only thing I thought that was weird in those voice messages, calling him a pervert. But
I don't think it was weird at all.
I've been called a lot of things by my ex-wife. Pervert wasn't one of them. So I was just, that's a weird way to. But then we heard that was on the Rotten Mango or whatever the show was there something about turned up pineapples and stuff like that? And
I think it was a reference to the fact that she thought he might be flirting or doing whatever, stepping out while she's at home with his kid.
I
think
that's
what
say,
that means.
That's why I
New
think
England mentality. The women use words like "you fucking pervert" if you cheat on them. Like that. That's part of it.
Baker's taking is like you're a child, like you're a pedo. Like, but
because there were the rumors of the whole swingers thing happening in Canton with the Alberts. So
that's what I thought that made. But that's why I thought that she might have gone there. Let's say they had gotten an invite and because I can imagine that night where she says, "Hey, I'm really not up for it. My stomach is acting up and I really feel sick." And she says, he says, "Okay, I'm just gonna run in and say, hey, you guys, Karen is feeling sick.
Yep, that's what happened.
You know the old ball and chain, we're going home." And then he stays in there and she thinks that there's a setup for bow chicka bang bow. So
I don't moved into the swingers. We've moved into the swingers part.
I think the swingers thing is ridiculous. I just think it's.
I think
too many real things.
Rebecca and I will debate this all day. Yeah.
All right. There are too many real things to focus on. A swingers.
No, I'm just saying. Hearing what Coco got that night from Brian Albert, and he even had his friend call so the phone could vibrate during. That's advanced sexting.
Yes, that is. All right. Before David gets here, why don't you guys
on that note
give us your final thoughts and tell people where they can find you so we're ready to boot you after you say hi to David.
You can find me on the cursed X site at Reb Lavoie, and you can please watch, like, and subscribe to our YouTube show, Something's Off. Mel and I basically talk about swinging all the time and people's potential innocence. It's a fun time. People seem to like it. So
yeah, people do seem to like it. And also you guys are coming on our show this week. Bob and Ali are coming on Thursday.
That's right.
And I'm hoping that you can educate us a little bit about the Richard Allen case. I know about it in the periphery. But I would love to dig down a little bit deeper with y'all. So they'll be coming on our show at 9 a.m. Central. Is that your time zone?
Yes.
Central.
Yep. Bright and
Central,
early.
10 a.m. Eastern. Bob was like, "Why so early?" And I'm like, "That's how we roll over here."
We're getting up and we're working, mofo.
Yeah.
Get your ass out of bed. Yeah.
So you can find my podcast, the In Between podcast, and then also Rebecca and I do Something's Off 2 or 3 times a week over on the YouTubes. And please go like and share and subscribe and do all the things. And thank you guys so much for having us on. And please go donate to Aaron Spencer's.
Make it rain. Make it rain for this guy.
Make it rain.
Seriously. Thank you guys so much for being here. We adore you. You're hanging till David gets
we're not
here,
booting you until David.
Yeah.
Baker, tell people where they can
tell
find
us
you.
where we can find you.
Well, first of all, thank you for getting me inside the house this year in Tennessee because we blasted up to 24,055. So thank you so much.
Yay.
I'm on the Broken Baker. If there's trials going on, there's not a lot going on right now. I do that. Other than that, sometimes I wear makeup. Don't ask me why. And then I go around and hang out and help people raise some money because I love that you're doing this because this case it's been a little hard to follow because there's so many murky things, and I love that more people are. I didn't cover the Richard Allen case, but I have great friends. I have Mo in the deep end who lives close by and actually went there, and it's a very another. Why do we find all these shady cases? And can I say one thing? Anyone in chat, please don't come into any chat and say, well, the defense should just shut up because he's clearly guilty. I hate it when people come into chats and say that. I remember you talked about it earlier with the defense lawyers. You want them to have the best defense, because if he's guilty, you're not going to have an appeal, because they did everything. They crossed all the I's and dotted all the T's. So don't go around and say that. I hate that when I see court TV. Oh, why don't the defense shut up?
People just don't understand that, like what you're saying, that if the process is not fair, it victimizes the family, the victim, and the community. I mean, for this case here, I'm like, if I was paying taxes for this, I'd be like, who even recoups them? We didn't want you to try this case. You're wasting our tax money. If you know, like, and then if there's a lawsuit, the taxpayers paying that essentially as well. It makes no sense why this case is being pushed the way it is. And that's where we get the something's off in Denmark.
Something's off in Denmark. Indeed.
Perfect.
Indeed. All right.
That's what the Bard said, right?
All right, so of course, the one guy I didn't send the fucking link to was Dave.
Oh my gosh. How could you? How could you?
I'm looking
we
for
have
a
we
link.
have sticker for him and everything.
I fucking hate you, Bob.
All right, I think I remedied it. I texted it and emailed it to him. So
I think we've raised $2,500 in our hour. Someone in the chat said we were at 6 when we started. Now we're 8,500, and I believe
Let's make it to 9. So yeah, look. We've got just shy of 70,000 subs. I was thinking if each person, and obviously we'd have to have every sub figure out that we're live. If every person gave $1, we're meeting the goal, exceeding the goal.
Yeah.
Right. So give till it hurts. Look, it's not just the attorney's fees, it's the experts. And it's not just the grooming expert, Carrie Landau. They have to put their forensic digital experts. They need experts. In these cases, a murder case typically runs $500,000 front end, and that's cheap to get the experts that you need in order to fight the state. Like, I don't know how much Karen spent, but it was in the millions. And that was with her lawyers doing it pro bono the second time around.
Yep.
And think about how much the Commonwealth spent to try her twice.
Most expensive DUI in the history of the world.
So ridiculous. I'd be pissed. If I were a taxpayer there, I'd be so pissed.
I think I say that every time I cover something. Why is it even a state? Why haven't Canada taken it over yet? Because
because I live in the state next to Canada. I live in New Hampshire, which basically has been taken over by Canada. If you,
but when you see the case that Dave Yannetti is going to have now with that Boston cop, where it's the opposite way around, where, we're not going to show the body cam that clearly shows that he was in the wrong. When have you ever seen a case where we have absolutely undeniable proof this guy did something wrong, but you're not going to see it?
Well, when a cop shoots a black person, an unarmed black person, they show the body cam immediately to show the threat that the cop must have perceived, right? Like there's a whole calculus around that case that's very interesting to me. I'm seeing people who would normally be more skeptical like feel very strongly about that defendant, and that again, very interesting.
Even sometimes when they have body cam, that makes you say that, like, think about the one where the woman was shot in her kitchen, putting the pot. They still tried to make us think that video we're watching somehow proved what the cop was saying.
That's right.
Right. No, look at that. That's
like, I have eyes, right? Like I have
in
eyes.
Those situations, I always think of the videos where a crazy white person is freaking the fuck out on the cops and hitting them, and they're gently like putting her into the back of a cruiser, like she's biting them, she's kicking them, she's like running, and they never get shot. Why do they never get shot? Because you know how to do it. You just fear of other takes over and you pull the trigger. And it's like every time there's that argument, like, well, look how threatening they were. Oh, look, they ran away from me. I want to pull up the 100 other videos of white people losing their goddamn minds on cops and cops just being like, come on, buddy, let's go get in the car. It's going to be fine. Yeah.
All right. So we are going to bring on Mr. Attorney David Yannetti because this panel wants to meet him before they go. So
I'm getting very red. I'm getting very red. Just FYI.
David Yannetti.
Hi guys, how are you?
I'm good.
We love you.
I love all 5 of you. I couldn't be happier than to be here today. Thanks for the invite.
You know about that you inspired a whole like sticker situation with our show, right?
We have a sticker.
This
not.
one,
Just about
this
you.
one. I love straight bears. Because early on in the show,
he doesn't get it. You got to explain it.
Well, early on in the show, it was sort of like my affection for you was very apparent, and it was sort of like Mel asked me to explain it, and I'm like, well, I have a type. My type is like a straight bear, and so so that was inspired by you.
But you know that it's amazing, Rebecca, because you haven't seen me with my shirt off, and that's a pretty appropriate.
Okay. Whoa, be careful there, buddy. Be careful there, buddy.
Yeah, you're going to get a face time call
Not
in
yet,
a little
anyway.
bit.
I haven't, right?
All right. Any of you guys want to say anything else to David before you depart us?
I have
you go,
one question. I have a question that I'm dying to ask you.
Yeah,
sure.
What do you think about the fact that producer Terry Dunn-Muir is the one that handed the prosecution the ham sandwich video?
Oof.
Like, dumbest line of questioning ever, but the fact that she pointed them to it with a timestamp. As a journalist who's done a lot of work and knows you don't know that, what did you think when you saw that?
I was disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I will say this. We, meaning the team, invited her in.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I don't know what contracts were signed. I don't know what the ground rules were. I wasn't involved in that. I went along with it. Wasn't my decision. But you know, once you kind of let somebody in, then I think ultimately that's the risk that you take.
Yep.
You know, I was on good terms with Terry the entire time. You know, I thought she treated me very well. I thought that ultimately when she produced the show, she was kind to me. So I have, you know, I have no, you know, bone to pick with Terry. I don't know if, I don't know why she did that. I don't know if it was because she was in a dispute with somebody else. You know, I think, you know, as you point out, Rebecca, you know, if you receive a subpoena, you have to comply with it. But what you don't have to do is join the other team. So that was disappointing. Although at the end of the day, you know, it saved them time, but it didn't really add any content. They already had it, right? I mean, so
led them down a dumb road too, the ham sandwich road. So thank you for answering that.
Yeah, I don't think that really landed with the jury.
Didn't help.
You know,
you don't think?
No, I think you're talking about one of the best expert witnesses you could put on, and if your defense is, you know, he had a ham sandwich with in the same
he
room
also
as
smiled.
the defense team.
Yeah, and
He
smiled.
smiled.
Yes.
He was standing off in the corner by himself eating his ham sandwich. And
ham sandwich.
All right. Well,
I just want to say, David, I appreciate you, but I also appreciate all defense attorneys. The 3 of you here, the work that you do. I don't think enough people understand what you guys do and what you go through to make sure that your clients, no matter who they are, get the rights that they are deserved in the courtroom. And I just want to say I really appreciate you, and I appreciate all the work that you did to expose what was going on in Canton. 2 trials. You didn't have to do it. You put your heart and soul into it. We all saw that happen, you know, when the verdict was read. And so I just want to say I appreciate you. And I'm so thankful that you 3 exist and that you're there helping people keep their rights in place. So I just want to say thank you. And thanks for having me on. And everybody go donate to Aaron Spencer's fund.
Yes, make it rain.
Thank you so much for the kind words, Mel. It's very nice of you. And I think, you know, Bob and Ali would agree. You know, you're lucky if you represent somebody whom the public is behind. But really, where the rubber meets the road is where you're representing somebody who is reviled.
Yes.
And we all recognize the same principles apply. You're the only thing standing between that person and a prison cell, and the whole machinery of the government is against them. And if you believe in the Constitution, it's a pretty rewarding job to have.
Yes. And Mel, Rebecca, Baker, thank you guys so much. And I'm sure that the Spencers thank you as well.
Truly.
We appreciate it. And I guess we'll be seeing you two. Something's off shortly.
Can't
Oh, yeah,
wait.
Thursday. We'll see you.
All right. Bye,
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for
Baker.
having us, and looking forward to the podcast whenever it comes out. I saw there was a little update.
Yes. Yeah, you may hear more about that today.
All right. I will be running off and turning on my tablet. See you all later.
Thanks, Baker. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Baker. We appreciate it. What's up, brother?
Well, I learned about 5 minutes ago that I may not be alone, and there may be a surprise guest.
Hey!
No spoilers.
Why don't we'll keep it a surprise until he or she arrives.
All right.
Amazing.
I love that idea.
Amazing.
I love that idea. I've done
so
what I've had to do on my end.
Respect.
For once.
You guys. Thank you for pointing out this case to me. I hadn't heard about it. I'm told that it's national news. I think if I wasn't Karen Reed's defense attorney, I may have said, "What case are you talking about?" While it was going on. I mean, we all get in our own little bubble, but. I read about the case, and my God, this is another defense attorney's dream case, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
that attorney. Yeah,
it's interesting, man. I mean, there's like I want to pick your brain on it.
Well, let's give him like a real quick, because I one of the issues I think we'd love to talk to him about is the whole motion to dismiss and spoliation issue. Right. So there was the Foster's truck had cameras in it. A camera that faced inside and a camera that faced in the back, and I think the one inside dashboard cam could have gone out front. Now the police, around the time they're collecting evidence from the vehicle, they intentionally are told everybody turn off your body cam. So they all turn off their body cam. This camera, the camera screen, including the SD card, is taken from the vehicle. There's no pictures of it. There's no police report of it. There's no mention of it. Nothing. The cop goes back. He views it. No police report of what he saw. Nothing about
no
it.
chain of custody.
No chain of custody.
No evidence. Nothing.
All the other evidence.
This case, was this from Canton or what? What's
it? Like it.
Yeah. Anyway, keep going. I'm sorry.
And then it stays like all the other evidence goes to the AG's or electronic evidence or digital evidence goes to the AG's office, which it sounds like is their process. This doesn't, and it stays in this cop's, office in the station in his safe or whatever. Still, no police report about it.
No, just in a drawer.
In a drawer. Oh, okay, in a
That's
drawer.
Unbelievable.
Then when it goes to the AG's office later, it somehow magically, between being put back in the camera and placed in an envelope and being sent to the AG's office, the SD card disappears.
There's one intermediary. So the thing is handed off from this McCain. He was the cop on the scene. And the significance of the camera, David, is that in theory, it captured everything that happened. Okay. This entire case hinges upon whether or not it was a reasonable belief of Aaron Spencer that either his life and or his daughter's life was in danger. It's the entire case. It's the crux of it all. So in theory, this camera, because it's got a front facing and a rear facing camera, caught everything.
Wow.
So the thing gets, again, no evidence log, no chain of custody, nothing. The thing's not even put in to evidence for 14 months. It does, like, the defense didn't even know it existed. All right.
Until the prosecutor says to the defense, by the way, they've been looking for this SD card for months, and that's an SD card. But so while it's at
but wait, let me tell you. So there's there's only two people: McCain, who was at the scene, who finally at 5:30 in the morning grabs it. The most important piece of evidence that every cop that was on the scene saw that it was sitting there and saw that it was active. It was glowing. So they knew that the thing was there. This piece of evidence that you would figure any cop And I don't give a shit where they're from. They could be Barney Fife would have figured out, well, shit, that's going to have the whole thing on it. That thing ends up in this guy's drawer. He claims that he takes the SD card out, plugs it into a converter, pops it into his computer, watches the video, claims that he sees only 4 videos. Okay. And they're all 15 minutes long. And all they are is of the trees. And you can see the reflection on the trees of the red and the blues flashing from the vehicles.
Although he makes no report about it.
He's saying that that's all. So everything on the cameras is post. So it's after the thing. He's like, there's nothing of any value on it. So he then hands it off to be hand delivered to the Attorney General's office, which is where Lonoke County, which is the county this takes place in, they send all their digital shit. They have the Attorney General's office do it. So months go by. And this cop, McCain, claims that he sends an email to the AG's office like, hey, we had a rush on this thing. What's the deal? Where's it at? And the AG office says, yeah, there was no SD card with this thing.
But that took them 8 months to even say that.
8 months.
So and the officer claims he called and said, hey, prioritize this. But that took 8 months just to find out that.
Wow.
Still no corresponding police report.
So we're dealing, and where we're at right now, Dave, is we've got a motion to dismiss based on Trombetta and Youngblood. So it's in there, and you know how hard it is for us as defense attorneys to meet that bad faith because of our lack of access. It's not like we can kick in the door to the police department or the sheriff's department and say, all right, we got to dig around. It's like we're left kind of trying to read through the tea leaves and put pieces together and say, all right. So that's where they're at. So this thing's still pending. All right.
So there's been a motion to dismiss filed, but it has not been heard yet.
Correct.
The first judge heard it.
If there's a I'm sorry, go ahead.
The first judge heard it, Elmore. It was they asked in the alternative for negative inference.
That should be a no-brainer, by the way.
Right.
But that's not enough, in my view.
Right. And this judge, the original judge said no. That judge has since been removed. This new judge is reconsidering some of that first judge's ruling. So he asked the defense, you can either have a rehearing or you can put it in a brief and just cite to the testimony from the first hearing, which is what they decided to do. So it has not been ruled on as of yet.
And that's unusual if there's a June 22nd trial date. I mean, aren't we kind of late in the game to start determining what's going to come into evidence and what's not, and if the case is going to go forward or not? I mean, is there any inclination or indication, I should say, of when this would be decided?
I'm assuming promptly. They just filed it because I think they took up some other things, and then she had this motion pending for the new judge to reconsider a bunch of rulings. The judge reconsidered a couple of them on the papers, and then this one needed a little bit more briefing. And it just got filed. We just read it to the people on a live last night.
This, from what I've read of this case, there's some wacky stuff that has gone on that, almost like you wouldn't believe it unless you saw it. So as I read it, it looks like the first judge was removed from the case by the Supreme Court in Arkansas because she had a conflict of interest, because she was the one to release the guy that got shot in the first place. And now she's hearing the trial of the guy that shot him because he was released.
Yeah, and I think that was
crazy.
Part of it, but I also think part of it was they found so abhorrent that she put this bizarre gag order that should have never been on, and they were like, all right, there's some issues here.
There's something going on. Yeah. Right. And then I saw that the new judge has issued some favorable rulings for the defense, but the 3 rulings that I saw, I mean, in my view, they're just what most judges would do. It's not like I don't think the defense got any special treatment here. I think it was just common sense, with regard to expert testimony and the rest.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was long and short of it.
Put up because the where'd it go? There was like a Facebook post that the people in support, or a group in support of Aaron, put up about those 3 rulings, and then I got them here. We can read them
Yeah, because originally what had happened is the Judge Elmore, back when she was on it, and she was, I mean, the rulings she was making made Canoni look like the most even-handed, above board judge of all time. I mean, like, seriously, like, her rulings were insane. So when she denied the expert, oh my God. So are we ready?
We're ready.
Let's not even wait. Let's just bring him on. Let's just bring him on. Oh, you ready? You ready? Oh,
I'm having difficulty with my mic. I'll hopefully fix it soon.
You sound great, Bob. How you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
Now his mic's.
Maybe he can't hear us.
He's like, should we let him figure it out backstage?
Oh, it looks like he's stuck. It looks like an internet issue.
Well,
is he frozen?
No, he's not frozen. I saw he might be.
I mean, he can be very still, though.
I saw his head move.
You're moving.
I saw his head move.
All right. So while Bob's figuring it out, I'm gonna brief you. So originally they go to hearing in front of Elmore. Elmore is the original judge, and she denies them from putting on the grooming expert in ex-Fed. She's out there teaching law enforcement and everybody about grooming. And she makes this statement that this case has nothing to do with SA, which is the YouTube way of saying blank. It's false. Nothing. This case has nothing to do with that. And then the other thing that she had ruled in terms of Fossler's background, okay, was that, 404B stuff, that they were going to limit it geographically and temporally to the time that he lived in Lonoke County only. So those were two massive blows to the defense right from the get. So, and Aaron Casanelli and Michael Kaiser, who are his attorneys, have fought very, very diligently. They kept moving to get this woman off the bench on this case. And ultimately they were able to succeed. And like, how it happened is a little bit amorphous. It was almost like, well, you can't fire me because I quit type shit with her. But whatever the case may be, they ended up getting her off the case. And so, the new judge comes on, and Ali and I are obviously both hoping that Aaron, the attorney, is going to revisit all of these decisions.
Sure.
They did, and that's what Ali's trying to pull up to see.
Let's see if Bob can hear us yet.
Yeah,
Bob,
I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. We can.
Thanks for your patience.
Of course.
Right, so Bob, do you want to say hi to Bob first, or you want me to pull?
I do want to say, Bob, welcome.
Thank you.
We're so happy you're here. What a wonderful surprise. I texted Bob a couple of days. I'm like, hey, man, if you're not doing anything on this busy holiday weekend, jump on. And so thank you so much for joining us. It means the world to me. It means the world to the Spencer family. Thank you so much. And I love seeing these two fellas again. And maybe there's some announcements. I know the whole crowd's out there buzzing about maybe some kind of podcast that's starting in the future. So we'll find out. So how you been doing, my friend?
I've been doing well, and thank you for inviting me. My schedule has been rather robust, as it typically is, but even more so. But this was my priority, and certainly, how could I possibly not do everything imaginable to be able to go on with Bob Motta and Alison Motta, who are just fabulous criminal defense attorneys who do it right, but also look at the broader picture in the world quite intelligently and quite astutely. And of course, my brother, David Yannetti, this is to me is like, to use a tired cliche, the perfect storm event. So I'm very, very pleased to be here. Thank you for inviting me, including with your great audience.
Well, thank you. I mean, I'm ready to shut the stream down after that amazing little thing that you just said. It was so beautiful. Thank you. It means the world to us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you know anything about the case, Bob?
I do.
All right. So
not as much as the others on this screen, but I do know a bit about it, and I do know a little bit about the underlying legal issues, and also how these legal issues have been applied, not so much in Arkansas, but certainly in other cases. So
well, why
I'm
don't
happy
you
to hear your all's perspective.
So should we start with these three, the recent orders, and circle back to that, babe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that
So
real quick.
this was because there was no written order. So we were just talking about how
Oddly.
this judge reconsidered the prior judge's rulings on a couple things. And this is what was posted on the We Support Aaron Spencer. So big win for the defense in today's pretrial hearing. The judge ruled in favor of Spencer's case, expanding victim character evidence beyond Lonoke County. And I just want to mention on that one, I looked at the law in Tennessee and I was like, your common law even said where the person lives or has lived. I'm like, what is going on? So to David's point, it's like this is what should have happened initially, but it feels, it feels to the We Support Aaron Reed and to I'm sure the Spencer family like a big win, because it's a win that should have happened that didn't the first time. So it goes on to say this allows a more complete picture to be presented and is a clear setback for the prosecution. The judge also granted reconsideration on expert witness issues, showing that key rulings remain in play and the fight is far from over. That deals with at least, and I don't know if it's more than that, babe, but at least the grooming expert, right?
Yeah, that's as to the grooming expert.
On the missing evidence, and that's that SD card, the court is not letting the state off easy. The defense now has the opportunity to pursue a spoliation argument or seek full dismissal, putting significant pressure on the prosecution's position. The prosecution's narrative is under pressure, and Spencer's case continues to gain ground. So the key rulings were the 404A2, victim character evidence, defense requested, expand beyond Lonoke County, ruling granted. Expert witness, the grooming related, defense requested, reconsider prior exclusion, granted. And then there's one more. I got it open here, but where was I? See if I can make
Don't worry,
it.
this is going to be you guys when you have your YouTube channel going.
I'll just read the second one here. I'll take this off the screen and just read the second one because it's short. And now, of course, when I took it off the screen, it's not coming back. Okay. So destruction or missing evidence SD card. Judge Wilson gave the defense until 5/8/2026 to choose between filing a 15-page written argument based on existing court transcript or requesting another hearing and recalling witnesses to prove the state acted in bad faith. The court will then decide whether the proper remedy is spoliation, instruction, or dismissal of the case. So we know that you guys have seen a very similar argument, with Sallyport and other things. And it's an uphill battle, this type of motion. What are your thoughts?
Either one of you speaketh.
Why don't you go, Bob, and then I'm happy to add.
Well, Elsa, I just want to make sure I'm clear on your question. Are you asking about the likelihood of success with regard to the spoliation motion, or are you asking for strategy that you think should be applied here?
Well, I was going with the first, but I'll take both from Attorney Robert Alessi.
To me, of course, I would always look for exclusion. I would look for adverse jury instructions. And just to be clear, not at the end of the case, but immediately, right? In the beginning, in that regard.
And that's a huge point that you just make there, because I don't even know that I would have thought to be like, you know what, let's try to get the court to do it at a time where it's going to stand out and make a difference. And, so that's a great point that you make, like not when they're hearing just a judge read a bunch of random instructions where it gets lost in the mix, but at either early on and at its own time where it makes an impact.
That's right. And there's various times, depending upon the court, you can do this. I always look for the most opportune time on spoliation. maybe strategically, I want to wait till the other side puts their witness on, and then before the cross-examination starts, ask to have the instruction given at that point. It's almost like a judicial cross-examination in eroding of the testimony. It's hard to get that to happen. But this whole issue we see happen too many times. We saw it, as you just very astutely alluded to, in the Karen Reed case in more than one instance. And given David was in trial 1 and I was not, he is the one who has the most experience in the Reed case, so I'll let him speak on that. But this can be a very, very powerful tool. And because it can be a very powerful tool for the defense, it really sometimes boils down to, sadly, whether the judge is inclined a little bit more toward the defense in the case or the prosecution, because they have great discretion. And even if they abuse their discretion, the judge, you don't get to have that adjudicated until appeal, which can be years later. And if you don't get the impact of it at the right time and the defendant is convicted, it becomes a bit of a hollow remedy if you have to wait years to get it effectuated. So in sum, to me, this can be very, very powerful. And strategy-wise, I would look very carefully about when is the best place and time to have the instruction given to the jury. And lastly, and most importantly, what is the wording that is going to be given to the jury? And there's a need to fight very, very hard for the defendant in these cases to get the wording to be right. Because again, as we saw in the Reed case, you can sometimes get a, quote, curative instruction when it's either not a cure at all, or it's so obtuse that the jury doesn't even know what's happening.
Yeah, and an interesting aspect is that Arkansas does not have a spoliation instruction
Really?
for criminal. Yeah, so
Wow.
with this particular motion, we didn't get to see it because it looks like that they kept the exhibits. They held them back from the public. So, but we know that Aaron Casanelli, one of Aaron Spencer's 2 attorneys, put forth 2 proposed instructions. So we haven't gotten to see them. To your point, Bob, it's incredibly important, the wording in terms of that. And so we don't know where it's at, but yeah, there is no model instruction. So they're going to have to go non-model on it, which is also kind of scary.
It's scary, but it could be an opportunity as well.
Yep.
You just be aggressive. Sometimes those model instructions end up being a real compromise. And so hopefully, again, the judge's predilection toward the case is going to be, I think, important here. But my brother David had this foremost in trial 1, and I know he's got a tremendous amount of experience in this area.
Yeah, David, do you think that I tried to give you enough of the facts that lean towards bad faith? There's probably some more in the motion, but do you think that they, how high is that burden? Do you think that they can reach it? Do they have anything more than you guys had?
Yeah. So, as Bob Motta said earlier, it's like you're trying to pick up the pieces afterward as a defense attorney. You're not in the room to hear the statements that were made or to see exactly what they did. You kind of have to take their word for it. My first inclination would be, in terms of proving bad faith, the more that you can establish the recklessness with which they treated the piece of evidence, I think the closer you get to bad faith. You're not going to get a smoking gun of somebody saying, "Hey, listen, I'm trying to frame this guy," but you can probably get pretty close to that. I agree with what you guys have already said in terms of the model instructions in Massachusetts in particular on this issue. In my view, as a defense attorney, are too even-handed. They allow somebody, the prosecution to present rebuttal evidence about why something went lost or missing. The key element is that it's permissible for the jury to draw an inference that evidence would have been unfavorable to the prosecution. So that part of it is powerful, and it would certainly back up a robust defense argument in that way. What you said earlier, Bob, about this being really the whole case. This is as close to when I say valid motion to dismiss, a motion to dismiss that really should be granted, or you have to give a lot of consideration to granting it, precisely because of the import of the evidence. I mean, you have to be kidding me. There were videos of the front and back that would have maybe gone a long way toward resolving the issue of guilt or innocence. The police had it and they misplaced it. No chain of custody reports, no logs sitting in somebody's desk. Nobody has taken responsibility. I get worked up just thinking about it now, and I'm sure you guys do too, all three of you, in terms of if you're a trial lawyer, my goodness, this is argument number one.
Yeah,
100%.
And we talk a lot, on our channel, and when we're covering legal filings, how a lot of times an appellate court or any judge, they have a lot of flexibility to kind of do what they want to do. Like, all right, I got to kind of lean into this part of the law that might be a stretch, but they've got the ability to kind of go where they want to go and then make the law fit into their decision, even if they end up relying on something else, but their real reasoning was elsewhere. And Bob's been talking a lot about the pressure that's been put on, not only with the community, but with elected officials in Arkansas. And before I even get there, I want to start with the sheer fact that this new judge is reconsidering prior rulings rather than saying it's the law of the case. It's already been decided. I mean, that to me is a big issue because we've tried that before and it's a big failure. Do you see the fact that the judge is even reconsidering rulings that have already been hearings held, completely briefed, and another judge already ruled on them to say something here?
Definitely. I mean, to Bob Alessi's point, the sort of bent or inclination of the judge is going to go a long way toward deciding what happens with the case. And combined with your point about the tremendous discretion that a judge has, and if you're sort of within that gray area, the judge knows I'm not going to get flipped on this issue. I can do what I want within this issue, right? And so if a judge is more a prosecution-friendly judge, they can cover themselves that way. And if they're a defense-friendly judge, they can cover themselves the other way. And I think it's a real good sign from what I've read that the judge has done the extraordinary thing of revisiting rulings of a colleague of his who had been on the case and considered the evidence and came down in one way. And this judge is saying, nope, I'm looking at everything de novo, a brand new case. It's my case now, and we're going to do things the right way.
Right.
Yeah.
And to the pressure point, I wanted to share this with you guys and see, Mr. Alessi, if you think that might have some sort of impact or not. So this is a letter that went out by the State of Arkansas House of Representatives. It was to the Arkansas Judicial Discipline, Committee, but so be it. And it says, "Dear Director Abbott, as members of the Arkansas General Assembly, we write regarding the ongoing trial of Mr. Aaron Spencer in Lonoke County. We have serious concerns about whether he is receiving a fair trial, and we believe these concerns require our attention as legislators. The Arkansas Supreme Court has already intervened in this case. The court found that the trial court violated Mr. Spencer's First Amendment rights through an overly broad gag order," and then they cite to it as that footnote. "This is not speculation. It is a documented ruling that constitutional violations have already occurred in this case. Recent court orders continue to raise concerns. The trial court has restricted public access to the proceedings and deployed extraordinary security measures. These actions create conditions that may prejudice Mr. Spencer's right to a fair trial. The restrictions appear excessive and risk undermining the presumption of innocence to which every defendant is entitled. As members of the legislative branch, we have a constitutional duty to ensure accountability across all branches of government. The Arkansas Constitution gives the legislature specific authority over the conduct of all public officials. We respect judicial independence. We take our obligations seriously to ensure that constitutional rights are protected. We do not ask anyone to prejudge the evidence. We do insist that Mr. Spencer receive a fair trial that meets constitutional standards. Judicial conduct should be reviewed to ensure that the pattern of violations does not continue. And we trust.
Now she blows it up.
Sorry. Was it small before? I'm not looking at that screen.
Yeah, it was small.
Okay. We trust that existing oversight mechanisms will address these concerns. However, if the documented pattern of constitutional violations continues, we are prepared to fulfill our constitutional obligations by using the full range of powers entrusted to us by the people of Arkansas. We call on state leaders and the judiciary to ensure that fair and constitutional justice is done in this case. And then you've got everybody signing off on it. How is that something you've ever seen?
I've never seen a state legislative body send a letter to a sitting judge on a trial that is ongoing. As much as I'm a full zealous advocate for defendants, that can have sometimes an opposite effect.
Well, it went to the disciplinary. Arkansas Judicial Discipline and Disability Commission.
Yeah, this I'm sure directly or indirectly made it to the sitting judge. And I think the letter was drafted with that in mind, that it would eventually find its way to the sitting judge. I've never seen that before. And also in the letter, there's also not so subtle a message that we're going to keep an eye on this and we're going to look at every ruling and what's going on, and we may ramp it up even more. Listen, I do not have the benefit of a hand on the pulse to balance the benefit of this versus the detriment. That's the defense attorneys. That's everyone else. They're much better situated to me. They know their area. They know what works best. And I'm sure they made a decision that was best. But to answer your question, I've never seen it. And I'm not familiar with Arkansas's separation of powers and whether there's some special provision in Arkansas state law or constitution that gives the legislature some type of right that I've never seen before, that a separate and equal branch of government can have any real meaningful effect on the ongoing trial. Maybe afterward, maybe, have commissions look into things. But I do believe on the positive side for the defense, the legislative body is the will of the people, and it really shows the groundswell in support of the defendant. And I think perhaps what the decision made here was, this is going to be aggressive, but let's make sure there's no doubt that everybody, including the judiciary, is aware of this. So sometimes, and last point here, sometimes judges in very prominent and difficult cases pick up the phone and call fellow judges and say, hey, I've got this tough call to make here. What do you think? Here's the pros and the cons. And so maybe this is also intended to let other judges know and other folks in the judiciary know that there's a very, very keen eye on matters. And if you're thinking about splitting the baby on these issues, think twice, because not only are we looking at this for this case, but if it gets this out of hand, every judge should know that the legislators in Arkansas aren't going to sit back, even if it's an ongoing situation.
Yeah. And I do wonder, and I think you just touched on it, and Dave, do you have any idea? I did wonder what it meant by it says, we are prepared to fulfill. However, if the documented pattern of constitutional violations continues, we are prepared to fulfill our constitutional obligations by using the full range of powers entrusted to us by the people of Arkansas. And I'm left thinking, shit, what the hell are those powers? What
does that mean?
Particularly because trial is in 30 days. What the heck are you?
Well, that was from the letter was January of 2026, which was before the judge changed, right, babe?
Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, but they probably have had a change of heart in seeing what this new judge has done. I think they I mean, at least from what I've read, I mean, I have to think that the defense is much more comfortable with this judge, which means legislature, which was concerned about a fair trial, probably is as well. But you know, it's just amazing. Like, truth is stranger than fiction. The defendant is out on bail, and he wins the Republican primary for sheriff. I mean,
resoundingly.
Resounding. But you know, my first thought from liberal Massachusetts is that would be a negative for a client of mine. Like, in these divided times where Republicans hate Democrats and vice versa, I want my client just to be sympathetic and not aligned with any political party. But yeah, just another thing that a trial lawyer has to deal with.
Well, yeah, and let me jump in, babe, because I saw you were ready to go. So here's the thing. You know, we all know as trial attorneys, it's dismissal is the most extreme remedy. Any judge is going to try to avoid it if they can. If they can use a spoliation instruction, they're going to do it. But the way that I want you guys to kind of look at it is take into consideration we've got the state legislature, which is the will of the people. You've got the fact that he was elected in the primaries and he's going in the general election in November, a prohibitive favorite. So you've got the will of the people there. In terms of a judge being put in a position to where he's hearing the will of the people loud and clear in terms of how they feel about this case and whether or not it should have been brought to begin with, I just think that there's a perfect storm that's kind of brewing to where it's 99% a denial. You're denied. Sorry, motion, move on. That this it shifts it quite a bit to where I think it's given this judge a really good opportunity to actually dismiss it. I'd like to see if you guys think that holds any water.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, you can't. Oh, yeah. For most of that question, Bob, I hate to say it, but you were like Max Headroom coming in and out. Yeah, I didn't hear. I heard that the ultimate question was, which is, do you think that the judge might ultimately dismiss it?
Yeah. So basically, I was saying I think that there's a perfect storm in terms of kind of the groundswell of
that
support, the letter from the legislature, the fact that he's been elected. At least in terms of the primary, wins the primary by a large margin. He's a prohibitive favorite in the November election. You know, the judge is obviously aware of all this. And I'm saying in terms of kind of a perfect storm in a situation where we're typically looking at just a rubber stamp denial of a motion to dismiss because it's such an extreme remedy, I think that the needle's been moved. I think that this is a perfect opportunity for this judge to say, you know what? I don't necessarily know that this case should have been brought to begin with. And do you think that argument holds water at all?
So I'm going to let my friend Bob give the more erudite response, as he always does. But I'll just be very quick, which is my view, I think, is aligned with yours from what I'm hearing, which is that if ever there was a case where dismissal was the appropriate remedy for spoliation of evidence, this would be the case. It's the type of case that you read about and you're like, I can't believe they brought charges. This man is out on bail for molesting my daughter, and then he tracks her down again and she's in his truck. I mean, if I'm on that jury, I'm sleeping or I'm looking at my phone during the jury instructions because I've already made up my mind. There's not a chance in hell I'm convicting him. And something tells me that, this judge either has a daughter or, he probably personally, he's thinking along the same lines. I don't want to be presumptuous. I don't know who the judge is, but he's clearly come in and he's like, there's a new sheriff in town and I'm going to revisit everything. And then I guess the only question I'd have is, if you allow the motion to dismiss, double jeopardy wouldn't attach, at least not in Massachusetts. I wouldn't imagine it would in any state because it's not a verdict. So the prosecution would appeal, and then the question is, would it hold up on appeal?
Right. That's $1 million question. Bob, thoughts?
Yes. In terms of the likelihood of success of a motion from sort of the 64,000 elevation I'm at because I'm not on this case, I think it's a low likelihood that a motion to dismiss would be granted. And as hard as it is to hear for pro-defense folks, it may end up being that it's better that the case is not dismissed. One, for the reason David mentioned, unless it's dismissed with prejudice, and I'm not understanding yet that there's a basis for it to be dismissed with prejudice, you just sort of come back. I think the climate is pretty good for the defendant right now, and I'm not so sure I'd want to let the prosecution start all over again, which may give them a little bit of an advantage. The challenge for the judge, and the reason why I certainly agree with David that if there's ever a case for spoliation dismissal, this may be it. But I think what gives a little bit of hope to a motion to dismiss is, do I correctly understand that this judge has been specially appointed and he was retired and was appointed? So correct. He doesn't have to concern himself with looking at prosecutors, perhaps again on other cases, dismissing a very high profile case. So he may be, or she, is it he or she that is the?
It's a he.
Yeah. He may be better positioned just from an old personal precedent, personal situation, to be a little bit more aggressive here than another judge might be. I just think, however, that if I'm the judge sitting here, I may look at this case and say, it's going to be tough, sure, for this defendant to go through, but I believe there's a solid defense here. And while it's not a judge's job to be looking out what's best for a defense attorney, to David's astute point, you just can't ignore the underlying facts of this case. And I think that this person who's going to be apparently the next sheriff, it's not the worst thing in the world to get a resounding jury verdict in his favor, so he's cleared, right, for the rest of his life, rather than perhaps the case was dismissed on a technicality. So in the end, I think there's a low likelihood of success a motion to dismiss will be granted. And I don't think a denial of the motion is the worst thing for the defendant in this case. Obviously, to me, what sort of grounds me more in that opinion is, I think the fact that he won his primary so handily and is such a favorite in the general, and that the will of the people through the legislature are writing strong letters, that to me is a pretty good jury focus group as to what you're going to see in an ultimate trial.
And to that point, these are my last two questions to David with your prosecution background, and then we're going to get some updates from you guys. And Bederow's next. We're going to bring him on before you guys leave to say hello, because we know you guys are all friends. But so as a prosecutor, can you ask for a change of venue because he's now almost he won the primary? And what are some of the things in the background that would make a prosecutor bring a case like this? And despite what everyone's initial common instinct is to be like, why in the hell is this even being brought?
So my experience has been that changes of venue have been less frequently allowed over time since the advent of the internet. I've had one case in my career where they changed venue and they sent us from Cambridge, where there was so much publicity about a murder, to the western part of the state where we didn't know anybody. But that was really before the internet took off. I mean, right now, this case is national news. Where are you going to move it now? Arkansas, where nobody's heard of this, So I don't see a change of venue motion lying for the prosecution. I want to make a minor, semi-ridiculous prediction, though, based on experience. When I was you asked about my former employee as a prosecutor. When I was in the DA's office in the 90s, you guys are, well, Bob's old enough, but he was in a different state. You guys are probably not old enough to remember this, but there was an international sensation of a murder case where a British nanny was charged with murder for a baby that died in her custody in the home of the family that she was living in. And the case went all the way to a verdict, and the jury came back guilty. And there was a huge uproar, especially overseas, but even there within America as well. And the judge essentially took the verdict away from the jury and decided that the verdict only supported a manslaughter, and then he gave her the street, did not convict her. So I think there's at least a tiny chance that if the prosecution goes forward and does get a conviction, that I don't know if there's a mechanism to do this in Arkansas as there was in Massachusetts, but I think that's on the map based on what I've seen.
I don't think that
for the record, Dave, I'm 56, so I'm well aware of it. I'm an old man.
Okay.
All right, so
no, you're not.
but I agree with that as a possibility, especially not just depending on if it's available in Arkansas. But I'm going to bring in the guest from our next panel to say hello, and then don't think you're leaving without our update. But the famous Mr. Bederow,
Mark Bederow, the Karen Reed lawyer that almost was.
Almost. This is the prime real estate. Thanks for having me. What a good crowd. This is glad to be a part of this. How are you guys?
Thanks for
joining us.
Mark. Good to see you, Mark.
Good to see you.
One of these days, Bob, I'm going to see you walking around the streets of Midtown Manhattan. It hasn't happened yet, but it may.
I look forward to it.
All right, so you guys tell us what's happening with the podcast / YouTube, whatever.
No pressure. Don't like put the thumb on them. Like,
okay, we're not.
You guys have any updates?
Well, we're I'll speak first, and Bob can supplement. We're closer than we've been. It's taken a long time. I think I don't want to speak for Bob, but I think we underestimated the amount of work that went into it and how difficult it is to fit all the things that need to be done into lives that are dominated by a law practice and family. We have made incremental progress. Even when we were quiet, things were going on behind the scenes. The Mottas, I will announce publicly, have been tremendous supporters and a great help to us. And we're probably going to tap on you guys a little bit further before we go live. But we've been doing a lot of work. I put out a post on X when I saw Bob for lunch this week. He happened to be in town for a case, and so I essentially kidnapped him and made sure he saw me before he left. And I just hinted that it's not too far away right now, and I gave a hint as to the name of the podcast, which I know Bob Motta knows. We're not going to reveal today.
I've said nothing.
No, you're a good man, and I knew we could trust you. But it's funny. I said that one of the photos that we posted had a hint of the name, and everybody came out with guesses. And there's one guy who came very, very close, and I'm not going to tell you who it is, but it will be evident afterward. Nobody's gotten it yet, but there's one very, very sharp guy who we all know who came very close. So
I love it. I love it. Bob, anything to chime in?
I don't have much more to add other than I'm the main reason why this podcast isn't live now. My practice, as I had predicted a long time ago, is incredibly busy. Not that David's not, but just by way of example, I'm getting on a plane on Memorial Day at 11 a.m. to go to Milwaukee for an entire week on a case, and I'll fly back on Saturday. And that's just an example of what's been going on. So David's been rowing by far the heaviest oar on that. And the only other thing I will say is I'm very excited for it. David and I have discussed the content a lot, and we have what we hope are going to be some great topics. It is going to be conversational. It's going to be, I think, maybe a little different than other law tubers, if you will. And I think it's going to certainly delve into legal topics of interest, but some other things, not politics, of course. But I'm hopeful that it's going to be informative, educational, fun, and entertaining. And I also want to thank the Mottas, because they've been so gracious in offering their experience, their expertise. They do it right, and their show is just a paradigmatic example of how to do these things right. And so just want to let people know that the Mottas have been very, very supportive, and I appreciate it greatly.
Well, we appreciate you guys.
We do.
Mark, you have anything you want to discuss with these guys before they leave us?
They've been here a long time. I don't want to burden them too much. So the last 10 or 15 minutes, as usual, it's the best analysis you'll ever get from the best in the game, right? So it's great to hear. Lawyers love to hear attorneys talk.
Hey, and Bob, I know I know it to be a fact that you're a healthy eater, but when in Wisconsin, you've got to get into their bratwurst, man. Like,
what about the cheese curds?
Delicious. Cheese curds are great, but the bratwurst up there, if you're even slightly inclined to eat a cased meat, their bratwursts are the best in the country. They're delicious. And hopefully you're staying at the Black Hawk Hotel. All my time's up in Milwaukee, which is a stone's throw. It's a great spot if you're going to spend a week there. So those are my two tips for the great state of Wisconsin, and in particular Milwaukee.
All right. Well, we thank you guys, and we thank you on behalf of the Spencer family as well.
We do. And donate, everybody. Donate. We're doing very, very well. I think we've crossed the $10,000 mark. So we're doing great. We've got a long way to go. Like, hey, it's expensive. You guys can attest how expensive is it to try a murder case.
Oh, there's no doubt. And by the way, I am 100% on board. Thank you guys for doing this for this gentleman. My heart goes out to him. Free Aaron Spencer.
Hey, I love it. Dave, I'm bringing you back on. We're talking about O'Malley as much as you can talk about, because tonight it's factually, it's kind of close to this. Different scenario.
You know what? I thought the same thing. Would love to come back on. It's always great to see both of you. And Mark, I know you'll hit it out of the park for the next hour. Good to see you. And Bob, my brother, I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks,
All right,
gentlemen.
thanks.
Have a great
Thanks,
rest
Dave.
of your weekend.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks. Oh, good.
They go. Hey, Mark.
How are you guys?
We're great.
Good.
How are you? Keeping
All right.
busy?
Keeping
So,
busy. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, did you already know about this case? What do you know about it?
A little bit, not that much. You know, when you have all your own craziness going on, a lot of times you just kind of
course
tuned in. So I don't, but I mean, I had heard about the Arkansas father who, you know, killed the guy who did something to his daughter, and immediately, without even knowing more, thought, okay, this is already an acquittal, but whatever, let's look into this a little deeper. I heard you guys talk about it more than anyone. And from what I've learned and what little I've read, I don't even know why it's in court at all. The chances of a conviction, forget the law, forget any of it, it's just not going to happen. I mean, I don't know if you had any discussion earlier about, well, you know, what about a jury? What will they do? You just get a jury full of fathers who have daughters, and they'd be asking, you know, can I give a dead guy the death penalty? I mean,
right. And that was actually one of my questions for you, because a lot of people are asking bench or jury, but let me bring on potentially criminal. So
Let me introduce you guys: Sean Martin, Mark Bederow, Sean, Mark, Sean.
We've been around the circuit before.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Another attorney panel. And before I toss that question to Mark, Sean, what is it about this? Do you already know about this case?
Yeah, I've been.
Sean, do you have a Tasmanian devil in your room?
No, I just had to.
Well, I didn't want to ask you what about this case made you want to get involved, unless you knew, you know.
I've been involved, my viewers told me about it kind of about the same time you guys started looking into it. And, you know, when I heard the facts of it, I'm like, there's no way this should be murder, but there must be something I'm missing. Like, was this guy out of the car begging for his life? Like, there had to be something I was missing, the reason why they would do this. And no, the facts never showed that. And then, you know, I love the part where the prosecutors try to come out and say, no, here are the real facts as to what happened. And when they gave out their little motion and their little story of the case, I'm like, I already liked Eric Spencer. Now I like him even more. And the only thing he's guilty of is not having a steak dinner with me after this is all said and done, like on my expense. Like, I really don't understand this. And absent the Fosler guy having some sort of, I don't know how much pull he had in the community. The only other thing I could think of is the government's, you know, the powers that be are upset that Aaron kind of upset the monopoly of violence that the state has in a philosophical sense, because otherwise there's this is completely frivolous to try.
Yeah, it makes no sense. And I know that I
also, sorry about the echo.
No, you're fine. And I know that I read this earlier, but it's short and it'll help everybody. So before I even read this, part of what we learned in a pleading that was filed yesterday, or at least became public yesterday, was that the minor victim, the real victim in this case, after the shooting, when she spoke to the police, she told them she was still in pain from Fosler essaying her that same day, and that he was using that camera to see behind him because he was worried about the father, and now the camera is the missing SD card. If you don't know, and then
no, I'm aware of that.
Right, and that he was rummaging for a gun, or he was looking for his gun before he got out. But this is what was written in a pleading, and it's an older pleading, but it gives us a little bit of a window into what happened. So when Heather and Aaron Spencer found their daughter's bed empty, they were worried, given what she had recently been through. They decided Heather would call 911 and he would begin searching for her in the area. They learned about that time from a family member that Fosler had recently contacted the child, and they were understandably panicked. They were terrified that Foster would not only SA their daughter, but he would kill her or disappear with her, knowing she was the critical witness to the crimes that would put him in prison for the rest of his life. And I think we also learned on that motion from yesterday that in the 911 call, the wife says, we're worried he is going to kill her. So it's not like it says all just, after the fact. So it goes on to say that, like any normal father, Spencer left his wife to stay on the 911 call while he went out searching for her. Contrary to the state's suggestion, there's absolutely nothing about him doing that is unlawful or wrong. In fact, it is exactly what most anyone would do. While Spencer was looking for his daughter, he happened to pass Foster's truck as it turned on Highway 31, several miles from where Spencer's residence is located on that roadway. And Spencer saw his child in Foster's truck. Spencer turned around to follow, and for miles, Spencer honked and flashed his lights, but Foster sped up, fleeing with the child towards an intersection that would take them out of the area. Before that could happen, Spencer, having been trained in military tactics and maneuvers for disabling vehicles while avoiding significant injuries, pushed Foster's truck into a driveway. Foster exited the truck, coming towards Spencer aggressively with something in his hand, and Spencer shot him, unloading his clip. Foster jumped into the ditch and continued to move and curse, and concerned that he may have had a weapon, Spencer hit Foster with the gun to abate any further threat. And then I'll leave it there. So, I mean, these are at least some facts that we are learning about, and it begs the question. At first, they charged him with first-degree murder. I mean, we've heard this story before, right? And they did it so quickly, and they did it despite, even waiting. They knew that camera was there. Let's like wait and see what it says, and maybe there's something on here. Like, you would think in a situation like that, the police would be more inclined to be like, there's a dead predator, and it seems like his daughter was in the car, that this is at least at face value a possibility of defense of others, if not defense of self. Like what do you guys think is going on?
Maybe some of us have regional bias because we live in certain areas of the country and just think we're more enlightened or whatnot. But the first thing that shocked me when it was clear that this man was being charged with murder and being charged with murder so quickly was, in Arkansas, really? I would think they would be having a parade within 6 hours. I mean, this is like as red-blooded, American military dad with his right to defend himself and others, literally saves his daughter from this just scumbag with all of his prior history. It's kind of shocking just on that level. And, they're clearly dug in. They're going forward. They have no chance of winning this. You had mentioned earlier, Ali, about, bench trial and I'm a big bench trial fan. Now this is absolutely like the easiest jury trial of all time because of how gross the whole fact pattern is, because the guy is like, a man's man, military, family man, hero. And also because the best evidence you have is he just won a huge election for sheriff or primary people in that county. And obviously, if he's a murderer, I'm thinking you don't really want that guy to be sheriff. So I just can't even fathom why anyone would think from the prosecution side that this makes any sense to move forward, or what kind of message or principle they're standing on. I mean, and it doesn't even matter, again, legally. I mean, who can say that? Lawyers should never say it never matters legally. But, this isn't a law school exam where who's the aggressor and who did this. The jury's just not going to care. A judge, might perhaps, although the judge they have now seems to be, certainly
a good judge
for the defense. But this is going to be like a 10-minute acquittal if they really go forward with this.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. And I think if I'm Aaron Spencer, I want to force the prosecutor to stand up in front of a jury and make them defend this nonsense. Like, make them have to do this in front of the community. Yeah, it's great if the judge, says, okay, not guilty. Make them take this in front of a jury. Make them go in front of the people of their community, their neighbors, and tell them why they think this was necessary and why they put Aaron Spencer through now years of hell for this. Like, they should be forced to do that.
Right.
And I can't imagine, and somebody in the chat mentioned, like, are there any curveballs? If the state had anything, they would have already told. Like, they've got nothing there, I don't think, that I can see coming out.
No prosecutor who has any self-respect or dignity wants to be in a position where they're going to have to defend the deceased dirtbag as some kind of victim and have to give the old, even bad people can be victims of crimes. And that's all wonderful and it's true. But he's like a serial rapist of this very child, and had been out on a grotesquely low amount of bail for what he had done to this child, and was apparently doing it to this child again. I mean, there are some cases where there's just no sympathy, no matter how you play it, for the prosecution, and this is one of those unicorns where it's no good, and they should just pack up their bag and go home and come up with some reason not to do this. I mean, this is going to end really badly and humiliating for them.
And Casanelli, Aaron Casanelli, Aaron Spencer's one of his two attorneys, has tried diligently. Like, she has gone to the prosecutor, the one that's the lead prosecutor heading the case, and tried.
Is the lead prosecutor the elected official? I just don't know.
It's like their deputy, I thought.
I don't.
It might be the deputy. I don't think it's the lead dude, but she's gone to all of them. You know what I mean? It's like, because imagine being a prosecutor, having to get up in front of a jury with the facts in this case and say that this 13-year-old girl was in a consensual relationship with a straight face to a jury with a 67, 66-year-old man.
It's impossible as a matter of
law. Yeah, I was going to say, as a matter of law, I would be, stopping that.
The other thing, though, and I don't know anything about the defense attorney in this case, but this is like the dream of dream cases you want. It is. And the biggest impediment, and everyone here can probably speak to this, is that you don't get too excited and you have to hose yourself down, take a cold shower, breathe deeply, and just not drive yourself nuts, because you're just going to crash through a brick wall and you don't want to be like overly, intense with the jury. This is the advocate's ultimate moment to defend this guy against these allegations and have a victim like you described, Bob, who literally, by definition of law, was in an illegal relationship with a child who cannot legally consent. And I just, you just would, to have a case like that and argue, I mean, kudos to the lawyer for getting that case, because that's like your moment.
Well, on top of that, Mark, and I don't know if you followed this part of it, they twice got the Arkansas Supreme Court to spank the trial judge for improper actions. With the gag order, they got the Supreme Court of Arkansas to say, no, we're not doing that. And even then, they said, a couple of them said, if I had my way, I'd kick her off the case right now.
Yeah.
And then it festered for a couple of months. And then on the eve of trial earlier this year, the Arkansas Supreme Court stepped in and said, nah, we're done. I mean, I agree. Like, the wind is at their back. And, that's the other thing that would make me nervous too, is like, I'm doing so well. What am I missing? Or is, you have to carry the ball and you got to cross the goal line. You can't fall in. Don't show. Yeah,
you can't showboat. You can't get overconfident. It's like when you were a prosecutor, 100 years ago, and you'd have the pro se defendant, and you're like, oh God, this is the worst thing that you want, because you could just literally, you could toy with this, but maybe they're going to think it's just too warped, it's too unbalanced, you're being too, and from the defense side, yeah, I mean, they don't want to get overconfident in what they're dealing with. But I mean, what were they gagging? Why was there a gag order?
The world. It was
Everybody.
Essentially, they were gagging the world. No one was
Yes.
allowed to talk. It was so overly broad. Yeah. The Supreme Court is like, and the line that I love the most from the opinion from the Arkansas Supreme Court is that she had issued the order, the gag order, before the prosecution, or either the prosecution or the defense had been able. I think the defense filed
had a chance to respond.
response, and then before the prosecution had been able to reply or respond to their motion, she had entered the order. In the language they use is that she entered the order faster than it would be to make a pot of coffee. And that she had done none of the work. She hadn't looked into it. It was crazy to them. And so they flamed through that thing. And then, yeah, they came after her again. I mean, whatever was going on with her. And I have, like all of us practicing attorneys, I have a lot of respect for the bench, and I'm very cognizant of it. If I come out and say something negative about a judge, right, but like there was something going on with this woman. It was inexplicable. And I can't explain why she was making some of the rulings, because they weren't just bad. They were egregiously bad. And I was trying to figure out, I'm like, who's being protected here and why? Like the way that they handled that dashboard camera is, again, inexplicable. Like I don't give a shit how shitty of a cop you are. Like if you're on that scene and you see that the guy that is laying in a ditch with 15 bullets in him had a dashboard cam that you can see is plugged in and is inactive, how was that thing not guarded like Fort Knox? And you're like, oh my God, we got the entire case right here. We're going to see it all. We don't need to hear anybody's version of what happened. We can see it. And that thing ends up in a guy's desk and then ends up in somebody else's hands being hand delivered to the AG. And the thing that had all the video on it somehow disappears into thin air. And there's no chain of evidence, no chain of custody, rather.
Yeah,
there's no evidence log. Dude, it's like everything about it is unbelievable. And it just keeps bringing me back to that question. Who are they protecting? It's like what is the position? Because what Yannetti was saying at the end of it, like in terms of in what you were saying at the beginning of this segment, Mark, you're talking about like the most red-blooded American former vet protecting his daughter. It makes no goddamn sense to me. And I just can't put those pieces together. I just can't figure it out.
It doesn't make any sense. And it's just another thing to add to what a train wreck this is. I mean, even without any video disappearing in that manner, this case is DOA to begin with. Now you're giving the lawyer a chance to just smack them around and talk about just how atrocious of an investigation this is, that the one thing that might have actually established one way or the other what happened just mysteriously disappears. And and the prosecution's position is, don't worry about that. Trust me, bro. He did it. And, this poor pedophile is the victim. I mean,
I think the fact that we don't have it tells us what it would have probably have shown.
Right. And I just want to circle. Sorry, did I cut you off, Sean?
I was just say no. Is the prosecution here? I mean, another thing which most prosecutors will factor when they bring cases. I understand it's somebody died and all that, but what harm can be done versus the greater good and the pros and cons of bringing a case? And I mean, are they really going to subject a 14-year-old girl who has been repeatedly victimized, and now this is a huge case of, I mean, I know they won't show her on TV and all that, but they're going to make her get up in a courtroom and explain what was done to her? And are they going to attempt to gently discredit what she says about what this man was doing to me? As her father is sitting there at the table on trial for his life? I mean, what are they doing?
Yeah, and that's a big point that Bob's always focusing on. We're actually having Judge Carol Erskine on to discuss like how that re-traumatizes the children. So
It's gonna be horrible.
It makes zero sense. And I want to just kind of circle back to Mark, your earlier comment, because that wasn't the comment that I saw about bench or jury. That's not the first time I've seen it in the chat. And you made, like such an important point that I hope that everybody out there kind of understands, is that like in this situation where a judge is going to be more focused on just the black letter law. And if there is even a possibility that a judge is going to say, well, I don't know, once the car was run off the road and once he was no longer moving, whether he had some, whether there was truly a risk of imminent deadly force against him.
That is a great point, because I mean, if you put the emotion aside, and I've done a lot of justification cases, whether it involves law enforcement or civilians, and to be candid, just on the factual description, this is not the strongest justification defense. And certainly in the real world, it's justifiable. About the law of the street, forget it. This is hideous. But, it does get tricky. Who's the initial aggressor if he's chasing the guy and bumps him off the road?
All right, so here's what I think, though, Mark, for that initial aggressor, because I kind of see that coming with the defense. Is he the initial aggressor? And Bob had put up the non-deadly force protection, self-defense of others. That I say that first maneuver is within the self-defense of others, because he is
100%.
Self-defense.
Well, it's an inherently violent felony.
Well, I guess the answer to that, I agree with you, is because the age discrepancy and the knowledge, and he knows it's his daughter. He knows the history, so it satisfies probably subjectively and objectively that. But then, of course, the question: when is the threat terminated? Right. And then out comes the deadly force. Is it proportional? In most cases, it is the defendant who says the guy charged at me. Now there's the missing video, I think it would work. He'd get acquitted anyway. But a judge in this case is going to be more interested in all these little legal nuances than a juror, who, I go back to saying what I said was, can we like exhume him and give him the death penalty again? And then kick him in the head one more time just so we all feel better. I mean, that's what a jury's going to do.
Yeah, they're gonna say, I got to take my kid to soccer practice. Let's go.
Yeah.
100% agree.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing though too is, and as Mark was saying, God forbid you get any jurors that don't see it your way, but you only have to get one of the jurors to see it your way. That's the thing. And the judge gets all hyper technical about it. That's a thing that may not look good. And while And I think this is something I brought up before in a couple of these other trials. Like the jurors are normies. The jurors are regular members of the community. The judge is not a regular member of the community. The judge is on a different level and a different plane, and will see things differently. The judge isn't going to sit there and say this was absolutely based of a fact pattern. I would have paid to have a drone to watch this whole thing unfold. The judge isn't going to be that way. So I do think there is an advantage of letting the jury, and the community emotions. Like, nobody in this community is going to shed a tear for Vossler. And I think that that's something to let the jury deal with that. I mean, I hate to say it, but you also let the peer pressure of the community, like you let the jurors have to deal with the fact that they're going to have to go into their community, like church on Sunday, and say, wait, you convicted the man for murdering the pedophile?
The man won a primary in a landslide while being accused of murder. And the community's reaction was, make this man sheriff.
Yes.
In terms of reading the room and what are we doing here, if you're a prosecutor, that is as bad as it can possibly get.
Well, I think it's good, though, on the juror side of it, that if any of the jurors are going to say, well, wait, everybody likes this guy. I mean, you want every advantage you can, and I think that that he's got every advantage he can, really, at this point.
Yeah. Babe, what do you guys make of?
I wish I had a case like this.
I've asked, I know, but it's still at the same time, you never know what a jury is going to do. You know what I mean? It's like all of us are sitting here saying, man, this is like the dream. This is the dream defendant. This is like the dream set of circumstances. Like, this is the case that you want, as defense attorneys. I love cases like this because it shows people you're not always defending the bad guy. Sometimes you're having to defend people for their lives that did something and that's why I always love self-defense cases, because it's a question of what was reasonable. Was the response reasonable to the threat? And this is the same type of thing. But the thing that I always concern myself, and I think I asked the second panel, and I want your guys' opinion on it, in terms of kind of the overkill aspect of it, the fact that he emptied his clip into him, then climbed on top of them and pistol whipped them. How are you addressing that? If you're, because they're going to make a thing of it. The state's absolutely going to talk about this wasn't a guy like this was, because that's their actual argument for motive. The fact that he emptied his clip into him was that this guy was dying to do it.
If the argument is by the prosecution that even if he was justified to shoot him once or twice, the last 12 were too much. I mean, again, in a law school exam, that can make sense. I mean, the threat is terminated. So why are you doing that? And although you can't be, guilty of killing a dead man, but does it show that this was all anger and frustration and emotion? The problem they have is just pure emotion going in the other direction. This is the unicorn case where a juror is going to say, this is not legal analysis, this is just the real world, is going to say, I wouldn't care if he shot another 15 times. And then, like I said earlier, got out, kicked him in the head, which apparently you're telling me he essentially did. I didn't even know that. That it's an argument for the prosecution, but again, if that's where you're coming from, and that's your shining moment to not embarrass yourself, you've already lost. The fact is, you have a daughter, a child who's treated that way. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, he had been out on bail for months, right?
3 months.
He only did this when he literally saw his daughter was missing, and then saw that his daughter was with this pedophile being driven around, and the jury is supposed to care that he took maybe a few gratuitous extra ones just to, empty the clip.
Good measure.
You know what? Honestly, every juror, even if he testified and said I did that, they'd still want to shake his hand. And
or elect him for sheriff.
Look, you don't want like vigilante justice. That's not appropriate, and there are laws for a reason. But this it's different. If they knew what he had done and had actual knowledge of the way the daughter was treated again and again, he knew about this guy's history. He knew that his daughter was with him and was taking him away. And he did call the police, I think you said, right? While he was heading over there.
Yeah.
So then he's not going over there.
His wife did.
Okay, but
while they were together, right?
Well, my point is, if the husband has knowledge that we're calling the police, to the extent we're having this discussion about the exercise of did he do too much and was he too emotional, that's a huge point for the defense. Nobody tells the police, by the way, I'm just letting you know I'm about to go over there and shoot this guy 15 times and kick him in the head so you can arrest me. If you were a true vigilante just out for punishment because you just feel that way, you're not calling the police.
Exactly.
So this is, the fact that there's a few extra shots, nobody cares.
Matters not.
In this situation, I agree. I don't think they have to. If they were really worried, though, Bob, you would get like a use of force expert, somebody who's like, I train cops and they're trained, you shoot till the threat is stopped. And, I've reviewed like thousands of police shootings, and we can watch them on YouTube. What happens when it's actually a life or death situation? You don't just, it's not like the Olympics where you go, oh, okay.
Right.
No, it turns into a bullet festival very quickly.
Yep.
So that's, there's a lot of ways that could be explained. I do think, like you said, though, the other thing you mentioned earlier, though, worrying about a jury. Yeah, juries, it's always a gamble. It's always a coin flip, but you've got no other choice because you're not voluntarily going, oh, I want to have a trial on the merits. You're being forced to do this. So you gotta run with what you got. So,
right.
And I just want to say a couple of things on this, like the whole overkill issue. And so first you've got, and the whole wishing someone dead. So, and I've used this analogy before. Let's say there's someone who, slaughtered your entire family and you wish he was dead. You wish you could kill him. You want to kill him with every fiber of your being. But he shows up at your house with a knife or a gun or whatever. It's still justified. No matter how much in your heart you wanted to kill that motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
And then the same thing with the overkill, because I did a little research on it and I pulled it up because it's in like my copy paste, thing that saves everything. And I think I had been researching Richard Allen. So I ended up in Indiana and I tried to find something similar in Arkansas and couldn't. But I found this little blurb that says, and this is from a 2007 Indiana appellate court case. Moreover, we do not believe the fact that 6 shots were fired to be dispositive of the harmless error claim in light of our Supreme Court's observation in another case to the extent of Neil's injuries does not necessarily disprove the defendant's claim of self-defense. And they declined the state's invitation to say, oh, it's a harmless error here because he shot her 6 times anyway.
And the fact pattern, I mean, every door that you think a prosecutor would try to justify going through to make this make sense gets slammed shut in their face. I mean, there is not a father alive who knew that their daughter had been abused by this man and was missing and was literally with him right now, who is not going to go after and defend his child no matter what. And in that state, you're allowed to pack heat, and he does, and he goes. And then on top of all that, and people can debate all they want. Maybe he's adding a little, maybe the justification is, made up. Oh, he came at me. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which goes to your point about a jury. That's why we need a jury.
Yes. No juror is going to say, oh, I'm going to break down that story. And therefore, this father who, through no fault of his own, happened to find this weirdo loser with his daughter doing ungodly things to her, took a few extra shots and maybe took a few liberties. Nobody cares. I mean, this is a poor use of prosecutorial discretion. It's also political suicide. I mean, whoever the DA is down there who's doing this and the people in charge, they will be unemployed when this is
But all of that begs the question then, Mark, why?
I don't know.
Can you put on your speculation hat and even come up with a theory?
I mean, the deceased guy, I mean, I'm going to assume because he's like a lifelong pedo and whatnot, he's not politically connected, that he
has a law enforcement background. He was like a resource officer and I think a cop, and I got to wait till the next confirmation, but he does have some background.
I mean, we're speculating, of course, but I mean, the only thing that would come to mind is some form of protecting your own, or he's got pictures of somebody and he's just there. I mean, but he's dead. So what's he going to do with those pictures? Right. Corruption. What else can it be?
Right.
Just, it's an unsophisticated place. It feels, sorry for the people from Arkansas, but it's probably, a little different than you might see in a big city, and where there's a lot of accountability and there's a lot of back scratching down there. And
I mean, though, to be fair, Mark,
reason for this.
I was going to say, though, to be fair, though, we saw in, not to poo-poo up in Massachusetts, but we saw like in the, the most pleasant bedroom communities of Boston, just insanity on that. So it's kind of like you can find that corruption in a lot of places.
It's a different kind of corruption, though.
It is, though. I agree with that.
Get like the small town crap that you would get in Massachusetts. And I'm not look, Norfolk County is the poster child for dysfunctional criminal justice system anywhere in the United States. And
11,000, that's great.
Has become a national laughingstock in the last couple of years in criminal justice, and you'd never expect it in a sophisticated place like that. So that point is taken, but I don't know what's going on. It does feel a little Boss Hog, a little Dukes of Hazzard, a little like, what are we doing down here?
Or yeah, the thin blue line ends nowhere. But I'll let you. I cut you off there, Sean, and then I got a question to pose to you both. And I know Bob's like, damn, she is monopolizing all the questions.
She's in control. Yeah. No, I would say, because when I was an assistant prosecutor for a while, and I was in a county of 40,000 people, and I struggle to think that the elected I work for and the law enforcement I work for there would let something like this happen and would lose everything like that. So I just really am, even at the small town level, I am just really taken aback by how this is all unfolded.
I mean, I was a prosecutor in what was the largest prosecutor's office in the country. And if this had happened in Midtown Manhattan, they'd find the body and they would, send someone out to investigate. They would never arrest them right away. And then they'd have these big meetings in the DA's office, this round table of really skilled lawyers, and they'd kick it around and they would talk about justification and all these issues, all these experienced lawyers, and then they would say, we're not touching this. It would take a week or two, whatever. But then, I mean, how this is happening down there, I don't know.
Yeah.
It makes
And now my brain okay, I remembered the question.
No,
I got it. So, I brought this up on another panel, but I've got 2 criminal defense lawyers here. So this is what we've been talking about. Bob and I have talked about it. So
you guys are selling yourself. You're not full media, right? We've got 4 skilled lawyers.
Yes.
It's true.
So the whole, we need an expert on the grooming issue. I've sort of been screaming, if I'm the defense attorney, I'm filing a motion that it should never come into evidence how in the hell she left that house, because how she actually came to leave that house is completely irrelevant to whether or not it was reasonable for dad to assume she was taken by force, she was drugged, something like that.
Or she left on her own accord.
Right, but
that's a fascinating point, though, because it's like flipping these trials on their heads. Usually you get prosecutors. We saw that. That was funny, actually. That's the guy doing the Zoom and the kid comes in the stroller. And
I mean,
usually you get prosecutors who are like, oh, I'm going to call an expert about why someone who's a victim would text message and love the defendant. And you're always saying, God, how are they allowed to do it? But, what you just said, I think, makes a lot of sense. You can't have jurors assuming, judging, or speculating about, well, she went there on her own. What does she know? And the reality is, if there's a lot of evidence that he had abused her over a period of time, and, whether she literally went voluntarily, not legally, literally, in terms of, okay, I'm going on my own accord physically. If she's being groomed and influenced, coerced, intimidated, all of those things, a jury should absolutely know, because it would be totally irrelevant and improper to judge, the child's behavior in that way, and then somehow hold that against the defendant for overreacting and not having a basis to act the way he did. I think I would do that.
So and that's why I'm sorry. So I just want to say this, that's why I'm saying that I thought I was in the mindset it should not be relevant of how she physically actually left, whether she did or not, because it's his understanding. And they want to put on this grooming expert. And my concern was, I'd say keep it all out, because could a grooming expert turn this into a mini trial of did she leave or didn't she on her, own? And somehow that makes a difference. And,
I get what you're saying, Ali, but I don't think so. I think it is important because it does show she's not really making her own choices at this point.
That's it.
And it gives them more reason, and they're already going to hate Fosler. But let's just, this man is manipulating a 13-year-old child. He's texting her. He's, whatever he's doing, Snapchatting her. He's manipulating this child. This child is just going to up and sneak out of your parents' house. And they're trying to keep track of her, short of sitting in the room staring at her every 5 minutes. If they're doing what they can to keep her there, and yet she still was drawn to this flame. I think it's the complete manipulation of it is going to be critical.
I mean, whether they use an expert or not, I mean, as a defense attorney, again, the subject matter is disturbing, and obviously with the girl, you want to be respectful of all that. But in terms of like the blood sport of lawyering and wanting to just annihilate the DA on a case like this and humiliate them and just destroy them, you are salivating at the prospect of a prosecutor even attempting to make an issue of how this child ended up with this 67-year-old man, because as a defense attorney, it's one of those rare times you get up and basically point at the prosecutor and say, shame on them for how dare they turn this into that. And these are the people who are supposed to represent Yeah. And you have a license to just take out an axe and hit them in the back of the head 5 times in front of them.
You're never going to get to do it again.
There's just no good path for the DA to like tiptoe through and avoid all the landmines. And it's like you just keep waiting. Are they going to wake up one day? Whoever has to try this terrible case, just wake up and say, you know what? I'm out. I'm not doing this. And let's all go home and come up with a story later. But I'm just not going to do this. They are walking in to such scorn in their careers and their profession in terms of their human decency. I mean, what lawyer is going to get up with a straight face and lecture us all about, well, justice is justice, and this poor man who he is a victim because of this, and we don't know what he did to the child, and this is not comparable to like other alleged vigilante cases like that big one in New York. That's a whole different animal than this. This guy knew that he took his child and abused her again and again. This is not some guy who's pissed off at the world and the insurance industry generally, so I'm just going to go find a CEO and symbolically shoot him in the back. That's my daughter who's getting abused and essentially was kidnapped, and I'm going to save her.
Yep.
Those are apples and oranges.
Totally. Because one thing that's going to come up is that the re-grooming aspect, I'm assuming, is going to come into evidence. They're like, so Aaron and Heather, the parents, are not aware, obviously, that this guy is starting to sink his teeth back into her, as you said, either through Snap or whatever way he's doing it.
He probably never really, he never got.
He never let go. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
but that they were communicating again.
Right. So I think after the outcry, there's probably a gap, like when he gets charged, but like to me, when that evidence comes in, but here's my fear. And my fear was always this when I'm like, we have to have the grooming expert. And I'm going to quit using my poor father as the example. But I'm worried about that 78-year-old farmer that spends every day of his life when he's not out there, on his rocking chair, in his combine, tending to his fields, and he's sitting out there and he's never heard what's grooming. Wait, you're telling me this girl went out to him all on her own? That guy is the guy that I'm worried about, who's never heard of grooming, who's looking at it. He's like, well, she went out to him. What's he supposed to do? That's the fucking guy I worry about. That's why I need a woman like Carrie Landau to get on the stand and maybe able to break through to that guy so that he has an understanding of what's really going on here.
Two thoughts about that. The first is be careful with your Arkansas demographics. They're going to plummet if we don't watch out. But the second is, I mean, that's a very strong argument for why you need an expert. This is not a regular thing that, it's beyond the language that, we hear of a reasonable juror to have any idea what they're talking about. And I mean, I think it ought to be allowed. I mean, it's really whether the defense wants to do it or not. the pros and cons, but either way, it's such a minefield for the prosecution. I mean, are you really going to get into why this girl was there? Or how about you just, if you're going to try the case, stick to the fact that it's too much force and he shouldn't be dead, and that the guy is a piece of garbage. He did all these terrible things, but he still couldn't shoot him 14 times. That's not an argument I'd want to make, but that's a lot better than trying to rationalize why the girl was with this abuser.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys this. Assuming that you could make a motion, so I guess it's a two-part question. Would you agree with me that a motion to exclude any testimony about how she actually got out of that house, as opposed to what the father could have reasonably believed was the way she got out of her house, that should not even be allowed, because it doesn't matter how she actually got out. It only matters what was reasonable for him to think.
I don't think so, because again, what if, I mean, for not that it doesn't mean she was groomed, but what if the girl just ran away, again, in a literal sense? I'm not justifying it. I'm not condoning it. What if she just went to go see him?
So let me ask you this. If factually, let's say it even ended up, it had nothing to do with him and she ran away, and then he saw her on the street and picked her up and put her in the car.
If you preclude that evidence outright, then isn't there a concern that the inference will be, well, he must have kidnapped her or something like that? Like, there's no other explanation that the prosecution arguably, I mean, what if there's evidence?
Legally, should it matter? That's my question to you. Legally, should it matter when all that's relevant is the mental state of the father, not what really happened?
No, I mean, obviously it can be irrelevant, but if it's so prejudicial to one side, in which the risk is that the jury could assume that he just was creeping around and kidnapped her, I mean, I think they have to at least be given the opportunity to try to explain. And then if they walk into it, then out comes the axe and you just bludgeon across over the head.
But that would be my whole point. I'd be saying, if the jury can assume that based on what they only knew, which is all the dad knows, he only knows what he knows, then that damn well proves it was reasonable for him to assume that somehow this man crept in his house and kidnapped her.
I think it's reasonable no matter what. If his daughter is missing and he knows that he is in the presence of a known pedo from the past, and then he's following her, that whatever explanation anyone could possibly give, that a reasonable person in the father's shoes is still going to act the same way he did. And then also, the other great fact of the father is, the best evidence of him being reasonable is, his wife called 911. I mean, that's reasonable. That's not going, I'm going to go shoot the guy.
Right. That's a huge point, man.
And Ali, I get what you're kind of getting at, though. The idea is, that's however she left the house is not knowledge Aaron has.
Right.
He just knows she's not there. But I agree with Mark, though. Let them try to run with that, because there's no answer that they can give and they'll be able to provide that the defense can't beat them to death with. Right. Because you bring police officers up. Was there were you aware there's a protection? Or yeah. Are you aware can a 13-year-old consent to doing things with a 67-year-old man? No. And they're going to have to say, well, I can't comment. Like, there's a lot of problems they have here. So whether or not, she left, she was snatched out, whatever it is, yeah, fine. If I'm the defense, I'll sit back in the chair and kick my feet up. I dare you to run with this. But also, more importantly, though, juries want to know the story. And that's going to be just a little bit of the story that it's not going to shape their verdict, but I mean, it just gives them a little more of the flavor of, this girl has been manipulated and this guy has a spell basically cast over her, and look what he got her to do. I think it's entirely helpful.
The part I just don't understand is, as you're kind of analyzing this and thinking about all these things and what this child is going to have to say and relive, and the cost benefit, again, of going forward a case that any, I think, sane prosecutor using that powerful tool of prosecutorial discretion would not bring. because it's not the right thing to do. They know that there's practically speaking no real chance of winning. There's really no great justifiable moral argument for winning this case. And then on the other side, what's the harm? The harm is to make this child relive all of this. That's not my dog. My one dog now, but that's not.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mark. By the way.
No, thank you. But making her go through this, to what end? What, I mean, the pros and cons. Where's the adult in the prosecutor's office
right
to say pull the plug? I mean, just to be that guy in Airplane, you know, unplug the fan and smile at the camera and say we're done here.
Right.
I know. It's mind blowing to me. It really is. It's like, because I don't necessarily know it's that situation where, you know, you got that shit file thrown on your, the dog thrown on your desk at the prosecutor's office. So like you're taking this one, and you're like, God, you know, you're stuck. Like, now, if you're not the guy, if you're not the elected prosecutor, you know, and you're having shit roll downhill, you know, and you're stuck trying this case, man. It's like,
I quit before I tried this.
Man, absolutely. Seriously.
But there's also other harm. I mean, like, look, the guy he's never going to get convicted. He's going to be elected sheriff and he's going to clean up the county and all of that. But I mean, the reason you're here today trying to raise all this money is it's going to cost a fortune. That was quite a view. It's going to, that's the back view. It's going to cost a fortune to have to, you know, go to court, pay the lawyers. And yes, the lawyers absolutely need to be paid. And do all these things and go through this process. And, you know, it's stressful on the family. It takes up all your time. You think about it constantly, almost 24 hours.
And it leaves no money for the family to spend on family needs.
Oh, and I mean, can you imagine too? I mean, again, I go back to the daughter. One of the other concerns I would have that I think the prosecutor frankly should reevaluate their lives and their professional judgment is think of what is going on in that girl's mind. If anybody understands real victims of sex abuse, and I do, and I know everyone here probably does as well, one of the biggest concerns is self-blame. They blame themselves for things that are not their faults. And I unfortunately see this in something else all the time, where somebody who is an absolute victim, you know, I shouldn't have done this. It's my fault. And now I'm worried about my family. Imagine her thinking this is all because of me. And my father potentially could go to prison for the rest of his life or the equivalent or whatever, or be taken away from me because I agreed to, when she did not agree, agreed to go with that man. And this prosecutor, win or lose, and it will be lose, is doing so much more harm than good and just has the worst judgment. Sir or ma'am, I don't know who you are, but for the love of God, you should reevaluate your professional choices.
And Mark, this goes back to your question, where is the adult in the room? And turning back to your you know, your experience in a prosecutor's office, is that something when the prosecutor's thinking about charging, you consider the weakness of your case, and should that be one of the factors considered, the impact on that other victim?
I mean, look, I can't speak for a county in Arkansas that maybe has like 2 prosecutors or 10, or I don't know. But, you know, if this happened in Manhattan, or Chicago or anywhere else, that a large office like that, one of the considerations would be raised, no question, would be, are we doing more harm than good? And then part of the pushback would be, well, you know, if somebody's guilty of murder, you know, we have to at least factor that in. We can't just let people get away with murder. And then you say, well, what is the evidence of murder versus justification and all the other pros and cons? And this decision becomes very simple. This is no charges. We've decided as a matter of discretion not to do it. And that's the most powerful tool a prosecutor has. And in this case, they have epically failed.
And so here, it's just dawned on me as part of this conversation. I keep trying to figure out why that SD card vanished inexplicably. Like, we don't know what happened to it. It was in 2 people's hands before it made it to the AG's office. Now, when you think about it like this, in terms of, all right, we're going to prosecute Aaron Spencer, and the decision is made for whatever reason, and they start thinking about this case, there's only one person, because the defendant has a Fifth Amendment right not to speak at all. There's only one person in theory that can get on the stand and testify, and that's Aaron's daughter. So the re-traumatization or continued traumatization of that child, in terms of if you're the prosecutor's office, which is so nefarious, it's hard to even believe that they would think this way, but it's the only way that I can think that they're thinking, because they have to then think, okay, Spencer may or may not testify, but the child would then have to. Is it possible that they could be thinking that Spencer would have pled out to it in order to shield his child from having to get on that stand and retell this entire story? I mean, it's possible. I'm trying to figure out why they lost that evidence.
I think it goes. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I was just going to say, I don't think as horrible as this. That suggestion, that choice. There is no choice. That's awful. That I'd hate to think that would just never be the case. But I can't imagine this guy pleading guilty to a crime for shooting this animal who was abusing his daughter. I'd like to think, again, the daughter should be left out of this, if that's even humanly possible in any way. But, we were just talking about the analysis of the case. Part of that analysis would be, too, the best evidence is gone. And why? Is there an investigation into the police about what happened? I
know, I was wondering the same thing. Where is the subpoenas for their text messages and just a forensic evaluation of this guy's computer?
The guy, do we know who lost it, or is it not even clear?
No, it is. I don't know if it's McCrane or McCraney at this point, but the guy who says, so what it is there's the one guy who says, I had it, I looked at it, I watched it, I put it back into the camera, put the camera in an envelope, closed the clasp, but didn't lick it closed, and handed it off to one other officer who then drove it to the AG's office, and it gets to the AG's office and it's not there.
These guys.
Wait, so someone's actually seen the footage?
This guy, McCain, says he did, but the defense's expert that they put on at the hearing said that this guy's lying, because he said he saw 4 15-minute videos. None of them were relevant. Everything was after the fact. All it showed was the red and blues flashing on the trees. Problem is that the expert the defense put on in that hearing said that model only makes videos of 1, 2, 3, or 5 minutes. 15-minute videos are not a possibility. So the cop is flat out lying. And it went uncontested at the hearing by the state.
It's insane. You look at this, and it's as if these people in Arkansas are looking at the people in Massachusetts when it comes to chain of custody and saying, hold my beer. We can really show you how to lose evidence. And this is Solo Cups isn't 10% of this. The whole crime, if there is a crime or justifiable shooting, is here, and these idiots can't even safeguard it.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right. So you guys, this is a fundraiser. You're both defense attorneys. Mark, you alluded to it. In your experience, how much does defending a case like this, not just attorneys' fees, but experts, typically run?
It is Arkansas, which is not New York or Chicago or Boston. Look, there are LA, there are differences. Yep. But in order for a lawyer to investigate the facts, spend all those hours, prepare for trial, conduct a trial, get the experts, do all the stuff. Honestly, a representation like this, it's in 6 figures. It's in the high hundreds. Depending on how long the case goes, how much work there is, how many lawyers there are. I don't know how many lawyers the guy he even has, up to. Okay, that's a lot of work. Even though the case, they're going to win, they're not going to mail it in. They're going to make sure they have to cover every, dot every I, cross every T. they will need hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to cover all of this, if not more. I have no idea what the lawyers' fees are, how much time they've spent, how long they've been working on it, how much more there is to do, but it takes a lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's undoubtedly a lot, and I'm sure they're working with Aaron and they're cutting him. They're showing him some love on this. But yeah, at the end of the day, even with all of that, and cutting a break here and there, it's north of $500,000 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, easily.
Right,
Yeah, and like they've had to go, like during the course of the litigation pre-trial, they've had to go on appeal to the Arkansas Supreme Court twice.
Right.
Which means they've briefed it, the whole thing. So
don't underestimate briefing, like appellate brief type briefs. That takes a lot of time and a lot of money as well. And appellate printers. I mean, if I wasn't a lawyer, that would be the right business to be in, when you have to have it wrapped up and bound and all that.
The whole deal. The blue covers, blue covers.
Thousands of dollars for the appellate printers, because they're also the ones who can tell you it's formatted right. You say, you do this. I don't want to do this.
Right.
A ton of money.
Well, we adore both you guys, Mark and Sean. You're both brilliant guys. We always love getting your input. I love hearing your minds work. It's fabulous. I thank you both for your valuable time on a holiday weekend. Sean, it seems like you're out in these streets trying to fucking relax with your family. Mark, I'm sure you're doing everybody give condolences to Mark. He lost,
so sorry,
his furry friend, lifetime buddy, which is devastating. It's we just found out that our friend's dog has cancer, and
she's been told days to weeks,
and another dog lover. So we know how devastating that is. So our hearts go out to you, brother. And you guys are amazing. You guys know you guys always have an open door policy. Anytime you want to hang with us over here, always. And Mark, I know it's been too long. Same with you, Sean. It's not intentional. I just, so I'm thrilled that you guys came over and hang with us. I really, 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 really appreciate it. And I know the Spencers do as well. So thank you.
And tell the people where they can find you or what you have in the works.
You can find me at Potentially Criminal here on YouTube. I'm in the process of moving, so the next 2-3 weeks is gonna not really a whole lot going on.
I mean, I have a Twitter page. It's just Bederow Law, but usually you can find me, just getting trolled on Twitter or walking around courthouses.
You ain't never lied, brother. You ain't never lied. You guys are the best. We appreciate you so much. Go enjoy your weekend with your families. And again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking the time to come out today. I really appreciate it.
Take care.
Thanks.
All right,
good luck out there, Aaron. You're going to crush it, man.
All right. Thanks,
Thank
man.
you. All right. Who we got for these people?
Oh, my
Who do you have
goodness.
next?
I see the wheel of regret down there. Nick's got it queued up. All right, so let's bring him on. I'm going to bring on Katt. We love you so much. Hi, Katt. The great Nick Starrow, and then Miss Demeanor.
Hey.
What's up, y'all?
Hi, chickadees.
What's up? How you guys doing? How's your Saturday treating you so far?
Amazing. I've been here all day.
I've seen you. I've been seeing you, girl.
10 minutes before, about 10 minutes ago, my circuit breaker went out. So
of course
it went completely black. Of course. So I've been running around in this because why not scare the neighbors, and trying to figure out what it was. And it seems like my neighbor used my pressure washer and left it out, and then it started to rain.
I mean, it's Murphy's Law, brother. You know that. All right, so before we get started, let's take care of the business at hand. Tell everybody where they can find your fabulous channels. Go. Start with Katt up there.
Oh, Katt Not Williams. I'm also not a lawyer, but I love to watch trials as a layperson. I think I have a lot of thoughts and reactions. I do a lot of research. I do my research. And I just like to see if we pretend the chat's a jury and how we would think about it. I think it's an incredible research tool to see what you guys think in real time. So that's what I do. We watch trials.
And I'm going to say this real quickly about Katt. For not being a lawyer, you're pretty damn learned in the law. So
Does
I
a
love
pretty damn
watching
good
I
job.
love watching your channel. I've loved watching it. You've blown up recently. I love it. You deserve it. You put out just great content. You've turned me on to so many cases that I just they were not even in my purview at all. So go sub to Katt's channel. It's fabulous. I couldn't be a bigger fan.
And to Nick's, and to, I mean, keep going.
Absolutely. I'm going to give them the love after they talk about their channels.
Okay. Just making sure.
Me. Hi. Santa Claus, Viking lawyer. I have many names. Katt calls me Big Nick.
Not the little Nick.
Not that Nick. Not that other Nick. It's Big Nick.
Big Nick.
Yeah, I'm a Swedish jurist. I'm not a lawyer. There's a distinction, but I mean, if it makes it easier, sure. But over here, it's a protected title, and I do because I don't work as a lawyer. I am a jurist. So, welcome to Splitting Hairs. And my channel is just simply Nick Starrow. And I cover cases, and I say all the words I can't do in my day-to-day job as a jurist.
And I love you, Nick. And Nick, you're what I could from a guy who's across a pond, way up there. I love your passion for justice. I love that you take it upon yourself to dig into American cases. I love your passion for wrongful convictions and fighting with all of your might. On your channel in cases that obviously mean a lot to me and Ali. So I'm a huge fan of your channel as well, because you're a true freedom fighter, man. So, thank you for being out there on these streets. And we know how rough it can get. It's not easy taking a position on a case that's sometimes in opposition to what the general public may believe. So my hat is off to you, and I thank you for that.
And an interesting fact in that, I know that most people haven't been here for all 5 hours, but Bob talked about, an interesting fact. When I was younger, I thought, you know what I want to do? Because I always wanted to be a lawyer too. I also thought about being a juror before I realized that you can't be a juror. not in the States.
Not professional.
Right.
You can on my channel.
You can be over here. You can be, we call it a layman judge. In Denmark, it's called a professional juror. But we have that Napoleonic system over here, so we don't have jurors in that sense. So they are elected for 4-year terms, and they handle about maybe 1 to 2 cases per month.
God, that's fascinating to me.
Yeah,
it's so fascinating to me. It's like Baker was on, and he was telling us that they don't take plea deals.
No,
like they don't do it.
He's also a jurist.
Yeah, plea deal is not a thing over here. It is.
I love that though.
Yeah,
I really do. Because it's like that thing where, they overcharge to squeeze people that are going to take a plea that essentially will end up being no jail time, just so they're not going to jail. They're pleading guilty to some shit they didn't do. It happens every day in every county in this country. I promise you.
And over here, if you have 2 people blaming each other, the prosecution is going to say, well, we're going to prosecute the both of you.
Yeah. All right.
No, not that who squeals first. No. You're
Janet,
both going down.
Tell us about you. Tell us about your channel.
Well, you can find me at Ms. Janet Demeanor on YouTube, the Twix, as I call it, because I can't transition from Twitter to X. That I'm just an old lady with a YouTube channel, struggling to do some technology. And on my channel, we are all jurors. And my chat, I feel like, is a very welcoming chat. We have a lot of different conversations. I welcome opposing views. I like to hear the other side. I am not necessarily going to agree with you, but we certainly welcome all of that. And these lovely people on this panel are the reason I'm continuing to delve into cases, because we were kind of all thrown together because of Zach Adams, because I had started Zach Adams way back in August. And full disclosure, I originally was a very pro-prosecution kind of person, and in light of several cases that I have watched closely, it has changed my viewpoint tremendously. And so now I have a very keen eye on what our judicial system is doing and what law enforcement is doing. And that's mostly what I like to cover on my channel.
Yep. And I love your channel. I remember the first time I laid eyes on you. You know, that whole story was so funny. I literally, I'm like, is that? And I think I said it on our live stream. I'm like, is that? Because I saw you in the gallery. I'm like, is that Jimmy? Like in drag? And I'm talking about Auntie Deb, because he's always wearing wigs, and I'm like, he's like he can pull off being a gal. And then you came out and you're like, no, it's me. And I just fell in love with you right away. I could tell you had a wonderful sense of humor. You clearly have a sense of justice, and you care, and that fact that I love nothing more than to hear somebody say, I was always pro-prosecution. They got the right guy, put him down. And I love to hear when people allow themselves the grace to listen, to think.
I'm changeable.
I mean, that's everything. Because some people not changeable. A lot of people.
Yeah, if you give me good concrete evidence and a good opposing position, I'm going to go, I like that. I want to be challenged with how I feel about things, because it helps me be grounded in my beliefs. And so, the whole Donna Adelson trial and all of that happening. Funny little story. I started a new job about 6 weeks ago, and I haven't said anything to anyone that I work with that I had a YouTube channel and all of that stuff. And there was apparently a replay of the Adelson trial on A&E or ID or so. I think it was A&E. And I came into work the next day, and one of my employees comes to me in my office. So if I told you about a professor in Tallahassee and he was going through a divorce, and she goes through the whole scenario, and she says, and I'm watching on TV and I see my boss.
Wait, somebody really thought, someone that knew you thought it was? Oh, no, they did see.
Wow.
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 Ignore
Jeez.
me.
So here's the $1 million question. Had you lied to your employees about where you were?
No, I didn't.
All right, good.
No, I was like, I am taking this vacation day. I am going to go to the Donna Adelson trial, and then I'm going on this day because I am going to the Donna Adelson trial. I had talked about it for months in advance.
Otherwise, it would have been like the Jumbotron of that guy cheating on his wife.
Or it would have been like Ferris Bueller when they're sitting at the Cubs game and he's eating a thing, and his principal has the TV of the Cubs game, or no, it's on in a bar, and it just happens to cut to a foul ball being hit towards Ferris.
Total twist and shout moment. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And they just miss it. Yeah, it was so. At any rate, everybody go sub to all their channels. They're all fabulous. They're all putting out great content, and I'm a big fan of all of them. So you guys, let's talk. And Katt, Katt was like, I'm like, Katt, you got to come on. She's like, she's like, all I know about the case is what I've seen on your channel. So,
hold on. I can actually spiel on that a little bit.
All right, bring it, girl.
So, look, when I cover cases, sometimes it just becomes motions, what's happening within the courthouse. So the four corners of the pleadings and the proceedings. And I don't always delve into, here's what the gossip is on social media. But I actually really like to follow the news coverage, statements that are being made, how people are reacting in comment sections, because I think there's such a difference between the reaction and reality.
Yes.
So because you guys are handling A+, S tier coverage with the pleadings, and obviously you guys tried to go down in person, but we had some it got canceled.
Yeah.
It's a relief that I can defer people to a trusted source to cover that stuff, and I can look at the other stuff. So I'm actually all in on the statements that were getting put out into the media before there was a gag order, and just the sentiment, the reactions, and what's going on with the primary elections and all of that. So
all right,
I'm actually very immersed on that side of it.
Mike, turn your mic up a little bit, Katt. You're a little low. That's what the people are saying. That's what the peoples are saying. All right. Well, I'm gonna tell you, are you prepared to kind of dive into some of those those super interesting factoids? Because like that's not an angle I've looked into at all.
Heck yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Do we have a wheel of regret first? I think it's
Should we
before we do
have
anything,
Nick
we
do a
should
wheel of
intro
regret?
the wheel of regret so people know
I
it
made
exists.
sure I had wine. I'm just saying. I'm like, I've been on with Nick before, and I know I told Mr. Demeanor, I got to get some alcohol to go into the studio to do this. So I'm prepared.
All right, we're gonna pull up the
All right. Now,
I'm getting sick.
Hold
Yeah.
on. I gotta take this off for a second. Okay.
I checked the donation page just as we started. We were at 286,800 roughly, and as I said, I didn't tell you, but I said, well, every $500 or something, I will do a spin on the wheel of regrets.
Yes.
And we have so far 169, which leaves a bit to the first spin on the wheel. Now, for once, usually I have things that makes me go, ugh. But now I have things quite nice. I mean, peri-peri sauce is nice, hot mustard.
I love
salmiakki vodka, which I am probably alone in thinking that's sweet. So every five
Mr. Jingles. That sounds delightful, actually.
Well, because Mr. Jingles, although he is the sweetest serial killer in history, he does not like it. It's a high chance of injury when I try to cuddle him.
All right, so every time there's this spin, Janet also needs to take a drink of that wine. So that's where we're at.
I'm a lightweight, so I'll be schnockered by the time we're done.
I love it. All right, so Nick, what did you say the number was at the last you looked? Because we're right now we're at 287. 264 is the current count.
Okay, that means we are all of a sudden just $36 from the
beautiful
first spin on the wheel of regrets.
All right,
Someone's
gonna keep an eye. I'm not even taking it down yet because we're so close. We're gonna get that $36 like any second.
We're very, very close. All right, so Nick, I need you to flesh out this whole, and there's a reason for it. The whole Mr. Jingles being a serial killer. Explain.
Well, I have a farm. And Mr. Jingles is the farm cat, and he goes in and out as he pleases. And sometimes when he comes back in, he brings his prey because it doesn't rain inside, and And the other week, he found a hare, big ass grown, and I'm okay. You asshole. Take that thing out. And he just, why?
So, and you mean a hare is in a large rabbit?
Large rabbit, yeah.
All right.
So I thought, of course, it's already dead. So I gently prayed it from his mouth. As it turns out, it wasn't. It was so. Let's just say I had to clean my floors.
Oh Lord!
Oh man! All right, so here's what happened 3 days ago, and it's a terrible tale. So I had
I'll
my
take
guy.
this down while you tell the tale, but then he's up.
Yeah,
So
you're
go
up.
ahead.
We hit it. So I had my guy out on a walk, and in our area, there's kind of like a nature path.
He saw the wrong thing, people. He didn't see what he
Can I
thinks he
tell the
saw.
story before
Yes.
you try to it's and I'm
Yes.
telling you, it's horrible. So we're walking out and I've got my headphones on and we're in this nature path where I typically take him off leash because Nanook is a runner. This guy loves to run. But for whatever reason this day I didn't, but I do have a 21-foot extender leash. So, because he needs to be able to move about. So at any rate, we're walking down this path and I see ahead of us that a mother goose is crossing quickly, making a beeline because there's a body of water to the right of me. And behind her are several gooselings. Okay, so she makes a beeline. I see the little gooselings, adorable, fuzzy little Canadian geese gooselings with the gray fur, running in. So 4 of the gooselings make it in, and my guy is fully extended on the leash, and I see him grab something. He's down by the water, and I'm like, oh my god. What is he doing? I'm like, I start retracting. He's fighting me. I'm retracting. It takes all my strength to give him back. And then he pulls his head up, and he's got this thing hanging out of his mouth, and I'm like, drop it. So he comes towards me, he's looking, and he like drops it, and I could see it's the goose's head, this little geese.
It was the whole goose, babe. It was.
Here's
survived
the
and it scurried
problem.
off to mom.
Goslings, yeah, whatever. So I'm like, I look over, but I see the body.
No, you
yes,
didn't.
I tell you, it was the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in real life. Because he was like, if you have a dog and you play tug with your dog,
Stop.
you know, and like they're trying to rip and like the nooks. So like that's what was going on with the poor.
I so wish there was.
Welcome to
God.
this nice
wish
part
there
of this
was.
show.
I felt so horrible. I'm like, it was my fault. Like I could have saved that little. Is it Gosling?
Way to go,
is that how you
Bob.
say it?
Right.
Yeah, I know. It was terrible. It was terrible. Man.
I still think you didn't see what you think you saw, and that little
I seen
Gosling
it.
scurried back off to his mom, and it was just like Nick. He thought the hair was dead, but it scurried off to his mom, and they're living happily.
It was
ever after.
pining for the fjords.
All right, Nick, we're at 324. You're up. Let's get the wheel of regret going.
The wheel of regrets.
There it goes. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Where does it stop?
For
Ooh.
Pete's sake.
What is that?
Let's see here. Where is it?
Also,
Here
if we
it
get to
is.
288, I'll do 2 shots.
Oh,
Oh, get a lightweight like me too. We'll all be drunk.
What is that?
Tell us
This
about it.
is blended Scotch whiskey extra peated.
Oh, so it's earthy, very, very earthy.
It has a slight taste of burning wood and smoke, very, very smoke. And let's. When I
It
travel
sounds like
through
you're trying to make it sound good. And
Right,
very
it
top.
sounds kind of delicious. Sounds pretty delicious. I mean, especially if you're like a Scotch person, like it's like I love
It's
that peaty, earthy flavor.
Yeah.
Like back
And
before I quit drinking, I was really heavy into the mezcals. Like that was like my thing, which they're earthy as well.
Now, when I traveled through United States a couple of years ago, I collected shot glasses from each state, but then also I found a store that I'm still in love with, Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
Oh my God!
Is there anything more American than Buc-ee's?
Is that gas
Golly.
station thing that you found, babe, and we picked
Oh
up
yeah,
pulled pork
yeah.
from?
The first
Yeah,
time I
best
walked into a Buc-ee's.
They're
My-
also super litigious, so very American.
They
They sue
are.
everybody.
Like, anybody that uses an animal as their fucking logo, they sue.
Yeah,
They're
they're
like, well,
weird.
you're using an animal, so you're trying to copy Buc-ee's. We're suing you. That's what they do. First time I ever walked, and Nick, you'll attest, anybody, the first time you ever walk into a Buc-ee's, your mouth hits the floor, your jaws, you're like, holy shit. I mean, beside them having like 10,000 gas pumps, like the inside of that place is insane.
I'm
man.
like, can I buy a house in here too? I mean,
You
it
probably
kinda looks
could.
like one-stop shopping.
You
The
can
meat is
definitely rent an
delicious.
RV. I mean, so
Yeah, their briskets like legit.
All right.
Oh,
thank you.
And Janet,
So,
Cheers.
Soul.
we've got our coffees.
Smart.
that grows hair on your toes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I do have wine and crime Wednesday, so I guess, but usually we're whining, not whining.
I love
Yeah,
it.
and I have my
love it.
Slightly Buzzed Friday show, which I had yesterday,
Yes.
which was with Patriot Punk Network was guests yesterday, and we had a great time talking about horrible things going on in the state of Tennessee.
Why does that
Reminded
not
me
surprise
of actually reminded me a bit about this case because of Michael Fosler being former law enforcement.
Thank you.
And that as well is a case where a person with law enforcement connections, well, now that guy is in prison for 19 years for what he did to a girl who was found dead.
Wow.
So yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the dark corners of the earth that we're always walking around in here on the true crime world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do the dirty work.
I mean, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I think the chat really wants us to drink because so we had an anonymous giver drop 47 for the Wheel of Regrets. We had another anonymous giver 25. With
Oh,
a great
we are
statement.
okay.
So
We
there's
are
another
already
big
at the
one.
next one.
Yes,
We are at
so get the
287,
wheel ready.
300.
So we have anonymous givers saying our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. Cheers to that from MLK.
Cheers to that. Cheers
And
to
we
that.
have
indeed.
We have from Alicia 250 dropped a 250.
Wow.
Saying
Wow.
up.
Good. Get on with your bed.
We need to be doing this, babe. We need to be talking about it like she's
I
doing.
know I'm sleep like that's why we have Katt. Like I didn't even do that. Katt's like on top of her shit per usual. So yeah, you're right. Like I've got it up too, and I
All
do
right.
that I can see.
Yeah.
Post
It doesn't
drama
auto-refresh,
with
so you
50
gotta like
bucks.
refresh
Yeah.
it.
So okay, we are at the next spin on the Wheel of Regrets.
And when was Katt's gonna take her double shot? What was the number?
We are $253 away from a double shot.
Oh man.
Wait, I'm assuming this is your sister, Miss Loren Reese. Love Defense Diaries and Ali and Bob personally. So glad you bring your perspectives and of course help those who need it. 200 from your sis.
Hey,
Loren
yo.
Reese.
Hey,
Thanks,
hey.
Loren.
She wants to see Katt drunk too.
I love
All
it,
right,
I love it, I
let's
love
see
it.
what the next will be on the Wheel of Regret.
The Wheel of Regret.
I can't believe we spent the first almost 6 hours not calling out big things.
I know. What a idiot I am.
You're all wrapped up in the facts. I've been
Yeah.
listening because I was running errands. I've had you on
And
and,
we've
I've been
had-
peeping all day. So
I'm trying to find my peri peri sauce.
yeah, then you get
Uh,
the dud panel here, and so you're like, we got to fill it with
No.
something.
Well,
We got the
luckily
alcohol,
now,
the happy hour panel.
No, it's
luckily I'm gonna
perfect
start
because
calling the people out
because we
it's like-
wanted like a lighthearted thing in the middle, and then we've got a lighthearted thing right before the end. So this is good to give people a break from all the straight law talk and
It's all the degeneracy in the chat right now.
Yeah, I love it. I love
so
it.
yeah, start Nick, start with what is peri peri sauce?
Yes.
Well, piri piri is like the Thai bird's eye chili. But I think I have it in my fridge. But I have another bottle here, which is the most of the Swedish. It's very, very Swedish because it has blueberries and berries and stuff in it.
Is it
So I
alcohol
will-
of some kind?
No, it's a chili sauce.
Oh, so it's
Oh,
really
it's a
hot.
chili sauce.
He
Oh,
Yeah.
keeps making things sound good. He's like, it's got blueberries in it. I'm like, oh, that's
I know. I was
Yeah.
like,
I
Someone
love
in the chat
I
is saying
love
it's
hot
Portuguese?
sauce. I
Mm.
love it.
This has
Jenny,
habaneros,
get your glass
blueberries,
up.
lingonberries, garlic, paprika, and
Boy,
it's
Nick,
a
that
nice
sounds
one.
delicious.
Yeah, and it is.
Slam it, bad boy.
We've also
There.
got Pauline with the 10, and we've got an anonymous 50. So
Wow,
shout
wow.
out to Anonymous. Anonymous is just throwing it down today.
Yes.
Wow.
Anonymous is crushing
So
the game.
this is like an American Tabasco kind of thing.
No, Tabasco
No?
is just smoky. This is habanero. Tabasco does have a habanero version, but they're
Yeah, it's
original
the
Tabasco.
hotness in Tabasco. It's the vinegar.
True.
This is
Correct.
actual hot sauce. So teaspoon, hot sauce.
Cheers.
Janet.
Salud. Skol.
If I
Oh.
keep drinking this coffee, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom again.
Yeah, I've had to make little boys' room runs because.
All right, guys, let's make Katt have to do that double shot. Let's go.
It's getting there.
It's getting there. All right, Katt, start giving us some of the because we
Okay.
never look at this angle
So-
ever. So I'm like dying to know.
The coverage, what was going out there that would have been pro prosecution, is this idea that, oh, Spencer's been talking about this. He's wanted this vigilante justice for so long. And they're going to his social media posts. And I guess he said some things on the body camera about concerns. And I have a few of those phrases. So we're going to play a game with the panel and with the chat. If you think the stuff that Aaron Spencer is saying is fine, it's not illegal, and you agree with it, we're going to put ones in the chat. If you think like, oh, I agree with the prosecution, this guy had premeditated. He's been planning to do this forever. We'll do two.
I would.
So
I love this. This is so fun.
we've got one of the concerns was he expressed frustrations with the justice system, and on the body cam
Wait, what? You guys
people are like, this just proves Mark Bederow's point. People are already like, one. That's
right
it.
behind because people are already putting
No,
one.
they're
Okay.
like, doesn't matter what she says. One pro Aaron.
Yeah, they're already going. Very true. See, but
Right.
that's why the chat is it's free research. You can see how people really think.
So true.
But he said something on his body cam that I read in an article. Apparently, he said something where he expressed concerns on his body cam. So does that mean he's going to get out? And they're trying to weaponize that against him as if that's supposed to show that he had this murderous intent when he said that on body cam.
He was supposed to be someplace else, so he couldn't do this crap anymore, was my understanding. So is it really so far-fetched for him to say something like that? Shut the front door. Absolutely not.
Right. I'm with you. That's an easy one.
Yeah.
That's an easy one.
Also, you have to add in the time in between. I mean, there are other a current case where somebody said something 2.5 months ago. Yeah, screw that. It's 2.5 months. It doesn't show intent at all.
Oh, I agree. And the fact that he didn't do something until there's very specific context coming into play, when the dog's barking and somebody's missing from the bedroom, I think the contrast there is poignant. He didn't go kill this guy when he was on Facebook talking about like, oh, abusers only get 3 to 5 years. That's crazy. He didn't do it then. He only did it in the very narrow circumstance, and hopefully it was the only circumstance, where his daughter's missing at 1 a.m. and daughter, lo and behold, is in Fossler's truck.
Yep.
And we just found out from last night's pleading that she told the police after the interview with the shooting that she was still physically in pain from Fossler S.A.ing her that very night.
And that makes me wonder if it happened in the car.
Yep.
There was at least one was in the house, because she did say at some point he had taken her to the house that very day. So was that the actual? So the question you were putting out there was him saying saying I have concerns about the system, and saying is like he gonna get out kind of thing.
So on body cam, he made an expression. It was reported that he made an expression on body cam to the officers that he was standing with that means he's gonna get out. But then he's also had Facebook posts that I've been seeing quoted in articles, and it's obviously something that the prosecution's trying to use to support a vigilante theory of, he's commented on Facebook about other abusers who were allegedly getting out, and just commenting in general, having this broad commentary about, hey, I just don't like that abusers are not doing any time.
Katt,
disagreeable with that.
Katt, you're up, girl. Because Kelly sent.
You read it. I'll go get my shot. I'll be right back.
All right. So Kelly threw 20 at the fundraiser, DD fundraiser. Shot.
What's this 500?
Carrie threw 100 at the fundraiser. God bless you guys. Love you. Heart. She threw that big hundo. Jen the Couch Fairy threw another 50 here from the DD fundraiser via Nick. Thank you very much. Justice for Aaron Spencer and his daughter. And then Paula Duff with a huge $500 donation. Free Aaron as a parent. He's a hero. Thanks, Defense Diaries, for this. Take
Bless
another
you,
drink
Paula.
panel. Unbelievable. So much love from Iowa. Thank you a million times.
Now
over,
I feel
Paula.
so bad. You've been ignoring.
I'm going to go
all the
back.
First
Like that.
How
Like,
are
I
you going to
will-
do that? Because shit's
I
going to
can
keep
load
coming.
them. I can load all of them. I can load everything. I can see
All
it
right,
all.
dude. That's a
No,
lot of
no.
thanking people.
We're not
Before the next 2 spins, which was just donated. Thank you so much for making my tomorrow miserable. Now, I want to go into, because I heard this. First of all, I heard that a couple of hours ago, Bob said he was 56.
True.
Yeah,
Old.
so that means, that
Hey.
means, Ali, why are you married to a 25-year senior?
Robin the Cradle he is.
I wish.
Oh man.
He is my senior, but I'm right behind him.
Yeah,
Right
I got lucky. I got lucky with that. For sure.
Yeah, you use it for protection.
Yeah,
you're right behind him.
So-
And the second thing I wanted to bring up regarding the SD card, I don't think it is missing because of what is shown. I think it's missing because of what is said.
Right, and that was who said that on the first panel? Not Mel, it was Rebecca. That she said the same thing. She said that they said something or did something, but that they probably said something and they had to disappear that SD card.
Because it was he chased him for 6 miles. But the majority of that time, if I'm reading it correctly, was in town, almost as if Michael Fosler was waiting for cops to arrive. Then he started to taking off as he discovered, okay, no cops is coming around. I better bolt it out of here.
I think he went right away. Like they called 911, and I consider it him calling 911 when like 2 people decide to call 911 and one person dials it. It's the same as him.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, if I learned anything by watching good old Stefan Diggs' trial, the dash cam, it picks up kind of everything because it is shocking to me that yet again exculpatory evidence has disappeared in a high profile politically charged case in the United States. Wow, what a surprise! You know,
Yeah, I mean it's sad that it's starting to seem commonplace. You know,
I know.
You know,
I'm hoping it's because we're all calling light to it.
Well, that's the thing. Like it's not new. Like this has been going on forever. You know, Ali and I knew it. It's like vindication for us because, you know, if you go in historically as a defense attorney and try to cast shade on law enforcement, the judges in particular would take great exception to that fact. I mean, Ali tells the story all the time how, you know, we had a judge telling us, I'm going to go to the bar on you if you can't prove this up what you're saying, by the mere suggestion, you know, that law enforcement was lying about something. So
and at the end of that very same trial, he said, we are an accredit to the entire defense bar.
Because obviously we proved it up.
Mm.
So, all right, before we pull the wheel up, Kelly with a hot 20 free Aaron Spencer. Thank you, Defense Diaries, for shedding light on this important case. Thank you, Kelly, for your dono. Anonymous, the ever-giving Anonymous with another 20. Watching with Bob and Ali. Always empty the clip. Stupid prosecution.
Right.
Anonymous giver with another hundo. Thank you very much. No comment. Another Anonymous with 20. And then Emma C with 20. I'm so sorry your family is going through this. Love here from Defense Diaries. Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
Obviously.
Who did you
and we're all of a sudden
Bederow's lost their dog. It's still on my
Oh.
mind. It's still on my mind.
Oh.
All right, don't let Katt off too easy.
Okay, we are actually at.
Hold on, I gotta.
We are 3 spins behind.
Yeah,
you
because
guys
There's
are
90. I'll do 2 more.
Oh yeah.
I'll do these 2.
Oh, you're screwed, Katt.
$200
We're 70 away from 290. Oh no, like 1,070. Oh, what is it?
St. Augustine.
Augustine.
What's that?
St. Augustine straight bourbon out of Florida.
Oh, Florida.
You're gonna be done
You can't
for
make
Janet.
bourbon in Florida. It's like illegal. All bourbon has to come from Kentucky. They're supposed to call it like bourbon drink or some shit.
Ironically, St. Augustine will taste exactly the same as peri peri sauce for me.
Yes,
I love it. I love it.
And still because I also last year I visited Florida to visited my good friend Steve Gosney down there, and also I was in state when Kurt got shot. Yeah, I drove past where the alleged killer is from half an hour before the event.
Did you have rosary beads, I hope?
What were you doing in the States? Just coming to hang?
Yeah, I mean, I try to vacation there
we
every
need
year
another
because I already. First of all, I'm old as fuck. I've already visited every country in Europe, North and Africa. So United States. So 2 years ago, I traveled south to north of the United States, and last year it was Florida and
wow.
What's the name of the state?
Of what? Like give me a
Georgia,
Florida,
right?
South Carolina, North Carolina,
Moab.
Utah or no?
Utah,
Arizona, is it?
No,
Utah.
Utah.
Utah. It's where southern Utah, like northern Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay.
Park.
I have to check where I have shot glasses from, so I know which state I visited.
I love that. All right, you guys do your. Katt, did you do your
I
shots?
did one, but I reserved to do this one.
Drink
up.
up.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Skull.
Oh, okay. That was spin number 1. There's another 2 spins.
All right.
I mean, this is amazing. This is amazing.
Dun 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 dun.
Dun dun
Dun
dun.
dun dun dun.
The wheel of regret.
Oh.
Oh, it's
snuggle with Mr. G. Now I have to find the damn cat.
Hopefully he doesn't have an animal in his mouth.
All right, while he's looking for Mr. Jingles, Katt, give us the next quote.
Oh, okay. So this wasn't a direct quote. It was just written that there was a previous statement where he was threatening to kill Fossler if he came near his daughter again. And if is a very big word there. And then what happened?
He didn't.
Right.
You got a 1 from me on
You
that.
got a 1 from you.
And
Wow.
I made this point before, and I'm going to make it again. And the ones are pouring in. That if
Where's the cat?
He ran out.
Oh, come on.
This is the most anticlimactic moment.
That fucker saw I was coming for cuddles and he ran.
Wow, man. Wow. That calls for a respin for the record.
Yeah.
I'm not drinking on that one.
Put up all these ones.
Yeah. All right. Respin.
All right, put it up, babe.
All right, hold on.
He's spinning it down there. That's all right.
Oh, yeah. Wait, why are there only 4 slots now? Did they disappear when you do habanero sauce? Come on down. All right.
Habanero.
Is that a Day of the Dead label?
Yeah, it's like a candy skull. Well, you know, love those.
It's a fun color.
So here it is, habanero. 75% of this is pure habanero. Mango. Okay.
Sounds delicious.
Pickled paprika.
Somebody put up a 3 just to be funny, I think.
And peach. Okay. And this is unopened.
Oh.
History and homicide. Just find that damn kitty. If the kitty comes back, we'll count this one as his 3rd spin.
Like finding the cat to like rip itself away from Nick would have been worth everything. Like I can just imagine the screeching cat with like its legs pulled, straight ripping into Nick's chest, and he's like, "Oh, you must go!" Oh my god!
All right.
In my head, I hear these.
All right,
as
and
Cat with a
Janet's
K.
joining you.
I'm in.
All right.
Nom 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 nom. Oh, as it
I was watching
wasn't already
sure Janet took a
warm
decent
in
enough
here.
step there.
I love it.
Oh, I'm a gulper.
All right, my next thought exercise is coming from the other side. I've got a quote that I think Ali's going to love.
All right.
All right, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was to the effect of, we live in a nation of law and order, and if we let this mindset replace the rule of the law, we'll get anarchy. And that was basically what Sheriff John Staley said.
Wow.
Oh my God. You already got the ones going crazy. Anarchy.
Shit.
I mean, like,
who would you want in this world if there was anarchy? What type of person would you want? Because my
Aaron
answer starts
Spencer,
with an A.
please. Right.
I
I'll
need
take
one of-
A.
Mr. Demeanor first.
That
And
Megan,
then...
Megan Fox has this fan under the desk if everything gets too warm, which I affectionately call her fanny fan, and I need one of those.
He's got a lot of heat coming at him.
Oh, he's got the
And now the
hiccups.
hiccups.
You know the shit's hot when you get the hiccups. I love it.
Oh Lord, this
is the reason.
The time is coming too quick for the panel. This is great.
Well, hold that back up.
This is the reason I do what I do on here. It is a hobby of mine, but doggone it, if I'm going to have a hobby, let me at least try to make a difference in a positive way.
Dang right. That's Ali and I's Bible. All right. So Emma C. Wait, we got you. Lorraine Z. She donated $200. Thank God bless you, Aaron, and help you help you win this trial, or help you win this trial. Thank you, Lorraine. Sarah and Liz in Virginia, they donated $75. Bob, Ali, and all. Thanks for doing this, standing up for what's right. Love, Sarah and Liz from Arlington, Virginia.
You guys are emptying out my wheel of regrets.
Yeah, I mean it's like and we didn't really.
I think I'm 1 or 2 behind already.
I vote.
Katt, where are you at with your double shots?
So we need to get to 290. We have a bit of a ways to go, but I think we can get there in 13 minutes.
All right, so Lizzie Fabulous, she threw 20 at it. I'm an Arkansas girl, and I support Aaron Spencer. Thanks, Bob and Ali. Thank you, Lizzie Fabulous. Chrissy, she threw 20 at it. Justice for Aaron and his family. Thanks, Defense Diaries, for your amazing work. Afton, she threw, or he, I guess, Afton a boy or a girl? I can't tell from the damn picture. Sorry, Afton, and I know that you're one of our ride or die mods. Right. Allison always has me. Like, I'm pretty sure Afton, tell me. May the Spencers find justice and peace. And that was a $50 support. Debbie Olander, she threw 50 at it. I stand in support of Aaron. And then DI, as in Diana.
Afton is female, by the way.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I knew that. Allison always started putting it in my head that maybe Afton was a guy. So
the picture is very. Oh, that's
I know.
That's Pammy's picture anyway.
Sorry. Put that in my head. Sending prayers to y'all. Thanks, Defense Diaries, for bringing attention to this family. So thank you guys so much. We're currently at 289.21. So be 289.96.
Okay, next spin on the wheel of regrets, I guess.
We just got another big one.
Another one?
Boy.
Who did you leave off on, D? Mariah.
Mariah with the 250.
50.
We need the trumpets. We need that.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, man. Let's see. I have a lot of sound effects over here.
I know you do.
Yeah, you're trying to kill me over here.
Yeah, let's see.
So we have hot mustard, salmiakki, or
none of the options are good.
Hey, hot mustard.
Hot mustard.
Hot mustard. Where I have to go fetch it.
We've got to be getting close to.
It's probably with the cat.
Have to taking her double shot again.
Oh yeah, let me
do it.
Let me
Let's do it. I'll be so fun in the chat for the rest of the night.
So
we're at 289, 356.
One thing I want to say in response to like the things that you're putting out there, Katt, is, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. I do not care how much somebody wishes, wants, desires to kill someone. If they show up and threaten the life of you or your family member, it's still justified. It just because you wish in your soul, God, I wish I could kill that person. And you don't until they pose a threat to you and your family, it's still justified. And it's just shocking to me that you can find people buying into that state theory and version, of events. It's just,
I think it'll backfire here
because you're a jackwagon, that's not protection.
Right.
And I mean, that's kind of what they're trying to make this. He was a real big jerk, so therefore he's protected. It's the most bovine scatology I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
I forget how potentially criminal worded it, but it's like a dick swinging contest of who has the power to put justice on someone. And it's like they're upset that because they couldn't get the job done.
Grey Poupon, that's actually delicious.
What? Grey Poupon?
Is that not mustard?
What?
Excuse me, sir. Do you have any Grey Poupon?
I'm calling bullshit on Nick. Great
Look at the little
Poupon.
spoon.
He's done enough.
That's like a Dijon.
Yeah. Here's what I'm adding.
Here's what he's adding.
Oh.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
Why mug hot sauces?
are you sure?
Yeah.
They were already pretty hot. We might let you get
This
away
is
with
an
busted
8
Dijon.
out of 10 with
8 out of 10.
Uh-oh.
with Carolina Reaper.
I gotta
but
get 2
Orange
shots. We made
Copenhagen.
290.
Yeah, you do.
Hey.
7
Yeah,
Padrusi.
Yeah. Oh,
Yay!
and then some.
Oh,
Oh
boy.
my goodness.
We're gonna have to have this bottle back.
Horseradish and black garlic.
Wow.
We got a lot, Bob.
Yeah, it's coming in. It's flowing in.
What do you see
All right.
there,
So
Janet?
after,
Oh.
Janet, give us some readouts.
So Laura Acker gave a fantastic $250.
Wow.
Defense attorneys are unsung heroes. Thank you, Bob and Ali, and all of your guests. Julia dropped a
Wait a second.
$100 bones.
Don't
Oh,
do
do I need a
anything,
drink?
Nick. Yep. We need Janet.
Okay,
to
let's
with
drink.
you. Okay.
I'm
Go
ready.
for it.
All right.
Are
You
we
can
waiting
do
for
it now,
Katt or
Nick.
no?
Yeah,
yeah,
she's
guess
got
we
2
should probably
shots.
wait.
All right.
Yeah,
keep
we'll wait.
Okay.
reading.
We'll wait for Katt. Go ahead.
Julia says prayers and support to the entire Spencer family. None of you should have been put in any of these situations, and none of it is the fault of any of you. This case needs to be dismissed with prejudice first thing Tuesday so you all can start to heal. And Arkansas Bestie,
Ooh, yeah.
300
Wow.
bones there.
Wow.
Let's get this man free. Appreciate you guys doing this.
Thank you, you amazing people. You amazing,
Yeah.
amazing people. out there. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much. We
So,
really appreciate that.
Let's wait for Katt.
Well, don't
Yeah,
you
we
have
gotta
one
wait.
more?
I don't have to spin the final 2 because we already paid for both. I mean, seriously.
I want to know what Katt's drinking. Did she
So-
say what
Oh,
she's
here
drinking?
she
Kat,
is.
what are you drinking?
What is in this
it?
shot?
Water?
Sorry, didn't hear anything that happened, but I'm here with 2 shots.
It's water
What
from
are your
the-
shots of?
Oh,
it's
spiced
water
rum.
from a data center.
Spiced rum.
Oh,
All right. You all 3 are going together, Katt, and then he's
Okay.
got
Yep.
one more.
I had some of the most delicious spiced rum
Cheers.
from
Cheers.
Nicaragua, by the way. Oh, here we go. Salute. Skol to Nick.
And what's the last one, Nick? Wait, Katt, he's got one more. Oh, she's going. You might have to do another 2.
Oh, boy.
We still have 8 minutes. The way these people are going,
Yeah.
Katt's got to do another 2.
Ooh,
I mean, they closed that grand pretty quick, Katt. Because like,
Oh,
Kat
boy.
said, I think we can get
That's
the
the
grand in
advice.
30
Sinuses?
minutes.
Look
Yeah.
at Nick. He's dying over there.
Wow. He's blowing his nose.
We were like, oh, Grey Poupon. And then he's like, wait, I'm putting this like super hot sauce in it.
Let me add this.
Right.
It just,
Oh.
I
But
feel
wait,
like
there's
it
more.
I feel like it
Don't
like
worry,
brings
there's
the
more.
alcohol out with the hot sauce. Like when you go to a bar and you get buffalo wings, hot wings, and then you do your shots, it just like brings out the
Tammy
Yeah.
says, poor
It
Nick,
does.
eat some bread.
pain.
I can tell you all that I have
Pokemon
like
still wants a cat snuggle.
I'm with Pokey
Aw.
on that. Like, I want to see the cat snuggle. desperately.
Absolutely.
If I can lure Mr. Jingles in later during the stream, I will come on
back.
and let the people. I will come back and let people see the college.
Okay.
Also, this is so off topic, but I joke that, you know, the gang definition is when you have like a group of 3 or more. And when there's like 3 Aarons in the chat or 3 Allies in the chat, you get like an Allie gang, an Aaron gang, and a hybrid gang. And I think there's 2 chatters. There's Chicken Shite and there's MBW007 that both have chickens laying eggs as their profile picture.
maybe they sub to my channel. I'm all the chickadees and we have our coop.
Oh, that could be though. They could be your people.
Wow.
We could have a chicken shiting
Wow.
gang in the chat.
All right. Well, the hits keep on coming in. So Jen Borden, she threw 50 at it. Stop the insanity and free Aaron Spencer. Ali and Bob, great work assembling all these great guests. You always have such excellent insight while being entertaining. Thank you all. Thank you so much, Jen. We really, really appreciate that.
Unindicted.
Nola Mama Original, she threw 100 at it, a cause that couldn't be more worth it. Thank you to DD and all their guests today for a great marathon, which we're almost halfway home, babe. Watching from the beach, color me jealous. Color me jealous. Thank
Color
you. so
me
much,
jealous.
Mama. Yeah, my wife is definitely a beach girl.
Me too, baby.
Lazy Anon, $300.
Okay,
I'm
you
from
guys-
Mississippi, so I'm very interested in this case. I can't believe Aaron Spencer has to spend this money, but I'm very glad DD is on the case. Keep up all the good work, Bob and Ali. Thank you so much, Lazy. That's an amazing, amazing donation. And then Blessed Mom from Texas. She threw 20 at it. Aaron is a hero.
Yeah.
Aaron always never likes to be called that for the record, but I agree secretly. Shh, don't tell him. Aaron's a hero. Thank you, Bob and Ali. You are loved by many. Well, thank you so much, Blessed Mom from Texas. We're so appreciative.
And I just put her comment up, but I can't find it again.
Who that?
The
All right,
Blessed Mom from Texas.
like there has to be another wheel spin there, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, we are way beyond that.
Oh,
we
yeah.
are way. I just haven't spun it yet. So
all right, I'm
we
pulling it up.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only down to 2.
It's down
I
to
know
2.
that
So
I have
it's,
a tingling tongue and my ears are warm, so that is going to be fun times for Mr. Demeanor when I'm done.
Ooh, what's he making for dinner?
It's not dinner. He's eating.
Pizza tonight.
all right.
Good though.
Miyaki
Oh,
vodka.
Maki. What is this?
This
What
is salt licorice vodka.
Ooh,
Licorice.
anise.
can't do
I love
licorice.
black licorice, so I'd probably love that.
Oh, this is more than black licorice. This is salt licorice.
Ooh.
Yeah. And it's basically only sold in Sweden and Finland because we are the only people in the world that like salt licorice.
Katt is Katt, not Williams. That is her. That is her
I will
name.
be in the chat. I will be in the chat. You know, I'll be cooking a little bit, so I can't always type, but if something's good enough, I will, with wet hands, try
There
to
she
type
is.
something.
So
There's
Me and
Blessed
your
Mama.
chat on my phone, always like typing
Wait,
typos.
Janet, did you do a little sip too? You just took
Oh
a
no,
shot.
I'm
Wow.
sorry. I'm behind. Cheers. Let me
Wow.
go.
Skål.
Skål.
Yeah.
And you guys finished off the last one as well, which is the Vasa 1628.
There it
He
is.
doesn't have to spin it, babe.
Oh, yeah. I motioned
Yeah.
for the cat to be put back on the wheel. What happened?
He said he'll
Yeah.
come back with the cat.
No.
Vasa. What is that?
This has a backstory. In 1628, the royal ship Vasa sunk on its Virgin voyage because the then Swedish king decided to bring in the best carpenters from every corner of the world, and none of them used the same measurements, so it sunk.
Wow. That's
It's really, really stupid. But in that wreckage, when they found it, they found a bottle of flavored booze. They managed to recreate it into the Vasa 1628.
wait.
This is
How do they know what flavor the booze was?
They analyzed the chemicals because it was a sealed bottle. So they analyzed what was in it and recreated it.
That's what I want to do
cross-examining
to the
Nick.
juice for Johnny's beef, the raju. Like I wanna have it like chemically analyzed so I can reproduce Johnny's beef. And I told Ian I'm bringing him to Johnny's. And then there was a post yesterday, babe, where they were talking about what was the best beef in Chicago, and somebody put like it's this Chicago Twitter page or X page, and it said it was either Al's beef or Johnny's, and I was so offended. I was so offended because I had been texting Ian like 2 weeks ago or a week ago. I'm like, I'm bringing you to Johnny's when we get here, and so like we're definitely hitting Johnny's. Definitely hitting Johnny's.
Yeah. All right.
All right,
The
misdemeanor.
The final slot. Cheers.
What about Katt? She didn't have to drink another or two. Damn it.
I mean, if they
Oh.
did another band.
Thank
Oh,
you.
there was a $500 donation. Holy moly.
Oh!
Stop everything.
Wow.
It's an anonymous. It says, thank you to Ali and Bob Motta for shining a light on the injustice that is this case. Love the lineup of Yannetti, Alessi, Bederow, and all of the law tubers. We also had
That's
Courtney
amazing.
with the 100, right? We didn't get Courtney either. She says,
No.
hi, Aaron Spencer. Do we get Aussie and Q with the 50?
Nope.
So Aussie and Q said, all my love and support from Aaron and his family from down. Honestly, this might be another band and it's just not updating the total because it's still stuck at like 290 and just 56.
Sounds like Katt needs to do another double.
I really think
I know.
it is.
It says 291, 171 on my page.
We got another band. I'll be right back. Right before.
Boy.
Well,
Hey.
okay, so we'll have to blend the hours, but I'll be right back in like 30 seconds.
Okay.
So while she's gone, betting on humanity through 20 at it. Justice for Aaron. Thank you so much, betting. We appreciate that so very much. And then Stephanie through 25 at it. Free Aaron Spencer sending love and support from Ohio. We love it. We love it. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, what I'm seeing is 291, 171.
What sucks is we got our panel all primed and drunk, and now we're sending them away.
I know.
That's all good.
I'm not gonna lie. When we kind of
it might be a good thing.
When we break down which panels probably brought in the most dough, I'd have to say this one's probably winning the race.
Hey.
Probably winning the race.
Of course, we're the fun crowd.
Beat this, motherfuckers. Now,
it's been amazing.
Yeah.
It's been amazing.
I do want to say before I have to depart everyone's company that I am honored, of course, to be a part of this fundraiser. I don't normally do fundraisers, but this is a case that has me pretty enraged. I'm not covering it on my channel because it does involve a minor, and I generally don't cover those types of cases. But I also want to give a shout out to all of our service members, past and present, and remember them on this Memorial Day. I will be finishing watching lacrosse championships and, of course, watching the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 because that's how Misdemeanor rolls. So I do thank you so much for everything.
We thank you,
Yes,
too, but don't
we thank you.
one more sip.
That's
Yeah.
sip. I've been taking gulps, baby.
One more
Don't
gulp.
think you're
Shout out.
sliding out of here.
Shout out to the chat. This is all your donations. It's been a while since I've really drank. And the chat, they're like, she's gonna order in instead of cooking. I used to love to have a drink and cook, and it's been a while, so I'm gonna enjoy cooking tonight.
I love it. I love it.
So thank you, chat.
Cheers.
Salute, skål. I love
now
it.
You are in a rush to throwing us out. I understand because you have people waiting. Folks, I'm just going to say it all out. I am traveling to the United States in September for the Rick Allen appeal, the oral argument. I will be staying for a couple of weeks because I'm going to Hamlet, Indiana, because I'm finding Fossler. Because this is pissing me off that I can't find more information about that fucker. So I'm going to Hamlet.
He's gonna
and I'm
dig
going
deep.
to find Fossler because he's pissing me off that I can't find that much that I usually do. I'm really good at finding stuff out.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
You along with a lot of people that are definitely in our orbit are excellent diggers.
It's
I
so
love
important we
people that
come
dig.
together. It's
Yeah.
so important to come together because you cannot, not one person cannot get all the information on their own. It takes too much time, and time is valuable. So the way that you guys, like everybody with a YouTube channel that connects a chat together and everyone connects on the Twix, like it's so important to have that sort of crowdsourcing with a good discretion for quality information, right?
Yeah,
and I think you guys put that filter on for we're
Yeah.
not just putting unverified stuff out there.
I mean, our whole thing is just facts. Like I take it
Yeah.
very seriously.
Yeah. And with Fossler,
except when
we
I
know
talk
his
sometimes.
we know his last victim. Also, a local podcaster found the first confirmed victim, and it's 43 years in between.
No, we've talked to other people who have indicated that they are victims, but you know, it's
it's hard. I have people reaching out to me that I will not reveal because it's in confidence. That's why I need to go there.
Yeah.
I need to see it by myself. I need to show my face in that town.
Yeah.
I need to go to the places I know where he's been and find the people just to talk to them and let them make the choice. Do you want to come forward? And also go to the places that should have the information.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, nobody's sitting here thinking that this dude started doing this in his 60s.
No.
Nobody's thinking that.
Nope.
Well,
Not a
you guys
chance.
are you guys are almost at the 25K mark since this started. That is incredible what you guys have put together. I've
Wow,
enjoyed
that's
watching
perfect
all of the
because-
hours before me. I think you guys can get to the big 300. The
Yeah.
way this is going to go. You have a stellar lineup before us. You have a stellar lineup coming up after us. I think the perfect happy hour panel.
Yep. Yay!
Like, perfect. So I really want to thank you guys for putting this
Yeah.
together. The chat's been a blast, and it's not easy to organize an event and manage a bunch of different people coming in at the same time. So
Yeah,
that being
well,
said,
you guys are amazing. I would say like you were off getting your shots, Katt, but I have to say I think that probably this panel, when I go to calculate which hour took in the most cash, I'm gonna have to guess at this point. I think it was y'all. But we are so grateful to
It's
you
not a
guys.
competition, but we won.
Nick, everything in life is a competition. Don't you know that?
I hope someone beats us.
Yeah.
Me too.
I do
Come
too.
on.
I do too.
Yeah.
When I was getting my carry permit, there was a guy next to me, and the guy that was running the whole or the testing and everything, he's like, "Oh, look what she did here," and the guy goes, "Well, I didn't realize it was a competition," and it took everything in me not to go, "Bam! Everything's a competition."
Life is a competition. It's true. Well, we adore you guys so very
Thank
much.
you.
Kick us
Thank you
off.
so very much. We love you.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Bye.
Make good choices.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. So yeah, we're off to the races here. We're hitting our
And Dave,
stride.
keep an eye on the thing so we can shout out
I
donations too.
I will. All right. So you ready to bring our most special guest today, who I'm dying to have on. And I told you guys the rules. We're not talking about the trial at all. So no
Case,
questions.
what
about
happened,
it.
what didn't happen,
None of
none of
that.
it.
That's not what we're doing here. So we're going to bring Heather on. Hi, Heather.
Hi guys, how are you?
How are you holding up? Because even though this is an amazing event, and I know from trying cases for a very long time that just even talking about a case that's hanging over your head is painful, because it's like this constant reminder that this thing is just a part of your life. So I know it's like a bittersweet thing that you have going on right now. And so how are you doing? How are you holding up?
I mean, I'm doing pretty okay. It is hard. It's hard to go over it all. It's hard to hear it all, discussed in detail constantly. I mean, I love this and I'm so grateful. And obviously we wouldn't be where we are today if we didn't have a ton of support. And I can't not be super thankful for that.
Yeah.
But it's hard, it's hard. I'm the mom, I'm the wife. It's not easy to relive, those events and even, current events, just what we're going through. It's definitely difficult. So, but I'm super happy to be here. I'm glad you guys have me on, and I'm thankful to everyone who's been on and talked. I've tried to listen as much as I can. And I'll have to go back and review some of the panels. Clearly the last panel was very fun, and I'm scared I'm going to be a Debbie Downer, but
no. Let's bring on a true crime mama to help bounce off.
Let me
with
turn
you.
my phone. Let's see. Is that right?
No, you were right the first time. You're perfect.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm a
You're
TikToker,
used to that
so
vertical view, like you're used to the vertical.
I am. So how do I get it to look like y'all?
I think let me see if there's. I don't even know.
Uh-oh.
Oh wait, there. Wait. Oh. See, in your here off stage, you look like you're full screen.
Oh, okay.
It's so weird. Yeah, you look fabulous either way.
You're just a little bit smaller, but it's all right.
Okay.
It's weird.
So
Backstage,
Mama
double the size.
has been kind enough. She's on vacation. So, like, I mean, like you had shit going on. You carved a little time out for us, so we're very thankful. And I'm sure,
Absolutely.
yeah. And like Heather was telling me, she's like the folks down in our neck of the woods love you. So we're very, very happy that you took the time, and we're very grateful. So thank you.
Well,
So
I'm honored that you guys asked me to be on, and I wouldn't miss it.
well, we appreciate it.
Give a little
very, very much.
background, babe.
Of what?
Of True Crime Mama.
You like True Crime Mama, you give us the background.
Well, I just stumbled upon social media almost 3 years ago. It'll be 3 years ago next month. I was always been interested in true crime, and I was reading this insane story at work. I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner, so anytime there's a case that involves a child, I am super invested in that. So I just posted a random TikTok to my like 25 followers, and it went viral, and I just never stopped.
I love it. And you're crushing it over on the ticks. Like I've got like 80,000, but I got that when I was following this. Like it was a case that I was kind of chasing, and it was that Lucy Studi case with the woman who was claiming her father had was a serial killer and had killed like 57 people. So I was like, I got up to like 80,000, and then I abandoned TikTok because I'm old. Like I don't understand it. Like, so it's been like rooting around, just hanging in that area for like a year somehow. And now whenever I post occasionally over there, it's like shadow banned. So I don't put enough content out, but we're super, super grateful you're here. So in terms of, and I know that you've been following the case pretty heavily. What are your feelings on it? Cause you're down south, right? You're not in Arkansas proper, but you're down.
I'm in Mississippi. So I'm just a few hours away, I think, from, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hours away from Heather and Aaron. I'm just shocked. I say this to everybody. Every single case that I cover, people are pretty divided on their opinion, but not with this case.
Yeah.
Right.
That's exactly it. And, for like Ali and I in particular, because we cover a lot of what we believe are wrongful convictions. And those are hard cases because, you have to always take into account that there's a victim's family that's out there. And it's not an easy thing to be out on YouTube saying, well, we think that they got the wrong person, because what that means is that a family out there that believed that they had justice might not have had justice done. You know what I mean? And so it's a tricky thing. And then when we started following Aaron's case, like right when it broke, I was like, man, this is a case that everybody's going to be behind, because everybody that has kids especially is just going to feel it in such a profound way that you're going to be like, cause I was like, I was chest out. Like when I read the story, I'm like, damn, I'm like, that's my dude. So it was like, that's where I was at with it right away. And it's a nice case to cover in a case that shouldn't be at all, but in the sense that it helps, because our channel's really trying to educate people on why defense attorneys matter. Everybody loves to hate defense attorneys until they need one. And then when you need one, you then soon realize why, in fact, they exist on the planet and how important they are to preserving our rights as Americans in this country on Memorial Day. So yeah, I mean, for me, it's just a case that, we're gonna fight with the Spencers to the very end, and I expect the right result. So it's like I'm still holding out hope, and I know, Heather, it's probably been what you've heard in terms of some of the lawyers coming on about the prospects of the motion to dismiss getting granted. Like every lawyer that's been trying cases, they're rare to get that dismissal, but like this is the one that I just, in my heart of hearts, I think that we might get it, but whatever.
I don't want Bob to be overly hopeful. Hope for the, hope
for the best, prepare for the worst, right?
Exactly. Because it's, and as Bob Alessi said, this is the kind of case where, and it might not feel that way, but I mean, and I was trying to think of, but Dave and Bob both said that they could, if it got dismissed and double jeopardy didn't attach, but if the reason it got dismissed is the evidence is gone, I don't see how that gets rectified when they re-bring it. But I guess I haven't, thought it out too much, but that, you don't have the risk of it being brought back again. And, it might end up working, working for the best. And
I mean, I keep my faith like firmly planted in God. So I'm just going to keep doing that. We've had a lot of miracles throughout this whole process. A lot of stuff that people are like, I don't think we're going to get this, or I don't think you're going to get that. And, we've discussed it today. We've gotten a lot. We've been really blessed.
We've talked about it when we had the other attorney panels, that it's very rare that a new judge is going to reconsider the first judge's rulings. Usually there's a law, they call it, or there's a doctrine, the law of the case. And a judge is just going to be like, nah, that was already decided before I got here, and those rulings stay the same. So the mere fact that the new judge has been willing to reconsider those previous rulings is a very good sign, for the defense. So I think that's reason right there to be hopeful. And, whatever you're and having faith helps with that, so be it. But I did want to ask True Crime Mama, because you are from the South, and we had some of I am from the East Coast, although I live in the Midwest. My husband reminds me, you've lived in the Midwest longer than you lived in the East Coast. I'm like, don't remind me of how old I am. I'm gonna forever be an East Coast girl. The clothes they wear are really hip. Only old people will get that reference to the Beach Boys song.
Wow.
But
hey, Grandma.
Right. But we were talking about the South, and you think in the South, you almost think, from not in the South looking in, that's a state where they'd be more like, oh no, this guy had every right to defend his family. He was doing the right thing, and it just makes you wonder even more, why? And is that something you feel like, being from the South?
Absolutely. But I guess as I've done this longer and longer, I realize just Arkansas, I don't, so many terrible, terrible stories out of Arkansas, and just so much corruption with law enforcement that I guess at this point I'm not really surprised. But in the very beginning of this case, I was on a live with one of my friends from Texas. He was a prosecutor and now he's a defense attorney. And so many people have said, if this had been Texas, we wouldn't be having this discussion right here, right now.
100%.
So it is surprising that it is a southern state and this is where they are. But I don't know. I've given up trying to figure out Arkansas.
So Heather, without regard to anything that deals with this case, I'm sure by now, and maybe even before this case, can you give us some of the background of allegations of corruption in the public corruption that don't deal with this case?
Well, yeah. I think I was blissfully unaware until our life became so public. And then when our life became very public, we started to just get tons of messages and stories. And just so many. I think in our particular area, one of the most interesting stories, I wouldn't call it interesting, horrifying, in fact, stories that really kind of set the tone for where we are would be the Heath Stocks, Wade Knox, and Jack Walls case. Jack Walls was a pretty vicious predator. He was a scout leader. He had, hundreds of victims at least, who even knows how many. And a lot of the same people in power today are, were a part of that. That was back in like kind of the mid to late 90s. That it all came to a head. But he was the son of a judge and he was getting into trouble. And when rumors started flying, they sent him off to the Army, where he got trained as I can't remember the word for it, but like intelligence. And he got trained in, well, I can't remember the word right now. I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, don't be nervous.
Doing great.
But he came back, fully skilled in the art of deception and torture. I mean, that was basically what he learned. It was how to torture. And he came home and he was trusted with a ton of children. He was, at one point he was named like Lonoke County Man of the Year and, all this stuff. And he had unlimited access to these boys, and the stories are absolutely horrifying. I had trouble sleeping for several nights after, certain victims and their family members reached out, because it was just so depraved. The things that he did, and just how does somebody so evil remain in power and remain, out and able to do what he did to the community here. And it's concerning for sure. Eventually they did bring charges, but they had to bring in a special prosecutor. It was a whole thing. And then I definitely suggest people go and watch the podcast or listen to the podcast, A Life Without Heath Stocks, the untold story of Heath Stocks, because it's a pretty high profile murder case for this area, and he killed his family. And, but once you listen to the podcast, you start to understand that there was just so much corruption and so much was wrong with how the case was handled, obviously. And you start to understand, what has been happening here for a long time and continues to happen. And so, like I said, a lot of, some people in power today in our community are the same people who were in power then and who worked on that case. And so you see sort of this long history of just covering up pedophilia, covering for predators, covering for the bad guys, and going after the victims, like truly going after victims. And it's so sad. I think that's why so many people in our community, support Aaron, is because there are a lot of people in our community who have faced very similar things to what we've faced, and who didn't have a voice, and who felt silenced, and who weren't able to get any justice at all. So,
like Heather, when I look at this case and when it ends the way I think we all know the way it's going to end, with Aaron walking free as he will, you can't help but feel like there's almost some kind of fate to it. And it intertwines with the fact that Aaron is running for sheriff. He's going to become the sheriff in November. And really your family is turning Lonoke County up on its head and shaking all the shit out of the can. And it's like, you're going through the worst thing that any family could ever go through, but at the end of the day, it's really kind of a heroic story in the sense that the positivity that you guys are bringing to the community, to so many people that are out in the streets that support you, is really unbelievable. It's like Aaron's taken one for the team in the biggest sense possible. And, like, I can't help but feel that way. I how I am. There's no jury in the world that's convicting your husband, knock on wood. But, I just feel like there's a few occasions in my life where I'm like, man, this seems kind of like fate-like, the way that shit went down. And it's like, the nightmare that your child has had to go through, and everything that has taken place is so unimaginable that I'm trying to put like a positive spin on it, that there's like all the pain at the end of the day will end up being worth it because of the amount of good that will come from it. So that's just kind of where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? I know that's
I think that it would have been really easy for us to just like, okay, we're done with Arkansas. Like, we're just gonna, go back to Florida or, move somewhere else. And, But it was really hard. It's hard when you get those messages, like, you know, I mean, True Crime Mama probably knows, but when you get these stories every single day of just like complete injustice and terrible things happening within your community, you want to fight for it. You know, you want to be a voice for the people who can't talk. Like, I get very enraged for our community pretty frequently.
No, but I wholeheartedly appreciate what you're saying, that it'd be easy to just turn your back on your community and be like, when we're done with this, we are done with these people. This is, you know,
Yeah, for sure.
And for you guys to say, you know, no, we want to bring about change. We want to bring about change, not because of just what's happening to my family, but because of all of these stories. I feel like I'm echoing, babe. All of these stories that we are hearing from the rest of our communities. So I think that's very brave of you guys, and it's a testament to the support for the community. That, because I'd definitely be like, you know, this is I don't want to live here anymore. Like, I just can't even stand it anymore. But you know, so I think that is really an incredible.
I was raised here, so I do love, you know, I love Arkansas and I love our community. And I just think that there was so much to it that I had never seen before. You know, you don't see it when you don't see it, when you're just living a normal life and you're not a part of the system. And, you know, you just don't recognize that there's all of these injustices happening right in your backyard, you know? And so, yeah, it was just one of those things. You know, obviously running for sheriff was never like a life goal of either of us. I'm very private. Like, this is hard for me for sure. I didn't sleep at all last night. You know, I had a very private life, maybe 100 friends on Facebook, and I only shared pictures of my farm. So, and I loved that life. I loved being on my farm and not being known by anybody. That was quite nice.
Well, we can absolutely let you say whatever else you might want to say, and you know, and let you go. We're not, you know, like you've said
we're
a lot.
not trying to torture you.
No.
I just want to say, Heather, you do an incredible job, and I don't think you give yourself enough credit. You have used this as an opportunity not only to speak out for Aaron, but so many other people. And you always say things so eloquently. And I just have so much appreciation and respect for you as a person. So,
so kind. Thank you so much. That's very kind.
I mean that. I truly mean that.
And I love you guys. Obviously, I appreciate you guys covering not only our story, but everyone's story, right? Because that's the only way. I don't know. It's the human way. We have to share each other's stories and burdens. And
yeah, you're the reluctant advocate. That's what you are, you know. But,
very reluctant.
But you're damn good at it. So
Thank you.
you know, it's you know, there's the rub. So in terms of, I want to talk about, before we let you go, like when Aaron decided to run for sheriff, like how much were you sheriff? Like, what was that conversation like at your house in terms of like everything that was going on? Like what, how did that go?
Well, and you don't have to give us the conversation, but just, I guess, your first reaction to it, were you more like, you have yourself to focus on? Like, what was your initial, like,
no,
shock?
I think me and Aaron are really well, we're both really
aligned,
especially when it comes to justice for our community and the want to fight for the underdog, right? Like, so it was more of a conversation of like, who's going to do this? Like, who in our community is going to step up and do this thing? And just realizing that, you know, maybe Aaron's the one who needed to step up and do it, you know, and really with, obviously our biggest focus is just getting through, you know, the particular nightmare that we're in. And so it actually takes a lot of weight off of it. You know, if he wins, he wins. If he doesn't, he doesn't. If people love him, if they hate him, you know, it's just, it wasn't a life goal.
Yeah.
Our weight's not in it. You know what I mean? We just really trust God with it, you know, and it felt like God was leading him towards this path, and that it was something we should do and see what happened. And And it just, it was quite obvious very early on that like, this was what we were supposed to be doing. And so again, you know, we still have another election. Maybe he'll win, maybe he won't, you know.
Well, I hope you feel the support from the chat, not only from the money, but all the outpour of emotion. People want you to know that your dog is a hero too. We talked about that a lot today, and you know, just
we
how
lost
great-
her last
Oh
year.
no!
Yeah,
Oh,
she
no.
was so old. She was 15, and like really, quite frankly, we were lucky she was alive that night because she had
very well.
No,
So-
like no kidding.
but she
Yeah.
didn't last long after. So
Wow.
man.
we did lose her, but she was a great dog. She was our daughter's dog, you know, for her whole life. They grew up together. So
wow.
Well, we're gonna let you go. And I'm glad you came on and at least had the I know you wanted to thank the people as hard as it was for you to come on. So we appreciate you, and go try to enjoy the rest of this long weekend as much as you can.
Yes. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to everyone who's donated and who's come on, and you guys for putting it on. Like, I'll never be able to thank everyone enough, but our family really appreciates it. And
All right.
thank you.
Keep
All right, we'll
fighting.
see you later.
Keep fighting, Heather.
Bye-bye. All right, so True Crime Mama. So I
can't
got
hear.
2 questions. One, what? We lost her.
Where'd she go? She disappeared. Did you do something on her thing?
I
Or
didn't.
She dropped off. All right,
See what happens.
so she'll be back. I'm sure she'll be back.
We
All right,
need him.
so we got a few more donos came in. All right, so I'm gonna go through them. I'm so glad that like Katt told us to do this. I completely wasn't even thinking about it. So I think we left off with Stephanie, I want to say. So after that, Tina.
Well, what was
Costa-
Stephanie's? Remind me.
So
just in case.
Stephanie was 25. Free Aaron Spencer, sending love and support from Ohio.
Okay.
And then Tina Costa came on and threw 20 at it. Best of luck. You did the right thing. Thank you very much, Tina. And then John Monagle came in, threw $10 at it, said thanks to Bob and Ali Motta for running this fundraiser. Thank you, John, for your generosity. We appreciate that. And then Hannah Dill came in with 100, said thank you, Dee Dee, for the coverage. Bob and Ali, if Aaron was your client, would you prefer charges dismissed or trial with full acquittal? It's a great question. It's one that I think our panel with Dave Yannetti and Bob Alessi, and then with Mark, all really answered kind of in a way that makes you rethink in terms of, would you rather have to deal with the state appealing, or would you rather just do the damn thing, go in and get the full acquittal?
Right, or trying to pretend they came up with new, found new evidence. I don't know what the hell that could be. But for the family, I feel like it's probably just easier. I don't know. It's so hard to say. It really
is. It's a tough thing. But thank you so much, Hannah. Distracted therapist, one of our ride or dies. She threw 50 at it, justice for Aaron's young daughter, who's been through enough. Here on that. Thank you so much for your $50 donation. Joy Burns, she gave $20, praying for Aaron and family. Thank you so much, Joy.
So where are we at now?
Let's see. Let me just finish running through the list, yo, and then I'll tell you where we're at. Like the chat will tell you, like they're adding it.
Okay.
Linda Keys threw $10 at it. Anonymous threw 25. Liz Quilts threw 20 at it. And then Whispering Winds threw 50 at it. This has been the best. Thank you so much, Allison and Bob. Incredible guests. I can only imagine how devastating this has been to the Spencer family. I will tell you this, though. I would have pulled the trigger, too. I was a single mom raising 2 kids, and this mama always packs. But no one on this planet would ever hurt my kids. Love and prayers all the way from Rockford, Illinois. Hometowners, love it. Thank you so much, Whispering. Dave in Row Hall threw 100 at it. Free Aaron Spencer for sheriff. Thank you so much, Dave and Rowe, for your incredible generosity. We really, really appreciate that. Susan Clifton, she donated 20 free Aaron Spencer. Thank you so much, Susan. We appreciate that. And then Anonymous donated $20. Anonymous is just the most generous of them all. Anonymous. I love
multiple Anonymouses.
There's many Anonymouses, which I love. I love that people give anonymously, because that's truly giving there. Not to say that all the others isn't giving, because I love the messages too. So, and then Betsy, she donated 10. We all stand behind you and your family. So thank you so much, Betsy. And it looks like we're just at about 17 grand. So we're doing well. We're doing well. Allie was like, she woke up this morning. She's like, what happens if we only have 200 people? And I'm like, honey, don't worry about it. We'll have more than 200 people. I mean, that's my wrongful conviction streams. Those only draw 200 people. I knew this would bring a bunch of people out. So it sounds like we're at 17,200, babe.
I mean, we're at halfway, we would like just make it if we did that. Wait, no, we have to get to 60. We need to crank it up.
We got to crank it up.
We got to crank it up.
We got to crank it up. I'm going to have to get Dave Yannetti to do his thing where he donates a tie.
No, Dave already did his thing.
Like $3-4 grand for that shit. It was crazy.
What? They were?
Yes, it was.
Oh, you should have asked Dave for a tie. Damn.
I know. I should have. It's not too late. Dave will throw a tie at it. All right, so we got some more love in while we're waiting. I don't know what happened to True Crime Mama.
That's all right. We appreciate her, and
we do.
She does. So I'm just gonna let people know in our next comic relief hour is 8 p.m. Central Time.
8K he got for the tie.
8K. Oh yeah, tell him we need a tie. We're gonna have to take a tie.
I'm gonna have to
need to take a tie.
He's gonna have
whose live was it though that used the tie? Ian?
Yeah, Ian. During Ian's I think it was Ian. It was Ian, right? Ian's fundraiser, his 24-hour fundraiser. I think Dave came in and threw down a tie. Yes, it was Ian's, because Ian did an auction.
I shared the wrong lineup. I shared the lineup that has the wrong spelling of Emily C. So here's the thing. Bob's dictating to me, and I'll have to explain this again when we get to the 8 o'clock hour, but and I don't know, I'm not hip to everything, and all the people like Bob is. So I wrote Emily C, not SEE. And then when I was trying to find her on social media, Bob's he's like, just look at my stuff. I was like, but this woman doesn't have an X account, because of course I was spelling it wrong. But on that hour, we are going to share a short video of something from our daughter's wedding. So I'm not going to say what it is yet. I'm not going to give it anything away.
It's pretty classic. It's pretty classic.
It's pretty classic.
Pretty classic.
So this morning we were like, all right, how are we going to eat? We need to get some grabby food in the house. So, and at first I was just run to the market for coffee, and then my phone dies. And when I come back in, I try to tell Bob this story. He's like, save it for the live. So I couldn't even tell him a story.
Bless you, buddy. Oh, guy was sneezing. Did you give him his medicine today? This poor guy probably needs his medicine.
This morning, no. Actually, I didn't. Now that you say that.
All right, so we got a bit more love in here. I'm gonna
wait till I'm done my story.
Oh, okay.
It's a very stupid story. So actually, just forget the whole thing. I mean, it was a pointless story.
Oh, wait.
Am I telling it to you anyway?
Yeah, tell the story.
It was so I go into the supermarket and I'm I get the coffee and I get another thing, and then my phone dies. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Bob's going to text me I need this thing, and I can't get home and then leave again. So I go out to the car, I put the phone on the charger, then I go in and I stall, use the bathroom, a good 15, at least 15 minutes, and I go back out and the phone hasn't charged at all. like at all. And I'm like, what in the hell? So I start to go back in, and then I'm like, no, he's gonna text me like something he needs. So I have to get back into the car, put it on the charger again, like sit there with it. I don't even remember where this story is going. That might have been the whole thing of it. I don't even know
That's
why I was
pretty-
telling it.
I don't know. It was pretty good though. It was pretty.
Oh, he's always a supporter. He's
course,
always a
baby.
supporter.
Of course I am. All right, so let's pick it up where we left off there. So I think let's see, we had wait.
I think all that's to say I gotta go get myself a snack. Have you eaten a snack?
I
Have you
haven't
tried
eaten-
that turkey pepperoni? Was that any good?
No, I've been eating these guys, the Happy Belly, like looks like pumpkin seeds, some cashews, some almonds, some dried cranberry shit. I've been snacking on that a little bit. All right, so I'm trying to remember where we were at. So I think the anonymous giver gave 20. Can't remember if we did Betsy. We're going to do it again. We all stand behind. Yeah, I think we did this. We all stand behind you and your family. So thank you for that 10, Betsy. Tracy gave $50 with heart, pray, heart. Thank you so much, Tracy. Kristen gave 50. Bob and Ali are a true powerhouse couple. Thank you.
Bob actually did need something that he wouldn't have been able to survive the live without.
What?
Zins.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would have been screwed. All right. So Kristen and I saw Heather off camera vaping. I wanted to tell her, like, I didn't want to put her on blast. I'm like,
Well,
you and Ali
just did put her on blast.
I'm like, you and Ali could vape your faces off.
Just did put her on blast.
All right. So and then Kristen, like, I can't tell because
She's a very private person. What in the hell, Bob?
Anonymous giver gave 50, sending love and support from Massachusetts. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Christina gave 25, sending support from Arizona. Thank you. Free Aaron Spencer gave 100. DD, thank you for this. I'm retired and live on Social Security. Wish I could do more.
Oh, now I feel
Free
bad.
Aaron Spencer, Kokomo, Indiana on the tube. Thank you so much. Like, giving like that when you're living on a fixed income is incredible.
No, I left the car turned on, blessed mama. I left my car running and I went into the market. So
100%. Okay, so thank you so much for that, Free Aaron Spencer from Kokomo. We appreciate you giving till it hurts, like truly. Anonymous giver 50, Heather, sending you so much love to you and your family. Thank you for appearing on Defense Diaries fundraiser live stream. Thank you. And then Lindsay Eurezio, she gave 10. Very impressive fundraiser, DD, for an incredibly important and worthwhile cause. Thank you so much, Lindsay. We appreciate you. Anonymous giver gave 5. Love from the Defense Diary fundraiser. Love to the Spencer family and to all the people giving their time today. Yes. Thank you, Anonymous. Heather gave 10. Stay strong and keep fighting for justice. Massachusetts, Norfolk County supports you. Thank you, Heather. We appreciate you. And then Anonymous giver gave 20. And then Molly Plaster gave 50. So you guys are crushing it out there. We are so
all right. So here's what I think we should do. I want to keep an eye out on the chat and ask you guys, and you guys have probably put your speculation hats and said something already, but I wasn't paying attention to the chat. I mean, why does anyone have any other speculation hat theory on why in the hell you've heard Bederow and I mean and everybody, but just saying that this is a career killer case for the prosecution? Why in the hell, when everyone's common sense says this should not be brought, did they first charge first-degree murder, which is just, I mean, for first-degree murder, whenever you have a, it used to be like the you walk in on your spouse having an affair, like, oh, that, that's like the second-degree murder thing. You've got this situation going on, like it could never be first-degree murder. Just to think that they even started there. why are they bringing and pursuing and continuing to bring this case? Old Dog says they're trying to save face. They made a mistake and now it's all on them. I mean, it does seem like that's a piece of it, but why did they start to make this horrible mistake? Like what, is going on? Afton says, it's going so fast, I can't keep up with it. Afton says, oh, I keep missing it.
Keep going.
No, wait. Okay, wait. Afton says, in my opinion, someone got pissed because Foster had something they wanted. Okay.
Maybe.
And then Need Some says, protecting bad actors, good old boys, or the like. It's just... So at Katt Randall says, speculation. The prosecution was embarrassed. Double down. I mean, they're covering up for... Whoa.
Have you been in the chair like the whole time instead of the ball?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Should
the
have been in the
ball. I'm
ball.
starting to get like...
Oh, my butt would have hurt real quick.
Oh, the ball. Like,
All
we're
right, babe.
6 hours and 46 minutes in.
Run through some of these other people's speculation theories while I go get something to eat.
Wait, where are they?
I stopped on, you can see, on the Spitfire at
Oh, did you star them?
No, I just have been going through them. I didn't star them.
Oh,
It was the
okay.
ones I've just asked, so everybody's, throwing stuff out there.
Okay, let's see. All right, so let me see. Like, she said she stopped at Afton. Like, I think I could be way below that though. All right, so I think No Joker says, I think law enforcement officers and AG wanted feathers in their hats. It's always possible. Like, the politics of prosecuting crimes is something that I'm always bitching about over here. It's such a conflict. It's a conflict to justice, because when wins become the thing instead of the truth, we all lose from that. Cindy says they don't want to get sued. Maybe. True Crime Butterfly, they all need to be held accountable. All of this because the judge released him. I mean, you can't argue with that fact. Ego and pride. So here's some more speculation. Bench and Brief says the speculation hat theory, completely a power play. It's very, very heady and causes poor judgment. Speculation hat theory, completely a power play. Tell me more. What is that? Like, what is the hat thing? I don't know. I don't get what it is. I want to know though. You got my interest piqued. Travis says, has to be deceased person's family, prominent former judge pushed it. It's hard to know. Like, trying to figure out what's going on with Elmore is unbelievable. Like I cannot understand Elmore's perspective on it. It's like I felt the same way about everything that Gull was doing in the Allen case. I'm like, what? Like, why is she not just following the law? Like, she has to want a fair trial, right? I mean, she can't want this thing to get overturned on appeal and have to go again. Like, it never made any sense, and it still doesn't make any sense to me. I just don't understand it. And it was the same thing with Elmore. This thing was on if you're the state, like, this thing was on a path of destruction with her rulings, and the new judge, I mean, it tells you something when a specially appointed judge comes in that's retired and undoes what the judge that preceded him on the case had done. I mean, that speaks volumes, because this judge is just playing it by the book, following the law, understanding what's relevant. And that's it. And that's all you can ask. All we're asking for from the defense side ever is a fair shake. Just try it on the up and up. Don't do sleazy shit. Don't keep stuff that's relevant out at trial. Let us try the case. If you've got the evidence, you'll win the case. If you don't, you won't. And you shouldn't, because you can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. It's that simple. Like, it's not a complex equation at all. Yeah, Alex, right. You guys are flying through. So I think Pammy says, I think it's all about covering someone higher up. It always seems like that. And then it snowballed. You know, Tony Brueski over on his channel, you know, he always says the thing. He's like, you know who protects predators? Other predators. I mean, if you think about it, it's a straight forward as you can make anything. Like that's typically who's going to protect pedos and predators, other predators. Who else would do it? Normal person wouldn't. Right? So Learned Habit says prosecutor aspiring of bigger and better things from this. Like it's going to have the opposite effect. Like this is that kind of case where you get run out on a rail. Like you got no shot of winning the next election. Nobody's going to be like, hey, great job. Good job. Thanks. Good use of our tax dollars. Good use of our day. Thanks for ignoring the entire community and trying this guy. No one's saying that. You know, it's like the worst political move imaginable, really. So Horse Welfare says, even when prosecutors wrongly convict someone, they never admit they were wrong. It's like, I'll never say never, because there are definitely some unicorn prosecutors out there. Like we saw, like in the Alec Baldwin Rust case, you know, you had the one prosecutor that was like dying on the Hill, you know, goes up and testifies. And then you had the other one that was like, as that shit was all going down, like, I'm stepping back because I don't want to have shit to do with this. You know, so I mean, they exist. You do occasionally see a prosecutor that refuses to die on the Hill. And if you know anything about our channel, it's one of my biggest grievances. I cannot stand when prosecutors die on hills that they shouldn't be dying on, especially prosecutors that come in decades after a case and they're still dying on that hill for a case that they weren't even close to being a lawyer when it happened. And they're dying on that hill. Like you're like dying on the hill for your office in general is bullshit. It should be every single case that's looked at on its own merit and evaluated. You know, that's my problem with like, and I'm don't get me wrong. I'm grateful that there's conviction integrity units out there that are relooking at cases. My problem is that they're using prosecutors to do it. Therein lies the rub. You know, you need to have defense attorneys coming in and looking at these cases and then have them evaluate it and say, all right, you know, even if it's privately, and then they can go to the prosecutor and say, all right, this is what we came up with. Because, you know, I could see prosecutors turn around making the same argument. Well, you can't have defense jury. They think everybody's innocent, which is completely bullshit. There's like, there's two phrases I hate that people say about defense attorneys. It's one, well, it's not actually about defense attorneys. It's about what defense attorneys do. When people say that somebody got off on a technicality with like a motion to suppress or a motion to quash, and I'm like, it's the Constitution. It's not a technicality. It's the law of the land. It's what matters most. It's the fabric. It's the backbone of our society. Like we have to call bullshit on the cops when they're cheating, when they're violating the law, when they're violating one person's rights. If we don't call that cop on it, then you know what that cop's going to continue to do? They're going to continue to violate people's rights. And it's only a matter of time before it hits somebody in your sphere. That's just facts. You know, every time that some evidence is suppressed in a case because the cops did it dirty, you don't blame the defense attorney. You blame, did you salt those guys? Oh, yeah, thanks. You blame the cops. That's who made the mistake. You can't kill the messenger. You don't kill the messenger. You tell the cops, do the job right. Go get the warrant. Read people their rights. It's not that hard. Again, if you've got the evidence, you're going to get the conviction. The system's set up in your favor. Why are you flirting with disaster when you don't have to? It never makes any sense to me. Just do the damn job right. Like, and look, there's going to be cases that exist where the cops know. They know for a fact that somebody did it, but they don't have the evidence. Those cases exist. My season of Gacy, which is epic. It's called Buried, Inside the John Wayne Gacy Investigation. Everybody should go listen to it. In that particular investigation, they knew, the Des Plaines cops knew that Gacy had abducted Rob Peace and probably had done the worst possible thing to him. And they tailed him for 10 days after they got a search of his house. They didn't find any evidence that was connected to Rob Peace. And they couldn't get Gacy to do anything because he's not an idiot. While they're tailing him, Gacy's not going to go do what he does while he's got cops on him 24/7. So 10 days goes by, and you'll have to listen to the podcast to hear how they ended up actually getting into Gacy's house a second time. It's unbelievable. We uncovered it. And it's a fascinating morality question. It's a fascinating morality question. It's that thing where, and the answer is always no. We can't decide not to have the Constitution apply to even the worst monsters that walk the earth. It's not the way the thing works. We have to have it apply equally to all of us. And then you just hope. But in those situations where the cops know somebody did it and they can't get the evidence, it's frustrating. You can see in those circumstances, like, oh God, all I have to do is just plant this one little thing. And this person who we know did it will go down for the crime we know they committed. It's a tempting thing, I'm sure. But we can't allow for it. We can't allow for it. And that's a bitter pill to swallow sometimes. I get it. But it's for the betterment of society. All right. So let's see. Let me get back to the comments here. So T Freaky says the DA said on the news that he was mad that Spencer, hold on, it's way easier for me to read it here, that Spencer took it into his own hands rather than waiting for law enforcement, and that it can't be the Wild West. That was the comment that Katt read. He did allow law enforcement in the system to take it into their own hands, not his hands. He's like, fine, go arrest him. They did. They let him out on $5,000. He starts reoffending immediately. He didn't care. He did not care. He gave zero fucks. He was just out there, not caring at all. He's 67. Or he's so mentally ill that he couldn't possibly. Wow, she made it on time. The judge texted me this morning. The judge was the first text I got this morning. I'm going to bring her on a couple minutes early. You ready to come on? Give me the thumbs up. All right. One of my favorite humans on the planet, the lovely, talented, and brilliant Judge Carol Erskine. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on. Glad I made it. It's been a good travel day, but I just didn't want to miss it. You guys, I've seen parts of it today, so it was great to see Yannetti and Alessi and some of the really great people. You guys have done an amazing job, and I hope you're raising a lot of money. Very impressive.
We're doing well. Yeah, and I'm so grateful because I knew when I reached out to you, you told me it was travel. I just didn't realize when I set this thing that it was Memorial Day weekend. It was between people traveling and graduations and weddings, it was probably the worst possible weekend to do it. But we're doing okay. Okay.
Loads of people, right? Loads of
people. And we're eternally grateful that you're here. And, when we were talking about what you'd be perfect to talk about, and there's a couple of things that I think that you want to get into, and I think that you want to talk about the effect on the children in these types of cases, which there's nobody better suited to talk about that than you. And then I think you wanted to talk about the young blood aspect of it a little later when we're talking about that motion to dismiss. So
yeah, well, I think you had, people talking about, and you actually explained it really well, the whole issue there, because you had Alessi and Yannetti kind of talking about the spoliation and drawing a negative inference.
Yep.
The whole one exception, the bad faith exception. I thought you did a really great job when you were talking about the motion to dismiss, and I thought they did a great job on explaining why this is bad faith and why it should rise to a level of a dismissal, which is the only thing, right, under the law. But yeah, we can talk about that. I think, for me, I think one of the reasons I wanted to, kind of wanted to do that is because I'm in a little bit of a different position than a lot of people who talked about grooming today. Right from the beginning, the folks on in the beginning said one of the things that was so important to them about being involved in this is simply related to, the whole grooming aspect. From my perspective, I come from a little bit of a different perspective because I've had to deal with kids right in front of me who had been groomed and who had been, assaulted and had been in terrible situations. A lot of the runaway cases that I had were really sexual exploitation cases, and, kids coming in off the run who had been groomed and exploited. Sometimes I think back to some of the cases, including one, I think, which was probably the most worrisome to me, which was a kid in a residential program groomed and exploited. And I was just so worried about this kid. And, we didn't know it. And then we found out when we got this kid moved to another placement. Still, the person who had groomed was able to get a hold of this teen, and they were found 2,500 miles away on the border, and he was arrested. And it's for me, I think about this 13-year-old because I've seen kids too often. Thankfully it didn't happen every day, but I've seen kids that have been victimized. And, I worry about, this young teen that they have and what she's going through and what she will go through, because it's not easy. And, what they have to deal with. And, for a fundraiser like this, it can be extremely helpful because, you need money for co-pays, you need money for special kinds of treatment like trauma therapy, because this isn't just like regular therapy. This is like trauma therapy.
Yeah.
And so, it's just extremely worrisome to me that, that they have a child who's in this situation. They may be faced with a lot of financial issues separate of the legal fees in order to cover the kinds of costs you need in order to sort of deprogram this child, for one, because that's what it's like. And just to, deal with the specialized kind of treatment. It's rough. It was one of the toughest parts of my job, to see kids who had been exploited and a couple of times brought to other states, or kids that had been exploited and trafficked even locally, within the county. And then, how do you deal with it? It's not just your regular runaway case, that comes in as a runaway. Yeah. Sometimes it comes in as an exploitation case. Mostly it comes in as a runaway. And, this, like when you're in court and you're waiting for your case to be heard. And, I know lawyers would get upset that they were waiting, but I couldn't just take their case and say, okay, you've been on the run. Your mother says you've been on the run. I have two options here. I can commit you to DCF and get you into foster care if we can't get you home, and we'll get services. I could do all that, and just treat it like that and say, and then say, okay, next case, come in, which is, I think, what the lawyers would have preferred. But that's not how I could handle those cases. Those cases were, hey, like, let's clear the courtroom, based on the allegations, and have people wait outside, and then have a conversation, with these kids, and, and just to say, let's talk about it. I mean, the first thing I would say to these kids is, I just want to say how sorry I am that you're going through this, and that you're struggling, and that this is such a tough time. So let's talk about, where we're going to go from here. Where's the best place for you? And I would say to these kids, tell me what you want. I never just took a case like that and said, well, I'm going to put you into foster care. If you're going to run away from home, then I'm going to put you into foster care, because I knew that they had been connected to dangerous people who were going to traffic them. And so, the way to deal with those cases is to make them part of the plan. Tell me what you think the plan should be. Tell me where we should go with this. And so, those cases take a lot of time. They're not simple runaway cases. Some of them are, but those cases aren't. And so, and then you have to have a path forward for them, and see them, and you have to let them know, as a judge, I would just say, look, even though I can make these orders and I get that I'm the judge, but I just really care about what happens to you. I just want to tell you that I care about what happens to you, and that I'm here. And if things aren't going well, call the clerk and tell the clerk you want to come in, and we'll talk again. I mean, that was just, everybody has their own way of handling cases. That was just my way.
Yours was, if we had every judge on the bench was you, we'd be living in a much different world. I'll tell you that. No, I'm not even kidding. I mean, that taking that kind of care, for these kids that are coming in front of, you as a person who has the ability to do a lot of different things up there on the bench, and to treat it with such care and compassion and kindness is amazing. It's amazing. I mean, and it's called for. It's the way that it should be handled. I mean, you were just doing the right thing because you're a good human being,
And because it's really required, because if you just release a kid and say, okay, I'm committing you to the Department of Youth Services or Department of Children and Families temporarily, we're going to get you into foster care. What's going to happen is they're just going to run again, so, it's a balancing act. Like, what are you going to do? Because kids like this 13-year-old who are groomed are going to go to the person that has groomed them, that has psychological control over them. One of the most interesting things that I had to deal with were kids who would meet people online, however it was, whether it was through Snapchat or whatever the latest, greatest thing was at the time. And they would, and parents would come in and say, my daughter is corresponding with this person. We had one kid that was trying to get to the train station to go meet someone. We got her in. And I would ask this question all the time, and not to be harsh, but I would say, what I want to know is this. I want you to just answer some questions honestly. How do you know that the person that you're hooking up with is not your murderer? How do you know that the person you're hooking up with is not your rapist? Those are the questions I have for you, because you've never seen this person. And I understand this person says that, he or she is 16 years old and talks to you about high school and cares about you, and this is someone that you think you trust. I just have this question I want you to answer. Is this your murderer or is this your rapist? That's the question that I need.
Rapist. I know it's stupid. Say rapist, because YouTube flags.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So
ridiculous when we're trying to educate people.
Assault, right? This is the person who's going to assault you. So, but it requires that kind of graphic, questioning to sort of wake people up. And, I think parents generally would appreciate it. And, in this case, I guess one of the interesting things to me about this case, and one of the sad things about this case, because a lot of people talked about the grooming aspect to it today, which is wonderful, because, you're doing a public service by letting people know. it's important to let people know because, I had the personal experience of seeing it and dealing with it and trying to set a path for these kids. But what bothers me, and I don't know if anyone said this about this case today, is, for me, it was always about protecting kids, no matter what the case was. And the kind of cases, termination of parental rights, whatever it is. It's always about protecting kids. And so the question I have in this Aaron Spencer case is, who was protecting this kid? Because I want to look at this in a much more global perspective. So let's tell it like it is. First of all, you have a legislature, okay, who sets down the rules, and in Arkansas says a 13-year-old can't go with someone who's not their parent, and so if the child is 13, that person can be charged with kidnapping. All right, so that's the start at the base. But in cases under their rule, what I call their very rigid rule in Arkansas, if there's a homicide, the threshold actually changes. And so that rule about what happens when someone uses deadly force and then says they are protecting another person, the rule actually changes. And they set out this rule, and they have two criteria. And I don't know if you talked about this, but the criteria is using or about to use unlawful deadly physical force is the first thing. And the second thing is committing or about to commit a felony involving physical force or violence. That's what the prosecutor is relying on, because they're relying on this rigid component of the statute under the deadly force section that almost says, that, well, the 13-year-old was consenting because there wasn't physical force, and that's the law. That's the rigid law that falls under Arkansas. It's under Code 5-2607. And so, the whole issue now becomes, which people are mortified and are appalled by, is saying he had other options because because it has to be a felony involving physical force. And they're saying, well, there was no physical force. She went with them. And so we're not going to say that this is a felony kidnapping because there was no physical force involved. I mean, to me, that's insane. First of all, so you have a legislature that doesn't protect children because they cannot foresee the fact that under that rigid criteria, that elevated threshold that exists under that very specific rule, that a child who is groomed may be deemed to have consented because the person, as in this case, is in the truck, is not involving physical force. So first, and I'll maybe get back to that in a bit, but so first of all, you have a legislature that can't, that can't foresee, as is always the case in my view with legislators, where they can't see how the laws they enact are going to apply to kids.
And Judge, they're cut off for like a felony forcible assault is also, if there's no force involved, then they're 14.
Yeah,
that's not that higher level. So it's the same thing you're seeing with the kidnapping.
Yeah, it really is. It's really shocking when you think about it. But on the other hand, this is the way I look at it. So so I go back to Massachusetts in cases of sexual assault where there was so in cases of assault where I don't know if you have it where you are, but you can have hearsay come in. They used to call it the fresh complaint doctrine, where the person or persons that you told what happened to you could testify, even though it was hearsay, just to sort of corroborate, not to say whether it was true or not, but to corroborate. So that was the rule. And then in Massachusetts, they changed it to first complaint, because otherwise with fresh complaint, they would have multiple people, nurses and friends, and this person told me, and it had to be fresh, meaning the person had to tell someone right away. And of course, later we realized that people who are assaulted like this often wait years, to deal with it. So they changed it to first complaint. And so everybody thought, okay, well, that's good. Because whoever they tell, even if they tell someone 5 years from now, whoever's the first complaint witness can testify to hearsay with a limiting instruction. And when that law passed, I was speaking about that law at a judges conference, and I said, this is going to be a problem. And the reason is it sounds good to the legislature, and it is good. But the problem with kids is they're going to tell another kid, and then we're going to drag that kid into court to testify as the first complaint witness, because the law doesn't apply, because they didn't foresee that it was going to be different with kids. That's the way it is, just like it is in this case. And I remember at that conference, I was sitting at lunch, and the Chief Justice of the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court was there, and he said, you know something, Carol? You pointed out that oftentimes, we're looking at laws from the legislature and we're interpreting them, and we're not always thinking about kids. And then about 2 years later, they changed the rules for kids, saying that you could substitute an adult in. So it's the same here, let's say the first people that didn't protect this little girl, this young girl, is the legislature, because they wrote the law in a way that works against kids that are groomed but not being physically assaulted at the moment, despite the fact that they're making a strong case for assault, the psychological aspect. So they're the first people. And then who are the second people? Well, the second people that are protecting the child are the police, who all of a sudden have no SD card, and I have to tell you, I have a family that has, lots of law enforcement people on every level, state, federal, and all of that. And I teach for the Municipal Police Institute. So I know the rule. When you approach any encounter, whether it's a traffic stop or what, your body cam goes on. That's the rule of every police department in Massachusetts. So where's the body cam? You guys talk great about like the chain of custody and all of that. So you have something going on here that's alarming. So what have they done to protect the child? Nothing. And then you have the first judge in the case, right, who sets a low bail, a bond on these kinds of charges, so that he walks out with no, now we're going to make an order, that you not have any contact, with the victim. I'm like, are you kidding me? In a case like that? I mean, how many times have we seen people get served with a restraining order, and it's a piece of paper, and then they kill the victim?
Thing means nothing.
Nothing.
It means nothing.
Nothing.
And Judge, it wasn't even specific to this child. It was just some general,
All
stay
children.
away from all kids.
Yeah, right.
That's it.
Not don't go near the victim, stay away from any child under
No
the age.
GPS.
No GPS. Although I will say about GPS, for many times I ordered them, on, if I didn't detain or detain for a period of time and then had to release, a GP, and defense lawyers would say, let's have a GPS. And I would say, in a case like this, where there's so much danger to the victim, I know people think, but what happens with the GPS? It goes beep, 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 and it tells someone in the probation department that they've, in my cases, cut off the bracelet, right?
Right.
And so how does that work? It's just a signal. It's not like this bolo goes out and the police go and they pick up the person. It doesn't work like
Right.
that.
It's not like Batman gets immediately alerted and he's in his Batman. Right. It's mildly better than the paper.
I used to say to lawyers, I just want to be clear, it's not a force field. It's not like a Star Wars thing or a Harry Potter thing where they put this thing around you, nobody can see you or get to you. And so, I mean, sometimes GPSs work really well and sometimes they don't, but, a stay away order or a piece of paper, I've seen it fail so many times, and we've had so many cases, in Massachusetts where, it ended in a lethal kind of situation. So then you look at it. So now we're looking at the courts. So the courts didn't protect her. They didn't even protect this child. So where's the child protection here? And then you have another judge who tries to shut down the proceedings, by putting in gag orders and all these kinds of things. And what happens? You have the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court in Arkansas saying, you're out of the case. I mean, time after time, they decided that that judge abused her discretion. So now you have the judiciary not protecting the child. You have the legislature not protecting the child. You have the police not protecting the child. So you have this systemic problem in Arkansas where a child who has been victimized like this child, and there's only one person who protected that child. And who was it? It's Aaron Spencer.
Damn right.
So he couldn't count on the legislature to write the rules of law correctly. He couldn't depend on the police to have the body cam or the SD card. He couldn't do that. And hard as it is for me to say as a former judge, they couldn't rely on judges to protect this child. So here you have a child that's totally without protection, and people wonder why Aaron Spencer had to take on the protection of his child, because he knew damn well that no one was going to protect the child.
You just gave the closing argument.
And then who else didn't protect the child? The Attorney General's office, by putting a prosecutor in there, and a prosecutor saying, we're going to argue to a jury that one little Arkansas code 52-607, where there was no physical force, means at that very moment, because he had already assaulted her before that. So you have to ask yourself, why wasn't this a continuing use of force? Because they know from talking to her that she had been assaulted, because she told the police, I'm having some pain. And so, the notion that you have the Attorney General saying that that's not good enough, in terms of saying this was a physical force, because it was an ongoing physical force. And I know they're going to argue the psychological force, which is a great argument. But to me, the argument is this was a continuing use of force right up until the moment that he has to drive. So why is that? So then you have yet another person, another agency not protecting the child by saying, I'm going to use that statute to prosecute who? The one person that protected that child. So to me, I guess what I want to say is it's clearly a systemic issue. And when you have judges, attorney generals, prosecutors, the judiciary, the police, and missing evidence and all of that, not only did no one protect her, but you have to ask, what are they hiding? That makes them bring this case.
Judge, hold on for 1 second. I love you. You really did like that. Like, I got goosebumps, and I've been known to give a pretty intense and moving closing argument. That was phenomenal. Like, I mean, you laid it out in such a way. I mean, you broke it down. If not Aaron Spencer, who?
Right. Who's protecting her? No one. Literally no one. And so, what is amazing to me is, when you have a parent who's willing to come forward and risk everything to save their child, that's what this is. And, when you look at it from that systemic perspective, it gives you a whole new way of thinking about the case, about how everyone abandoned this, and this should be a wake-up call to the Arkansas legislature that you need to modify that statute so that you recognize that there are times when physical force can be interpreted as psychological force, or that it can be interpreted not in the moment of are you witnessing physical force, but that there's an ongoing continuation of the physical force that had already happened. And so it's just a frustration, to hear what this family's going through. And,
it's the worst, really. And to that point that you're talking about with like we now know that. So however she ends up in his truck, whether it's by her, her own will, or whether he came and got her, I don't know, and I don't care. Ali and I have been very clear about that. But to this argument about the use of force, we now know that she's in the truck, that he takes her to his house where he assaults her. I mean, like, I think that we have a pretty strong argument for the continue, because we don't know at that point how that went. You know what I mean? In terms of what that assault was like, and again, without even getting into the age aspect of it, but like the fact is that he takes her to the house, he assaults her, he gets her back in the truck. And I saw somebody aptly put it in the chat. He's then being chased by her father for 6 miles, where he's honking and flashing. I would argue that that's force.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
Do you have any idea what he was doing while he was driving away? Whether he was holding that child there, whether he was, ordering her or whatever to do whatever. This whole, you can, and yes, you can get into the whole age aspect of it, but from my perspective, this was a continuing use of force, and this whole notion that it has to be the very moment. It almost comes into, it's similar to use of force in police cases. And when you look at a use of force, like in Graham v. Connor and Barnes v. Felix, the two now huge use of force cases, what do they say about use of force? That it's not just the moment. So in Arkansas, it's the moment of whether or not there's a felony with physical force. But when you look at the constitutional evaluation of use of force, and in this case, it's by a private citizen, why doesn't the same standard apply, in the sense that you have to consider what happened before? In other words, Justice Kagan said in that case, you cannot judge these use of force cases with, you cannot put on chronological blinders, and she said it very well. You have to look at what are the circumstances that led up to that moment that would then make it reasonable to use force. And that's the constitutional analysis now in use of force cases. And so when you apply the constitutional analysis to a private citizen, then, the father's use of force is basically reasonable, because if you look at the reasonable man standard, as they used to say, the reasonable person standard, and evaluate it from that perspective, anyone in the same circumstances would have viewed that as ongoing force. And the fact of the matter is you have to look at what led up to that, and not only what led up to it, in that night, but you have to consider what the underlying charges are. That's what you have to consider, by the Supreme Court in Graham v. Connor and Barnes v. Felix. You have to consider what were the events that led up. Like with the police, was it a police chase or whatever? And what was the actual crime that was involved that resulted in the stop? So if you analogize this to police cases, it's very similar, because what would you have to consider? You would have to consider the immense charges against him, multiple charges against him, against a child. And the truth be told is that the police, the police knew, and the prosecutor knew what the charges are. So once again, you have a prosecutor who, can't, for whatever reason, is unable to foresee that this was a continuing use of force, and based on what led up to it, which is exactly how the Supreme Court analyzes it. And then you have a prosecutor that's like, yeah, well, I'm just going to ignore that because that's the police. And I'm going to take this one tiny little line under 5-2-607 that says there has to be physical force at the moment, while ignoring what really is an appropriate constitutional perspective. So from my perspective, there's a due process argument here regarding regarding the father's rights, and that is that the prosecutor and the state of Arkansas can't actually look at this and analyze it from the perspective that they're not considering what led up to that moment when he was defending his daughter. So it's frustrating to see, for me, to see prosecutors, judges, the judiciary that's been involved, and police with no SD cards and police with no body cams. What it brings about, I think, in this discussion is, why are they charging this? And so you guys have asked that question hundreds of times. And, I guess from my perspective is that if they can distract everyone by charging the father and saying, nope, this was a murder, then we don't have to look at the judiciary. We don't have to look at the law that allows this to happen, that ignores children in this elevated threshold when there's a homicide by a parent to protect a child. We don't have to look at the prosecutors and how they were handling a case, with a judge who was out of control with abuse of discretion. You charge someone with murder, then no one really has to look at the system, and no one has to look at the laws, and no one has to look at how prosecutors make at times, decisions that don't make sense. In my mind, this creates a great distraction for a group of people who don't want people like you sitting in a courtroom and looking at this. But this is a systemic issue. And
I mean, that's a really great point, that, it's so that the eyes don't look at, well, don't look here. This was murder, instead of saying, hey, you let a pedophile get a hold of his victim and re-assault her. And then almost, all the things that you're just saying. I mean, that is a really, really good point. And, I want to know your thoughts on it, because look, obviously we know when children are the victims and their actual assaulter is on trial, the children have to testify.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a different situation. She's not the victim.
Yep.
And when you're talking about prosecutorial discretion, now it'd be one thing if they had hard and fast evidence of a murder and had to say, all right, we understand we're re-traumatizing the child, but we've got, how much do you think in the overall scheme of things, the re-traumatization of the child having to testify against her father and having to even deal with the fact that, that in her mind, the thought of, this is because of what I did, and now my father could go to prison because of what I did, as far as a balancing test, when you have a situation where the evidence isn't strong and it actually suggests a justifiable homicide.
Yeah, you raise a great point, because, from my perspective as well as yours, and the thing, one of the things I'm here to talk about is the fact that how the process just makes it so difficult for children. And is it re-traumatizing to testify? You bet. I've had to have kids testify. It's excruciatingly difficult for them. And you're absolutely right, Ali. This is the thing, that not only does she have to recover from being essentially groomed and abused and assaulted repeatedly, but then it all has to come back as she has to testify to what was happening that day. I mean, it's unbelievably traumatizing. And I have seen it all too often. And so you're right. So now you have a new trauma, right, on top of the other trauma. How are they going to resolve this? I mean, this is one of the reasons I say, if people are donating, I'm sure it will help them to get the kind of treatment that they're going to need for her, because just like I do, that this is going to be trauma therapy. This is going to be long-term. This might result in brief hospitalizations or things of that nature. I've just seen it too many times.
Go by, and right.
Yeah, so yeah, you're absolutely right about all of it. And, it's just incredibly worrisome for me to think about what's going to happen to this, this child. But, what you do know is, this is a child who has a family who loves and cares about her. But can you imagine what will happen if he is convicted and he were to serve time and they were to take him away? How is she going to process that? Because the one thing I know about kids is, she's not going to understand that she was groomed and that she was under the psychological control of someone. She might understand that later on, much later on when she's an adult. But when you're a kid, I know only too well, seeing it up front and close, she's going to, you worry about kids because they have a tendency to blame themselves. Well, I shouldn't have gone with him and that kind of thinking. So, then you have yet another problem to deal with, sort of this guilt and self-doubt, along with the actual trauma, and then the excruciating aspect of having to testify. I mean, this, is just a case that, you pray will go away. You hope that the motion to dismiss, will get through, and that she won't have to testify. So,
yeah, and you'd think that the balancing test would be a little bit different than when they're being called to testify against their direct abuser, as far as the prosecutorial discretion in like this factual scenario. Okay, she was a victim, and now her abuser is never going to see justice in the legal sense of the word, where he's held accountable through the courts. And now we are not only, like you said, possibly leaving her exposed all this time of the possibility of her father being incarcerated, and in her mind, as you said, because of her decisions, and then you've got, like her having to testify against her father. And I mean, what needs to happen for this, a balancing test to involve potential child victims, re-traumatization of child victims, when you're dealing with cases where the evidence is weak, or there is evidence of an affirmative defense, or, how does that even get looked at?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I think a lot depends on the court itself and the rules. I mean, one question that I would ask you guys, if is whether or not they allow children to testify under specialized circumstances. In other words, like sometimes in Massachusetts, we'd have the child in another room, so they're not sitting in a courtroom with all these people and reporters and people. I mean, there's another aspect to it that's just, absolutely horrific when you think that they're going to have to testify. Right. And she's not in that age range where you have to do a competency test. Like, do you know the difference between a truth and a lie? But because she's a witness, I don't know whether or not that's, I don't know whether that's something that they're going to do, because as sometimes there's that whole competency piece that has to be done. And I don't know if there's going to be an allowance if she testifies to testify under special circumstances.
Do you know, babe, if they have any special circumstances type things in Arkansas for a child witness like this?
I don't. I mean, from what I've heard, are you talking about like whether or not
she gets to testify in a separate room? Or
all I saw that there was an order that came down that they were allowing a dog in. So I don't know if that's
probably testifying in
therapy dog. Yeah,
I'm hoping that it's a therapy dog.
She might have a therapy dog.
Yeah.
If she has a therapy dog and they allow it, that's a really good thing. I mean, it depends, in our court, it would depend, if it was a child abuse trial, and there were lots of times we didn't allow kids to testify, but in certain circumstances where we had to have it, they would testify from another room on video because, they would have to face the face the person, and that included the victims in criminal cases, and every once in a while in parental rights cases. But it's, I mean, it's very difficult, to have these kids. I mean, our prosecutor or whoever was going to do it would bring the child into the courtroom, show them this is where you're gonna sit. This is, where this person's going to sit. This is where
they have like an adversarial relationship with this witness. It's
unbelievable.
A completely different scenario, which I would assume. I mean, you tell me, how much harder do you think that makes it? Because you're not going to have a witness who wants you walking them into the courtroom and sitting them down and telling them the process. You're going to have a witness who doesn't want to talk to you.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, the whole, I don't know what you think, but I think they're going to have a very hard time getting this child to testify to anything. And then, and then if you put pressure on the child to testify, that's going to shut her down even more.
But at the same time, dad actually might need her to testify.
I agree.
Dad might.
I agree. I think if they explain, and that's what I think is going to happen. Dad may need her to testify because she can actually, I think Bob said it before, she's the only witness, right?
She is.
She's the only precipient witness. Let's put it that way, right?
You know what would really have helped? The dashboard cam.
Yeah, no kidding, right? But I mean, you're right, Ali. There's like there's a myriad of reasons of why it's going to be so difficult, for this kid to testify. She might want to testify for the father, but then she's going to have to take questions by the prosecutor. And it's tricky. It's really tricky because, I've seen and done it as a lawyer, having to ask a child questions. And sometimes I in a couple of cases, I brought up the lawyers and I would say, look, this is, maybe it'd be a 12 or a 13-year-old was going to testify. And I would say, I want to be clear, I'm not going to tolerate any kind of pressure or, kind of confrontational cross-examination. This is a child and I want to be clear. And I would say it up front, before things broke down. But I don't know. I worry a lot about what's just going to happen with this child. It's, there's just a lot to worry about, and I can see why the parents, I can see why they would be worried. I don't know. I wasn't able. I was able to watch some of the motion to dismiss. It seems pretty strong, and it seems like there have been some rulings in their favor.
I mean, even the fact that that this new judge had agreed to, I mean, as they get a second judge, and the judge doesn't say, hey, that's the law of the case. I'm not revisiting issues that have been fully briefed, fully argued, and fully resolved. They just say, hey, that's the law of the case. So, I mean, maybe you're actually the best person to ask and to tell the audience, like, what does that say to you that this second judge was like, I'm going to rehear things, and some of the things that he has reheard, he ruled in favor for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have it both ways, where there's a long process of pretrial motions and motions in limine, and they've already been decided. And there have been times when we in my court, for whatever reason, we'd have to assign a judge to another case, but the trial had to go forward. And let's say I was going to hear that, and there had been piles and piles of motions in limine already filed and already ruled on by another judge. And so, then lots of times I would say, look, these motions in limine, you all had a chance to argue them. They were all on paper. Judge Smith or Judge Jones had already made the decision. I'm going to, those rulings are going to stand. And then other times, people would say, I'm asking for reconsideration. But when you ask for reconsideration of a ruling on a motion, it has to go before the judge that considered it the first time, because you're saying, I want it reconsidered. But if you're starting anew, And in this case, this judge was appointed as a special judge. It's not a circuit judge that's in that area, you know, based on what happened and based on, I think, the frustration of the chief judge. They appointed a special judge who's not from that area and who's not within the circuit of the initial judge who made all of the bad rulings. And so in a
and he had just retired, Your Honor.
Yeah, it was a retired judge, right?
Yep.
And so, you know, you have someone coming in that I think in that circumstance, you know, if I had retired and I had to come in and all these motions had been decided in a case like this, I would probably say, hey, look, I'm coming in. I'm not, you know, part of this court. I need to know everything about this case from the beginning. And I'm not just going to read. And not only that, they have to know that there were concerns about the previous judge. I mean, when you have the Supreme Court in your state basically telling you, we're pushing you off this case, that's basically what they did. When you have that happening, there's something wrong. And then you have to, and because there was a finding that the judge had abused her discretion, and you're coming in as a new judge and you've just retired and you've been appointed as a special judge, you're going to want to hear it from the beginning, because are you going to rely on the findings, whether they're motions in limine or whatever pretrial motions they are? Are you going to rely on a judge who's been found to have abused her discretion? You know, I mean, from my standpoint, if it were me, I would say, I'm not going to rely on these findings. I mean, the Supreme Court of our state has just decided that this trial judge abused her discretion. So how do I know that she didn't abuse her discretion on these motions in limine or these motions to suppress or on these motions to dismiss? So from my perspective, it's the right thing, you know, and to have a new judge look at it and say, you know what, I'm looking at this, you know, I'm going to look at it in this way. I would definitely do it anew. But that doesn't mean I always would. It really would depend on the circumstances and how close in time it was to a trial and the motions in limine had been decided and we needed to get it to trial. I wasn't going to hear, you know, 200 pages of motions in limine again.
Right.
So
I mean, here they had to actually push the trial so that this could get done. I mean, the trial ended up having to get moved because of weather, and luckily it did. But do you know that the state of Arkansas House of Representatives all signed a letter? They drafted a letter to the Arkansas.
I don't know if it was all of them, but a bunch of them did.
I mean, how many are there? I mean, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know.
I don't know how many are in the House. But...
And they wrote a letter to whom?
So it's to the Arkansas Judicial Discipline and Disability Commission, and said that they were concerned about whether or not they have serious concerns about whether he's receiving a fair trial. And they believe that the concerns require their attention as legislators. They said that the court had already violated his First Amendment rights by the gag order, and that they're concerned that this is going to, could occur again. And the recent court orders continued to raise concerns. The restrictions to public access had concerns, and they said that as members of the legislative branch, we have a constitutional duty to ensure accountability across all government branches. And they went on to say, and I don't know if you know something, but a couple of us lawyers couldn't figure out even what they were saying here, but they said this: we trust that the existing oversight mechanisms will address these concerns. However, if the documented pattern of constitutional violation continues, we are prepared to fulfill our constitutional obligations by using the full range of powers entrusted to us by the people of Arkansas. Do you know what those powers are?
Well, I don't, but I would suspect that in judges in Arkansas, they're elected, right, for like 4 years or 2 years, or depending on whether they're in the circuit. Is
babe?
Is my understanding. There's a on the circuit it's 4 years, on the appeals court it's 6 years. But in the appeals court, they're not elected, I believe, in the appeals and in the Supreme Court, but in the lower courts, I believe they're elected for a term. Well, the very first thing that you read tells me that they've already referred the other judge to the Judicial Conduct Commission. It has a different name there, but as you read it, that tells me they have filed a formal complaint about the initial judge, because they were clearly violations.
Yes, and this letter is old. It was while that first judge was still on the bench.
I mean, we're saying old, but January of this year.
Right, but before the judge changed, January.
Right.
Yeah, and so what happened after that? Just exactly what would happen in Massachusetts. You would hear something like that, and how it works inside is that it's like, okay, we don't want any of this to go outside, and we don't want anybody to know what's going on in here. This is just like, very common, and it's happened in a number of Massachusetts cases, including, with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, like where there was the motion to recuse and it just didn't go forward. Why? And all of a sudden, what happened? The Chief Justice of the Superior Court steps in and says, oh, this judge is not assigned anymore. When you have a situation like you have in Arkansas, first of all, it's unprecedented that the legislature would send a letter like that. And basically they're saying, we're going to use whatever mechanisms they have. So you wonder what the mechanisms are. Like in Massachusetts, if there's a complaint through the Judicial Conduct Commission and there's a finding and it's really serious and they decide they want to remove that judge, it goes to the Supreme Judicial Court. So the question is there a mechanism in the legislature where they can use their authority to somehow remove someone from a position? That would be hard to do with, elected judges. But I think what they're saying is whatever we can do,
we're going to do it.
Going to do it. And, it's also a recognition that there are due process issues, that they recognize that there are due process issues. And so the way it works is they come out with that. And then the Chief Justice in Arkansas, it was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, said, guess what? You're off the case. I have the authority to assign cases. You're off. And not only that, I'm not even putting any of your friends who work in the circuit court division. I'm not going to put any of them on this either. I'm going to bring in this other judge who's retired from another area, who's not connected to you. And, because what they're doing is, not only are they sending a message back to the legislature that we hear you loud and clear, that we have judges that are violating the constitutional rights of litigants. We hear you and we're going to do something about it. And then the phone rings and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, picks up the phone and says, yep, we're on this. And then the judge gets notice, you're off the case. And they went one step further by bringing someone in. So it shows that it shows a couple of things. One, that they're aware of the intense publicity of this case and that it's a reflection of how they look, and they're worried about the optics. Because if there's one thing I learned being in the system all those years, they're always worried about the optics, and they'll do anything to make those bad optics go away. So that's number one. And number two is the head of the Supreme Court in Arkansas is saying to the public, we recognize that that this affects the trust that people should have in the judiciary, and that people have to understand that the judiciary is the branch of government where there has to be integrity, there has to be fairness, and we recognize that this is essentially a black mark on the integrity of the judiciary. So we're going to take a step. And so then they took the step. They removed the other judge. So now the public knows she's off, for violating people's rights, which is really sickening. And we're going to put this other judge in. And, you should never forget that, with this new judge who sounds like, reasonable and fair and has really evaluated things very carefully, that, that he recognizes also, that the optics are there, that, Ali and Bob are going to be sitting in that courtroom. People are going to be, writing about it, recording it. There's going to be news media. They don't like that. You know, they don't like that. So, you know, and then the final thing I'll say about the legislature is it's great that they wrote that letter. Now the question is, what are you going to do to recognize that kids who are groomed and someone takes control of their life, that when they're taken, that's a forcible taking, and you need to amend the law that uses the term physical force so that children aren't in the situation that this child, and this is the perfect case for the Arkansas legislature to make an amendment to that statute in recognition, where they should add the word a felony where there is physical or psychological, I mean, they can amend it with one word.
Right.
And it will make a difference in the lives of children. So,
and they also could have, because it's like they have this age on the victim without a corresponding age on the adult to where it matters. And in your typical, like, you have Romeo and Juliet statutes in a lot of states. If they're 14 and, you know, they're 5 years, no more than 5 years older.
Yeah.
And that's already, you know, a pretty wide space. But, you know, to have it where you're over 14 and it doesn't matter the age without any sort of, unless there's physical force, is kind of insane.
Yeah.
And that's what you've been saying from the jump, like they need to change the law. And yeah, I mean, I hear you. It's like, okay, yeah, you wrote that letter, but turn it inside and
now what are you going to do about it?
Right.
You know, what, you know, you said, you know, we're watching and we're going to do something about it, but what are you going to do about it? You know, this is, you know, a thing I've had this thing for a very long time, you know, even, you know, as far back as when they changed, you know, to the first complaint from fresh complaint, where I've said, you know, a lot of times people don't understand that even when children, when you have, you know, 13 and 14-year-olds who are charged with a crime, they're not charged with like juvenile breaking and entering, you know, they're charged with breaking and entering. And so, you know, you have to look at it from that perspective and say, you know, how does this law, when you wrote the law about breaking and entering, or when you wrote the law, particularly these kinds of assaults, how it impacts a whole group of people who could be charged under the same statute. I mean, one of the major issues that we finally just got changed that, you know, was bothered me for so long in Massachusetts was you have teenagers who are dating, they're 15, whatever, they're sending pictures of each other's body parts to each other, right, during the thing. And then what do you have? They break up, and you have one of them sending out the pictures to everybody in the school. I had to deal with those cases time after time after time after time. And what did and the statutes that were written was dissemination of child pornography. Well, they're all children, you know, they're 15 and they're doing this. And so, you know, the DA would say, we have to do something about this, you know, because, you know, the parents of this kid, they're just like beyond upset. And, you know, and I used to say, there's not a chance in hell, I might have not used that word, that I'm going to, you know, let anybody move ahead with a dissemination of child pornography on a case like this.
A child.
That's not the intent. And the prosecutor that we dealt with, they were great, you know, and so, you know, if we did anything, you know, we would say, okay, let's divert this under we would list it as a misdemeanor criminal harassment, you know, and
something like that.
Something that could be co-opted or something that could be diverted. Now they've changed the law. You know, they have a revenge porn law in Massachusetts, but the way it's applied to children, if it happens, they're diverted out of court into a program, you know, where there has to, you know, be education about, you know, why this can't happen and what can happen. And so that's, you know, that's where I am about this. And in terms of, you know, the Arkansas legislature, you need to look at this and you need to recognize that kids are different and that psychological force is oftentimes more powerful than physical force. And you need to change that, you know, you need to change the threshold elements to include psychological force. So
right. And I just want to tell you, Judge, the largest donation of the day came in during your panel here. DG Little Sassy donated $1 $1,000.
Wow.
Free Aaron Spencer. He deserves it. You all are in my thoughts.
Well, I have to say thank you, right up front, and to everybody who's donating. But a donation like that, goes a long way to helping a young teen who's going to need trauma therapy, who's going to need things, who might need a puppy, who might need something like that. $1,000 donation can buy a therapy animal that could go a long way to helping. I think, as I always say when I'm with you, I'm always amazed at the people in the chat and the people that comment afterwards, how lovely these people are. They're empathetic, they're compassionate, and they want to learn about the law. And so I like this forum, even though all of this is still new to me. I like this forum because you use it to educate people. So, thank you to the person that just donated $1,000. I think you probably, and for all you people out there, if you haven't sent in a donation, it's a good time to do it. I know there are legal fees, and I know the family has other expenses.
But every dollar they don't have to spend on more legal fees is, like you're saying, another dollar they can spend for their family and for their daughter and for getting her the things that she needs to feel safe in life, because a family struggling to make ends meet, to pay attorney's fees on top of everything else. Now a kid doesn't have all the thing, like now there's that struggle too. So your point is well taken about how it helps with monies that could be available for the child.
Yeah, I hope that there is enough money there to help this child, because she's going to need it. It's just as I think about these kids that I saw that stood in my courtroom, and just sometimes, like I think I wrote in a text to either you or Bob, where I said, there's sort of this vacant look, like, where do I go from here? Where what's the next stop for me? Because they have been through so much trauma, and it's heartbreaking to see. And the only way to really get them to move forward is really just to move them in a direction where they're getting the help that they need. And it's really, they need intensive help. And I always say this, lots of times DCF would say, well, we have a therapist lined up. And I would say, well, this kid's been traumatized. This kid's been exploited. This kid's been trafficked. We need a special kind of help. And then there would be long wait lists. And then you have insurance companies that will say, okay, this kid can have 6 sessions of therapy. And I'm like, are you kidding me? That's what this kid's going to get. 6 sessions. This is a kid that's going to need therapy and support, in the long run. And, it just breaks my heart thinking about this kid, because my whole life has been, sadly, seeing kids like this. And so, so I have a lot of compassion and empathy and thoughts for this young lady in Arkansas, and I hope she does well.
Yeah,
and we appreciate
Judge, we love you so much. You know how much we value you spending your time with us on our channel all the time, and your insight is so incredibly valuable, and we just adore you to death. You're a credit to the bench. You're a credit to children everywhere now. You still advocate like no other out there. You're an amazing human being. I'm so thankful that and I know you're traveling. I hit you up and you're like, I'm traveling, but I'll try to do it. And of course, I had no doubt that you would show up, because you always do. On time, no less. Like, Judge,
I have a stopover here at my son's house, which is not my usual background. So he's been kind enough to lend me his office. But I'll say the same for you. I haven't really appeared on too many other podcasts over the last few months. This is it's a great podcast, but it's an educational forum, and both of you go out of your way to explain it and break it down. And, that's just invaluable in the world where people want to understand more about the law. So
we appreciate that.
Grateful that it's out there. So
We do. We do. All right, Judge, you're off the hook. You're amazing. Go enjoy yourself for the rest of your holiday weekend. We love you so much. Be safe out there, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you for what you're doing, and we'll see you soon. Thanks.
All right.
Bye,
Bye.
Judge.
Bye.
Thank you.
Like
All right.
Tara.
So before we got our whole next crew waiting backstage patiently. I'm going to read out some our probably our most recent donos, including you couldn't
don't
help
have to
yourself.
read anonymous because they're anonymous unless they have.
Oh yeah, okay.
Unless
But I
they've
like
got
to
like.
tell people so they hear how much is coming in, right? So
Okay, yeah.
at
I'll be right.
at Ford Dread, they came in with $125,000 donation or $125 donate. That would have been mind blowing. I would have just been able. Okay, I ended the stream. I think our Facebook stream cut it because the judge used the full CSAM, like she called it the forbidden word. I think they cut the stream over on Facebook. It's unbelievable. We're trying to educate people here. It's like it's crazy. All right, so at Ford Dread, $125. That's such a star-studded lineup. Wow. Aaron, we stand with you, brother. As a father of a daughter under 1 year old, I empathize with you, man. Keep the faith. God always gives the toughest battles to his toughest soldiers. Well done. Well said. And thank you so much for your generosity. Jessica Mead, she donated $25, sending prayers with a heart. Anonymous, they threw 20 at it. Justice for Mr. Spencer. Becky Morris, she donated $100, praying for real justice. Carla Davis, she donated $100, praying for justice in the entire Spencer family. Thank you, all of you. Amanda, she donated $15, doing the dang thing. Aaron did nothing but what any other parent would do in that situation. Judge should have done her job. Thank you, Amanda. Kristen Sorrentino, she donated $20. Free Aaron Spencer. Thank you for this, Bob and Ali. We love you guys and our family hugs. Thank you, Kristen. Lori Jane donated $10. I'll be at the trial to support the Spencer family. Thank you. We'll see you there. Anonymous giver gave 50. Mish from Northern Ireland. Good luck. This case has made it across the world. Best wishes to the Spencer family from Northern Ireland. Well done, Defense Diaries. Thank you so much, Mish. We appreciate you. $5 from another anonymous giver. Concerned citizen with $20. Behind your cause, 100%. Mary Swampy, $20. Sent by Defense Diaries. Lots of love and my best to the Spencer family. Joyce with $20. Deanne D'Amato Copeland, $10. God bless Aaron Spencer and his family. Thank you to Defense Diaries and all their great guests today. Christy Major, $50. We are rooting for you. Thank you, Christy. KPT Times, $25. Prayers for the Spencer family. Thank you, Motters, for doing this fundraiser. It's been our absolute pleasure. Anonymous giver, $100, praying for justice. Anonymous giver, $10, DD podcast fundraiser. Pammy comes in hot with $50, adding to my prior donation, inspired by and love listening to Judge Carol. We all do. Truly, she's just a jewel. Anonymous giver, threw $25 into the pot. We appreciate you so much. Another anonymous giver with $5, another with $50. Jenny T with $10. They stand with the Spencer family. Thank you, Defense Diaries, for all that you do. Lori Carey, she donated $20. Defense Diaries fundraiser. Another anonymous Defense Diaries live stream, $5 there. Anonymous giver of $200. Thank you. And then again, DG Little Sassy, $1,000 donation. Free Aaron Spencer. He deserves it. You all are in my thoughts. How incredibly generous. We are so grateful for you. Anonymous, another 50. Aaron, you're an amazing father and family man. God bless you and the best of luck. And then Mary Michael Jackson donated 40. All right. Now let's bring on our patiently waiting guests. We've got the one and only Mike King. We've got, what's up, Mike? We've got the one and only Mac McCollum, and then the lovely and talented Loren Katie. So how you guys doing? Sorry to keep you waiting.
Doing well.
Great. So Mike's background wins. That's where I want to be sitting right now. If there's no question about
you
that.
should see the fish jumping. So,
and Mike,
I have to say, Mac, that it took my in-house counsel, the Mottas, to finally get me on with you.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah, I do. I do what I can. Mike, I was texting Mike yesterday. I'm like, where you at? He's like, oh, I'm filming something for History Channel. He's like, I'm like, are you going to be able to make it? He's like, well, he's like, I'm going to try. He's like, I think we'll wrap today. I'll catch a late flight and then I'll fly out. He's like, I'm going to have to come at you from the cabin. And he's like, I'm not going to have a shirt. I'm like, Mike, I love the cabin and forget the shirt and tie. So we're super thankful you're here, Mike. We love having you. Mac, you as well. And Loren, so why don't you guys, before we get started and jump into it, tell everybody.
Let me say hi to them all first. Hi,
yes.
all.
Hi,
Ali. Hey, nice to see you all again. I don't know, Sheryl, if I've ever met you.
I think we met briefly at CrimeCon, didn't we?
Okay.
I think you might have.
You're right.
I think you might have. Like the second year we were there, I think you guys got to give hugs.
Yep.
So, all right, but everybody go through your panel. Start with Mike up top. Tell everybody what you got going on, where they could find your content. If you wrote a book, talk about that a little. Anything you got, let's hear it.
Oh, I'm just thrilled to be with y'all, and I love Bob and Ali, and I'm really appreciative to be a part of this. I anything at Profiling Evil will find me, and you can look up at my books and some other things, and just thanks for inviting me. I ran out of Band-Aids, so the timing was perfect. I've busted every knuckle I have, and I'm now needing to sit down and relax.
Okay.
Don't forget about your podcast.
Dangerous out there. It's dangerous out there.
Tell people about the Gardens of Evil. Let's go. You forgot about that.
Gardens of Evil is a story based on my book, Deceived, an investigative memoir of the Zion Society cult. The podcast went to #1 worldwide. We were just so blown away and so thrilled. And the proceeds that I'm receiving are going to build children's advocacy centers, and we started a new scholarship for criminal justice at Weber State University. So we're having a blast with that, and the thing continues to do pretty smoking good. So it's pretty exciting.
I love it. I mean, we just scratched the surface when I had you on right before it was dropping, and it was just a unbelievably fascinating story, man.
Yeah.
And the pod's great. Well produced. Mac, your turn.
Well, I'm Sheryl McCollum. I've got a podcast called Zone 7. I've got a documentary coming out in August on the escape from Alcatraz, where we look at it from a forensic point of view. Did they or did they not make it? And as of the 14th of this month, I have a book out. It's called Swans Don't Swim in a Sewer. And it's about a serial killer whose daughter was a victim of murder. And he reached out to us to try to help him solve it.
Wow. That sounds
what? A serial killer reached out to you to try to solve a murder? The murder of his child?
Yep.
Wow. That's crazy. Something. That sounds like a good read. What's that book called, girl?
It's called Swans Don't Swim in a Sewer.
I love it. It sounds amazing. And we'll be dropping the links in the chat the whole time, you guys. If you don't listen, or if you're not subbed over at Zone 7 or Profiling Evil, fix your life, make that happen. Loren, tell us about yourself.
Yes. So I am a private investigator. I also worked in social work for many, many years before I started doing my private investigating work. So this case I'm very passionate about, and I, in my personal opinion, feel like Aaron Spencer is a hero. So I was delighted when you asked me to join you guys today, and everyone can find me at Common Sense Investigator on YouTube. And then on X, I'm Loren Katie.
I love it.
I have no book, but I did see the hour where all the ladies and Nick and Misdemeanor and all that got a lot of money. So I did bring some alcoholic beverages. If that is going to make people donate, I am here to raise the money for the Spencer. So whatever you and the chat wants, I am here to please.
I love it. And Loren, I think the first time we met, I think we were on Court TV together. I think we were like panelists. So I adore you. I think you're a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful person. And thank you guys for all being here. Obviously, this is a case that means a lot to us. We're doing everything that we can to try to help the Spencer family who's going through it. I mean, the reality is any kind of case like this, where you have a kid who is just traumatized from being abused and is re-traumatized by the same person who gets out, and then dad goes and handles business, and then gets charged. And now the family's dealing with their traumatized daughter, and now they're dealing with the trauma of dad, who the judge, that you guys came in a little later, but so eloquently put it, when every aspect from the legislature to the prosecutor's office to law enforcement to the judiciary failed that child.
Yep.
The one person that didn't was her father. Like I when she broke it down, and Judge Erskine was on the bench in Massachusetts for decades. The woman's amazing. And I got like the biggest goosebumps when she said, I'm like, wow, that's the closing argument. You know what I mean? So I thought it was phenomenal. So are you guys all familiar with the case?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So then, Mike, why don't you let us know what is it about the case that got you willing to join us today?
Oh, well, the thing that got me willing to join is a note from Bob and Ali. So I got to be honest about that. I have watched this case with great interest, and I find myself waffling back and forth. And I don't want people to get mad at me, but I still have this cop inside of me that talks about procedure and training, and when does something become self-defense and becomes punishment. And so I find myself vacillating back and forth about whether the state had an obligation to charge, to maybe try to temper vigilantism or any other kind of a feeling that you should go out and solve these crimes on your own. And then I have this emotional side of me that says, holy cow, this dad was reacting and doing what he felt like he needed to do. And so I may waffle back and forth as we talk tonight, because even as much as running for sheriff, I'm thinking, I don't know that I'd want to be working in a sheriff's office where a guy comes in that's never been a cop and is now going to be sheriff and can only do administrative duties unless he makes his way through post. But then he's a rookie when it comes to law enforcement, but he's a veteran when it comes to dealing with horrid situations. So I don't know. I
love this. I love it. Like, chat, calm down.
Right. But let me give Mike.
Everybody can calm down.
And what he's saying.
To hear more facts, I promise.
Exactly. What he's saying.
We're gonna get Mike to the other side of it, I promise.
Or maybe closer. We're just going to give him some more facts.
We'll see. I've got a lot of faith in Mike.
Michael, the other Michael, Bryant, he expressed not necessarily his own opinion, but the fear about some of the jurors seeing it from this perspective. So I just want to give you just a little bit more facts. And I think there was another pleading that gave a little bit better, but here is what was in one of the defense pleadings. So this is just some facts from what they have. So, and I know a lot of you have heard this already, but it's short, and I think it gives a good foundation for kind of saying, now, wait a minute, could that support, defense of others and then defense of self? So when Heather and Aaron Spencer found their daughter's bed empty, they were worried, given that what she had recently been through. They decided Heather would call 911 and he would begin searching for her in the area. They learned about that time from a family member that Foster had recently contacted the child, and they were understandably panicked. They were terrified that Foster would not only SA their child, but that he would kill or disappear with her, knowing that she was the critical witness to the crimes that would put him in prison for the rest of his life. And I want to just pause from reading that, because something we learned in the pleading that we read last night is that the child victim told the police after the shooting during her interview that she was still in pain from having been abused by him that very evening, that he was grabbing for his gun before he got out of the car, and he was watching the video to see if her father was coming or to keep an eye. So that's some additional facts that they got, that the police knew when they came into this. So anyway, it goes on to say, like any normal father, Spencer left his wife to stay on the 911 call while he went out searching for her. Contrary to the state's suggestion, there is absolutely nothing about him doing that is unlawful or wrong. In fact, it is exactly what most anyone would do. While Spencer was looking for his daughter, he happened to pass Foster's truck as it turned onto Highway 31, several miles from where the Spencer's residence is located on that roadway. And Spencer saw his child in Foster's truck. Spencer turned around to follow, and for miles, Spencer honked and flashed the light.
6 miles. It's important.
I know, I'm just reading this. So yes, 6
I know.
miles.
I can't believe she didn't put 6 miles in the motion or in the brief. Frankly.
But Foster sped up, fleeing with the child towards an intersection that would take them out of the area. Sorry. Before that could happen, Spencer, having been trained in military tactics and maneuvers for disabling vehicles while avoiding significant injuries, pushed Foster's truck into a driveway. Foster exited the truck, coming towards Spencer aggressively with something in his hand, and Spencer shot him, unloading his clip. Foster jumped into a ditch and continued to move and curse, and concerned that he may have a weapon, Spencer hit Foster with the gun to abate any further threat. The state suggests Spencer had other options, could have called more 911. I think that might be it for I think that's enough that gets us to the facts that we're talking about now. So there is, I think, defense of others includes the forcing the car off the road. And then, Mike, does it change the way you look at it when you hear, at least if you take it at face value, and this guy got out aggressively coming towards him, something in hand, coupled with the corroboration from the daughter saying he was gathering up, he was looking for his gun and he was watching on the rear camera. Does that change your perspective at all on, whether this is leaning more towards a justifiable self-defense coupled by self-defense of others or vigilante?
Ali, it doesn't change mine. And I don't want people to swallow their tongue as I'm saying this, because my position is really, I'm right here in the center, just looking at the facts on both sides, knowing that there are things that will come out in this trial that we don't know. We might be surprised by things. We might be surprised by telematics that tell a different story from both the suspect's vehicle and from Aaron's vehicle. We may get a completely different picture. So I try not to make any kind of a decision when I look at cases on an emotional level, because the emotion side of me wants to say, absolutely, I'm 100% behind this guy. Then I get to the side that went through years and years and years of tactical training that says, how many rounds you're expending, you train for that. And so I find myself saying, at what point was there a move beyond what was necessary to stop a threat and what became punishment, including when you're out of bullets, continuing to hit someone with a weapon. So I look at all of those things, but I don't have an opinion one way or another. And again, folks, I mean, if you've watched what I do, I'm an advocate for victims, but I'm also an advocate for fairness and saying, hey, we don't know the answers yet, but here are the things that I find myself vacillating back and forth with. So I don't know.
All right. So I'm going to fill in a couple of more gaps. And I know I kind of sent you a little primer. So a couple of more things. So first of all, Fossler, the guy who had the 67-year-old man who had the girl in his truck at 1 o'clock in the morning out of her bed. He had been arrested 3 months prior.
Yeah.
Okay? So when
horrendously long rap sheet. Yeah.
Right. Like unbelievable. So when he walks on a $5,000, 10% to apply bond, it was $50,000. He got out on $5,000. So 3 months goes by, because this is how I address the vigilante aspect of it. So 3 months goes by. Aaron Spencer doesn't go hunt him down when this guy walks out of jail the day of. It wasn't until they find their daughter missing. Thank God. The dog is barking. Aaron says, call 911 to his wife. He's like, I'm going to go out and try to find her. So that's the night of. It's kind of what Ali was saying. He gets in his truck. His wife's on the phone with 911, as she has in rural Arkansas. Many people have gates on the property. He has to wait for his wife to open the gate. She's on the phone with 911. He takes a left. He's going down. I think it's Country Road 236. Don't sue me if I'm getting the wrong number.
I just read it, so it is whatever I said.
Okay, so that's when he sees Michael Foster and, more importantly, his daughter in the cab. So then the 6 mile chase ensues. at which time Fossler has to drive right by the property. So he drives right by the Spencer's house, and it's only until the pit maneuver happens that Aaron's able to get him off the road that he stops with his daughter. So kind of in light of those facts, that's where
is he making any 911 call to say where he is and trying to get
his wife's on the phone and he's chasing the guy.
But is he? I mean,
no.
He's honking and maneuvering, and
does he have his mobile device with him?
He does. I mean, you're making the same argument the state made, Mike. So you're not alone in that thought.
And I mean,
can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, Mac.
Yeah.
Okay, the dude driving the truck that kidnapped the little girl, he ain't calling 911. He ain't afraid. He's not asking for the police to come help him with this crazy person chasing him. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah,
I like that.
I suspect he knew who was chasing him, and he knew who he had in his vehicle. And please, again, because I'm not even looking at the chat, but I assume there's a whole batch of really mean things being said.
Not that bad.
I'm emotionally in the same camp you are. I just find myself saying I still want answers to certain kinds of questions,
and they're fair. That's absolutely fair. I mean, and that's what they're going to have the trial for, right?
No,
for
I think it's fair. I just think it needs to be on both sides. If he's not making a 911 call,
let's get to Loren and Mac then. Loren, what is it about this case that made you want to get involved?
First of all, with having worked with many victims of this age and many younger, I know the grooming process that you guys speak of so eloquently. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. So for them to have the gall to say that she was in a relationship and left on her own volition is disgusting.
And I know you concur with that part, Michael, because we know you're an advocate for children.
Yeah, that this isn't even an argument at this point. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then for Mr. Spencer, if he wanted to go and get revenge, he had months to do it, just like Bob said. He didn't. That wasn't what happened. This man was in a panic. And I think sometimes we forget, not only was this child traumatized, but this family, her siblings were traumatized. So then you have this and him going in the room, her not being there. And he knows exactly what happened because of what other experiences that they did. He had that trauma as well. And I don't feel he had a duty to call 911 because his wife was on the phone with 911. He left when that was occurring. And 911 operators in small towns, that clogs the system if multiple people are calling 911. It just does. So she was handling that. His focus was finding his daughter. Then he finds her with the person who assaulted her multiple times. She's the only witness. He knew how to do a pit maneuver, and good for him. I don't care. I take this case so, yes, I believe that the law is on his side, but there's a personal aspect to it that I'm not a mother, but I am an aunt and a godmother and all of that. And if I knew someone did that to my nieces or nephews, I would have done the same thing. Not as wonderful as him. I don't know pit maneuvers, but I would have went out there, and I'm sorry if that person was hurting my niece or nephew. It is what it is, and I feel he had every justification to do so.
And Mac, what are your thoughts?
I ain't a lawyer, but to me, this comes down to forethought versus aforethought. If you look at what he did, he bought a gun at some point. That was for protection of his family. He checked on his child at night. That was for protection. He had this app where he could find her location. That, again, was to protect her. When he located that truck, and that truck would not stop with his child in it, again, he did a pit maneuver for protection. That was forethought, a noun. That's something in him. It's instinct. It's not something he sat around and thought about. A forethought would be premeditation. I don't see it here at all. I see a father that not only acted like any father would, I think he had a duty to do it. You have a duty to protect your child. This person has already hurt her when she was 13. Now, with a record, now being on bond, Nothing is stopping him. Not being arrested, not having now this bond where he's got parameters of what he can and can't do. He went back to her home, somehow lured her out of her bed, the safety of her parents' home, took her to his house and assaulted her again. I got no problem with her daddy protecting her.
And not only that, do any of us think that this would have been the last time had he not done what he did?
No way.
Not at all.
You cannot overlook that, and I don't think any jury's going to overlook that.
Right. And Mike, I want to ask you this, because you do have your law enforcement background. Under the facts, even if you take it like I'm not sure it's justified, could you ever see a world where you would charge that as first degree murder?
Yeah. No, Ali, I don't. I mean, when I heard this, I thought if they were to go anywhere, it might be a manslaughter or something like that. And everything that's been said, especially the emotional side of everything that's been said. I mean, I've handled a lot of serious cases in my career. I've been in personally, I've fired my weapon in the line of duty. I know what that stress is like. And the question that I keep finding myself coming back to is I don't have a problem right up to the moment that the third round or the fourth round or the fifth through the 15th, and then hitting someone with a weapon that has all the ammunition spent. That's the part where, and part of me says to me, I'm in this conversation I'm having in this psychotic mind of mine, is part of me is saying, who wouldn't lose their mind and do those things? Then I have to reflect on, but here is someone who was trained in the military. I know how police officers, I know how military were trained. Today, as I was driving up to the cabin, I called the U.S. commander, now retired colonel of special forces. And I said, tell me about training a soldier with a handgun. Are you counting rounds in your mind like a police officer is? Are you planning on your next move? Are you, and his response was, in training, yes, that's what you're doing. Now, that doesn't mean it happens when the event finally unfolds. And I'll tell you what, shooting a weapon in the line of duty was the easiest thing I ever did in my entire career, returning fire, because I had trained and trained and trained to, when a certain threshold was met, that this is how I reacted, because there's no time to react and think and put through. So I'm not being critical of this guy in any way, other than I'm saying when it hit that threshold, I find myself vacillating and questioning and wondering. And to answer your question, Ali, I absolutely don't think he should have been charged like he was charged. But then I find myself wondering, did it take the state 3 months because they were trying to figure out how do we do this in the most appropriate way?
No,
and that'll be an argument.
The 3 months, right, was how long he was out on bond, right? It took them the same day to charge Foster, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, he got charged right away.
No, I'm talking about Aaron.
Oh, well, so Aaron got charged right away.
And the thing that I think is so interesting, and the emotion that I'm hearing, I don't want people to misread what I'm saying, is there is no question that the courts failed when they returned this guy to the community. There's no question that the system failed when he was able to get access to that child again. Those things, there are no questions that there were failures. And I listened to the judge before I jumped on with you all, and I agree with the fact that all of these systems failed, but does that give you the card to go in and commit homicide? And so I just, again, I don't want people to think I'm weighing one way or another, because I'm not. I'm just saying, I just feel like there's this fight I'm having with my own psychoses.
Well, and it's frankly, you're the perfect guest, because that's the issue that this case is all about. I mean, the issue that you're speaking of is exactly what this jury is going to have to decide, because ultimately defense of others and defense of self is going to boil down to what Aaron reasonably believed in the moment. And again, when you're thinking about the moments that preceded it count, including all the way back to him finding out that this is the guy who was essaying his daughter. All of that counts, leading up to the chase counts. The adrenaline that's building up as you're chasing the predator that has your daughter in the cab of his vehicle. You have no idea, she being the only witness against him for crimes that will put him away for the rest of his life. A man who clearly has no regard for the law, could care less that there's a stay away order, could care less that he's got 43 counts pending. That's what's going through Aaron Spencer's mind. So, the argument's ultimately going to be, was he reasonable in what he thought in terms of the threat that Michael Fossler posed to him by getting out of the truck? Because when he gets the truck pulled over, it's not the daughter that runs out of the truck. That matters. Like this truck is stopped. His little girl doesn't jump out of the truck and come running to him. He has no idea what's going on with her at that point in time. None.
And you can't be
we're talking
justified.
about a split second.
Right.
This is something that doesn't happen over an hour. This is something that when Foster gets out of that truck happens in seconds. And it's going to be a tall task for the prosecution, just because you can see the passion from and Ali. I just want to clarify, he's charged with second degree, not first.
I know. I was gonna say that, but initially they charged him with first degree. So I was just bringing that attention to Mike to say, doesn't that give you some sort of pause? Because not only that, they turn off their body cam. They say everybody turn off their body cam, and then the biggest piece of evidence, the dashboard cam from the car, poof, disappears like magic.
Yeah, I can't disagree with any of that, Ali, and that is so incredibly aggravating to me. And again, I just want to make it kind of clear here. I look at that as offensively as I look at a lot of different pieces and parts of this, and I just force myself to always try to stay on that level playing field so that I can evaluate things a little more clearly. It doesn't change the emotion. I saw the one comment that popped up, if you'd feel different if it was your daughter. Yeah, absolutely I would. And I have a daughter, and none of that.
I think the comment was more when you're shooting in the line of duty.
Speaking.
Oh no, I just wanted to tell him, I think the comment meant more when you're shooting in the line of duty or you're shooting as a military person, it's one thing. When your own daughter is there, you might not have all of that. My training's kicking in, and you've got training plus emotion, which goes to, you can both be justified even though there's overkill at the same time.
And if I could just, I know Mike personally, so Mike is a wonderful man. I know exactly what he's seeing. We all see the world in which we have lived it. And so Mike is living it in a police officer's way.
He literally donates all the money he raises from his things to a child advocacy center.
Mike,
we know that exactly. So, but let's ask you, Loren, what do you think about the and I think you actually already mentioned it, how like the state trying to make it, I think, I'm getting all these panels confused. I think you did just say the state trying to put it forward as though this was a relationship is,
it's offensive.
Yeah, it's disgusting. First I want to say donate. I will chug these if necessary. So please donate. Get that money coming in. Also, I wanted to push back on Mike's point.
Yes,
about
if you disagree with Mike, donate $20 now.
Yes. Come on, let's go, guys. We can do it.
I'm going to keep watching how many people
with me. Donate $100.
Yes, if you disagree with Mike, donate $100. I'm going to watch to see how many people disagree with Mike.
I love it.
So Mike mentioned the rounds. Number one, I was going to say exactly what the commenter said. It's a little different, I think, when you're trying to defend someone when your daughter is the actual person that you're concerned about. Number two, how many times do we often see even trained police officers not knowing the rounds that they actually fired off and losing count because of that mindset of being in that situation? So to me, I have absolutely no problem that he emptied whatever he emptied. You're in a situation where you're not thinking about that.
I've never seen a police officer that lost count of his rounds beat someone with his weapon.
Well, that was for good luck and for good measure. And I love that part. Now someone might have a problem with.
All right, I've got to let you guys know your panel has now also got the other largest donation during this panel. Anonymous giver gave $1,000.
Wow.
Indiana defense lawyers support Aaron
Fantastic.
Spencer and also support bad judges being booted off.
I
So
agree
I
with
can tell
that.
we can tell who that is. One guest to the chat here. What lawyers could these Indiana defense lawyers be? Who might their client have been?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, no, so I think that Loren, like she's probably got the best counterpoint to that point that you were making, Mike, in that at what point in terms of if you're out as an officer who's been trained and you're in a situation wherein you've got to return fire and it's not your daughter that's involved.
No
I think
question.
from that perspective, it's easier to stay like I'm counting my rounds. I think that you have to factor in the fact that his daughter is what's at stake here in his mind. So, you kind of have to weigh how much does training outweigh the fact that you're more concerned about your daughter's safety. And that's going to be something if the prosecution is certainly going to argue many of the things that you're arguing because they're fair. Like you're being intellectually honest as to what your background is, and people shouldn't be giving you shit about it. And I love this. I love this for our channel because these are exactly the conversations that I want to have on our channel. I love the debate. I love us talking through it. I love the opposing sides. And you're not even an opposing side.
No,
at this point, you're just looking at it and saying, look, this is the way that I'm looking at this thing, and it's fair.
Yeah.
It's completely fair. It's why the thing's going to trial. So like, man, you keep doing you, Mike. Forget everything. So, and it's like, and again, the intellectual honesty of it is what is really enamoring to me. And
Bob, there's a weird thing that happens in your mind in those kind of situations, because I remember going through that. I was with another SWAT officer on a call. He ended up putting 3 rounds into a guy. I turned and looked at him after. I grabbed him. I said, "You okay?" And he's like, What? I just did my job. And for me, I remember after shooting my weapon, about 30 minutes later, I was sitting in my car and I was working on a tactical team, and my nose started running. I started crying. I started shaking. I fell apart. So, I'm not in any way suggesting anything that I don't find myself just moving back and forth on this spectrum with. I just find myself saying, in fairness, the questions have to be asked.
100%. And so here, like, I loved this panel because I really want to get into, and we've scratched the surface of it, but the dashboard cam that was in Fossler's truck.
Yep.
And like Ali and I went through, the brief was just filed by the defense attorney last night. And, we learned some new facts. Ali's thrown out a few of them today, but I just want to be clear from people that have done it in terms of processing a crime scene and being around people that process crime scenes and understanding the way that it's supposed to go and what ended up happening here. Because I don't think it could be argued that particular piece of evidence in theory could have been the most critical piece of evidence, because it takes away all our questions. Not only does it have video, it has sound. We're going to hear what was going on in the cab of that truck, which, as to Aaron Spencer, doesn't necessarily matter because, again, it only goes to what Aaron Spencer knew, right? So, like, what's going on in that truck,
or reasonably had a reasonable belief,
right? Exactly. So, but what we do know is that when they get to the scene, okay, and I'm talking about law enforcement, because Aaron calls immediately after he pistol whips Fossler. He's like, all right, you're going to need to get out here because I just put 15 in this guy. I took him down. He had my daughter. So, and he goes and he waits for him to come. He talks to him. He tells him exactly what went down, what his version of the events were. And so when they get there, the first cop notices that there's an active dash cam that's plugged in and operating. They can see its screen is lit up, the thing's going. And what happens after that is that officer doesn't take a note of it. It's not in any report. McCain, who's the basically the cop who was on scene that was in charge of the investigation in terms of processing the scene, he sees it. He doesn't do anything with it. There's no note of it in any report. There's no chain of custody. There's no evidence log of this most important piece of evidence. They then, at some point, he grabs the thing, but he has to stop the tow truck that's about to pull away with Fossler's vehicle in order to run in there and grab the dashboard cam off of the dash. He then brings it back to his office. He puts it in a drawer in his office, and it sits there for a couple of days. In the meantime, they go ahead and they send everything else digital to the Attorney General's office in Arkansas, because that's who processes and does all the examinations of digital evidence for Lonoke County. So everything else goes aside from this particular piece of evidence. That thing, he then claims that what he did is he took it out, he popped out the SD card, he put it into the little contraption that converts it so that he can plug it into a USB. And he claims that he watched the videos. He says when he puts it in, all there were 4 different videos. Okay. And that they were all 15 minutes long. And that all that he saw on there was the trees in the background and the blue and the reds flashing off of it. He claims that he saw nothing of any evidentiary value on any of those things. Problem is that thing, in terms of a chain of custody, doesn't become a thing in terms of this case until 14 months later. So he finds out 8 months later
meaning it's not in any police report. It's not mentioned. It doesn't exist in the world.
It doesn't exist on the planet. The defense has gotten the discovery in this case. They don't know anything about it. Months and months, a year goes by, and finally an email is sent, and they're like, hey, we're looking for this SD card. We come to find out that McCain, who was the cop who took it and who brought it and put it in his desk, he then handed it off to another cop. And then that cop hand delivered it to the AG. And that's on November 14th. So a full month and some change after the occurrence on October 8th. So at that point, he claims that he's following up with the AG intermittently, even though they put a bug up their butts in order to expedite it. And, at some point he gets this email from the AG saying, oh, well, there was no SD card. So this SD card has vanished. And we know that there's only 2 cops in the AG's office who ever put hands on that thing. And so when the hearing takes place, after the defense finds out that this thing exists, and they hire their own expert, that expert then goes and, does the research on this particular model of dash cam. And this person testifies at this hearing and says, look, that particular model is only capable of making a 1, 2, 3, or 5 minute video. There is no 15-minute video. So, and that goes unchallenged by the state at this hearing. So at that point, we know that McCain is lying about what he saw or didn't see. So this motion to dismiss is hanging out there. It's still pending. So yesterday, the brief was filed. In terms of crime scene processing, is there any reasonable explanation that you can think of as to what ended up happening at all?
Not my book, but I'm going to give it to Mac.
As a crime scene investigator, I can tell you got an integrity problem. You got a chain of custody problem that I don't know how you're going to answer. So when you're at a crime scene, what should happen? If you say, okay, I want that device, I want her cell phone, I want his weapon, I want his cell phone, you're going to give each one a number. You're going to photograph each one in order. You're going to log those photographs. So you're going to say, this device that captures these videos from the dashboard cam, got it. Cell phone, weapon, the other cell phone. You're going to have that. Those things are going to be bagged and tagged, taken back to the police department. This should all be on camera. They're going to be logged into the computer that we took these things from the crime scene. Now we have them, and they're going to be placed in the evidence room until they're transported to the AG's office. That's the chain of custody. I can look back on that 5 years from now, tell you exactly where that dashboard cam was, on what day, what time, and who took it. The idea that somebody took it, didn't log it, didn't say they had it, took the SD card out, that's now on you. That is solely now you. You're saying there were 4 15-minute videos. Where is this hour or so that you're watching? If they're telling us it's not possible, and you say the only thing that was captured were these lights flashing, like after the incident occurred and law enforcement showed up, but y'all also decided to shut off your body cam.
Yeah,
Y'all, that's a bad look. I don't care who you are. The only thing that could save this man, you lost it. So now here are the questions. How many times, detective, have you lost evidence? I'll wait. 1 time, 5 times, 20 times? Have you ever been written up for not following protocol? I guarantee you their SOP, he did not follow it, couldn't have. Everybody that didn't log it, didn't take, put in their report that it was there. Now you're trying to play catch up. Y'all, we got a real issue here.
And is it typical would you expect once you watch that video that you make a police report about what it is you saw on that video?
You would absolutely do a supplemental. You would also make a copy because things happen. Things break. Things do get lost. You want a copy. But I'm just saying, if I look at your background and you've never lost evidence before, that don't look good. If you've lost evidence 40 times, that don't look good. He's in a bad position no matter if you go right or left. The second officer that took it, again, he only had the device. He only had the, camera. He didn't have the SD card.
No, the SD card was supposedly placed back in the camera.
Understood. But I'm saying the second officer, never had the SD card by itself.
Right.
So again, when you bag and tag it, you should say, I've got a dashboard camera with the SD card and the maker of that SD card. That wasn't done here. So again, there's no chain of custody. If they come up with an SD card, where'd that come from? They're never going to be able to testify where it came from. And that's the problem. Y'all, we can't go back. I mean, once it's done wrong, it's just wrong.
Yeah.
And why is the SD card and the rear view camera a second thought? Why is that the thing you forget? That is single-handedly the most important thing in this whole thing. You could have caught the whole thing on camera. If not on camera, then you're going to have some kind of an audio. So that could prove either side, no problem. And you forget it to where you have to go later as it's in the tow truck. Sorry, that doesn't add up to me.
And and just so happens you all turn off your body cam right around, right while you're processing the scene.
Yeah. And to Mike's point, here's a question I have. If I'm the district attorney and you come to me and you say, hey, we want to charge him with first-degree murder, how did they get to second without any proof, without any evidence? Again, that SD card could have given them first, second, manslaughter, or nothing.
Right.
So how did they get there?
And let me ask you guys this, as far as, and we've talked about this on with one of the other panels, but as far as when you're talking about prosecutorial discretion and what kind of charges police ask for when you're dealing with a case like this, that no matter which way you perceive it, there is at the bare minimum a foundation of this. There's a suggestion that it might have been justified. The evidence isn't strong, and we have this child victim who now you are forcing to have to testify because dad needs a witness. I don't know, the state might call her as well, but she's the only one who can say what happened. And considering that in your overall prosecutorial or police authority charging discretion, like, look, we don't have the right evidence. There's questions of justified all over it, whether they hold up or not. And then we've got to re-traumatize this victim. This isn't one that we want to charge.
Ali, I hear what you're saying on this one, and I think I look back at my time at the AG's office, which was much of my career anyway, and I can't tell you how dangerous I think that is for the state to even consider putting that child on. That's going to turn a jury against them so quickly.
Yeah.
And frankly, it's just not the right thing to do. They don't need her testimony to say this guy was a predatory pedophile. They don't need her testimony to say she was victimized. It was already in documentation. They have people at the scene saying the child was saying he hurt me. All of that, I really hope they're not that stupid. And then
they very well may want to put her on the stand to say, I left by my own accord in quotes, because I know every person on this panel understands grooming, and that no matter whether it was by her 2 feet or not, it still was not by her own accord. But that's what we suspect the state is hoping to elicit from her.
Ali, I have a question for you and Bob, because again, I'm not an attorney, but can a 14-year-old girl make a legal decision to get into a vehicle with a 67-year-old man and not get out of that vehicle at her parents' order?
So here's the thing, in Arkansas, the child kidnapping, when it's not by force, but it's by denial of parental consent, has to be under 14. So come that day, she was 14. The abuse started when she was 13. And that's a lot of what we just went over on the last panel, because we had a retired judge, and that's what's her point about how the legislation they failed to protect this child, both on the kidnapping and on the same thing with SA. It's not a higher felony level when you're 14 unless it's by force.
But he did have a weapon, correct?
We don't know.
We don't know. The child made mention.
We still don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what if question on that? What if on that dashboard cam was him telling her, do not get out of this truck? Would that change things?
You would think it would change things from the prosecutor's side, even though from the straight, pure legal side, it only matters what it was reasonable for dad to assume. And if dad, to me, it goes both ways. They'd probably want to argue, but dad didn't know that he was forcing her to stay there. And I would say, but it was reasonable for dad to assume the only reason his kid isn't getting out of that car is because you're not letting her.
Right.
Well, and dad also knows that the court has said you will not have contact with this victim. So I listen to that, and I think any argument that would suggest she was there by choice doesn't matter. The court said that man will not be with that child.
Right.
And he refused to stop the truck. So
Correct.
he wasn't allowing her to get out. To me, at that point, it is kidnapping.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Forcibly.
Well, you won't have his testimony because he's dead, but I've handled cases kind of like this, Mac, and the question became, well, he was running for his life because he didn't know who this person was. So, they can argue it both ways. A jury isn't going to buy that. I think the state is up against such a mountain trying to get any jury to walk away saying this guy is a bad guy. But doesn't change the fact that, again, it's a level playing field I want to keep.
All right.
There's just so many reasons that, in my opinion, that SD card is no longer with us. And it goes to back everything that the prosecution is saying. There's a lot of reasons. They had a lot of reason to not want that here, in my opinion.
I mean, you have to think if it was helpful to the prosecution,
it would
we
be
still have the SD card.
Exactly.
Yeah. Unless, again, I mean, this is an agency of, I think, 23 sworn deputies. I think they've got a total of like 60, including civilian and jail staff in this little county. 23 Arkansas deputies out there. It'll be interesting to see, and I hope that the defense brings in and demands the policy on things like Sheryl was talking about. What's the policy on evidence collection? What's the policy on your dash cam data, on your device, on your uniform? Those things are going to be really important. But like Sheryl said, whether I've never had evidence disappear, or I've had it happen 50 times, it's not going to matter to a jury. They're going to be incensed.
It's going to be bad. They're going to paint it bad. Because if you say, don't say dash cam, say $10,000. Would you take $10,000, detective, and put it in your drawer and not notate it? Of course not. So you do know better. You do know what the policy is. You just chose to ignore all of it. And then suddenly, miraculously, it's lost. I mean, that's a bad look, y'all.
It's a bad look. I don't know how they answer the question.
Yeah.
They can't.
They
can't
can't.
appropriately. They can't where anybody's going to go, oh, well, I can see how that would happen. No, I don't care if it's a pack of cigarettes. You notate it. You photograph it and you put it in correctly. Because when somebody comes for that pack of cigarettes, you daggum well better have it. Period.
100%. 100%. Yeah. I mean, from my perspective, I've said it multiple times. I'm like, Barney Fife goes on that scene. Barney Fife's going to understand with his one bullet in his pocket that's a that is an incredibly important piece of evidence, and it's like, we know, at least based on what they're telling us, that thing was only in two hands.
Correct.
And the cop who hand delivered it to the AG's
and
office.
listen, at my department, it's a team. I'm watching them. They're watching me. We're helping each other. We're counting money together. We're bagging and tagging together. We're putting it in a locker together, because I would tell them, y'all don't want Bob Motta to do a show on you. Now, sugar, pay attention. Pay attention.
Yes.
That's the last thing you want.
100%.
So take an extra minute and write it down. Because yes, Ali is beautiful and adorable, but you don't want her on that panel either.
That's for sure.
Mike is trying to be neutral, but Mike knows good and well what I'm saying is true. And there ain't no good way to get out of that.
Yep. All right, y'all, give your final thoughts, and then we're going to bring on the next panel. We're rolling through. We're the stretch run, babe. We've only got 3 hours left.
Wow. Wow, that's awesome.
Start, Mike, up there, up top. Go.
Hey, folks, I'm not the enemy. I just try to keep balance. And I just hope you try to do the same thing. We may find things out in this trial that really give us an aha moment, or we might find ourselves getting angrier and angrier as the time goes on. I love the fact that we have this kind of discourse. And I'll tell you what, I think the first time Bob and I met, we fought on court TV for probably 30 minutes. It's not bad to disagree, because it'll help us all come to a better understanding. And please don't ever misunderstand my direction as far as victims are concerned.
And I want to finish that story, Mike. So we happened to be at Crime Con. Mike and I both ran up to our hotel rooms, plugged in. We're praying that the Wi-Fi was good enough for us to be on with Vinny. We were both on. We had a little debate about the unspent round. I said
in the Richard Allen case.
In the Richard Allen case. And I want to tell you the kind of man that Mike is. The following morning, Mike came down to my table, said, "Hey, Bob," he's like, I was real upset at first. And then, I did a bunch of research, and you know what? You were right. You were right. And he handed me a copy of his book signed. He hugged. And I mean, that just told me everything that I need to know about you, man. So, that's where you're at in my world, brother.
You two mean the world to me.
And we suggest everybody does check out Profiling Evil. It is great, and enjoy the rest of your
holiday
weekend, Mike.
Yeah. The bugs are going to come out in a minute. It's time to go fishing.
All right. Thank you.
Mike,
Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
I had a different experience with Bob, and Bob and I have always got along great. I mean, he is so much fun, and he's smart, and he's got
handsome,
a great sense of the law and everything else. But we didn't agree when it came to Richard Allen. And what's funny is when I went up to the court, I was only able to be there 2 days. He was one of the first people that I saw, and I think all these people watching were like, "Oh man, I bet she hates his guts, and I bet they're going to have a big argument right here in the rotunda of the courthouse." And no, he walks up to me, gives me a big old hug, and says, "Mac, how you doing?" I said, "This is great to see you." And I mean, it was just, we are who we are. We're friends, and we don't have to agree on every single thing. But here's the reality. And I want everybody to listen to this now. If I needed him, that's who I'm calling. I'm telling y'all, every now and then you're going to need a defense attorney, y'all. So, you know, you may not agree on this case, but when it comes to his skill and his intellect, I mean, I'm calling him and Ali if I need them. So just know that.
Thanks,
but it's
Mac.
hard,
Appreciate
but it's
it,
the
Mac.
truth. It's the truth. And I want people to know that. He has never one time treated me anything but like a friend, whether we agree on a case or not. That's it.
Thank
period.
you. Thank you.
But about this case, I think that jury needs one daddy. He's walking out of there.
Yeah.
Right.
100%. 100%.
All right,
We
Mac.
love you,
Well,
Mac.
thanks for joining us, and enjoy
Fire
rest of your
book.
weekend.
What's the name of the book? Give it to
I
us one more
appreciate it,
time.
Bob. I'm going to send y'all a copy so you can take a look at it.
What is it? The swan doesn't swim in the sewers.
Yeah, swans don't swim in a sewer. That's
Buy
right.
the book. It sounds amazing. Send it to me because I'll
I
read
will. Absolutely. Thank y'all
Thanks,
so much.
Mac.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Mac. We appreciate it. Lauren, final words.
My
So
final
freeing.
words are for those of us who had not a father like Aaron Spencer. This case, thank you for being that father, for being someone who stands up for your daughter. That really says all I need to say. And thank you guys so much for having me. You can find me on YouTube, Common Sense Investigator.
Go
And
sub right now. I'm checking.
Yes. We have a good time. We do cases. We also have light streams to counteract the deep stuff that we do. So also keep donating, keep donating, keep donating. Free Aaron Spencer, free Rick Allen. Love you guys. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here.
Lauren. All
Bye-bye.
right, bye.
Well, all of this Rick Allen stuff, it's perfect for our next panel. I don't know where Andy is down. Oh,
there he is. There he is.
I saw Loren, but then she disappeared. But so let's bring on Sonny and hey, Sonny.
Sister.
Two of my favorite kind souls. Two of my favorite.
Hey, Andy.
How's it going?
Great show. Great show. I mean, great.
Bob's sitting on a ball still. I don't know
I
how he
can't
does
believe
it.
it.
Like
It's
if I
9
had been
hours
sitting
on
on the ball this whole time, when I tried to stand up, that's when I feel he's on one of those like exercise
And I
ball
still
chairs.
don't have rock hard abs. What are you gonna do? It's unbelievable. So let me introduce. I don't know if you guys have ever met Andy Baldwin, attorney, and a dear friend of mine, and Dr. Sonny Slaughter. Andy, Sonny, Andy, and
Andy, how are you?
Good. We may need to talk later.
It's true. It's true. He looked you up when I said that you guys are going to be on together, and so Andy may want to engage your services. We'll see. We'll see how that works out.
I'm looking at those album covers and stuff. What is that behind you? I'm already in love. I'm already in love.
All right. Was anybody else coming on, or was this it for this hour?
Lauren Conlin.
Lauren's
She
coming
was.
on because she sent me a message. So
I
maybe
saw
she
her
just-
pop in, and then she was gone.
Oh, she said, "Sorry, my parents' Wi-Fi is being annoying." All right, so before we get started, Ali brought up that $1,000 incredibly generous dono, and she gave you guys an opportunity to guess who that might be.
To guess what client they represented.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, Karen Reed.
No, it was
nope.
The message was the Indiana Defense Bar appreciates you. So I can't point backwards. You're muted, Andy.
Yeah.
No,
There was not much of a mystery there. I think it said we support Spencer, and we also support bad judges being getting kicked off of cases, and we support charges being dismissed because of missing evidence. I mean, there's a lot of similarities here.
A lot of
There
parallels.
is. Yes, there is. And I can't tell if she's got great service, but let's just see. No,
she got great glasses.
We can see her below. We can't see her up top.
Yeah, weird.
We can see her below. When I say below people, I mean backstage. We see
She still seems kind of frozen.
She does
seems
seem
even frozen in that picture. All right, Lauren.
Let's get some background from.
All right, but
Sonny.
wait, let me finish. So
Okay.
Andy sent me a text. He says, "My firm, the criminal defense team of Baldwin, Perry and Wiley, just donated $1,000. He said, but his staff person said while she thought the name of the firm was identified as a donor, it seems that it shows as anonymous for some reason. So we wanted to give credit where credit is due. Andy and the firm,
Well,
all the
I don't
fellow
need
attorneys.
that.
He just didn't want it to be just him. It's
Well, I wanted my partners because that's partly their money, and it's a
100%.
small amount of money for such a big cause here. I mean, hopefully that does a little bit of good, and more importantly, maybe the last 2 hours here, hopefully it encourages some other lawyers and law firms to put out a little bit more money. So I can tell you from representing Rick. When Judge Gull was shutting down our ability to hire experts and just scrutinizing everything and not paying us for months at a time, that money matters. It matters to the experts. It matters to the lawyers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't like when they do that. Yeah. That is ridiculous that it takes so long for an attorney to get paid. I just don't understand it. I never understand it. My girlfriend is an attorney, and she's always like, it's taking her 6 months, 7, 8, 9 months. People don't realize that. And when you're a defense attorney, it's even worse.
Yeah.
Because you really need that money to keep your firm and to keep your experts and everybody going. So if you all heard me, please give to this extraordinary fundraising event for the defense attorneys, for Bob and Ali, and support this cause, everything that is going on, all the folks that they were able to pull together. This is a really big deal.
It's been like, surprisingly, for as inept as I am with technology, it's really gone off really without much of a hiccup. I've been surprised.
We haven't had to use technology, babe.
I know all the guests have shown up. I mean, the only person I forgot to send an invite to was Yannetti, but you know, like I was able to fix that before.
I think he knows how you roll. That's
yeah, you know. I mean,
he'll get it to me right before, I guess. But give us some background art. Let's see if it works. Well, we'll keep watching. Oh, Lauren's moving.
Let's
see her
see.
hands.
There she is.
You're perfect.
I'm so frustrated. I'm so, you guys, I'm sweating. This is awful. I'm so sorry.
No, girl, you're good.
It's fine.
You never need to worry about anything.
Yes,
this
take a
is very
breath.
fluid.
You're
Yeah.
perfect.
Okay.
You're
I feel
amazing.
So bad. I'm like texting my dad. I'm like, where are you? Please help me. Sorry.
Everybody.
New Hampshire in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, we've got friends that live up there, so we know it can be spotty as far as the Wi-Fi.
When you're out in the wilderness.
Yeah, you're out, and then like we're pretty remote too, but the Wi-Fi fortunately is passable. So, well, welcome, Loren. We're so thrilled that you could make it. We know that you are vacationing, so again, we're thrilled for all three of you to take time out of your busy schedules during a holiday weekend to come hang with us. So we just want to, and Andy, I know you're a busy lawyer. I sent you a little bit of a brief so you had an idea what the case was about.
Don't forget, you got to introduce, Andy as well.
Andy, Loren, Andy Baldwin, attorney extraordinaire. Loren Conlin, my favorite investigative reporter on the planet. I like to call her Scoop Conlin. That's my nickname for it, and it's stuck because she's New York based. She gives us all of the tea that we need on all the cases that happen down in Manhattan. She's boots on the ground. She does an amazing job with note-taking. Her understanding of what's going on in that courtroom is phenomenal. You're my favorite. You're my favorite. That's
Thank you so much. You guys are literally my favorites. You're not only brilliant, but you're also fun, which is, I'm sorry, it's rare, and you're not boring, but
I try not to be. I try not to be. Well, we adore you, Loren. All right, so
give the people some background on Dr.
Yeah, I want to hear
Sonny.
all three of you give your background before we dig in.
All right, Sonny, you go first.
All right. So look, I love you guys. Hey everybody. Dr. Sonny Slaughter, or just Sonny, works for me. Former Department of Homeland Security law enforcement instructor specializing in crimes against persons, domestic violence, sexual violence, human trafficking. I'm a Florida Department of Law Enforcement instructor, JSO instructor, and an instructor for the women in federal law enforcement. I also have a background as a litigation and jury consultant. So some of these cases, and the case that we are talking about tonight, so I serve as the expert witness, either consulting witness or a testifying witness, going through the background on these type of cases. And I am a victim's advocate, but I'm also a justice advocate. And I work a lot for the defense team. And I know some people might think that is hard to realize, but when you believe in justice, I'm focused on the evidence, the facts, and while I can get emotional, when I am working a case, I'm focusing on the evidence and facts. And everyone constitutionally deserves a right to a fair, competent, clear, and clarifying trial that shows whether they are innocent or guilty, and that's why we need defense attorneys. So don't ever knock out a defense attorney, because you never know when you might need one. And we want, justice is never fair, but it is supposed to be balanced, and we need to have defense attorneys out here doing exactly what Bob and Ali, what Andy and Loren and I even do. We need people with clear lenses, clear language, and have an understanding of the law.
There you go.
There you go. Drop the mic.
Love it. Mic drop. All right, Andy, good luck following that up, big guy.
Yeah, I'll pass off to.
Stop it.
I'm Andy Baldwin. I've been a criminal defense attorney now I'm in my 32nd year. Handle a wide range of cases. My law firm is we call ourselves the criminal defense team. We have a statewide practice here and fight battles all over the state for people accused of crimes from your standard low end things like shoplifting and things like that, all the way up to lots of murder and that type of thing. And I appreciate what you said, Sonny. What do we call you, Dr. Sonny?
No, just Sonny. Just
Sonny
Sonny.
works. I appreciate what you said about not piling on the defense lawyers. This is a cause, by the way. Aaron Spencer is a cause that prosecutors should be donating to, by the way, all across the country. They should be upset about the prosecutors in my county, in Johnson County, Indiana, my home county. They would be laughing at this. They would never in a million. They'd throw a parade for this guy. So, but anyway, that's what I do.
All right, Loren.
Thank you.
I feel like you guys already introduced me, so I
know
feel like
Bob
I don't
did
really.
it pretty well.
Yeah, I know he did it really well, but I'll just say that I really like what I do. I don't think I would be happy behind a desk all day. I do like to put my heels on and chase down people in heels outside of court or wherever I am. I like being boots on the ground. I like court reporting, and I just like, I guess, investigative reporting.
Yeah. We were looking for one of those during a certain trial that we were covering. Andy put a call out to all the investigative reporters. Where are you? Do your job.
What's funny? I always said if I ever, move back to New Hampshire for any reason, this is where I'm from, I would maybe try to get my license in, private investigating, because you don't need to be a former police officer to do that here. So I was like, I feel like I'd be really good at that. I don't know.
DB. Come on, DB.
He's such a douchebag. I love him.
Sorry that DB made a comment, Loren, that the prosecutor in the Richard Allen case donated $1,001.
Just the one up, Andy.
That's good.
All right, you guys. So the reason we're here, we're supporting the Spencer family. We're supporting Aaron Spencer. We're trying to drum up donations for attorneys' costs and fees. And what we've been doing is we kind of want to get everybody's kind of 30,000 foot view of the case and kind of what their thoughts are. So we'll just kind of go around the panel and we'll start with Sonny up top.
Oh, thanks you again for having me. So I was listening to your audience earlier, and one of the things that's really troubling is the missing evidence in this case by law enforcement. So when we think about law enforcement, I always want people to think broadly, because the investigator, the detective, the person with the badge has to get the evidence and then take it to the non-sworn law enforcement professional, civilian, for the evidence to be examined. Most often we think that the person with the badge is actually doing all of the work, and they are not. There's a behind the scenes civilian set of individuals, crime analysts, body cam footage. All of those are non-sworn individuals working behind the scenes, and law enforcement is a collective of professionals. But when the investigators with the badges, those detectives, go out and don't do their job, if they don't understand what the process is, not only does it taint this case, because proper processes, bag and tag it, immediately take it to the department. When that does not happen, when that is compromised, we already know what happens. It not only compromises this case, but it compromises previous cases, because then some smart attorney is going to go back and say, well, how many times did that happen? And what other cases can we look at?
Right.
There's the reason why I was gone last week and I was training law enforcement. I was down in Florida and I was training law enforcement. I wasn't training this time those with the badge. I was training those behind the wall in leadership, because that's who I always work with, and making them understand how critical their role is. And one of the things that I heard is the person with the badge cannot do what they do without us, because they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to do it. And whoever messed up this evidence really needs to have, I'm going to use clean words, really needs to have their self-taxed in a way that I don't even know why we're here talking about this case. It's not viable. It's not a good case. And as somebody who has had a daughter that was molested by the person that I was married to, and he spent all decades behind prison, behind the wall, this is a problem for me, personally and professionally.
Yeah, understood.
Well said.
And
Andy,
Lauren, did you cover this case at all before coming to us?
No, so I had noticed this case through Bob, and I think I had said that I was like, wow, I was really appreciative that he brought this to light, because there are so many cases, and obviously we don't always hear about the cases, you know, in the Midwest or wherever. Is Arkansas considered the Midwest? Sorry to be stupid.
South.
Okay, yeah, South. Yeah, South. It's not the deep South, but it's South.
I mean,
I don't know either.
Yeah, I'm like,
I just assumed South. Maybe I need to pull
I mean,
out a
it's
map.
the South. It's not the deep South, but it's the South.
Okay, that's fair. And I think that like a lot of this is sort of what I'm thinking about. So I feel like what I want to say is a little bit different than Sunny. I don't necessarily want to analyze the case, but I want, you know, with the trial coming up, I'm just thinking of all these things, you know, with this money, for example, and I don't know what's being planned, but I was thinking to myself, and, you know, Sunny knows this really well, but something like this or a case like this really could use a paid jury consultant. You know, I feel like the jury is going to be so important. And I don't say this very often because I rarely agree with it, even though it is their right. But jury nullification for a case like this is also something that, you know, should be talked about to potential jurors. And what the jury is asked, I think is so important. I think is like so imperative here. Or I don't know if they're considering, or is it too late to choose a bench trial? I haven't followed like a docket or anything.
I mean, we've talked about it and told people, because people have asked that in the chat, that this is not the kind of case. This is the one time you say, well, Andy, I'll let you answer why you would not want a bench trial in this scenario.
Yeah,
and you're muted, just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because you got 12 people presumably in Arkansas, and in order for a guilty to happen, it's got to be 12 guilties. And I always say, even on tough cases where you're representing a very tough set of facts, I just need one hero out of 12 to say not guilty and hold out. And on this case, there ain't no way they're going to get 12 people to find guilt. I mean, it's not going to happen. So, you know, and as much as it seems like this new judge, once the kind of the bad judge was kicked off, this new judge is doing some things the right way, you still just don't know.
Yeah.
You just don't know. So,
yeah, and we talked about how the judge is going to be way more focused on like the law and the facts. And in this case, you actually want them, because a jury here, you give them anything. And we've read the facts a couple times. I won't do it again. But according to Aaron Spencer's version of events, as in the pleadings, he gets that car off the road, and Foster comes out aggressive, charging towards him with something in his hand. You just need to give that jury, if you need to give them anything, to be perfectly honest, it's anything to hang their hat on. And they're saying, that is, and we fully believe it is justifiable. But if there was, anybody who, even if they were struggling with it, I think if you gave the jury even the slightest thing to say, okay, that was enough for me, I find that it was defense of others and defense of self, that they would run with that. Or worst case, if there is something that we don't know, and there's something that kind of casts the evidence in a different light, as you were saying, you might need jury nullification. I based on the facts as I understand them now, I believe they're wholeheartedly that it's justifiable homicide. But if there's any bad facts I don't know of, then I do want jury nullification. But I don't know which Sonny or Andy who's best to talk about, because we can't just say, hey, jury, you can nullify. We're not allowed to say that. So, I've always kind of crafted questions that were kind of saying it without saying it. And I don't know, Andy,
like what? Can you give me an example? Because I really am so curious. I love jury selection. I think it's so fascinating. Like, how do you dance around?
I sort of say things like, will you look at do you understand that it's not for the state to tell you what the law is and somebody violated? It's for you to decide whether or not the law has been violated. And then, I don't know, Andy, do you have any questions that you can ask that sort of tickle, jury nullification and don't cross the line of I just told you to nullify?
Well, in Indiana, we're fortunate we have a jury instruction that says that jury, you are the finder of the facts and decider of what the law is. And then you can kind of hide behind that, as that is, if you don't like what happened here. We actually just had a jury nullification outcome here in this county this week, where the jury was they were angry that the question they asked the prosecutor, it was a not guilty, that they asked the prosecutor was, why did you waste the taxpayer money? Isn't that interesting? I think there could be.
Sorry to interrupt. What was the case?
It was a believe it or not, it was a guy who was a sex offense registry, and he had been convicted. I know nobody's going to like me for this. Okay, I get that, but you asked the question, so
I did.
he had been convicted a long time ago for a sex crime, and he's out trying to make his way and do right. And he registered in where he worked, the county where he worked. But then when he quit that job, you have to deregister.
Right.
And he did not deregister. And the jury just thought that was, even though they knew his background. And this is a very conservative county. Yeah.
That's very shocking, because a lot of times anytime you have a sex offender or a sex offense case, that they just close their eyes and say, yep, goodbye. And the fact of the matter is, with sex offenders, which would include your Romeo and Juliet, someone's 17, someone's 18, depending on the state, the charges, that you have to register as a sex offender. And they make it because every legislature wants to be the one that says, hey, I passed legislation to make it harder for sex offenders. So the rules for registration are insane, hard to follow. You've got to go, you've got to tell them that you're here when you're leaving and where you're going, and then you're there. And then if you're homeless, because it does happen, or you're going to stay with one friend and then you sleep overnight at another friend, and how many days in a year did you sleep at that friend's house changes whether you have to register. So I do understand, and as much as it's of the most abhorrent crimes that we as a society see and that we'd all agree exists, there has to be some way for these people to live. And some of them, were, 17 and 19.
Yeah. And I happen to know somebody of that age in Atlanta who got convicted. He was very young. He was 18 and she was 17. And the parents went after him. And, people always say, how can you support sex offenders when you were married to one? No, well, he was actually a predator. That's different. That's different. Because some people do things they don't know. Some people do. But like you said, our system does not allow for that makeup of where we say recidivism and then we say reentry and bringing people back into society, but we don't always make it comfortable. We were literally just talking about this in class last week in Florida about their program and how the jail runs it, and you have to have all the partners, probation. And when somebody spent a lot of time behind bars trying to get reacclimated into society, it really compromises not only them as individuals, but us as society too, because that's what makes them offend. The least little thing that they do, even if it has nothing to do with a child. And children are important. All of us here have children. I have look, I'm a grandmother now. I'm a grandmother, but I was also the mother in the same home and missed it. So I have that too. But in this particular case, let me tell you, we always think that we know what we would do, because I used to be one of the, if I saw this would happen. And then I came head on. I had to be so calm, so focused. And I'm sure Aaron did not intentionally go out that day to think he was going to murder the person that had already been arrested, placed on bond, and then they were waiting for a trial. I'm sure he didn't intend that, because if he did, when he got out, when the offender got out, he would have done that already. He would have been stalking him.
Yes.
He would have known his every move, and he would have known ahead of time where his daughter was. But this is how you know this guy was a predator and not just somebody that committed a sex offense that might only do it once, because he went after the same victim with the same intent, malicious intent, to violate her physically, psychologically, and emotionally. And he didn't flinch with the father in the car as he came to find his daughter. He didn't flinch. So do you think Aaron was supposed to just say, oh, well, no, let me not kill you because I know you had my daughter? Come on. No, he was trying to get his daughter and defend her and defend him. And look, I believe in the Second Amendment, okay? I believe in the Second Amendment. And if you come for me, you better come hard, because one of us not going to make it home. And the dude did not make it home.
There you go. And Andy, the chat is concerned about, Loren had asked, what was the case where basically the jury nullified? Did you feel like you finished that story? Because I chimed in at the end.
Oh, no. I also want to be clear. That was not my firm's case. I don't want to be. I want to be clear on, but I will say that one of our former interns that went to a competing law firm did try that, and I was real proud of her.
Oh, wow.
And, good job, Cassie. And again, I appreciate what Sonny said, because this Fossler guy that is he's a stalker, and
yes,
he got what he ultimately deserved, is what it looks like. And
yes,
defense lawyers can say that, but it is awkward, because I'll tell you this much too, in a weird way. If Fossler had not, this is the guy who was shot dead by Aaron Spencer. If Fossler had not come back, and he deserved his right to trial too, by the way. I want to tell you that he had a right to a jury trial, and the fact that he allegedly, and I guess the only way that the prosecution wins this case, if it even gets to trial, I have a suspicion it may not, for political reasons. I think there's an opportunity, a lane for this to go away. But the only way that the prosecution could win is if there's this bombshell, that the dad and the daughter were luring the guy here, or something along those lines. I mean, maybe
which, Andy, goes directly to, and it's a little bit different. That's what I think is the loophole from your situation, when they talk about, well, how do we know there's anything on that video that would be exculpatory? Well, you have the daughter in the car for that exact reason that you're saying. Did they was she not in the car, or did they lure him here? And you can't doubt that. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. Can I ask, since you said it, I'm going to ask more questions. What
a journalist with questions. I love it. Thank you.
But what can you please explain what would make this get dismissed before trial? Like, would it be evident? Like, what's going on? I might have
Fill her
missed
in, babe. Fill her in.
No, Andy's got it, I think.
Well, I mean, it was the motion. There's a motion to dismiss. I watched your show last night just to kind of get caught up. And there's, in my firm, I say that there's a lot of cases where prosecutors realize they've screwed up, but they're politically bound and they can't get out of it. So we defense lawyers have to give them the psychological reason to give them what they want, so they can walk away and not feel, like they've just had their butt handed to them and embarrassed. And who can do that? Who has the ability to do that? The judge does in this case. The judge heard a motion to dismiss or has briefs on that. And, that the judge, nobody's going to be mad at that judge. The judge doesn't have to worry about that. And so the judge can extricate everybody from this. He can extricate the prosecutor who should never have filed this. And you can have these behind I'm sure Ali and Bob, you have been in this situation where you go in to the judge's chambers and everybody's like talking a little bit, and maybe the prosecutor says, you know what, if our cop kind of screwed that up, I'm not going to be upset if you do what you do. Okay. I just want you to know that you got to do what you got to do, judge. And that's sending a message to the judge of, hey, you go ahead and dismiss this, please. I do not want this to move forward. And those kind of things actually happen. And that could happen.
Would it be based on the missing evidence, just like the complete F up of the investigation?
That's what it would be based on. The fact that the SD card that would have recorded what was going on in the car and what was going on between Fossler and Spencer right at the time of the event is now gone. Can't use that evidence. So that is what it would be based on. But I think, and it's probably part of what's going in Andy's mind as well, and Bob has made a big point of this. Let's say for some other reasons, the judge A, thinks this should have never been charged. B, the political reasons that Andy's talking about, because we talked about it earlier. The House of the Representatives from the legislators wrote a note. Numerous of them signed off on it, saying, we're worried about this case. We're worried he's getting a fair trial. Our eyes are on this, and we will do, if we don't see things being handled right, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure it's right, which is highly unusual. So even if maybe in another case, in another situation, this exact scenario of the missing SD card and their explanation for it and their failure to document it, which is what Sonny was talking about, the judge might say, well, I'm not sure, bad faith. I mean, Andy knows exactly what we're talking about. That if all of these other things in the background are like, I want to get rid of this, he can interpret the case law and the evidence that leans in towards whichever way the judge thinks it should go.
Is there does he have a deadline for that to rule on that?
Babe, do you know?
I don't think he's imposed a deadline on, but I mean, trials looming. Trial set for June 22nd.
He just got it a couple days ago.
He did. So I don't think the turnaround will be too long. But to Andy's point, I want to ask you a question, Andy, because I'm of the same mindset. I think that this is a perfect opportunity for a judge who's not going to take any heat, who theoretically would be doing the prosecution a huge favor for a dog of a case that I don't think that they want to be prosecuting. The question then becomes, when we had Bob Alessi on earlier, he kind of posed it like, here's what the issue is. If in fact the judge does dismiss it, will then the prosecution turn around and does it without prejudice? Will the prosecution turn around and appeal it? Now, under our scenario, the way that you and I are thinking of it, I'm thinking no, because I mean, at that point, how are you explaining to the citizens of that community who you've already,
or he was saying if double jeopardy doesn't apply, are they going to rebring it?
Well, yeah, that first, but do you even appeal it? You know,
I would, if I were a prosecutor, I would not appeal it under these circumstances. I'm presuming that they understand they're going to get their butts kicked at trial. I think they have to understand.
They would have understood that before they charged him.
Well, you know, my goodness. I mean, there's people that get charged without the evidence coming in. I mean, I'm working on a case right now that they put somebody in, there's a co-defendant they put in, they arrested all these co-defendants. I better not talk about it, but I'm just, there are some times where people
have to.
Well, I mean, it's not my case. Well, I can tell you that the one of the co-defendants on this case got her charges were all dismissed after she had spent over 30 days in solitary confinement. And you can imagine how sensitive I am to that. Yes. And it's one of the co-defendants in the case. And what it looks like happened is that they just arrested this person and, hoped that maybe she would turn or something on everybody else. And then when a speedy trial was requested by her attorney, then the case got dismissed. And, so they charged before they wrote a check that they couldn't cash. And that's what happened. And that does happen. And you're right, Ali, it shouldn't happen, but it does happen. And, these cops, they can get in there and they can get all ginned up and excited and then go to their prosecutor. And they're all the worst prosecutors, by the way, are those that are so aligned with their officers, their cops, and local police, that they won't say no to them, and I don't know if that's what's going on here, but it might have been.
I mean, well, they first charged first-degree murder. A prosecutor at least said, wait a minute. And he didn't say, wait a minute, too hard, because it's not like they turned around and charged manslaughter. They charged second degree. And Sonny, what is typically how much influence does the cop have in the charging decisions?
It's really based on their relationships. Technically, I'm saying this is about relationships and how much they're not supposed to have that much sway over the charge. They're really supposed to bring all the evidence and then the prosecution. But they're having these conversations. What do I need? What do I have to get? And I often think when you get these overzealous prosecution cases like this, that law enforcement, the police officers are saying, I was out there and we found this, and they're not clear or they're not consistent. And then we get these charges and it makes everybody look bad. And it's overtaxing, not only just on the individuals who have to then fight it, but even on the community who is trying to understand it like we all are right now. It's ridiculous. And if they have a close relationship with these officers, and sometimes I'll look at a case and I'm looking at a search warrant and I'm like, how the hell did this get passed? Like, what did they see in this that I am missing? And then sometimes I had the attorney say, well, it took you this long to look at the search warrant. And I said, yeah. Did you see what time the judge signed it? And he said, well, no, I wasn't looking at that. I said, well, I'm looking at what time the judge signed it. Then I'm tracing out how long it took them to get to the actual scene. Did they have the search warrant in hand, or did somebody call on the telephone? Is that practice? Is it policy? What does the law say? Is everything lining up? So sometimes it's going to take me a little longer, because you literally doing what I do, even doing what Loren does, we have to question every single thing, not for the system to be right.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I also ask something? Sorry. And I guess this is if let's say it goes to trial, it's going to be a Menendez brothers type of thing. It's not about, if he did it, it's about why he did it. And I'm assuming that's how the defense is going to approach the entire case, right? This is why he did it. It's not about
defensive.
Right?
It's defense of his daughter and defense of himself.
And all of that is allowed in at this point. I saw all of the previous allegations against this dude is allowed in. They're going to focus on, and I guess I'm just going through this in my head about the case. They're going to focus on the missing evidence, for the most part. And then let's say it's a hung jury because, there's some people on the jury that they can't make a decision, whatever. It sounds like from what you guys are saying, that would be a win, a mistrial. Like, because the DA's office wouldn't try him again. No.
I don't know. They tried him already once.
But I'm saying, wouldn't they get, you're saying, I guess, what am I not tracking then? If this is a total embarrassment for them, it's a hung jury, you think they're going to try him again?
I think I'm shaking my head too, saying this is where it sucks to be a defense lawyer. I have a big trial summer. I have so many trials this summer, and some of them are the pressure. I told a prosecutor this on Thursday. You know what? The pressure is all on you. You should win this case every day of the week, and we'll see if you do. But then there's also those cases like this one where you should win this case. I'm sorry to say that to those defense lawyers, but it looks, unless there is something crazy going on here, this should be something that you should win, and that's where there's real pressure. But I think a hung jury is in most cases that's kind of usually a win, but in this case it'd probably be thought of as a loss.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the risk that they could bring it again. I mean, because if they wanted to get rid of it, they've got some leeway. They could do what Andy's saying, kind of hint to the judge, like, hey, we don't mind. And they're not so far. They could reduce the charge to manslaughter, and then they wouldn't be completely, eating crow, but they'd be making a change that gave them something, and the whole community was less outraged about. So I think that they haven't taken those steps. I wouldn't trust that they wouldn't just possibly recharge.
Aaron Spencer's never taken a plea. Tell you that.
Right. No way.
What they reduced the charges to.
It would be so nice if the judge dismissed the charges, and then this is what happened. The prosecutor came out, had a press conference, and said, "Guys, when police screw up this royally in my county, here's what we do: we honor what the judge says, and we're not refiling. We're going to fire that cop, or we're going to retrain him, or whatever." And we're not going to let this happen. Can you imagine how awesome that would be? Like the confidence your citizens could have.
Would that ever happen? I mean, that would be incredible.
Amazing.
Why does it have to be? It's so bothersome to me. Why does it have to be like that? I mean, there are good people out there that are prosecutors. One of my best friends is a prosecutor, and I'm going to tell you something. He would do that. He would do that, and so it can happen. But in that way, everybody, the system wins. And
but the more money they spend on this case, the madder people are going to be. If this case takes 2 weeks, and then we know, we're hoping Spencer will be the case will either be, he will be not guilty, but if he's found guilty, this case is just going to keep the eyes, the longer that it's in the news, the longer that it's out there, it's going to keep eyes on the failures of law enforcement. Even if it was just that one thing, the missing SD card, that is a failure. That means that lacks confidence in law enforcement. And people are going to ask for an investigation into previous cases, into this particular officer, and to others that were working on the case. It's going to keep the eyes on if they don't do away with it right away. They still need an internal investigation, period. That won't be in the public. But as long as this stays in the public, the critical lens is going to land on law enforcement for what they didn't do, not for what they did. And on the judicial system, because the guy got out on $5,000 fine. I was blown away on that.
That's gross. And
$5,000, and he had 43 counts. Now, mind you, I've done cases with all of these counts, and I'm like, 43 and 5, like, who was... I'm not sure what they were doing. I'm not sure what the judge was doing with that.
And the other like fascinating aspect of it is that Aaron Spencer won the primary in February, become the sheriff. In theory, he's going to win when the general election hits in November. He becomes the sheriff. He's then the one overseeing these very officers, these very deputies. It's like, it's tantalizing to me, the possibilities with what could happen politically behind the scenes with this thing, because there's just a lot of moving parts and there's a lot of X factors involved.
They are going to need training. The criminal justice system there needs training. The prosecutors need They just need to close down everything, have training day. And you know what? They can look at this all-day marathon of experts.
Right.
Because that's what I would do. I would run this tape in my class.
Do you guys think, does Aaron Spencer want to take the stand?
We aren't privy to any of his like attorney-client plan stuff, but I think in this case he's going to have to, because unless the daughter's testimony would be enough, and then maybe he doesn't. But otherwise, what do you think, Andy?
Well, Larry Posner is one of the great trial lawyers, and we subscribe to a lot of his methods. And he says never ever put your client on the stand. He and I part ways there. I think there are absolutely times when it's needed, and self-defense would be one of them. If as you said, Ali, if the daughter doesn't testify, but even if she does, and you may not want to put her on the stand, and that's a whole ball of wax right there. I think I heard previous panels talking about if she wants to testify and is able to testify, that's game over too. Presuming she's going to say, yeah, this guy lured me out there and then went on a high-speed chase and all that. But the dad, I always work with my clients to testify, whether they will or whether they won't. You always work with them. And I shouldn't say always. There are some times where you just know they're not going to be able to, but you start with the possibility that they could. And I think if it sounds to me like this, a guy probably can. I'm not knowing anything about his personality, but I saw his wife earlier today when I tuned in early, and it just seems like a nice family guy, and it'd be a terrific witness, a terrific, and his perspective would. Looking at the jury right in the eyes and talking to him and saying, hey, this is why I did, this is what I did, and this is why I did it. And if I had to do it all over again, I would.
With self-defense, the daughter can't cover all the bases because it's what he thought and what was reasonable to think. I mean, it just depends, I guess, how the evidence comes out. And then, I don't know, Sonny, do you think there needs to be, that there is a specific target for jurors?
I think the jury will want to hear from him. They might not want to hear from the daughter. But here's some evidence that I think the jury, and I want to ask a really quick question. Where did the murder actually happen at? Like, was it
on the side of the road? When he forced the car off the road, it kind of went into like a driveway. So on the side of the road there.
So after a 6-mile high-speed chase, he finally pit maneuvers the car off the road.
We should call it a fatal shooting. A fatal shooting.
Yeah. So there are no cameras in the area.
Just the ones that were in his car.
So none of the homes had Okay. So
very rural. I don't think there were.
Okay. Because we are talking about Arkansas. Because I was thinking, did police do their due diligence? For the juries, I would focus on. I think the jury would want to hear from him, because they would want to know from the father what exactly happened. What did he do? And even though the daughter is young, she's 14. And this will sound harsh for some of you, but just relax. I had my daughter take the witness stand at 8. I was not in there, but she was 8 years old. That was a very hard decision to make as the mom. But let me tell you why I said this. First of all, I'm a woman of faith. I didn't murder him. But also, I had trust in the prosecutor. And they sent a team over from the prosecutor's office to sit in that front row. My husband at the time, the molester, was a very big man. Okay, he was a big dude. He was black belt, so he was very skilled in his not only perpetrating but in his thing. But I had her take the stand because I thought that it was too close of a call not to. And as a mother, she was 8 years old, and I wasn't in there. Yeah, that almost killed me, but I was determined. So sometimes now I've gone to child forensic interviewing school. I've worked with those teams, and sometimes children can navigate those things. My daughter has never told her story out loud, which is why I do for not only my daughter, the direct victim, but the indirect victim. So you're talking about, this is a family. You have a wife, how she felt. You have, I don't know if they have other children, how the daughter was behaving at school. So there are other witnesses that they could potentially call, not for the exact shooting, but to kind of talk about her behavior, the child forensic interviewer. So those are key witnesses, I think, for the jury to understand. But one thing the jury will understand clearly is that law enforcement lost evidence. And that's going to be problematic for them because they lost critical evidence that could really, people want to see things. They want to hear and see. That's what juries want.
Yeah. And Sonny, I was listening to Bob and Ali kind of go through the direct and cross of was it McCain yesterday, the guy that lost the evidence or whatever happened to it. And the one thing that you see, did not hear there is, is there's no sense of shame. There's no I'm sorry. There's nothing like that. This happened in the Delphi case as well. I mean, these people, these cops, it'd just be so nice to be human beings that are shameful and embarrassed and apologetic and stuff like that, because lives matter. These lives are impacted. And had that dash cam not been lost, this trial probably doesn't even happen. And and everybody moves on. But that's not what happened here. And so it just, you know, obviously that cuts close to home for me, but it also cuts close to every defense lawyer out there that has had this happen. And it happens way too much. And until judges start doing something about it and prosecutors start coming out and chastising their officers, and officers have some humility and some shame about what they've done, it's going to continue on.
100%.
Yeah.
Osbrook said, tell him about the child hearsay hearings.
Yeah, I
in
saw
Indiana.
that.
Oh, what a mess. I mean, first of all, nobody really knows how they work. You know, you have, I can't even get into it. So if they want to, if they can try to avoid having the child take the stand by putting on their forensic interview.
Yes.
They can try to do that. They have to have, but that's not even what the way some judges see it. I don't want to get mired in the weeds here, but you don't. It takes away the right to confront your witness, your victim. Now, I know there's going to be people out there that say, I don't think that the child should take the stand, and how dare you, defense lawyers? Good defense lawyers don't go after 8-year-old kids on the stand. They figure out a different way to do it. And taking away my client's right to confront that witness is what that child hearsay. It's a backdoor way of doing it, except it's so poorly written that it's done 10 different ways. And you have to, and so we've been, we've had that happen in our firm and fought that. And it's unfortunate. And again, I understand everybody out there. This is we can all be on the same page on for Aaron Spencer, and we can all be on the same page that the Constitution works and it needs to work. And that includes confronting the accuser. And so, but the child hearsay is a big old mess. And I don't even want to get into any more of it than that. I mean, you have to have an expert say that the child is going to be traumatized permanently, or I don't know all the exact phraseology. And these judges are making decisions, and then all of a sudden, your client, who in a lot of these cases is innocent, by the way, a lot of these false accusations in custody battles. Oh, the dad did this.
Yes.
That's one of those down in southern Indiana right now that's going to be tried later this summer. The mom, it's, and then you don't get a chance to confront the child so that she can look over at her dad and just say, oh, have a moment of clarity. Like, yeah, my mom has put me up to doing this, if that's what's going on.
Because
But
sometimes it happens.
it does happen. It does.
Yes,
And
it does.
so, Mr. Professor Osbrook, that is a can of worms here in Indiana, and it's the legislature needs to do something about it. Anyway.
And then the other thing, Andy, Andy, not to cut you off.
No.
And Ali and Bob, listen, when we don't follow the Constitution the first time, and then we get a conviction, right? Then what happens is then there's an appeal. And if anything happens during that appeal, well, they find that the jury did not have the evidence or something happened during the trial, then the conviction is overturned, and then the family has to do it all over again. The victim has to suffer all over again. Yeah. Then the person, so we just saw this in the Murdoch case, right? Where something happens and the Constitution does not play out like it's supposed to, and somebody puts their foot on the scale, and then you got to do it all over again, or something else happens. Not to say that he's going to get off. Well, we already know he's going to be in prison for a long time anyway on the Murdoch case, but these are the kinds of things. That's why the Constitution matters. And that's why we need to have process and stay focused on the process, not these overzealous prosecution, because then it comes back and it bites us later. And when I say us, I'm talking about family members and those who it really impacts directly. So we just got to be careful with stuff.
I know we're winding down. We haven't heard a whole lot from Loren, but I want to encourage Loren to, when we get the brilliant work of Stacy, Uliana, and Mark, when that case is reversed, and whether I don't know whether I will be on that or not, or maybe nobody even wants me on that, and that would be fine. I'm gonna be there to support whoever it is. But we need journalists out here that are going to please ask questions. You were trying to ask questions, and you had curiosity. And man, I'm just sitting here all excited about that. I mean, can you come out here and we'll get you.
I would love to.
Can you just come out here and cover this case when it gets reversed, or even before then? Start doing some reports, because there are so many unanswered questions.
Will you hook us up, or Ali? Will you separately hook us up? Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll drag your ass out to the Midwest, and you'll spend a little time out here with us.
If I'm ever in trouble, Loren, ask the questions. Ask the questions what they really need.
I will. No, I will. I will. And I was going to say, if, it's like no one's cheering for him or anything, but this just happened to Harvey Weinstein, right? They didn't do it right the first time. They didn't do it right the second time. And now the third time.
And you were spot on. But you were spot on when we talked about that.
Well, you know what's pissing me off a little bit? And it's fine. But you guys all understand this. Like, I don't have any skin in the game. I don't care.
That's
what
right.
You see inside the courtroom is literally what the jury is going off of. Nobody is trying to help the guy out. It's just like, this is what they saw. I saw what they saw. Actually, I shouldn't say that, because it was hung. Let me say, after the 9 jurors, 9 voted to acquit, right? It was just like, I was there too. So it is what it is. I don't know how else to say it. Like, those cases are very nuanced, I think. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you nailed that. You nailed that.
You nailed it.
I'm like a defense dick sucker. Excuse me. It just gets so annoying. If I say something like that, or I'm like a grape apologist, I'm saying that for your channel.
Thank you.
Like, no, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. The other day, somebody said on my Twitter, like, something like Diddy didn't do anything to Cassie. And I was like, actually, he beat the shit out of her. I'm not, he didn't. Whatever, I won't get there. If I go there, it'll go down. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I will say what it is.
You're calling balls and strikes, and some people don't like it.
Right.
They don't. I mean, you see it how you see it, but then you see the fact stuff that they don't see because they're watching from the screen. Anyway, look, you know what I say to the people somebody said, "Oh, I don't want to hear from Sunny because she thought Karen Reed was guilty." I said, I messaged them back. I said, "Bless your heart." Because I lived in Alabama, so when I do that, bless your heart, you know what I'm
we
really
know.
saying.
We know.
Oh God!
I just told a friend of mine, I'm like, if you're gonna be rude, why don't you do it like a Southerner? Or at least from seems like you're being nice, but everyone damn well knows you're not.
Yeah, it's just like, what the F? Yeah, the folks don't know. I hit back because I'm like, sometimes I'll let it ride, but sometimes I'm like, baby, you don't know. I'm from New Jersey. Bless your little heart, but I'm using my Southern thing.
You're using your Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Well, you guys have been phenomenal. It's just been, I'm not gonna lie, we're really in the stretch run. We're 2 hours away, but every panel today has just been one absolute joy after another. I'm so thankful to all three of you on a holiday weekend for you guys to take your time to come spit your knowledge, spit your experience, all the things that make you guys people that I love. And I say that truly to each of you three. I adore all of you. You know that. I tell you guys that privately in chat all the time, and I don't bullshit about that. That's the way I feel about y'all. You're all salt of the earth. And I'm really thankful for you guys coming on because, to me, this is an important case, and I'm feeling it hard. As a father of 3 daughters, this one hits home for me. And, I wanted to do everything that I could to try to help these folks out through the woods and and Andy knows and Ali knows, we see it from that side. We know what, the minute that you're arrested, and it's the process. It's not just the trial. Every single part of the process is punishment. Believe me when I tell you, if you're out on bond, you're sitting in that shower every day thinking about this thing that's coming up, that your freedom, that this shower that you're taking might be, one of the last 200 showers you ever take as a free person. It weighs heavily on you, and the weight of what's going on with the Spencer family. And then you factor in this nightmare scenario. This traumatized child might have to get on that stand in order to allow her father to walk out of that courtroom a free man is overwhelming. So for me, I love y'all, and I beyond appreciate you and everything that you do out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry for saying the word too. Sorry. I realize you shouldn't swear on YouTube. I feel like it messes things up.
I swear.
Bob and I do it all the time.
I swear like a
Okay,
drunk.
great. All right, sorry. Not sorry. Not
Hey, be on the lookout for the Allison Davis murder case where our client was falsely accused last year, was found not guilty in front of Judge Gall. There is a Netflix special coming on, and Max Wiley, my law partner, and I might have some choice things to say if it makes the edit, if it doesn't get stuck on the editing room floor. All right.
Hey, when that drops, I want you and Max to come back on. We'll review. You know how those final edits, it went your way, so I'm assuming they're gonna have a soft touch, but I'd love for you guys to come on and talk about it again.
Yep. Hey, great. Good to meet you guys. Hope to hear from you guys in
Bob,
the future.
connect me and
Ali,
Andy.
Bob, talk to you guys.
All
right, bye.
And thank you, Loren. I got your message. Thank you all.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank y'all for doing this. This was amazing.
We love you,
Thank
Sonny.
you, Sonny.
We love you.
All right. Well, it's fun hour coming up. I don't know where.
Well,
I don't
there's
know where
the one where the responsible ones here.
the responsible member of the next panel is here.
Oh,
Emily, I apologize because I put you down as Emily.
The letter C.
No apology necessary. I am honored to even be included in this. I think what you guys are doing today is like why we're all here. I just want to say before we even get started, just thank you to you guys, not just for raising money for Aaron Spencer and his family, but the way that you've brought people together to have these nuanced conversations about what justice looks like in action, and to bring so many people together to unite in support of somebody who needs it is just a really beautiful thing. And I appreciate it, and no hard feelings about the sea.
And I know that you do. It's one of the reasons that I love you. I told you the last time we were together, I've got a real affinity for you, and it's because what you just said, you just get it. You know what I mean? It's you get it. You get the bigger picture, and I know you're knee deep in the shit over there in Karen Reed world, but you know what? You always try to rise above the fray. And I know that you see the bigger picture, and to me, you're the one voice of reason in that entire fucking clusterfuck over there. So for that, I applaud you and I adore you.
Is it bad that from Norfolk County, I feel a little bit like, oh, phew, it's not just us that has this terrible system happening.
No, I mean, I'm screaming constantly that this isn't, but I have to admit, because at first I was like, this shit happens all over the country. And then I'm like, wow, Norfolk County is really fucked up. Like like the preponderance of fucked up in that county is extraordinary. Like I have to admit that, because I mean, it's bad everywhere. Everywhere has corruption, everywhere has bad cops, bad lawyers, like all that stuff. But what's going on there is unbelievable. And like in every type of case, whether it be, whether it's Karen's case, whether it's Kelsey's case, whether it's Sandra Birchmore's case, which to me is the most egregious and horrific of them all. Believe me when I tell you, I will be turning our attention to that case, both guns a-blazing, in very short order. Like I want Sandra Birchmore and her people to know we're going to be covering the hell out of that case, because that case is so disturbing on so many different levels. So yeah.
I'll be at Farwell's hearing on Tuesday of this week.
Good. I mean, like you're gonna I'd love if you'd be our boots on the ground for when we start covering that heavily. I would love
nothing more.
I'd love to have you come, because and that's one that Judge Erskine's very, very engaged with as well. That's like one of the cases, she's a true advocate. And when cases chap her, that like those are the ones where she hits me up and she's like, I'd like to come on and talk about this case. And that's one that is very much in her purview. All right. Before we start, I want to do some shout outs. All right. So
do it.
Originally we had, and I'm going to pull this graphic up because Britt Happens had made me a couple of graphics which were wonderful. And so she's so great, and she was working today, so she took time out of her busy schedule to put these up. So originally we were going to have a $60,000 goal. So that's what it is. We would have to have some kind of miracle.
Right.
We'd have to have like some kind of absolute miracle.
Somebody come in and give 40 or
right,
20 or 35.
I'm going to make my donation right now.
It seems
is it 35,000? Hey!
They're really paying the teachers pretty good out there.
How much
days.
I wish I could do that.
Yeah, you and me both. So like I'm going to bring this little guy up. So this is what I'd like to hit. It'll be half towards our goal. 30,000. I think we're just under 24 grand now. We've got 2 hours left. Give till it hurts. It's like I just if everybody just gives $5, we make it. It's like just give till it hurts. I know it's tight
here,
up,
babe, but only we've got 6,200 people here, but I think only 3,000 likes. So not even people. If you can't donate, minimize the chat for 1 second, or come on over here from wherever you're watching it onto YouTube and just give it the thumbs up and share it. Maybe someone sees it afterwards and donate.
Donates after the fact. I mean, look, I've seen fundraisers. I've seen some amazing fundraisers. I've seen some amazing amounts of money raised, and this fundraiser, in terms of the people that we've been able to secure them and giving us their valuable time, I'll put up against any of them. Like this was an amazing day. Like I'm 10 hours in and it feels like we've been doing it for like 3 hours. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just been an amazing day of conversations that I've really, really enjoyed. You know?
Where is that woman that
here you're blocking Emily's face?
Well, that Emily and Jimmy were talking about that'll just give $500 to everybody. Where's her?
Old Nan. Yeah, I guess I don't know where Nan is. Maybe Nan's one of the donors. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. What do I know?
Jimmy's taking a nap.
I mean,
Maybe if everybody gives like $5 each, it will wake Jimmy up Tribularize him from the dead.
Yes, let's
He'll
wake
join
Jimmy
us.
up, people. Everybody, all 6,000 that
Everybody,
haven't.
$1 a minute until Jimmy wakes up.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to read through like the last 20 or so real quickly because I was sleeping on that early. I wasn't giving people the love early, and I think that was a major kerfuffle on my part because I have the ability to be able to shout people out that are like given until it hurts,
Well,
so
especially people that made a comment with it that we should read the comments because you can't read
100%.
it.
No, I mean, it's very quick. So Miriam Cabello gave 20. Tracy M gave 25, sending all the support to the Spencer family. Robin G gave 20. Free Aaron Spencer. Thank you, Defense Diaries, for raising money with a great fundraiser. Thank you. Thank you. Amanda gave 25. Tiffany B gave 100. God bless the Spencer family. Thank you, DD, for doing this fundraiser. Carol Erskine was absolutely brilliant. All of the guests today have been fantastic. Free Aaron Spencer. Thank you, Tiffany. And I agree. Everybody has just been unbelievable. Anonymous giver gave $100. See, like you wouldn't have me shout that person out because that person knows.
Okay.
Right. So Pamela, she gave
I'll tell you, I one of the times I donated, I think as anonymous on something, then somebody also donated anonymous around the same time, like thousands more than I had donated, and everybody thought it was me. And I'm like,
yeah, anonymous is amazing, Katt. Thank you. Pamela, she said, for the Spencer family, I hope this DD event brings eyes to your fight. Prayers to you for justice soon. That was a $50 dono. Thank you very much. Sergeant Bernscoter, $100 from one Operation Iraqi Freedom vet, war vet, to another. You did what any father that loves his girls would have and should have done. It is heartbreaking to see the rules of engagement of your municipality turn on you to reflect the protection of a predator. Praying for your exoneration and return to family life, my friend. Sergeant Shane Bernscoter, OIF 2004-2005 Baghdad, father of 9, 7 daughters.
wow.
All
Wow,
right.
well said. Well
I'm
said.
feeling that, man. Jolene, 50,000. I keep wanting to say 50,000. 50 bucks.
You're putting it into the universe.
Hey!
You're manifesting.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Detail Junkie, $100. Love the stream, Defense Diaries, and all the amazing guests. So happy to see Aaron getting all of the support. We are rooting for you, Aaron. Thank you very much. Anonymous, $25. Thank you, DD, for fighting, for being on the right side of things. Appreciate all you do. To the Spencer family, we stand with you. Yes, yes, we do. Anonymous giver, $25. Thank you, DD. I wish it could be more for this great cause. Every cent is amazing. Every cent is amazing, truly. And thank you for that. Anonymous again, 25. Defense Diaries is doing an amazing job. Glad to be supporting Aaron. We thank you for your support. 20 from another anonymous giver. Another anonymous giver gifted $150. Justice for Aaron Spencer. 20 from Patty. Here's the justice for Aaron and the right to protect our children from those who hurt them and from corrupt government. Here. Anonymous giver, $25. Aaron equals every parent, every true American, the heart, the soul, and true grit of how every human should be. Defense Diaries, thank you for doing this fundraiser and bringing awareness to this case. Thank you, Anonymous. We appreciate that. Jess Beanie, $5. Thank you, DD. Thank you, Jess. Anonymous, $14. Thank you. Sarah Be Creative, one of our ride or dies. Thank you, $50. We appreciate you so much. Anonymous, $150. Denise Little, $10. Chrissy B, $50. You have an army behind you. Yes, you do.
Hey, we just got a $500 one from Paula Duff. Back again.
I think Paula already hit with a huge
That's
dono.
why she said she's back again. Inspired to try. Give till it hurts. Free Aaron.
I love it. Thank
That's
you so much.
amazing.
It is amazing. Allie Clover from New Zealand, $20, or maybe that's got to be New Zealand, right? It's NZ.
I think so, yeah.
I think so, but it's 20 USD, so I don't know. Thanks, Dee, for your commitment to justice and generosity in organizing this event. I've watched most of your stream today from New Zealand. As a 42-year-old survivor of CSA, This case infuriates and bewilders me, and the lost SD card makes my blood boil. I stand with Aaron and his family in his quest for justice and his run for sheriff. May justice, truth, and healing prevail. Hugs and kisses, hugs and kisses. Thank you so much.
Let me interrupt your reading here real quick, because I think because someone's like, oh, we should, have a challenge. Maybe we figure out where we're at, and sort of like we did on the Katt and misdemeanor and Nick live, we hit when we hit this target. If we can hit it during this live, we'll play that special video we were going to play from the wedding.
Yeah.
That Jimmy's going to miss because Jimmy's not here.
Man, Jimmy. Thank God for Emily. That's all I have to say about that. Hannah, $10 coming back for another donation. Thanks to Defense Diaries for helping this family. CK, $10. Candler, and that's $10 because my husband would do the same thing. Love it. Emily C. Aw. So grateful for the Mottas. We're so grateful for you, Em. And Lori Jane, $10. We're behind you. So I don't know. Maybe that I didn't see the next one. Oh yeah. So a few more.
Should I call Jimmy?
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, like, get in that ass. Be like, yo, dude.
No one's listening, Jimmy.
Wake up. Oh wait, so yeah, I got a lot more came in. So I've got
we're like 300 off from 30,000 from them hitting 300,000, not us.
Oh, beautiful. I love that.
Jimmy brings in more sleep than most people bring in awake.
Hey.
It's true. All right, geez, yeah, we got a lot more. Okay, so anonymous, $20. Mark Cunningham, we love you, Mark. Keep fighting, $20. Candace, $50. I never donate to these because as a teacher, things are right. Because as a parent, I cannot fathom what Aaron and his family are going through. Prayers for your family, $50. Thank you, Candace. We appreciate that. Anonymous giver, $100. Prayers for the Spencer family. Nyambi Jackson, $10. Thank you. Megastar, $25. Heart prayers. For the family, that's Maria Scally, $10. Thank you very much. Eileen Mann, $5 for Aaron Spencer. Thanks to Emily C. I love it. Local support, DD, USD 100. I've donated before, but here to donate again from DD Live, praying for the Spencer family. Thank you so much, local support. We appreciate you. Eileen Mann, $5. $5 for Aaron Spencer. Thanks, Emily C. Local support, DD again. I think sometimes it doubles up. So I don't think they did the same thing and wrote the same message, but it was another 100. I don't know if I counted or not. Becca, 20 for Aaron Spencer. Jay Payne, $20. I honor Shabbat, so I had to wait till sundown to tune in and help. I love you guys. I'm totally.
Runkle's not up until 9.
Final hour.
So I want to ask Emily. I'm assuming you know some about this case.
Yes.
So why don't you start by telling us what it is about the case that made you want to come and help support?
Okay, I've been thinking a lot about I feel like there's an existential crisis that you have when you think about a case like this, where it's I understand that we have laws in our society for a reason and that we're supposed to follow those laws. But if law enforcement is not going to uphold their end of the bargain, then why should we? And I get to the point where it's well, what was Aaron Spencer supposed to wait for? Was he supposed to sit at home and just hope that the police found his daughter safe? Was he supposed to do the pit maneuver and then stand there like a sitting duck and wait for something to happen to him? At what point does law enforcement say now you went too far? I understand they're saying oh, well, bullet 1 was fine, but 7 through 16 were not.
Right.
Okay. Well, where were you? How did he find them and you didn't? You guys were all on the same mission, right? And I just feel like as a society, we have this agreement where it's law enforcement does protect our rights, but we also give up some rights in order to have this system of laws. We could live in a lawless society where you would technically have more freedom, but we make this agreement where we say, okay, I'm gonna give you my freedom, And I'm going to say to you, if I do all the things that you require of me, then I'm not going to have to worry about the consequences of the system. And if you do the things that are required of you, then like we'll all live in peace. And to me, this is an example where law enforcement didn't uphold their end of the bargain. So what are we doing here?
Right. No, I 100% agree. It's like
100%.
we just do nothing. When the entire world is saying, except for like a few strays, which I don't get. And
I just got into it on Twitter with one of them. I was like, when you're willing to go to bat for a PDF file over like a dad that is protecting his daughter, then like we're not going to reach common ground in this conversation. And then they pulled the like, well, the extra bullets weren't self-defense. And I was like, right, to me, this is not self-defense. This is the defense of your child, which is like, so much like I would take a bullet for my child. So this 100%. Is bigger than self-defense. I would put myself in harm's way to protect my child. That it's more than self-defense.
Right. Yeah. No, 100%. 100%. And you guys, if we get up to we're at, what did I just have it at?
Hold on. What the fuck was
the dogs? I hear the dog going crazy, but I don't know if all he's listening to is the dog or if he heard something that then also made the dog bark, because Bob's response was just before the dog started. Like it was like I heard Bob first and then I heard the dog. So
okay, wait, can I ask you something that I've always wondered while I'm watching your guys' shows? Can you explain the layout of your house?
So Bob
like,
is
where
upstairs
are you
in our bedroom and I'm downstairs in the basement. So the dog's always on the main level, unless he's in, like, you can see him. Like, I usually keep the door closed because he'll come down here and he'll lay for a minute, but then he'll like want me to play and he'll get all crazed, where in our room, he'll just kind of lay on the little bed there and, you know, chillax. So yeah, that is what
somebody
is going on.
Did Bob just get raptured? Like, did
I
Jimmy
mean,
and now Bob did too? What's happening?
What's happening?
Guys,
All the men
donate
are
so that you don't get raptured.
But if we hit 30,000, and that's what I was saying. I just saw where we were. It was like getting close. It was either like 25 or 27, and I don't know where it went. But during this segment, then I am going to play. So I don't know if everyone knows, but rest in peace, Rob Bass. So he's like, who Rob, what?
I don't know who anybody is though. So that is not, I don't know. I literally, I live under a rock apparently. I mean, and I'm only learning this since I started this channel.
You'd have to be a lot older to know.
But like, I don't know any actors' names. I don't know TV shows. I don't know movies. And I'm like only learning this like while I'm on a camera and people make a movie quote or an actor reference or a singer. And I'm like, oh, is that your friend?
Yeah.
So babe, everyone wants to know what just happened.
Scared the shit out of me. Like down in the basement.
What was it?
Maybe you didn't, I think that it was, so in our neighborhood, there's a lot of kids that like ding dong ditch our house because of Scout, our 13-year-old going on 14. So I think it was some kids like pounding on the door instead of ringing the doorbell. It scared the shit out of me. My father, who's 81, was sitting down there. He's like, oh, it was very loud. He's like, I think they were about. So I'm like, yeah. So they were gone. I went out there because I'll chase them. It's like
I mean, they hardcore TP our house. And like one time it wasn't even like there wasn't a game, there wasn't a dance. I'm like, what? This is bullshit. This is a violation of the social contract. You don't just come TP a house on a random day.
Right. It's not like homecoming.
Don't you kind of love that they're like not on devices and they're like out in the real world?
I do kind of love that.
But they
Like,
use,
like Scout's not even home. She's like out on these streets on her little scooter, like terrorizing. Like it's probably like a trolling.
She's also
battle.
ding dong ditching.
Exactly. That's what they call it, trolling these days.
Sarah,
Like,
are you
real
on the
life
East
trolling.
Coast? Because out here on the Midwest, Bob had no idea what Mischief Night was. I was like, what's happening for Mischief Night?
That was not a thing here in the Midwest. Like
we have that on Halloween.
Right, the day before Halloween. Are you from the East Coast too? Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was a hint. The whole rest in peace, Rob Bass is a hint to the personal family wedding video Bob and I will share if on this segment. So you've got, because the video is like a minute. So you've got 30 minutes.
It's longer. It's like 2 minutes, isn't it?
Oh, well, that's exciting.
Pretty tasty. It's pretty tasty.
You guys, we have to make Jimmy feel bad that he missed out on this.
I mean,
he's not allowed to watch the video, and it's magnificent.
It really is.
It's so amazing. It's too much.
It's pretty good.
Let's go, guys.
It's pretty good.
We're close.
Yeah, we're getting there. Like I keep calculating. Like law girls, not attorneys. They threw 5 at it. She said, "Wish we could do more financially. What we can offer is our voices and advocacy for your case on our platform. We will continue to keep your family in our prayers. God will see you through this." Thank you, ladies. We appreciate you very, very much.
And that is all. I mean, that is even more than what a donation can give. Just putting it out there, talking about it on your channels. It's
Wait, Patricia Bradford. I agree. Patricia says she says Emily has a lot of interesting things to say. You're wasting the time with her.
I was actually just going to pose another question to her, but your point is well taken. But I was trying to think, because we've talked about so many things on all the different panels. So I was trying to think case wise, a good point to discuss. I mean, I guess, do you think in your, age demographic that people we all know what grooming is and we understand the full extent of what grooming means. Do you think that applies to everyone in your age demographic?
I think that the term is understood and it's like the act of grooming is understood. I don't know that it's gotten as universal as understanding the impact on the child, and that an action that you might interpret one way that a child that was groomed does is not what it's not on face value what it is. So somebody leaving the house willingly is not on face value just a person leaving the house willingly because of the years of abuse and grooming that went into. I think we saw that a lot when Sandra Birchmore's text messages were first released. And it was kind of like, well, at the time that she was engaging with Farwell, she was an adult. So it was just like a consenting affair. And it's like, well, no, because you can't have an affair with somebody who groomed you since you were 12. That right. Is not terminology that exists.
I mean, that's kind of what we saw with, my God, my brain is just freezing with Robert. What's
give me anything.
Drea's husband's name?
R. Kelly.
Robert Kelly. I represented his ex-wife. I refuse to refer to him as that. I just call him Robert Kelly. Yeah. But we saw that, because, for example, Drea started when she was a child and then was an adult when married. And that happened with a lot of people. So your point is very well taken. And, the reason I asked about your demographic is a lot of people assume today, people today, they now know what grooming means, and if that were, and you're saying that you don't believe that everyone in your demographic really understands the full complexity of it and what it actually, how it deeply impacts a child, even if they kind of understand it peripherally.
Yeah. And I think that's also the years of trauma afterwards that kids who were groomed have to go through, because it is such a confusing it's like you don't again, going back to like kind of our expectations of society, like you don't expect adults to be untrustworthy when you are a child. So to have to wrestle with these ideas as an adult, looking back on like what was that person to me, and like that was a person that I think I had fond feelings for, but they're the wrong feelings, and I might have like liked being around that person, but I also didn't. And I think that complexity is like not fully, I mean, it's a hard thing to even understand for people who have gone through it. So I think it's a hard thing for people to understand who are just on the outside. I also look at it kind of like false confessions, where it's like, you can't understand as your own person, like why would I admit to something that I never did? Like, why would I go do something that I didn't want to do if somebody wasn't like holding a gun to my head or like forcing me to? And so I think it's just people are
that is such an amazing comparison, because you're exactly right. That's exactly what it is. There's this cognitive dissonance with people in terms of like those two things, like the fall. Like, you hear it all the time with false convictions. Like, I would never, because everyone always thinks I would never, under any circumstances, admit to something that I didn't do, but it happens all the time. And with this thing, like, you know, I keep telling the story because it's the only one I have, about like asking my father, who's 81, if he knew his demographic, like, and I
really appreciated your Arkansas accent when you did that earlier.
Well, you know, but it's like my dad just doesn't know, you know, and I think people are like, oh, well, the internet. Well, you know, my father, he's on the phone. He never watches YouTube. He'll scroll through his phone a little bit, get some shit. He's not deep diving into what grooming is. Like, he would have no idea at trial what the depths of grooming really was about, you know, like just that thing that you're talking about with the psychology of it is just, it's so insidious that people just that don't really have a knowledge of it don't understand, and they can't and it goes to that thing that you were saying, like, did she go out on her own accord? Well, her feet may have been walking and she may have walked out of her room on her own, but trust me, that wasn't on her own accord.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And even if she still to this day said I went on my own, which I don't know like what's going on in her healing journey now, but that still doesn't change that she was with somebody who was putting her in danger. Like, to me, that piece of it doesn't really change the like actual incident. Yeah, do some trumpet noises.
Yeah, we want to hear your
$5 per trumpet.
We all love it.
No, I do it horribly. Stop the trumpet noise. Our people are now asking a lot about Rob Bass, and so I'll just skip this up.
Who is Rob Bass?
Who is Rob Bass?
All you knew is he came to get down.
Do you think we'll get flagged if we play the video? Are we gonna get
what? Like of Chris?
Okay, all right. Stop talking.
No one knows who Chris is.
All right, but don't say the words. Don't give them the whole thing. This is a special. They've got to earn it.
Well, it is playing in the background.
I know. We'll have to.
You guys, you have like 20 minutes for me to learn what the heck they're talking about.
I'm sharing. Whoops. I'm sharing it. Okay. Whoops. I had the invite guest list link instead of the share my screen. It was trying to tell me try Jimmy one more time. All right, let's see if this.
I called him and texted him.
No, it's all right. We don't need no Jimmy.
Yeah, we're pretty good.
We're almost done. Right. So that's Rob Bass, hip hop rapper Rob Bass, best known for the iconic 1980s hit song, It Takes Two to Make. It takes two to make. It takes two to make a thing go right.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I could just bust out.
I mean,
if you guys raise even over 30, I will rap the first verse of It Takes Two. Okay?
From beginning to end.
From beginning
Make
to
it
end.
happen.
Runkle says don't do it. We'll get copyright note.
Really?
If we play the video. Yeah, because
all right, then that's what they
playing
win.
it in the background.
They win me rapping it.
Which you were robbed of at the wedding anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we were going to play for you guys, and apparently we can't. So at the wedding, they were playing It Takes Two. So me and like one of my very, very close girlfriends were like, oh, give us microphones. We're ready. Like we know, boom. So like the microphones didn't work. And then we got them really late. I think we might have said a word or two. I don't know. But it was like verse 2 was starting. And we're like, and so our friend, her husband, he takes the mic and proceeds to sing every lyric of the rest of the song, and like the wedding's going crazy, and people are like, it is epic.
People are on.
I know how you can make this happen. If we get to 30,000 right now, play the video on mute, and then you guys sing the lyrics.
Yeah, but I don't know the second verse like that. I don't know every word of the second verse.
Do karaoke.
It was pretty epic.
Oh no, it's like if not hearing the video of that is like you're missing all the magic.
Yeah,
we'll have to do it. You know what? We'll have to do it on a separate. We'll have to post it separately on something non-monetized. That's what we'll do. We will put it up as its separate video. We'll intro it. We'll give a little background, and then we'll play it. So we hit 30. That's what we'll do. We hit over 30, and I'm gonna just rap without any music behind me. First verse.
Yes, please, you guys. This needs to happen.
It really does. It'll be worth it because it's about the cutest thing you'll ever see with Ali rapping.
My dog is currently banging on my door. Hold on 1 second.
Go get your pup.
He never does this. He must like you guys. Hold on.
Aw, dogs do love me. Dogs do love me. Dogs are excellent judge of character. We all know this. You know, it's like if my dog's like growling at you, you suck. You know it. Like I know it.
Or you're a
dog
goose.
knows it.
This is so cute. He never does this.
Aw. Have him come up and say hi.
Join.
Oh, that means my son is still awake and he's driving him
Pump it up,
crazy.
pump it up.
That is why he's here. Now I understand. I just heard the little one. Hold on.
Does your so like Scarlett when she was little used to be like in Scarlett had a very squeaky voice. So she would
Say hi, I'm Teddy.
Aw.
Say hi, I'm Teddy.
Oh, look at him. He's like, so this is what our dog does. And it's how I realize that I like baby talk like to my dog. Because if I get on the phone with my granddaughter and I'm like, oh, hi. Yeah. He hops up and he's like, what's happening? Why are you using that voice with someone? Isn't that my voice? And then I'm like, oh, I must talk
Are
like
you talking to me?
Right.
Are you cheating on me?
Right.
Hugs. Oh, I love you, buddy.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Oh, puppy hour.
Mommy loves you. Oh, Nookie.
So sweet. I've never seen him do a stand on the arm. What a guy.
Yeah,
That's
why
he's
are they
getting
all
close
the
enough. He's
dogs are
trying to
being funny
figure
right
out
now?
why someone's being talked to in that voice that's not him.
Yeah, he must have thought like Lila was on the stream or something like that. Our granddaughter. Oh, you're so sweet.
Oh, Nanook.
Your family has great names. Scout and Lila are both very good names.
Lila is our granddaughter.
Yeah. We
Love that.
yeah, it's a cute name. Oh,
Yeah.
So cute.
Scout took him on a walk, so I'm not sure.
She did.
Yeah, it seems like he needs a hug. Look at him. He just stares at me. Like you can't see it. Like he'll sit there.
I can see like the little snout.
Yeah, he'll sit there like at the end of my bed. Like if he hasn't gone on a walk, and he'll just sit there like real proper like this and just stare at me for like
if I look extra handsome right now, do you want to show me off in the neighborhood?
Right. And Bob's like, look at her. Go look do that to her. And I'm like, I can't even see him.
We have that conversation literally every day. And I'm like, why are you looking at me? Go talk to your dad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I I don't think we can play that thing. Like I think like
we're not going to. We came up with the backup.
We're not ruining your 12-hour stream.
Right. We are going to, and it's not monetized. So wait, does it matter? Because this stream's not monetized.
Sometimes they're weird though, and then they'll like cut out the chat or something.
We're gonna go with the plan B, which is we will separately post that video on its own with a little intro where we explain what was going on and what it is, and y'all can check it out. And then if it gets dinged, does that hurt us? If it gets does that count like against?
I mean, like you don't necessarily get a copyright strike. Like sometimes if like somebody makes a copyright on the live, like and if if it's music or something of that nature, then we have to share. Like whatever we make on a stream, like we have to share the monetization. So yeah, so that's what Runkle's saying. So you might get a strike.
No, well, we're not going to do it on this
Not worth
live,
it.
no matter what. Right.
Yeah, it's definitely.
I don't understand why like TikTok has such better like I don't know, legal team that's representing them or something, where you can use any song on TikTok and do anything and it's totally fine. And then on here, you play like 7 seconds of a song and it's like banned from YouTube forever.
Right. That's what I'm worrying. Like, let's not get banned on the like separate post thing. Runkle says, you still need this stream to stay up because I'm on next.
Yeah, exactly.
True story. True story.
Yeah, aren't there some like contract lawyers in the chat that can like come negotiate a better contract with like some music record labels and
like,
let us play music?
It's like crazy. And it doesn't even you can't even get around like the 10-second, 20-second rule. I thought there was like, oh.
Yes,
like
Runkle's right. That like TikTok licenses all those songs. Like, so you can use those songs over on TikTok. You know, because they understand that that's kind of their business model.
Yeah, but we don't want
so many
the song
creators
to play through TikTok because that would destroy the whole video.
No, you're missing the point. I'm just saying that TikTok allows like you can play music over on their lives because they license everything because they're all, you know, with all the dance videos and all the shit that people do over on TikTok. It's just a different vibe. So
yeah,
Runkle's coming on. He's our last hour. Leslie,
Runkle, you can come on now.
Yeah, you
can come on
hang
whenever.
out. The more the merrier.
Yeah, Runks.
It's almost time anyway.
Yeah. But Em, I want to keep like I love your brain. So
thank you.
Tell us other things.
My brain is a weird place.
Tell us other things. Look, Bob and I are done thinking.
Yeah,
Ask her a case-related question, babe.
All right. So are you familiar with the concept of what happened with the SD card? Have you like been listening at all? Or, you know, so there was this dashboard cam.
She's up to date.
All right. So
and can I tell you, I've never heard of a case with like a solid investigation with like up and up investigators who lose crucial evidence.
I know.
Have you guys?
No.
Does that happen? Like
No.
when you have investigators that you know are leading a solid investigation, are they ever like, whoopsies, like we actually lost that crucial evidence? Or is it only when you have the Michael Proctors and can you tell me the name? Like, who am I supposed to hate in this besides?
I'm not
the
sure
judge?
if it's McCain or McCainey. I'm
Okay.
back to being confused.
I don't think McCaney wasn't the one who hand delivered it. That was like, I thought that was a female deputy sheriff.
I don't think she's the
Carlisle.
one to blame. The female that drove it, she didn't even open it.
Well, it had to be one of the two, unless
right.
It
It
was
was the
what I
first.
was saying
the
last
guy-
night. It was
Okay, wait.
higher up.
I also
McCain or
don't
McCain.
believe that only 1 or 2 people watched it. Like so in the Karen Reed universe yesterday, there was like a huge FOIA drop with like all of these new videos and everything. Every single person who's invested in the case has watched those videos already, has like played them forwards and backwards in slow motion and analyzed them. If you are cops that are trying to figure out what happened this night, you're all huddled around. You're like, oh my God, we have video of this? No way. Like everybody come in. Oh my God, look at this guy. Look what was happening. Come here. Oh my God, pause it right there. That's my house in the background. Like
Right.
you don't just have one person at their little computer with like the one SD card just being like, and then if it really was that critical, you don't just keep the video on the one SD card that you know anything could happen to. You drag and drop and save it on your computer. Like this is 2026. Like what are we doing here?
I
Like
know.
you didn't put it onto your desktop. You didn't make a copy. You didn't like
Right.
screenshot
Do you
it.
believe for a second. Like, I don't believe that exists in this world at all. Like that this cop didn't just drag it in so that he had it. You know what I mean? And plus, like, I mean, the one circumstance in which I could see that happening is if it didn't help their case. You know,
Well,
because
that's what I'm saying.
Right, I
and then
know.
if it doesn't help your case, then what are we doing here? Like, I
and who are we protecting?
We are
Yes, like, I
3,000 away
can't-
from reaching the goal for me to wrap or for us to post the thing. I don't know which one we're doing anymore.
Hey, Fervent. I can't like bring myself to believe that like this many like bad people got into law enforcement because they wanted to do bad things, like because they wanted to like wreak havoc and prosecute innocent people and like send Karen Reed to jail even though they knew that she was innocent. Like in my like sense of the world, I can't let myself go there. So then it makes me wonder, like, what is happening where these people feel like the best option in these moments is to continue prosecuting an innocent person or continue going down a road where you're like, I wouldn't want this for my own family. Like, I wouldn't want this for somebody who I loved. You're not making the like, I don't think that these cops got into the job because they wanted to destroy a family, like a good, hardworking American family. So then, like, what's happening?
Right. I mean, like, and I agree. I think that probably 99% of people that go into law enforcement want to do good initially, you know,
but you also get those people. I'm sorry, babe, go ahead.
But what I've found is that the reality is if you get into a cop shop that's corrupt from the top, you know, if the head of the snake is corrupt, you get
like a Michael Morrissey situation.
Right. You know, and you get that situation where if you go in as a good cop and you want to do good and like you have no intention on being shitty, you have no intention on skimming off the top of bad arrest or planting evidence, any of that shit. But if it comes from the top and then the pressure leaks down to you to where if you don't play ball, you're ostracized or you're outed. Like, I mean, they'll keep you on, but they'll put a brick on your career. Like, you don't get the bumps. You're ostracized and you're shut out and iced out by the other cops. And it's like they have a way, if you get in to a corrupt department, you know, you're going to get sucked into it, even against your will. And then once you've taken cash once, it's done. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's that
and then
thing.
Somebody has something on you and then they can,
exactly.
I'll tell about this. Yeah.
That's all it takes is the one time, you know, because then you're on the hook, you know.
And then you also have like family of law enforcement, and maybe your family of law enforcement started out, your dad was a dirty cop, and then like it runs down the line, and in like for example, like think about Murdoch, you know, his whole family ran the whole entire legal system there.
The whole
So
county
he
forever.
felt like he was
Whole low
untouchable.
county.
You know,
exactly.
and it's sort of like the equivalent to that. Like he thought he was untouchable. No one's going to suspect him. He can do whatever he wants. He can get away with whatever he wants. And I'm not talking about the murder. I'm talking about the theft of the clients and all of that stuff. Let's just leave that murder out of it. And I feel like that can happen with families of police forces. You know, like I can't imagine, like you're saying, like somebody wakes up and he's like, I want to be a cop, as opposed to his dad was a cop and his dad was a cop and his dad was a cop. Just like, and that person goes into it like, you know, and I'm going to be dirty one day, you know, like that. I'm on board with you with that. But I think some people that are born into families of police, if that family of police wasn't clean, neither's the kid, you know. And then you get those people, you know, they always say it's like the bullies at in high school are the ones that end up being cops. Like sometimes, you know, like you know, but then there's those good cops who get into it to do good, to help, to be good, you know. And then, you know, maybe those cops sometimes have to turn a blind eye when every other cop is being dirty if they don't want to, like you were saying, babe, you know, like they got to play ball or they're going to lose their job.
Yeah.
I also feel like I want police departments to know, because I feel like they've misunderstood this from the general public, that we in the general public are not looking for a fast, like for you to solve a crime quickly because we just want you to get a W in the win column. Like, I would rather a police department take a week to investigate something and collect the evidence and then find the right person, rather than feeling like they need to make an arrest that day and, oh, we got the guy. Like, don't take 5 years like in Delphi and then get the wrong person. Like, I'm not suggesting that, but like take your time to like collect the do the like whole Nancy Drew. Like I read all those books when I was a kid. I did the like Nancy Drew and the Matt Christopher like sports mystery books, and the whole book is like collecting the evidence. That's the fun part. Like, didn't you get into policing because you got to like get your little like duster out and look for fingerprints with baby powder? Like I used to do that all over my house. I was like putting tape on windows and like collecting fingerprints. Were you not that kid? And if you weren't that kid, like don't be a cop.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And this is like now every police department should just be like, did you read Nancy Drew? And if you didn't,
did
your resume goes to the bottom.
Child with masking tape or scotch tape. If you did, you're good.
No, I mean, you have to use packing tape. Packing tape was the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scotch tape is too like filmy, and masking tape is just gross.
Yes. Yes. 100%.
But you can tell I tried them all.
Yeah, it's a testing, and it's one of those things where you got to kind of like go through the process to figure out what works.
Bobbsey twins, the Boxcar Children, all of them.
Like, I read Encyclopedia Brown, Harriet the Spy. I mean, I'm so old that I would sit in the library at my high school, like on whatever period I didn't have class, and I was literally reading all the old Agatha Christie's, all the old Sherlock.
And then There Were None was like one of my favorite books, and then I revisited it recently, and I was like, oh, this is like wasn't appropriate for me to be reading in like 7th grade, and also racist.
Hey, never a believer. We're not about to throw under the bus one wrongfully convicted man to prevent another wrongful conviction for $100. So you can give it up.
Never a believer.
Never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Emily is she's a breath of fresh air, isn't she? She's just delightful.
Thank you.
She is.
You really are. You're just a breath of fresh air. Like I told you, every time I get around you, I feel happier. You just have that vibe.
That.
It's so true. I don't know. And your penmanship is unbelievable. When you posted that thing from you in 2nd grade, I immediately think back to like what my kids printed like when they were in 2nd grade. It was
or
like
what I print like right now.
Right. Or what I print like right now. And you're printing your penmanship. It's amazing in 2nd grade. I'm like, holy shit. So
I really do think that like a teacher, somebody told me once, like, oh, you have nice handwriting. And I was like, ooh, handwriting will be my thing forever. And I will have the best handwriting there is. Maybe if people make a donation, I'll write your name in fancy writing or something.
Oh yeah.
Babe, are you going to join me in this rap?
No, hell no. If we were doing a Beastie Boys rap, I'm in. I don't know. It Takes Two. That ain't my shit, girl. That was like some top
lyrics. You don't have to know it off the top of your head.
I know, but I know.
Oh no, you're solo, girl. You're solo.
All right, I'm gonna do this.
Alternate Hearts of Paul's Boutique.
Yes.
Or
she's doing it.
Wait, do we hit the mark?
We just about did.
No.
I got to make sure they do. All right, Bob's like, no.
I mean, what was
But maybe it will
agreement?
encourage people to
I
donate.
think I have a
disc
we
football.
are. I think we're only 1,500 off.
Wait, what?
We only need 1,500 more.
You hold out.
All right, 1,500 more for the rap people.
I mean, that's how the grift works.
I know.
You gotta,
I'm
like,
so
if you
bad at
give
it.
up, then the grift.
I'm
doesn't.
always like, well, you promised the people the thing, so just give it to them. All right,
That's like me trying to
1,500 more.
surprise anybody. I'm like, I got you something. I can't give it to you until your birthday. Want it now?
Right. Bob will tell you that's me exactly.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Like 100%. Like getting my gift like 3 days before my birthday. Do you want your gift?
Yeah, because
No, man.
it's exciting. It's like that's half the fun.
It is better to give than to receive. There's no question about it. It's like it's wonderful to give things, and like, getting's okay.
Yeah.
But giving is a big thing. And Ali, I got to tell you, for the entirety of our relationship has always crushed gift giving. Like she's gotten me like back in the day, like when we first got out of law school and she convinced me to move out to Pennsylvania to open a firm out there. and she came and she gave me this. It was a TiVo. I'm like, what the fuck is a TiVo? She's like, you always told me you hated commercials. Well, this thing, you don't have to watch commercials anymore. I'm like, what? I was like, my dad actually invented that. He said they should have a box on top of the TV where whenever a commercial comes on, it blacks it out. That was what my dad had been saying like 20 years ago. And that's essentially what TiVo was. So she got it. I hooked it up, and we haven't watched a commercial since. It's been like
you don't need it anymore. Now now no one
watches
events.
I have to watch other than that.
But chat, you hear that? You feel good when you give gifts. Give $5 and see how it feels. Give $10 and see if it feels even better.
Yes. Yes. And
see what 50 feels like.
50 would feel amazing. And dispensers are like, I'm just telling you guys, they're so grateful. They're so grateful. I mean, their fund has built up, and it's been like Heather started it probably, I think, a year and a half ago. And, you know, I mean, they've gone through it and they've raised a fair amount of money. And, you know, it's like they have to use it all, though. Like, you're just trying a murder case is a
there's
very,
no
very
concern
expensive.
that me rapping is not like, because someone's like, tell Ali to restart the stream first. We're definitely not getting, you know, unless I sound just like Rob Bass, we are definitely not getting a
maybe his soul
strike.
will enter you in the moment. the second rapture of the night.
YouTube is not mistaking me for Rob Bass.
Wait,
I did just want to say before I go about what you were just talking about, that I want like the whole Spencer family to know that like there is a stigma that comes with getting arrested and having to go through a trial, that like, even if you know that you're innocent, and even if you know that like you didn't do any you would do the same thing all over again, there is that kind of like, I'm sure that like kind of pit in your stomach where you're like, I don't want people looking at me badly. And I just want them to know, like, not only are we not looking at them badly, but like this is a model of what it means to like be a human and to be a family, and to like care more about the people that you're supposed to care about than anything else, than the consequences of your actions. Then like anybody would be so lucky to have a dad like Aaron Spencer. And for anybody out there to not see that is ignoring the like truth of this situation.
Which begs the question, why the hell has this man been charged? It's crazy.
Do you think we'll ever know like what the inner workings of like really why?
Never.
I feel like that judge was somehow involved.
I mean, the only shot.
Are there FOIA requests we can do?
I mean, of course, you can always do FOIAs, but here's the off chance that we will find out is if Aaron Spencer is elected as the sheriff and he gets in that department, we might find out. People might start talking to him and be like, yo, this is what the vibe was. This is what happened. So, I mean, there's that shot, because there's a greater likelihood that we find out what actually happened from Aaron getting elected, him becoming the elected sheriff. These guys are all working for him. And then they come and they just spill. They're like, yo, dude, this is what was going on. Like we weren't down with this. Like, you know, it came up from up on high. And this is what we were told to do and say. I mean, to me, that's the most likely scenario, because you're more likely to get that from them than to find some smoking gun documents.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but like you say that
they need a forensic examination of that.
The Norfolk shit. It's insane, the shit that these people put in writing.
We will get to the bottom of it.
Forensic examination of that cop's computer, period. That's where it needs to start. Forensic examination of that cop's computer. Did he look at it? How long did he look at it? What date and time did he look at it?
No doubt. You know? I mean, that's all it would take right there. You know, I would have liked to have seen that done like ahead of time.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to find the like little thing they put up for Emily. Like, go to Emily's. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, wrong one.
Okay. Go to Emily. Follow the money. You won't follow me.
Follow the money.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good. We're just bringing them right. Are you ready? All right, he's ready. Aw, Emily and Runkle.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hi, guys. What's up, Ian?
I got to tweak my lighting a little bit, so I'm going to use a sword.
I'll let you guys go. I'm not trying to like barge in on Runkle's time,
we
but
appreciate you.
I appreciate you guys so much, and your chat is amazing, and you guys are amazing, and I just love everything about this, and I'm honored to have been able to be a little part of it. Have a great night.
Emily, we love you. Thank you so much for hanging with us. We do. All right.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Bye.
Or look at this, babe. Bob and Ali, I'm so proud of you. The very first time you talked about Aaron Spencer's case and posted the give, send, go, the balance was less than 2,000. This community rocks. No. Oh, you mean like way back when?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or well, Runkle, when we hit 30,000, do you know Rob Bass?
I don't.
Not personally. Do you know of him?
Of
Do you
Rob
know of
Bass.
his
No, not even a little bit.
See,
Well,
maybe
what I will
wasn't a thing in Canada.
I don't want you guys to get a copyright strike. I was texting you both and going nuts in the chat going, don't do
No, we're
it.
not going to do it.
'Cause if
I'm going
there's-
to freestyle rap it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I also have something that I can offer as chat blackmail when we get to if we get to the 30,000.
Ooh.
And that is, I spent a little bit of time today writing a fantasy closing. And what I mean by a fantasy closing here is it's not the closing you're going to see Spencer's lawyers deliver, because they can't. There's all sorts of ethical and legal rules that say you can't do this. But it's the one that I'm sure they would want to deliver if they were allowed.
Oh.
So I will go ahead and do it. It's real
Yes.
short, but it's punchy. It's like less than a page of text.
I love it. I love it.
But-
Let's bring Kristen on. Kristen, what's up, girl?
Hey.
Hey guys.
Ian Runkle.
Hi, Runkle.
Ian.
Hello.
Kristen.
I'm fangirling right now. I love you guys.
I mean, we're all fangirling.
Give us some background on Kristen, babe. Or Kristen,
you
give us some background.
Right. She's sitting there. Why don't Kristen, tell us about you.
So I've been in the legal field in different aspects. Paralegal, legal consultant is what I currently do right now. So I own Stratford Legal Advisors. So attorneys basically hire my firm just to outsource their legal work. So that's pretty much what I do. But and then I obviously run my true crime channels. I'm mainly just on TikTok. I haven't made it over to YouTube yet. We're currently working on that, but TikTok's my main platform. But that's me in a nutshell.
And how did you find Aaron Spencer's case?
Actually, one of my followers on TikTok sent it to me, who's local in Lonoke County, and was like, you've got to check out this case. And so the first thing I saw was John Staley making his little, remember like in the beginning, his little media tour before he decided to shut off all of his comment sections and everything. And so I kind of tricked him into an interview, which was probably the hardest phone call I've ever done in my entire life, because like the mom and me wanted to be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then but I'm sitting there and I'm like being so overly nice, and everybody's like, why are you so calm? I'm like, trust me, I literally wanted to just jump out of my skin, and like it was terrible. But
is that on TikTok? Can you pull it up and share it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's do it.
I don't know.
You're like,
Actually,
I
hold
wanted
on.
to throw hands, metaphorically speaking.
You have no idea. It was so bad.
Yeah.
It was so bad. And his comment of it not being a kidnapping, and then and it was so funny because the entire conversation, he's like, I can't talk about the case. We can't hash out the case. I'm like, no, I understand. I totally get it. And I totally like played this off as if I like was an actual like media reporter, and like I had my editor wanted me to contact you and reach out to you, and I'm like, my editor's me, and I'm like, I'm sitting here like legitimately like just trying to get him to talk without like, I mean, he's like, I can tell you're
feel
getting
like I remember
frustrated.
seeing this, like, because I feel like
I messaged Bob about it because I think Heather said something, because I sent this stuff over to Erin because she like reached out to me and was like, can you please send me that raw data? And I was like, absolutely. But I think I had initially, like, Bob and I have talked a couple of times, like just in Messenger about this case, but Yeah, it was infuriating because like
Hey, can you pull it up and share it?
I don't know. I'm on my iPad.
Bob can do it.
I think
probably can.
Let me see. Hold on. I think it's on my YouTube. Give me 2 seconds. I might have privated it because with this coming up, the trolls. So I'm a legal consultant, but according to the trolls on X, I work at a gas station. So
hey, there's no shame.
Oh, I mean,
wild.
the
More
trolls on Twitter
importantly-
are just.
More importantly, I'm holding out hope. Do you know who Rob Bass is?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you want to join me?
I don't even know if I know all the words, but I would.
All right, I got this. I got this.
Runkle,
Don't worry about it. I got it.
I
would
would not
love-
know the beginnings of the lyrics. So
Listen, Runkle, I can't wait till you get here. So, Runkle, I'm taking you to Johnny's Beef because like you dropped in on that little thing. That was the place I was talking about. That was the place like you're not leaving town. You're gonna have it's Chicago specific. Nowhere else in the world has an Italian beef. It's not to say they don't try to make them in other places. It's like how we try to make Philly cheesesteaks here. They just ain't
or
right.
poutine that happens
Exactly.
everywhere and is not anywhere near poutine.
Exactly. So you're going to experience, and I'm going to leave it up to you whether we go to Pequod's or we go to Pizzeria Uno's based on what you want in terms of what you're looking for a pizza. Because Pizzeria Uno's, you're getting about 1.5 inches of the thickest mozzarella cheese with a delicious tomato. Like the sauce is on top of the cheese, and it's this stewed tomato deliciousness and a buttery, delicious baked crust. And it comes in, and we got to order it an hour ahead of time. It's a whole thing. And Pequod's is a different delicious. So it depends on what you want for your pizza.
I am willing to just say whichever you think is the better way to go, because never like second guess the locals as to.
But then Bob said he's
going
to take you to Pequod's. Is that what it's called?
Pequod's.
Just because I've never been there. I'm like, no, take him to the one that's better. If he hasn't taken me there in 26 years, how fucking good is it? Hey,
oh yeah,
is Katt gonna come on and rap with me? Is that
I hope
what's happening?
so.
She disappeared.
Get in here, Katt. Wait a second. Somebody in chat was talking about. Wait, I gotta find. I think it was Tiffany. Wait, God, the chat's moving so fast.
That's what
Tiffany.
happened.
All right. Wait, which Uno's? I'm not talking about that whack ass chain that they created. That is not Pizzeria Uno. I'm talking about the original spot down on the West Loop. There's Pizzeria Uno's and Due's. It was so good that they built one a block away called Due's. So, Tiffany, tell me which pizza. If you're talking about the original, I need to hear more because maybe that switched. Like I'm swinging over to Pequod's. He'll love Pequod. He'll love either one.
Kristen, did you find your video?
I did. Well, I just sent. I sent it to you guys over on X.
Oh, you did?
In the chat.
Word.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
It's like 51 minutes though. So
I'm excited about this
51
culinary
minutes.
adventure.
You might not
So-
be able to.
I'm trying to tell you, Runkle.
Well, it has my commentary in between too. So just like, please skip. Do you just get past all that?
Okay, let me find it.
Also, if we don't get to everywhere we need to go, I'm probably going to have to come back at some point in the future. So,
Oh, good, good. So
I have hopes that we can resolve everything, but
All
we'll
right. Well,
see.
Sis is calling Sissy and wait. Now I lost it. Sissy and Soko is calling. Is calling Ian out. He's like, it was big in Canada. Love Rob Bass. I'm in Toronto. No,
I mean, he might have been big in Canada, but so is hockey. And the last time I watched a hockey game all the way through was 30 years ago.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, the things I am interested in and the things other people are interested in are different things. I'm hearing we're getting close to hitting the 30K. So
we are. We're getting very, very close. I think
I've got my closing / rant ready to go.
I love it. Like, I'm dying
we
to
got to
hear
figure out what they need for the closing rant because 30 gets them my rap, and then you got to come up with a new number for your closing rant. How much more?
Fair.
All right, Kristen, you have to tell me. So this thing's 51 minutes. Are you going to be able to guide me through
to
yeah,
like a
so there's like there's clips. So like I think I start talking me and him start talking initially, and then I kind of go into like it should be like me each what I did was it was like a 6-part series that I broke down over on TikTok, and I just like put all of those together.
Okay.
So ideally, like I kind of just went into like the kidnapping and how is this not kidnapping? Because there's like a really prominent case to me that's like pretty point on this, which is Mitchum versus State of Arkansas. I don't know if you guys have read that case, but it's literally like this mom basically told this guy that he could take his 13-year-old to the movies. Well, he stopped at a motel first before going to the movies. And because he did that and the parents had only given him permission to take him to the movies, he was charged with kidnapping. And there was an SA component to it as well.
But she was 13, and at the time of this kidnapping, she was 14, which is where the line is drawn.
Which is disgusting.
Right.
Yeah, to me, all of this is kind of crazy because, like, this notion of, hey, this relationship is not lawful, but, you know, she can make the choice to go. I'm like, no, sorry. If the kid wants to go play on the train tracks, I don't care if the kid wants to play on the train tracks. To me, the whole grooming discussion, leave that out. I don't care, because it doesn't matter if the kid was never groomed to go want to play on the train tracks. You don't let your kid play on the train tracks. And, you know, there's not a parent on the planet who's like, yeah, it's okay if my 13-year-old has a relationship, and I'm leaving a word out, with a, 67-year-old. To me, that's just absolutely, it isn't a thing. It doesn't exist. Right. And where I am, there is no such thing as an SA that isn't considered violent. It is violent inherently. So, to me, this just seems like it's really easy. And, I shudder to think about Arkansas. And quite frankly, I feel like this is one of those things. Have you seen the Mitchell and Webb skit? Are We the Baddies?
Mm-mm.
You should check that out. Don't pull it up because you'll get hit. But the skit basically has two guys in full Nazi uniform, and they're sitting there, and one of them's, comes up to the other. He's like, hey, something's been bothering me. It's like, oh, what's that? Are we the baddies? He's like, what do you mean? Have you been listening to that Allied propaganda? He's like, well, no, I was just looking at our uniforms, and they've got all these skulls and so forth on them. And the other side is all like eagles and lions and, nice things. And we've got skulls. And he's like, well, that's just that Allied propaganda. He's like, but the Allies didn't design our uniforms, did they? And I feel like that skit should be mandatory watching for every prosecutor and police officer, and just be like, look, anytime you're doing anything, you should ask yourself, are we the baddies? Like, could I walk into Johnny's or wherever, sit some random citizen down, tell them the story, and they would think I'm on the side of justice? Because if you can't, if the ordinary person is shocked and horrified by the side you've chosen, then it's not in the public interest to proceed, and you don't have to proceed on every charge you could possibly land. You're like, oh, we might have a path to conviction. Who cares? It's supposed to be a justice system, not a legal system. And the way it gets there is decent, honest people doing the right thing. And, this one is real easy. If you're looking at it and going, pick a side, do you go, am I on top, side 67-year-old sex offender who's trying to get with a 13-year-old? Or am I on the side of the father who's like, nah,
protecting his kid? Right.
There, like, if you ask people which side they want to be on that, there is, I was going to say there's not a person on the planet, but obviously there's some prosecutors and police who've lost their minds on this one.
Right.
But, the average person is not going to find this to be a difficult question in the slightest. Right. They're going to say, I am on Team Spencer. And, it's real easy. I defended somebody at one point who, found out that her downstairs tenant was an offender who had conditions not to be near kids, and basically told the guy, you're moving out, and I got a bat, and got charged. And I'm like, Why? Whose team are you on? Why is this something that you think is appropriate to do? And, you know, it's just one of those things where you get people who are so entrenched in the law and like, this is what the law technically says, that they forget to stop and take a breath every once in a while and look around them and go, right, what does being a human being say? You know, what does being a member of society say? And, you know, judges forget this, prosecutors forget this, police forget it. You know, sometimes defense lawyers forget it, although we have other ethical obligations, which include often representing terrible people. But like,
So now,
figure it out.
Right. And all great points. And I just want to say, now I realize, so Katt came back to be like commenting, like keeping the posts about who's posting and how much money, how much money people are donating, you know, keeping that going. So thank you very much, Katt. And the chat is saying, Runkle, introduce yourself. So I guess we shouldn't assume that everybody knows who Runkle is. So go ahead.
So I've got a channel, Runkle of the Bailey. I'm a Canadian criminal defense lawyer. I started my YouTube channel by accident because I started the channel to tell somebody that nobody would watch me. I had this guy who kept saying, you need to start a YouTube channel, and wouldn't shut up about it. Like, would not. And so finally I was like, okay, I'm going to do a video. I'll make a channel. I'll do like a video. It's going to bomb. And then I can say, look, nobody wants to see this. Like, and then it went and got like 4,000 views. And I was like, I guess I need to make another one. So, yeah, I've been doing it ever since. It turns out to be a fair bit of fun. My dream is to have YouTube fund my legal practice such that I can just do it for free and just do entirely pro bono law. Because, the dream would be able to like find somebody like Aaron Spencer in the area and go, hey, this case is going to be expensive. And, regardless of what happens, you're going to have a whole bunch of expenses because, you got to hire experts and so forth. But I'm proposing to bill you the princely sum of $0. So you can put all of your money towards experts and whatever else, but I don't want to bill you anything because there's far too many people who get ground down by the system, and the government has unlimited funds. The government is not going to run out of money trying to prosecute Aaron Spencer or anyone else. If they find they're running out of money, they're just going to, raise taxes a little bit more. But it's the people who get charged, and especially the people who get charged and really, really need a defense, but are sitting there, I love that we're doing this. We shouldn't have to do this.
Exactly.
In a perfect world, it's, he wouldn't be looking at bankrupting his family to try to defend his family from first an offender and second from the government.
Right.
This is a ridiculous place we're in, but that's where we're in. So
that's where we're in.
So we are 500 away from a wrap, and I'm hoping while we're waiting for that Kristen.
Wait, are we 500 away? It looks
Yeah.
like we're like 1,300.
What?
I saw 28,740 was the last count.
It's 303,541.
The last count somebody dropped in here.
No, but I'm looking at it on the screen.
What the hell's that noise?
200 off. Maybe it was my phone getting too close.
Wow.
But in the meantime, I'm hoping Kristen
that
can.
could have been a vibrating phone ringing. Yeah.
I thought it was like some kind of critter.
That
Like
Kristen
they
can
just
pick
crept
like
up.
a good, give you a minute. I don't know. Is that me?
Yeah,
I don't
3
know what it
minutes and I would start at like 3 minutes and 20. Hold on.
Yeah, give me a good 3-minute section. Because what I think we should actually do, Kristen, is have you back on and play the whole damn thing.
Yeah. 2 minutes and 30 seconds is where I start asking him about the other interview he did with somebody else on YouTube where he said it wasn't kidnapping, and he kind of starts going into that.
Okay. So wait, what?
2 minutes and 30 seconds, 35 seconds.
All right. Yeah, it's somebody's phone
I think it's
interfering.
Kristen's because mine was moved all the way.
Kristen, your
Sorry,
phone's gonna
that
make
probably is mine.
the entire.
It's on the other side of the desk now. That's my bed.
There you go. There you go. We
Put it
faked
on something soft. Like I've got like a little soft thing that I put mine on so that if it does that,
Aw,
it doesn't.
Runkle's phone pillow.
Pretty much.
It's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. All right, hold on here. Let's see.
I'm not going to be able to check the minutes though, so you can kind of just skip around. You'll see like the dividers between his picture is on the screen when him and I are talking, and then it'll like kind of clip off to my commentary, just so you can like kind of skip through it that way.
All right, so you said it was the two here. Just kind of tell me when I'm sliding through.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
All right,
Let
move
me-
your phone again. And where? Tell everybody. So
it's literally on the floor. Hold on, I'm just going to turn it off.
who is Staley when you get back up? So give everybody
Okay.
the background because not everybody knows who Staley is.
So John Staley is the sheriff, was the sheriff, or still is until obviously he did not. Aaron Spencer won the Republican nomination for sheriff, so it'll be him, and then I don't know who's up for but he won the general election, but he is the outgoing sheriff, and so I heard this conversation with him and someone else where he was basically saying it wasn't kidnapping and ultimately victim blaming Aaron Spencer's daughter. And I about fell out of my chair. I was irate. And so I was like, I'm going to call him. And so I called his office and left a message. And within like 20 minutes, he calls me back from his cell phone. And just what's hilarious, and you'll see, is he keeps saying, I can't talk about the case. And then he can't help but not talk about how great he is and how he has this all figured out and how, he made the right decision and how he's the best thing since sliced bread. And, it's the craziest thing you'll ever listen to.
All right. So here's so we're going to listen. What we're going to do is we're going to tease it here. And then I'm going to have you come back and we're going to do a whole live and listen to the whole thing.
Sounds good.
Is that good?
Yep.
All right. Y'all tell me.
Sheriff John Staley said he wouldn't talk about the case. He said some pretty telling things. And I think it's important that the world hears exactly what their position is.
Kristen.
You're never going to get another interview.
Hey, is it Sheriff Staley?
No, yeah, he won't.
How are you?
I don't want another one, so we're good there.
I'm good. So
he made me too mad.
My editor wanted me to reach out. So I guess there was a conversation that you had with another, another source, where you had made a comment that in the Aaron Spencer case, there actually wasn't a kidnapping.
I didn't go into detail about any of that, and I don't know what source that was, but if there was a kidnapping, there was not a kidnapping. You get to call the prosecutor about that, but there was no kidnapping. So it doesn't mean that this was not a horrible situation, but there's going to be more. I can send you audio. I recorded the statement, and I've also got a written statement, but I can't speak on the case itself.
Sure.
Now, I've been asked about him running for sheriff. I can respond to that with what I responded with everybody else, and I can send you that. I can shoot that to you in a text, or if you text me your email, I can have it forwarded in an email. But I don't know who the source was, but I can tell you there was no kidnapping. The prosecutor can confirm there was no kidnapping, but I can't go into details about the case.
You can hear him hinting.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't know who the source is. He says 4 times.
The sounding question I think the public kind of has is, is that everybody keeps saying, or I guess from your side and from the prosecutor side, they keep saying that there's no kidnapping. But under Arkansas law, though, she was a minor and there was a protective order. And whether she went and actually got in his vehicle or not.
We can't hash the case out right here. I can't. Like I just said, I can't discuss the case. There's a lot of what ifs and what ifs here and there. There's a protection order, but all this is going to come out in the trial in January.
Okay.
What was said on social media? They make it sound like she was kidnapped out of her house in the middle of the night, and that did not occur.
So notice at the beginning, he says that he doesn't know what source.
I'm freezing it right
Oh,
there.
He says it repeatedly. He's like, I don't know who your source is. I don't know who your source is. What he's trying to do is get you to say who the source is.
Right.
Exactly. I'm real curious as to,
if you're not teased by that, I don't know. I can't help you. I want to hear the rest of that shit. We're going to bring Kristen back. We're going to listen to all of it. Because, like, and what you're going to do is you're all going to do a little homework on that and look up who Staley is. Because this guy, the shit that I heard that this guy was saying, Staley's the one who was throwing this concept out there that Aaron's daughter wasn't even at the scene. He was throwing a concept out there that potentially that her brother brought her to the scene after Aaron shot Fossler.
That doesn't even make any sense.
That?
No,
like,
of
that
course
just
not.
seems
It was
real weird.
like some whole cloth shit. And maybe it wasn't even him. I don't know. I heard things of Staley saying some crazy shit, throwing some
Did
crazy
he say that
theories.
outside of a courtroom?
I think so. I think so.
Because I mean, that seems like a place to go full potential defamation suit if he decided to say that shit outside of a courtroom. It's like,
that's true.
Okay.
Well, and not
Let's
just
go.
that, his whole narrative of, don't you think he was bringing her back home? No, I don't. He passed by the house. I don't care if you open the door and say, get out and keep driving. You would have, if you were seriously concerned about taking her home, or you were actually taking her home and not doing something nefarious, then you would have taken her home. Why were you going the completely different direction? And it wasn't until you saw Aaron that you did a complete, turn around and go back the opposite direction, pass back by his house. It's just,
I'm
the
sure
whole
the
thing's
PDF
crazy.
is totally just like bringing the kid home. That totally makes sense.
Right.
Well, and I don't know if you guys already know this or heard this, but we read the newest filing last night, and after the shooting, when the actual victim, the minor, was interviewed by the police, she told them that she was still in physical pain from Fossler assaulting her earlier that evening.
Oh, but that's news to him. That's what you'll hear in this recording. It's news to him that anything happened to her that night. And that I was basically just inferring that. I was speculating that. And there's nothing in the record to prove that she was essayed that night whatsoever.
Wow.
This was a conversation or whatever. Like, it's the grossest thing I've ever heard in my life. Ever. Quite literally ever.
All right, so here's the thing. We reached the $30,000 goal. You're not getting Runkle's closing until we hit 35, and you only have a half hour.
Oh, that's a high rate there.
I know. I gotta get Yannetti to send me a tie.
You got a half hour to get
cash.
somebody to send you a tie, and there's no telling that all the wealthy Karen Reed watchers are on right now.
Oh yeah.
But
I mean,
I guess I should rap, right, babe?
Yeah, bust it out, girl. This is amazing. This is going to be the greatest of all time.
I mean, I'm just
I
sitting
will
here,
raise
so
my
it's
glass
not-
to that.
It's not as
I'm
amazing
here
as
for
it's
it.
like just me with no music.
It's pretty
much
good.
better when there's music behind me. But
you guys ever tried?
It's better. Like, I love it a cappella. It'll be great.
have we ever tried?
Red wine and Coke.
Oh, by the way, I did crack a joke on you yesterday because I was like, how did Runkle do this 24-hour live?
Yeah.
Was it coffee or cocaine? And then I had to make sure everyone
Neither,
knew
because I
was
don't
just
consume
kidding.
either of those things.
So it was Coca-Cola?
Coca-Cola. I buy a 12-pack of Red Bull for when I'm doing those.
The Red
And
Bull
honestly,
cocaine.
by the end of it, I'm always just like crawling across the finish line. The one year I did it with COVID,
Oh God.
Oh my
and
God.
the only way we got through that was some of the other lawyers in LawTube were like, "You need to go to sleep. Like, you need to go take a 2-hour nap. We will."
They carried the banner. Yeah.
But because I was like literally dying, and they were just like, "You need to do this." So I've made it every time. But yeah, Kurt is a hero on those things. So yeah,
We're
it's
still not at 30K. I thought I owed
So
people
Kristen is saying that lyrics are copyright, which is true, but are they
lyrics are copyright, but they, unless you sing really well, which I don't think is going to happen. No offense, but
I said the
you're-
same thing.
you're
No
not
one's
going to
gonna
hit the
use it
automated
for Rob
things, right?
YouTube is not going to be like, oh, that sounds like Rob Bass, and like, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that all these big, all these big companies YouTube gives them access to tools that just listen to every live stream, and when copyrighted music comes on, they just automatically hit it. And
Oh,
so
they're right.
you could
We're
be
not quite there yet. All right.
you can be busy doing a stream and just doing your thing, and then suddenly it's just down. And yeah.
So how did you, for your 24-hour life, what did you do when you wanted to eat or go to the bathroom? You're just like, hey, I'll be right back.
Pretty much.
We want
I had little, I'd put up a thing saying I'll be back in 5 minutes. I had a lot of
Like the
snacky foods
scarf?
that,
That's why we got snacky foods today.
there's stuff you can eat on stream that is more or less offensive to the audience because people don't like seeing you eat, but they don't mind seeing you like take a bite of pizza versus compared to say like eating spaghetti or something like that, right?
I was just doing sliced cucumber dipped in hummus and just popping like the whole, like just now, the whole cucumber in. So no one had to see me bite it.
Listen, babe.
Well, you also have to be a little careful with anything like a banana on stream because there will definitely be people who will clip that and use it for improper purposes.
Improper purposes.
Babe, the bottom line is Runkle's way more considerate than we are. Like you and I crammed in our mouth the whole time. It's like,
I mean, nobody minds if you have like, snack food so long as they don't crunch or make loud noises, because then they'll be like, we can hear you eating, stop it.
Yeah,
but
and my wife hates mouth noises and chewing, like it's a thing.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
I had to learn this the hard way. You've got to watch out for things that like people can clip because they're overly phallic. You got to watch out for anything that's going to be slurpy or messy or has too much like mouth movement, and anything noisy. So like pizza's a pretty safe bet. Pizza you can get away with fairly easily, and so I will buy a pizza. And the other great thing about a pizza is that it's not awful when it's like cold.
Right.
It's best when it's either hot or really cold, but even lukewarm is is tolerable. But like you can't do chicken wings, you can't do spaghetti. I mean, the only time you can really do like chicken wings is if you're doing like a Hot Ones challenge and people are signed up for that.
People are
watching
like, this is what I wanted.
chicken wings is very unsettling though.
No,
it's so savage looking, because you're sucking the meat off the bone, the little bone, and you're like, that's gnarly.
Yeah. So unless people came for that, like I've done a Hot Ones challenge a couple of times on the stream, and people are okay with that because it's like that's what we're expecting. Right. But if you're just doing it, off, like then they'll be like, no, thanks. So, yeah, you got to be careful with what you're eating. So, because I mean, when you're doing those 24-hour live streams, that's always for the Stollery Children's Hospital. So I'm trying to raise money for, for sick kids, and they do great work there. A lot of, because I mean, here the government provides the money for like the basics of care.
Yeah.
So like just the things of like the kid with cancer is going to get the cancer medicate, like the chemo, that's whatever. But it's all the other stuff that they really do need money for.
You could do sushi. I'd do some sushi right now.
I mean, sushi's doable for that.
Mm.
But
yum.
You don't want to drive people away when you're trying to fundraise for like, and some of the stuff that they're doing is really cool. I got invited down to the Extra Life thing, and one of the projects they've got going on is like games that kids can play with each other across hospitals and stuff, and ways for kids to play with like their friends and video games. Because when I was a kid, I was at the hospital a lot. I had really bad asthma, and it really sucks. You're sitting there. I was in an oxygen tent a fair bit, and you're scared, you're bored. It's pretty terrible.
Were you like Bubble Boy?
No, I just had really bad asthma, so they were putting me in.
Sorry,
the Bubble Boy stuff is because they have.
No, but have you seen Seinfeld? You not get?
I
Seinfeld?
hated Seinfeld.
Oh my God! The move.
Oh Lord.
Moves.
The moves.
I could not watch it. It was
all right. So then that's
uh,
why you didn't get the Bubble Boy reference. I wasn't really trying to call you. a
Uncle, does
Bubble
that
Boy.
mean
I know
you
what
hated
the-
Curb Your Enthusiasm as well?
I have not watched Curb Your Enthusiasm. I have not actually watched a single episode to know whether I,
It
whether I
stands
hated
to
it or
reason
not.
if
Are
you
you
hated
missing-
Seinfeld,
Are you
you
missing
would hate
like
Curb.
tons of like social, like when someone's like, well, I guess you're a guy, but if you were a girl and someone was like, can you spare a square in the bathroom, be like, what the fuck? Huh? Or like, there's just so many like things that's come out of Seinfeld.
I
that
mean, in the
people-
words of Office Space, I wouldn't say I'm missing it, Bob.
I got a meeting with the Bobs. Yeah, it's.
I'll do it too. I'll burn this place down.
I'll do it too.
So,
all right, Runkle, while we have you captive, tell me about guns. So,
Tell me
here-
about guns.
Here, like, I mean, this thing that I know is going to be made an issue of the 15 rounds, right? I mean, he unloaded his clip. You know, talk to me about it. Talk to me about it. So, you know, Aaron's background, he's a vet. He's
Self-defense situations, you almost always empty the mag. It's just straight up. So two things. One, everybody assumes that a gunshot kills you instantly because like they see the movies, you get shot once and the guy just goes down like a sack of potatoes, right? That's not how it actually works in real life. When you actually see real life shootings, like you see police shootings or something, there was one a bit ago where this police officer completely mishandled a dude with a knife, but then the guy like rushes her with the knife and she unloads into this guy and so does her partner. Just like this guy had like 30 holes in him.
Wow.
And he stops charging, but he doesn't die instantly. What he does is he says, I think I need to sit down. And he walks about 45 feet to where there's a pillar so that he can sit down with his back against something. And he dies in about 5 minutes. So, you know, this notion that people just instantly die, there's an area of the body, you know, if you sort of map it out, it's like this, you know, you've got a little space here and like right there. And hits to those areas will cause very rapid death. Hits to anywhere else will cause death soon. You know, you can have situations where people are absolutely dead, but are not done moving and not. So, you know, if you're shooting to stop somebody, you're probably dropping the entire magazine into them because you're in a panic, right? And his version of events is this guy was coming after him. So he was probably firing in a panic until the guy stops coming after him, at which point mag is empty.
So
right?
people are using the whole, all right, well, he's a trained, you know, he was in the military, he's trained. And like my comeback and what I've seen in the chat is like, well, when you're doing it like in the military or you're doing it like officially is different than when you're trying to protect your own daughter's life. And maybe all that training, if that training's supposed to tell you not to empty the clip, is just, you know, goes by the wayside when it's your own daughter at risk.
I mean, as a gun guy, I'm twitching every time you say clip because it's magazine. But the thing is that, you know, police officers mag dump. And I'm pretty sure soldiers are going to mag dump if there's somebody who's like rushing them with something. You know, soldiers are often in a position of like, you know, you're shooting at a guy 300 meters away, you fire 2 shots into him, you move on to the next guy, right? But that's very different than there's a guy who's about to kill you. So many, and I wasn't my case, but I got asked to help with it. There was a case where this guy was stabbed about 100 times. And they were asking, like, how could this be self-defense? And I went, that's clearly a self-defense stabbing. And they went, why? And the situation was, guy is at work, guy fires his employee because his employee was, you know, all sorts of problems. And the employee grabs him and is choking him out. And the boss manages to get a hold of a knife and is sticking this guy, like, in his back and sides.
Trying to get him to
because
stop.
That's what he can reach. And they're like, well, how's this self-defense with 100 stab wounds? And I'm going, he kept stabbing him until the guy stopped choking him. That's what was going on here. And, it's not going to happen with one stab. It's not going to, he's going to keep choking him until the blood loss slows him down. And that could be 2 minutes. You think of how many times you're stabbing in 2 minutes. It's a lot, right? So, him emptying his magazine does not, to me, say a thing about this not being self-defense. In fact, it lends more to it being self-defense. Because if this was a situation where he just wanted to shoot the guy, that's much more likely where you see one shot or something like that. Now, that isn't to say that one shot excludes self-defense. It certainly doesn't. But, you don't see many, execution-style killings that are a mag dump.
Right.
When you see gangsters shooting each other after they, in a drive-by, they'll empty the mag at the house or whatever. But if they've, kidnapped somebody and they're just executing them, you see, 1 or 2 shots. So... to me, it's not a factor. It's not, it is not excluding self-defense in the slightest.
Have you guys seen that new video that I shouldn't say new, it's new to me. I don't know how recent this was, with the lady that had the pen and the officer shot her or whatever, multiple times, and she was still up. And then he chose to tase her after he had already pulled his weapon. And I say that because she was shot at least 2 or 3 times and was still charging him with this pen. And so there's that level of, adrenaline that's going that I can totally see where Aaron basically unloaded I've said clip 1,000 times also, Ali, just right. I want to say clip so bad, but magazine, whatever the technical term is for it, but unloaded that, and then he's obviously still moving, he's still cussing, he's still all the things. And so that's when he's still in fear. And again, it goes back to what he reasonably thought in that moment. If he felt that there was still some sort of a threat or harm, or that if he can't see, it's dark. You got to remember where they're at in Arkansas. We're talking backcountry roads, dark as hell. There's nothing but their headlights right out there. So you can't necessarily see what's in his hand. Right. So that's how I look at that as, a potential juror, is if they're explaining that to me, I can see where that might have been reasonable in that situation, especially if he doesn't know if there's actually something in his hands.
Right. So I can't show a firearm on stream, but I can show a magazine.
Are you sure?
Yes, he knows. He knows.
So this is a magazine, and a magazine is like a little box that the ammunition sits in. Now, most of the magazines that you're familiar with will be detachable magazines, but that's not the only kind. Many firearms have integrated magazines. So there's a magazine that is in the firearm. Now, a clip is just what it sounds like. It is a clip that holds the rounds together, but doesn't enclose them. Usually what a clip does is a clip feeds a magazine. So, for instance, on an SKS, the SKS is one of the few firearms that takes a clip. And so you get these rounds that are sort of in this, and they're just attached to this thin piece of metal. But then the gun itself has a magazine. So the purpose of the clip is you slide into the top, you shove down all of the rounds, which then end up in the firearm's internal magazine. So that's the difference. And the reason why I say this is important to know is I have watched lawyers get dunked on by experts, because what'll happen is you've got the prosecution's firearms expert, and you're like, and so did he empty the clip? And if the firearm expert wants to be shitty to you, and he probably does because he's the prosecution's firearms expert, he'd say there was no clip. And you go, well, what do you? And now you're like, I don't know what's happening, right? You're on your back foot, and it's like, and then he can give you the lecture of clip versus magazine, and he can do it in this snarky, smarmy, shitty way that allows him to like dunk on you in front of the jury. So, you know, I always say, I tell defense lawyers all the time, you got to get this right, because like 90% of the experts will just kind of blink and move past it. But the 10%, they will start screwing with you. The other thing is that you can do this back to some experts, because some prosecution experts are police trained and they don't know shit. And so they'll get up and they'll say, yeah, he emptied the clip. And you could be like, it's not really a clip though, is it? It's a magazine, isn't it? You do know the difference, don't you, sir?
Wow.
And then
Is there
you get to
some
dunk on him.
12-hour? Is there some 12-hour cutoff with YouTube? Because if we get to the number, Runkle's going to read his closing. I'm going to do the wrap. But is there like a thing
Runkle,
where?
yeah. Do they cut it?
No,
Like, I
he's
kept
been on
reading-
24. So
when I do the 24-hour streams, I break them up into multiple, into multiple segments, because after a certain point, YouTube starts getting weird. So they're not really set up for like a 24-hour video. So it's somewhere between 12, like 8 and 12, where it starts getting weird. So what I usually do is I, set it up so I do the 24 as like 3 segments of
all
8.
right, that's why somebody was saying that. All right, I'm going to do my wrap, and then you're going to read your thing.
Yes.
That sounds
Okay.
good.
Oh, let's go, baby.
Do it. I
You
can't
can
do
do
like
it. You can do it.
All right.
Do it.
I'm
Do
Rob
it.
Bass, and I came to get down. I'm not internationally known, but I'm known to rock a microphone because I get stupid. I mean outrageous. Stay away from me if you're contagious, because I'm a winner. No, not a loser. To be an MC is what I choose. The ladies love me. The girls adore me. I mean, even the ones who never saw me, like the way that I rhyme at a show. The reason why, I don't know. So let's go.
Yeah.
That's
Nailed
it.
it.
Yeah. That was awesome. I loved it. I loved
Nailed
it.
it.
Nailed it. Nailed it. All right. That means Runkle. Let's hear the closing.
Yeah, I got
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna see where's the what's the give send go at here. Where's the link? I had the link. Where's the link? I gotta find it here. All right. So give me 1 second here. I think I just got to log in, I think.
Ah, Runkle.
Yeah,
How do you like Runkle's so delightful. I just love Runkle. Runkle, watching you go through it with those douchebags on Twitter, man, was like,
Oh,
my
I mean, the
God.
thing is those are people who they show up for a an intellectual battle, but they don't bring the tools.
The brain. They forgot the brain.
Yeah, they just they don't. So let me see here. Okay. I might need to enter a
That was
call it?
rest in peace, Rob Bass. But I'll tell you, that wedding video, man, that would have been something. I
Yeah.
had to get permission from my friend. I was like, can I play this on a live?
and they were like, please don't.
No, he's like, yeah, all good.
Oh my God, you guys, we're 240 away from 30. Make it happen.
Come on, please.
Last 9
I wrapped for
minutes.
you early just because I didn't want to lose the last, get you guys cut off and miss the whole thing.
Oh, we did it.
Nobody's,
We did it.
We hit 30.
Hey!
We hit 30. You guys are amazing. Amazing. All right, Runkle, while you're looking, I'm going to give the people a round of applause. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's Kristen's phone again.
It's not mine. My phone's off. I turned it off. I'm not the
All right.
culprit.
And I just put in a thing for people to to match. So I put in 250. That is, if you want to say you beat Runkle on the donations, that's the price tag. All right, let's go to my and again, this is a fantasy closing because you cannot make this close in a real trial. I looked up Arkansas's rules. You could not do this. There's like 17 different things that this
violates.
This like 17 different rules this violates.
Yeah.
But so here we go. I see the Runkle challenge. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of this jury, I want to thank you for being here. The facts you've heard cannot have been easy to hear. They certainly cannot have been easy to live, especially for Mr. Spencer and his daughter. Let me be clear. Aaron Spencer shot Michael Fosler. He shot him until he was dead. And if he hadn't, and I had been in a position to, I would have shot Mr. Fosler dead myself. I suspect each of you are thinking you would too, for your daughter, or for Mr. Spencer's, or any other little girl in this state. Mr. Fosler was censored for this stream. He had censored Mr. Spencer's daughter. He had her in his truck, taking her away to do it again. Mr. Fosler died in a ditch, which is where he ought to have been buried. The prosecutor is going to have some more to say to you to justify this travesty of a prosecution. You've got to listen to that and hold your bile. But what matters is what happens after that. You'll go back into the jury room to deliberate. You will have to make the decision about whether you can look your fellow jurors in the eye and tell them that Mr. Fosler is a victim. If you do, you'll have to walk back into this courtroom in front of everyone in this courtroom. And when I poll the jury, you'll have to look us all in the eyes and tell us that you think that Mr. Fosler is the victim here, not Mr. Spencer or his daughter. You can look us all in the eyes and tell us whose side you're on. Or you can tell the prosecution that you stand with Mr. Spencer and his daughter. You can tell the prosecution that this was wrong, that they are on the wrong side, that they should be protecting people like Mr. Spencer's daughter from offenders, not protecting offenders from the fathers of the little girls they're preying on. And if, as I'm sure you will, you acquit Mr. Spencer, the prosecution may want to speak to you to ask them where they lost this case. You can tell them they're asking the wrong question. What they should be asking is where they lost their moral compass. I'm going to wrap it here. I know you don't need me to tell you how to do the right thing, and I have confidence that you will. Thank you.
I actually got chills at the end. That was if that could have been a real life closing.